Minute 19 to go. Still 109-101. Jackson Davis goes up and he slammed it down over Wembanyama down the lane with the hammer. Oh my goodness. And a foul. What a surprise that was. Nobody expected that. Just threw it down on Wembanyama. Elevation sensation.
Little elevation sensation. Oh, baby. What a night for TJD, Trace Jackson Davis. And by the way, TJD, his dunk was so good, we had to get him on the roast this morning. He'll join us at 9:30 a.m. as he's playing some good ball. 26 minutes, 6 of 7 from the floor, 13 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists for the rookie out of Indiana. The Warriors get a much-needed win. Oh, boy, did we all need that win. They're down 10 early in the third quarter. They go on a 30-6 run to take control of this basketball game and get back into their winning ways. They now improved to 17-13 on the road. 9-10. They've won 9-10 on the road. So we'll see what happens Wednesday night against Dallas. But Trace Jackson Davis with the dunk heard around the world. Chasky, good morning. What's happening, man?
Man, I thought CP3 was really good yesterday.
Really good.
And then Andrew Wiggins in the first half, he actually looked like he was ready to play.
He was.
Going to the rim with authority. I like how everybody had the quick finger roll, kind of like floater before Victor could come flying in. But I got to start with Victor. Are you a 2K player? Did you ever play 2K growing up? Or
no, I never played video games before.
No, I'm being real.
No, I never played. I played like Duck Hunt and Donkey Kong. Yeah, I never played 2K. Never played NBA.
Well, I always figure there's three different kinds of players, right? Yeah. There's the I'm creating myself with my specs, as in my body type, height, weight, name, everything. Then there's the I'm making a random player, and then there's the I'm making the most dominant force I possibly can in a video game.
Yep.
And I used to create the guy who's 7'5", who can move a little, shoot a little, do all that. Victor Wembanyama looks like my 2K created player when I was 13 years old.
Like 7'4", he could do things as a guard. No, I never played 2K, Shasky. 7'4".
He's hung up on it.
I mean, yes, he is. He's going to be something to watch, man. I mean, if he can get a little stronger, he's putting up double-doubles as a rookie. I don't even think the guy is understand. Like, he's starting to understand the NBA game. He's starting to float around. There's some things he could do better. Obviously, he's a rookie. Is he where Tim Duncan was as a rookie?
No.
I don't think so. Tim Duncan was a grown man by that point.
Yeah.
David Robinson was a grown man at that point.
It's different.
This guy's just scratching the surface. And so when you see him out there, it's just, I wish we would have been able to watch him at Chase Center.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's like a freak of nature, dude. He's just running around out there. It's like this gazelle. Like, think about it. He's 7'4".
It's insane.
He made Draymond look like Muggsy Bogues.
Well, I'm looking at Jonathan Kuminga standing next to him, and Jonathan Kuminga looks so small, so minuscule. His timing on the blocks, he's really good with the timing.
Right.
I think I underrated his athleticism. I thought he'd be more lumbering in the NBA. No, I was wrong. And then, obviously, he's got to work on his shot even some more. Like, that's something that's going to come with time. I'm blown away. He even picked off a pass.
Right.
That was, I don't know if it was Chris Paul or Moody at the top of the key, kind of threw it to Draymond. It was just, I don't know, man. I can't get enough of him. I'm surprised. I said this last week. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm surprised there's not more fervor about him in general.
What does he do differently that is going to have us gravitate towards him?
I just think the way he looks.
The way he looks is what it is.
Right?
Because Chet kind of looks similar.
Yeah.
Chet's 7'1". He's 7 feet. They go about it.
Chet's a little more mobile.
Yeah.
A little more mobile and explosive. I don't know. Victor is, yeah, you're right. You're probably right.
I don't know. I mean, listen, I think the hype will get, as they get better and better down in San Antonio, they've got to win some games.
Yeah.
Because they'll get back on national television, and we'll start to watch them, and you start to build a rivalry between him and Chet, have some rivalries against Anthony Edwards, and whatever it is. He will get better and better. I think the hype train will go along as we get to know Victor more and more and more. He's kind of been, ever since he got to the league, we haven't seen much of him in terms of off-the-court stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe it's just because he's in San Antonio, but I'm not one to say, hey, we need to get him out of San Antonio. He could be a star in San Antonio.
No doubt.
He could be there for 20 years and be a star. Tim Duncan was a star there. David Robinson was a star there. Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker were stars in San Antonio. I don't like when, we get some national media members saying, oh, well, he needs to get – they did this to Devin Booker a few years ago. We need to get him out of Phoenix and get him to New York. Phoenix has been one of the – I want to say one of the 10 best franchises in the NBA in my lifetime. They've always been competitive for the most part. They've always tried to make moves. They just haven't won it. When you think about it, the Suns have always made – I mean, they had a stretch where they were really bad for a while, but for the most part of my lifetime, the Suns have always represented up and down basketball, fun style of play. Their fan base always gravitates towards them. So you could be a star anywhere in the NBA. I'm eager to see what happens with Wemby, though.
Giannis is in Milwaukee. He's a star.
He's a star.
He's
People
a
love
massive
him.
star.
He's from Greece.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I'm watching Victor, and I'm fascinated. I'm very fascinated by him. It was a big win for the Warriors, though. I really like the way they're playing. Yeah. Klay Thompson, I think, has been just so good as of late. But CP3 yesterday was excellent. They were down early, and he started doing what I call vintage CP3 shenanigans and baiting foul calls. And I thought that it kind of slowed the game down and got things back in their favor. He made some beautiful passes to create fouls in the second half. I thought he was excellent in this game. And this was a CP3 type of a game for me.
Well, San Antonio came out like gangbusters, right? In the first quarter, they came out on fire. They were 6 of 12 from the three-point line that first quarter, 15 to 24 overall. But CP3, to your point, scored 8 straight points, went 4 of 4 in that first quarter to stabilize the game and keep the Warriors within striking distance. And you just see the all-around floor game, 19 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, getting the ball in the right spot. But then I can't get over this play, Shaq.
Which one?
I really can't get over it.
Trace Jackson-Davis. Oh! He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you. That is his welcome to the league moment.
You think Fitz had that one in the back pocket, or that was authentically impromptu?
Stupid. Don't say that again.
Well, what about him?
It's an all-time
telling
call.
Chris Paul. Did you see the Chris Paul interview where he told?
No, I missed that.
They're interviewing Chris Paul because we went straight to break, and so he goes, no Stephen Curry here, blah 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 blah. But like a good neighbor, CP3 is here.
He threw some sweet lobs. One of them.
You like that, Spadoni?
Well, you guys are the State Farm postgame show, right?
No, we're told
That's TNT now.
That's TNT. Yeah.
Remember.
Don't talk about that.
Bochy, Posey, Bonte, all sponsored by Toyota and Purdy.
I'm not sponsored by
I'm
Toyota.
teasing.
I wish I had a Toyota. I need a pickup truck. Well, look, enough of Wemby. I mean, look, he looks like a freak. 10 to 25.
I don't know.
I thought the Warriors actually did a decent job on Victor Wembanyama.
I thought you'd be proud of me.
27
hyping
points,
up the Spurs?
No, 27 points, 14 rebounds. It's just so weird. He went 10 to 25. He took 25 shots and scored 27. I thought they had Kuminga on him, Draymond, Klay at times.
Yes, they were mixing
Little
it up.
Wiggins, TJD. They threw up different looks and different bodies, and it really flustered them.
Well, TJD, obviously the dunk is the thing that everyone's going to go wild over. TJD's timing on the second and third jumps to go for rebounds, he's very underrated, and he almost threw multiple dunks down on Victor. There was a lob from CP3 in the lane that he just missed yamming down.
A little too high. Too high. He had like 4 dunks yesterday.
Oh, TJD was amazing.
He had like 4 dunks.
Are we seeing him ascend into a top 7 spot on the roster?
Top 8, top 9. Now, Steve Curley played 9 guys. Steve Curley played 9 guys last night. All right? He didn't play Looney, didn't play Quinones, didn't play Shards, didn't play Jerome Robinson. Played GP2 for only 14 minutes and 46 seconds. Played Moses Moody for about 12 minutes. Moody was down to 12 minutes.
Moody got blocked so hard by Victor.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, my God.
And then you got Trace Jackson-Davis and Brandon Podziemski. Trace Jackson-Davis played 26-28.
Wow.
Podziemski played nearly 35 minutes. So, actually, Podziemski led the way in minutes. He played the most minutes on the roster.
He had his best game in a while. And, Fitz referenced early in the game, the last 5 or 6 games haven't been so great because he thinks he's had a knee injury.
Right.
Which
from Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, and so I hadn't really considered how much that would impact the young man, but he looked a lot more fresh. He hit a couple of threes early, and then you could see it started to open up the floor game for him.
Yep. He played a solid game. Chris Paul led the way. I thought Kuminga again. Here's the thing with Kuminga.
Yeah, give it to me.
I think we should just be accustomed to him scoring 20 now. He's now become a consistent, pardon me, a consistent NBA player. 22 points, 5 rebounds, 9 of 18 from the floor, 2 of 3 from the three-point line. I mean, watching him ascend to that level, that third-year leap that we all discussed before the season, I think that, I don't know how the season ends, but knowing that Kuminga can be a consistent NBA player, I think is huge.
Yeah, and I think he should be in the mix for most improved player. I don't know if he should win it because it feels like Tyrese Maxey's going to get it because he goes from 20 to almost 27 points per game and carrying
He was already good. We knew
that's
Maxey
what I'm
was legit.
saying.
We knew Maxey was good.
When you care, I was arguing with Jason Dumas on this. When you score 20 points a game, to me, you've arrived. If you average 20 in the league, you've arrived already. So to go from 20 to 27, extremely impressive. But you've already established that you're in a score.
Right.
Kuminga went from playing 15 minutes a game last year. If you look at his, I think it's 14 something.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Right, and he's going to double minutes per game. He's going to double his point total.
Right.
He is going to be one of the leading scorers on a team that desperately needs scoring. I think he's one of the best defenders on the team already. So I don't know, man. I think Kuminga's leap forward is more unexpected than Maxey's leap from 20 to 27.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Well, Şengün could be in a conversation without a Houston. He's been really good.
He's been great.
I think Jalen Green's been a lot better.
Kobe White's up there too.
Kobe, my boy, Kobe White.
Kobe White is up there. That's that is your boy.
Kobe White's legit. He is legit, but the Bulls got blown out last night by the Mavs. JK is just so consistent now. And so, Wednesday. Because let's be real. These are the Spurs. They're 14-51.
Wait a minute.
They're 14-51.
The man who's been selling me snake oil all year on these bottom feeders in the NBA.
No, I tell you to watch this so you can know.
That's true.
So when you come at me, say, I'm like, hey, they got this guy.
Well,
they
it's
got
just
that
the
guy.
Spurs. It's not like it's the Blazers or Power.
No. But no, here's where I'm getting
I do like Sohan, though.
No, I do. They got some talent.
They do.
Champagne's not bad.
What's the guy whose name I keep mispronouncing in the green room?
Devin Vassell.
I like him.
He's not bad. He averages 19.5 points per game on the season. Shoots 38% for the three-point line. Keldon Johnson from Kentucky.
Yeah, he was
a nice bench player. Look, San Antonio, they didn't shoot the three ball. They shot the three ball how they shoot it all year. They're 14-51. But I'm excited for Wednesday. And seeing with JK and with Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins had a solid night. What are you going to do against Luka Wednesday? How are you going to play against Luka? You know Luka's averaging 35, 10.5 assists, nearly 10 rebounds since January 1st.
Are you serious?
I didn't know that. No, I did not know that.
He's shooting 50% from the floor, 37.5 from three.
7 straight triple doubles.
Yeah, 7 straight.
7 straight. Russell Westbrook, eat your heart out.
7 straight. I mean, this is going to be fun on Wednesday to watch JK and, probably Andrew Wiggins as well try to slow down Luka Doncic. This is the next step for JK. As he moves into his career and moves forward into the future, he's going to be asked to guard these guys, the top guys. So that's the evolution for JK. That's the next step for him because now he's crashing the glass. He's dropping 20. He's hitting the rim. He's going to the rim with reckless abandon. I love it. 9 of 18 from the floor, 50%. Hit a couple threes yesterday. I love where JK's at. Now to be that star that he wants to be, that superstar, because that's what he wants. He wants to be a star. And I'm not mad at that. Go out there, slow down Luka Doncic now in a big-time game.
I want you to be 100% NBC authentic with me. Actually, no, just be Bonte authentic.
I'm always authentic.
Jonathan Kuminga's rise, you're enjoying it.
Oh, I love every second of it. I love every second of it.
You've been a strong defender.
You have too.
No, I know. But you have been a strong defender, almost like the Battle of the Bastards. You were like Jon Snow, sitting there, just getting overcome with people saying that Jonathan Kuminga literally cannot play on the court. And now, a year later, I can't imagine a Warrior future without him.
Just think, in December, he was getting DMPs.
It's kind of insane.
I mean, they were getting beat by laugh at the Blazers if you want to, but they were down 10 to the Blazers.
It always comes back to the Blazers.
They were down 10 to the
Chauncey
Blazers.
Billups fighting for his life in a December game.
I think the date, Lubman, was December 16th when they were playing the Blazers
Day before my
at
grandma's
Chase
birthday.
Center. And the Blazers were up like 9 or 10 in the third quarter, and Chase Center was dead, and we're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And JK hadn't played, and then they dusted him off. and he plays the final 16 minutes of that basketball game. They win going away, and JK has not looked back, Lovin. He has not looked back.
Well, so
no, you say save the season. You want to joke about that?
No,
I mean seriously. If
Jonathan Kuminga does not ascend to what he's at now, what are they? 7 games worse?
I have no idea where this team is at. He may not even be here.
That's a good point.
I mean, hell, he may be on another team.
I'm shocked at the in-season kind of switch being flipped, going from literally DMPs to second most reliable scorer on most nights.
That's what I'm saying.
It is remarkable.
It was December 17th. The 16th
Grandma's
they played
birthday.
Or was it the 16th? No. December 6th.
Oh.
December 6th is when he ascended and came off the bench.
D-Day?
And is that D-Day? Maybe. But he was 6 of 6.
No, December 7th.
13 points.
You're thinking of Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, there we go.
Yeah.
I knew December 6th had a World War II
It's like,
throwback.
3 dates we just missed here.
Yeah, totally ruined that. Somewhere, my social studies teacher is walking around going, this idiot.
We're a sports show, not a history show.
Well,
technically, Bonte is a historian.
Well, social studies are so overrated. It's so overrated.
Well, some people don't they call it like civil whatever? There's all these different names.
I mean, it's been proven that these history teachers didn't teach us all the history.
Well, certain pages were blended together.
Yeah, certain history was not revealed.
I don't know if you know this. Country. History is written by the victors.
I mean, come on.
If you don't learn your history, you're doomed to repeat.
See, now that is what I'm talking about.
I mean,
gotta learn your history.
Man.
How about the Michael Jackson album, His Story?
His Story?
I know Michael Jackson's been canceled, but...
Why do you always bring up Michael Jackson?
Because honest to God, you know why? Michael Jackson's one of my favorite artists. Before all of the stuff was revealed, MJ was the dude.
He was the dude.
Like, I loved Michael Jackson. I admit it. I know it's tough to say in this day and age.
I love Michael Jackson, too.
I loved listening to the music. I try to separate the art from the artist.
We all did.
Very difficult.
We all did. I'm
backpedaling faster than Darrell Revis.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just do this.
Trace Jackson Davis. He put the entire country of fans in the basket. Take that
8-foot wingspan with you.
Woo! That is his welcome to the league moment.
In the closing minute of a game, too. What a dunk.
It's still the game.
What a dunk.
Still the game. Give me the Tim Roy call again. I want to hear Tim Roy. We go Fitz. We go Tim. We go Fitz. We go Tim. Oh, it's
Minute 19 to go. Still 109-101. Jackson Davis goes up and he slammed it down over Wembanyama down the lane with the hammer. Oh my goodness. And a foul. What a surprise that was. Nobody expected that. Just threw it down on Wembanyama. Elevation sensation.
Yeah, that's probably number one right now. So we'll see what the future has in store.
I don't know if you heard in the post game. So I was coming back from Little League practice, and Tim Roy had him on. Okay,
right
after the game, and GP2 was like messing with him. Do we have that audio sound right here? Yep, we've got it coming up. GP2's like messing with Trace Jackson Davis as he's talking to Tim Roy, and I loved his perspective on these dunks. As we finger point.
You did, and you know, I think it shows a couple things to me, having been around this league a long time. It shows your confidence. It shows your, obviously your ability, and it also shows. It also shows that GP2 is a big fan of you. But it just shows to me that you don't have a fear of having a shot blocked, and that's a big thing. You can't play with fear, can you?
No, absolutely. Especially being a little undersized, at 6'9". Sometimes I got to rely on my athleticism, but at the end of the day, I'm not afraid to go up and challenge anyone for blocks or go up and try to dunk on anyone. That's all a part of the game. Sometimes you're going to dunk on people. Sometimes you get dunked on.
That, to me, is life. Try your hardest. Sometimes you get dunked on. Sometimes you yam one down in someone's face. I love the kid's perspective. He's so mature.
Yeah, he is. 4-year player at Indiana. Really good kid, man. Really good kid. I've had some conversations with him just off the court. He's really sweet. He just wants to play. Just like I can't wait to talk to him at 9:30. You'll get it through the airways, and hopefully our audience does through the airways when he joins us on the morning roast this morning. TJD at 9:30 right here on 95.7 The Game to give us some of that perspective. He knows his role. He's ready to play. You see how intense he is when he's dunking. There was a couple dunks. He dunked over Sohan. Sohan made a business decision. It's like, I'm not going to put my hand up. And TJD's looking back at the bench like, I'm out here. Like he's talking. I wouldn't know what he was talking about.
Bench went wild on the last one. They went wild.
Hey, even Andrew Wiggins got up and flexed.
No
Couldn't
way.
believe it. Yeah. Andrew Wiggins got up and flexed. How about that? Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Look, we got a lot with 49ers free agency too.
Oh, I wrote down so many things.
We got a lot going on here.
Did you guys see the Falcons re-released new uniforms?
No way.
Yeah, I sent this to the group thread yesterday.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, their new helmet is a ski mask, and that's what they got Kirk Cousins wearing. And he's modeling the new ski mask uniforms because the ski mask assassin stole more money from another team. $200 million.
He's made $330 million in his career.
And if he finishes his contract over $400 million.
Oh my God! You know how many Walmart shirts his wife can buy with that?
I mean, what they're going to do in Atlanta, win 10 games.
That might be enough to win the division.
To me, they're a fascinating watch because of the playmakers with Kirk Cousins and him returning off the Achilles. Because I'm actually rooting for Raheem Morris because clearly he was a young guy who was overwhelmed in Tampa. No one could win in Tampa. He quote unquote rehabilitated himself next to McVay, and I want to see what that looks like.
Did he rehabilitate himself better than Sam Darnold, who got $10 million in Minnesota?
It's just, what are we doing?
This is one of my favorite tweets from
what are we doing
yesterday from David.
Did anyone watch Week 17? He was thoroughly unimpressive.
Hey.
Was he not?
This is my funny.
Was he not?
So David Lombardi's right here. The 49ers quarterback reputation rehab program worked for Sam Darnold. Earned him some money and a job in Minnesota. Question now is, how would Niners fill out the quarterback room, vet or draft? The 49ers reputation rehab program. This is what Lombardi's calling it. And the rehab program has worked for who?
Brandon Allen, who signed a 1-year deal to come back to the Niners.
Nick Mullins.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy G.
He got paid.
Nate Sudfeld. He's still in the league somewhere.
Oh, Nate Sudfeld.
Who else is it?
Nick Mullins is in Minnesota.
Nick Mullins.
Where's C.J. Beathard?
C.J. Beathard is
Jacksonville.
Yeah. Well, man,
they just got Mac Jones. So.
Yeah. They got all the Trent Baalke favorites.
He might not be there for long.
Brian Hoyer's still around, I think.
Brian Hoyer is holding a clipboard somewhere.
So the 49ers quarterback reputation rehab program gets Sam Darnold $10 million.
What does Sam Darnold do to get $10 million guaranteed?
I have no idea.
Seen ghosts.
Well, kind of have an idea, but anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first class money market today. Sam Darnold, man, gets $10 million. We'll talk to TJD at 9:30. Baldy's coming up at 7:30 to figure out who the hell these defensive ends are. Who's Nick Sorensen? We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. That'll be a lot of fun. That's all coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. He showed his ass.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
He'll join us at 9:30 on the roast. TJD went 6 of 7 last night in San Antonio. 13 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. His 5th double-double of the season. What a week for him. Wednesday night, he blocks Giannis twice on one possession.
Like a cobra!
Goes out on the other end. Yams it home on the alley-oop from Stephen Curry. And, of course, last night, he ends. What's the nickname for Wemby other than Wemby? Because we call Rudy Gobert the Stifle Tower.
I call him the French Phenom.
The French Phenom. That's good.
Ooh, I like that.
I do, too. I like that, too.
I like that. As the French Phenom on our screen has a dunk there in the second quarter. His finger rolls and stuff, it's just so nasty what he can do with the ball. Wemby, that is. But TJD, we got 2 calls here. We're playing both all morning long. And we got something on Sam Darnold, man. Sam Darnold really got $10 million, guys. America's unbelievable. Here's Fitz's call.
Trace Jackson Davis. He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
That is his welcome to the league moment.
Minute 19 to go. Still 109-101. Jackson Davis goes up and he slammed it down over Wembanyama down the lane with the hammer. Oh my goodness. And a foul. What a surprise that was. Nobody expected that. Just threw it down on Wembanyama. Elevation sensation.
Elevation sensation. Tim Roy, Fitz, Pookie, NBC 95.7 The Game. Those are both the calls of TJD yamming all over Wembanyama. And the Warriors get a must-need to win. Look, we're not going to brag about beating the San Antonio Spurs. That's not where we're at. It was just good to get a win. By any means necessary, get a win, get the Dallas, try to split one of these next 2 games between the Lakers and the Mavericks.
They're going to have to do that. They're going to have to get the split somehow, some way. There's no doubt about it. And this Luka thing, it's
Luka's on fire.
Well, I keep thinking about Andrew Wiggins too, because I know you're bringing up Kuminga, and he's going to be a big part of it. But Luka likes to get the matchups, and he's going to try to hunt them. And so, I don't know. We'll see. I guess Steph gets reevaluated today.
Gets reevaluated today.
Okay.
He had his ankle in the tub. Steve Kerr did mention, though, however, last night, he says that he doesn't expect Steph Curry to play Wednesday against the Mavericks. So you're probably playing that game without Steph.
So, okay. I missed that. If CP3's out there, they're going to try to hunt him. That's what they're going to do.
He will be out there. There's no ifs.
They're going to hunt him. And so I look at having Andrew Wiggins, step up and play like he did last night, at least offensively at minimum, and I need more from him defensively. Right. You're going to need him against a team like Dallas. Because if Kuminga gets into foul trouble early, Wiggins is going to be important. So seeing Wiggins have some positive steps forward, about time. Let's go.
Well, 16 games prior to missing the 4, he was playing well. 53% from the floor, 46 from 3, right? Previous 16, it's giving you 15 and 5. I'm cool with that. Played aggressive defense. Then he misses the 4 games. He comes back to the first 3 games. It's like, well, what happened? What happened? I mean, the guy shoot 29% from 3 and 38 from the field. So it was good. A positive step in the right direction yesterday. Going 6 of 8 from the floor, 16 points, 4 rebounds. I know a lot of people were lip reading, got a fast break in which he goes 1 for 2 from the free throw line. Him and Paz, I guess Paz said, come on. And I couldn't lip read, man. Maybe you're a better lip reader than me, but something happened there. But, we can show some aggressiveness, show some fire. I'm cool with that. Now we need to see it again because, let's be real, for this team to try to make a run, for this team, and I know people are like, boy, we can't count on Andrew Wiggins. Well, we're going to have to, because that could be the difference between getting out the play-in, getting out the first round, getting to the second round, getting to the conference. I don't know. But Wiggins has to play much, much better. There's no doubt about it. He's a very important piece here. And if he doesn't produce, then you know what? We're going to have an early offseason out here in the Bay Area.
Well, he offensively looked way more confident and assertive and aggressive, at least early in the game. And then I don't know what happens. Like, middle of the game, sometimes he just gets
He gets lost up.
Right?
Just the ball doesn't get back to him, or I don't know.
Have I ever floated I call certain players that are good at players on my youth teams, I call them astronauts. Have you ever heard why?
because they float during
Yeah, they just float out in gravity. They're just out there running up and down the court.
Right.
And I'm like, yo, Buzz Aldrin, like, hey, buddy, like, back to earth. Let's go. Let's start playing. And there are times with Wiggins where I'm like, I don't need the astronaut. I need the man on the earth.
Right. I mean, I don't know why the ball doesn't. No, I don't know why. By the way, Cleo Farrell's expected to sign with the Commanders. He's going to lead the Niners to sign with the Commanders after spending the season with the 49ers. I don't know what it is, but the ball somehow doesn't get back to him.
Yes.
And there's a lot of that imbalance, especially in the fourth quarter. When you see it when Stephen Curry plays, and I get it, it's Steph. You want him shooting the basketball. There's no doubt about that. But other guys get lost in the sauce when you're just feeding Steph. Look at the double overtime game. You kind of forgot about Kuminga and Wiggins in that game. Well, against the Lakers, double OT loss. So he's a guy where maybe Chris Paul said it. He told Andrew Wiggins, when you want the ball, you tell me when you want the ball, and I'll get you the ball.
Well, CP3 did a great job. Even though the assist numbers weren't as high as he can get, I thought he did a great job. He threw a couple into Draymond, who had deep post position. He threw a great pass in transition to Klay Thompson. I think Klay finished with one hand. It was really nice. He did the lobs to what's-his-face were great. I want to see Wiggins get the ball at that mid-block. I feel like they've gotten away from that.
They've gotten away that mid-block elbow.
I know it wasn't good early this year.
He had the little crossover to Pity move. He's got to get back to that. So, look, he was playing well in the 16 games. He was doing some of that stuff. Now you got to get back to it. And boy, do you need it now. With only 18 games left in the regular season, you're 34-30. You are winning on the road, which is a positive. It's a really good sign. Can you replicate that at home? We'll see. But these next two games, you got to get the split here real quick because I do want to talk some Niners. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30, Shasky, and a lot of moves here. Leonard Floyd, we'll get to know him. Look, we watch a lot of Buffalo games. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm high on I'm not going to say that's not the word I should use. I don't know a lot about Leonard Floyd. Other than that, he played for the Rams and the Bears. And he's been comparable, and he's had some good years. You look at his sack totals here. 7, 4.5, 4.5, 3, 10.5, 9.5, 9, and then 10.5 last year with Buffalo. But he is, right now, he's 31 years old. So he's a little older. And then, what's our boy? Yetur Gross-Matos. Is that Yetur? Yetur Gross-Matos from Carolina. We all did watch a lot of Carolina Panther football. So that's why we're bringing Baldy in at 7:30 to try to figure out who this guy is.
I don't know much about the guy from Carolina. I can barely pronounce his name, so I'm not even going to try because I don't want to get on to our Doobies Awards of me. What?
Just go Gross Matos.
Okay, so Yetur.
Don't even say the first name. Just go Gross Matos.
Gross Matos. Okay.
We'll ask Baldy at 7:30.
Yeah, don't know much. But I didn't know much about Samson Ebukam, and when he signed with the Niners, it ended up being a pretty good signing, but Leonard Floyd is a name that a lot of people recognize. I don't think he's somebody that I fear if I'm another team. I'd like to see what he looks like throughout the work of a whole season. I think you see like sack highlights and a guy can look really good. A lot of cleanups in those highlights that I saw. But is this a guy who can consistently beat one-on-ones? Is this a guy where teams are going to be forced to double team every now and then? Because that's really what they need. Opposite Bosa. I don't believe him to be some elite bookend.
Right. How is he good?
Bosa.
Right. Is he good against the run? How is he? I mean,
PFF had him graded not so well against the run if you're comparing him to the other DNs in the league.
Right. I'm not a big PFF fan, but you had some people out there in the media gaslighting said, "Oh, Leonard Floyd is great against the pass and the run," and people are like, "Well, PFF says he's the 78th ranked defensive end when it comes to the run." So I want to hear this from Baldy. How is he against the run? That was a big talking point coming off of that Super Bowl loss, was that the D-line wasn't stopping the run.
Good point.
That Detroit, Nair Jones, and David Montgomery, Gibbs, they did what the hell they wanted to do on the ground.
Don't get triggered because I know there are people that are going to hear this name and they're going to be like, "Dude, we've given up." Do you think that the Niners think, that Drake Jackson can come back and be something? Or is that ship sailed?
Well, they signed 2 defensive ends right off the rip.
I know.
Which means, Clelin Ferrell leaves, Chase Young. You still have Drake Jackson under contract. I still keep him. What the hell happened to him?
He
got hurt and disappeared.
I don't know.
It's one of the biggest mysteries Hold on. I got to look this up with Drake Jackson because he had 3 sacks in Pittsburgh. We're like,
that was it.
And that was that.
I think he got his knee scoped throughout the year.
Yeah, I don't even remember what happened.
I mean, that was your high second-round pick when you didn't have a first-rounder. High. That was your highest pick, excuse me. It was a late second-rounder. And I just feel like hasn't materialized at all.
Let's see here. Last year, what happened last year?
I think it was a knee.
He's placed on injured reserve November 11th, 2023. He had 3 sacks last season.
Yeah, all in one game, the first game.
I mean, all in Pittsburgh. So I would love for Drake Jackson to. I mean, gosh, I forgot all about the kid.
Okay, that's why.
I didn't think he left Pittsburgh. I was like, what happened to him after Pittsburgh?
So, but that's kind of like where I'm going, and I look at where the Niners are at right now, and I understand free agency. We're all losing our minds, and we're fired up. They've gotten this good through some good trades, but primarily through the draft. You know, and cultivating talent through the draft. If you think about the benchmarks on this team, Purdy, draft, Kittle, draft, Debo, draft, Ayuk, draft, Greenlaw, Warner, draft, Bosa, draft. I feel like crack. But they still need to draft well. I love the names, and you can really, they signed Trent Williams. That's technically through a trade and then a sign. They've signed other guys like Juszczyk and whatnot over the years. Travarius Ward signed. Those are nice to supplement, but to build the bulk of your team, it's through the draft. And so when you have a guy like Drake Jackson, who you drafted high and he does nothing, it does hurt you.
Yeah, no doubt. Last year, Drake Jackson, 7 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, pass defense, a block of a batted ball there, 199 defensive snaps over 8 games. That was his production.
I was shocked he played 8 games.
Wow. 8 games, 199 snaps.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. So, your losses, if you're a 49er fan, Armstead, as of now, looks like he's going to be released.
Yep.
Javon Kinlaw to the Jets, 1-year deal. Charlie Warner, people are mad. I don't know why. 3-year, $12 million deal.
Yeah.
And then Isaiah Oliver, a 1-year deal with the Jets.
With the Jets. Go figure. All right, more 49er stuff. Baldy coming up at 7:30. Right here on the Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market...
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
GP2. Warriors get the win last night in San Antonio. So they're able to weather the storm. Can they weather the storm without Steph Curry? Steve Kerr mentioned last night that, and we'll get an update on Steph today, but Steve Kerr mentioned that he doesn't expect Steph to play Wednesday night against Dallas. So he'll be a little shorthanded against Luka Doncic, who's averaging Lucas is January 1st, guys and girls. This is insane. Kids in the car, girls, boys, whatever. 35 points, 10.5 assists, nearly 10 rebounds a game since January 1st. He's got 7 straight triple-doubles. We'll talk ad nauseum about Luka tomorrow and the ball skills, and maybe we get somebody off from Dallas, but those are sick numbers, man. I mean, I know we don't enjoy Luka a lot. I'm starting to see a little more ball movement from him. A little more. But, man, he's nearly unguardable. I mean, how do you stop the guy? He's got post-game. He's got good footwork. He's got the 3-ball rolling. He shoots 37% from 3 since the calendar flipped in 2024.
And he loves that little step-back 3 that he does, the hezzy 3, whatever the heck it's called for him.
Right.
Which one of the 7,000 uniforms will the Dallas Mavericks be wearing tomorrow?
I don't know. Guru's on that. Guru's always got the uniforms figured out, especially basketball. Basketball, I'm not as
there's too many
up to date with it. You know, the Warriors have been wearing their white uniforms a lot on the road.
Well, seeing the Spurs wear black at home was odd.
It was kind of odd.
You know?
I liked it, but it was kind of odd.
I mean, well, for forever it was the NBA. You wore the white ones at home and the colored ones on the road. Now it's completely flip-flop.
Hockey flip-flop too, right? Hockey now wears the dark uniforms at home and the white uniforms on the road. Or the road team wears the white uniforms. And hockey was flip-flop. Hockey, the home teams would wear the white uniforms and the road team wore the dark uniforms. That's flipped.
Mavericks are wearing their white uniforms tomorrow night. Warriors, their blues.
Okay.
Classic Blues. And they got 3 more matchups against the Mavericks. 2 games in the loss column behind the Mavericks in the loss column, I should say. Warriors with 30 losses. Mavericks with 28 losses.
I know there's a ton of inventory when it comes to the NBA games, and I understand that you want to create merchandise opportunities to sell a bunch of stuff, but to me, the brand recognition, I can't tell sometimes who's playing who. So when the Warriors played the Raptors a couple of, 2 weeks ago, they wore some jerseys that it made no sense to me whatsoever. They were like gold and black, and I'm just like, if I'm just a casual fan and I'm flipping on, it's one thing to have unique jerseys like the City Connects. I watched the UCLA, the baby blue and yellow Boston Red Sox jerseys, and I guess that has something to do with the Boston Marathon and a bunch of other stuff. But it doesn't make sense to me. And for brand recognition, I don't get it. And I think the NBA has oversaturated the market with uniforms, and it kind of, for me, again, maybe I sound like the old head. I think it's too much.
It's a lot. People are buying, right? It's a lot of uniforms going on. A lot. People are going to get their money. These teams are going to get their money, no matter what. So the Warriors get a good win. We can talk about it a little later. Trace Jackson-Davis, 9:30. But I am fired up about free agency. You see deals flying off the board, left and right. Kirk Cousins goes to Atlanta. Saquon Barkley goes to Philadelphia. DeAndre Swift goes to Chicago. Aaron Jones now going to Minnesota, 1 year, $7 million deal. But what about the 49ers? What about the Niners? Probably going to say bye-bye to Chase Young. They've already said bye-bye to Cleve Farrell. Javon Kinlaw.
That surprised me.
Javon Kinlaw, who the Niners were working to re-sign, signs a 1-year deal with the New York Jets. May have been more guaranteed money. But he goes to the Big Apple. Gets to play next to Quentin Williams. Mook Dog going to the AFC East.
So let's evaluate that trade now, multiple years later. It was DeForest Buckner for the first-round pick, which would eventually be Javon Kinlaw, but you also got the opportunity because you had to extend Buckner on the Indianapolis Colts side. You also got Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead. Who won the deal? Because I know exactly who won the deal, in my mind.
You think the Colts won the deal?
No, I think the 49ers clearly won the deal.
I'm surprised you were going to go there. I thought you were going to say
Jimmy Ward,
Colts.
they got a great year out of couple of years out of Jimmy Ward.
They got some great years out of Jimmy Ward.
And then I thought Eric Armstead played phenomenally well in certain playoff games. And Javon Kinlaw, for as disappointing as it was, whatever. I just think that the combination of all those things, I think that looking back on it, I know everyone loses their mind. Individually, Buckner's better than maybe all three of those guys, but give me the three of those dudes over the one guy every time.
Does team success matter?
Yes.
Does that factor into the equation?
No, that's a big part of it.
All right, so when it comes to team success, it's no doubt the Niners have had more success than the Colts.
I think that they won that deal.
No doubt.
And that might be a minority opinion.
Well, the deal didn't kill them, right? The deal didn't cripple the 49ers and hamper them in what. Now, it did make them have to go out and sign Javon Hargrave because Javon Kinlaw couldn't stay healthy, and it was disappointing in the least, so they had to go out there and sign another defensive tackle. I'm sure they didn't plan on that. You give the $40 million guaranteed to Hargrave, the grave digger, so you still had to go get another defensive tackle, although the deal didn't hurt you. I'm not going to call it a win for the 49ers. I'll just say, didn't work out really in your favor because Jimmy Ward ended up leaving. Armstead, yes, he gave you great years, but did he have the production of DeForest Buckner? No, he didn't. But he was good against the run. I can't knock Eric Armstead whatsoever.
That's an interesting aspect, coupling in the Hargrave, because you have to. They had to double down on that because of how bad Kinlaw. That's a good point.
Kinlaw was bad, and they had to go out and sign another D tackle, man, and that's disappointing.
I look at what they because it's how you allocate funds, right? How do you allocate draft picks? And having one player in the NFL that's not a quarterback versus having three,
right?
I'm going to roll with it. And then they squeeze the lemon. Like, Jimmy Ward was good for them for multiple years. 1 year as a safety, 1 year as a slot corner.
Oh, he was really good. Really good for them. I like Jimmy Ward. I thought Jimmy Ward played well. I just, now I'm looking at the D-line. They're such a bad spot right now.
I am with you.
All right, Leonard Floyd, let's see what it is. But it had 888-957-9570. Where are the Niner fans at? Are Niner fans still kind of sleepwalking after the Super Bowl? Because I didn't feel a lot of excitement from Niner fans yesterday about the signings.
Well, Leonard Floyd doesn't oh my God, we have Leonard Floyd. It was I'll take it, but whatever. I'm having a change of heart. I don't know if you guys have ever seen.
Oh yeah, Change of Heart, the show.
Yeah,
it's great.
Bonte,
the game was on there.
You make fun of me a lot for flip flopping and revolving and evolving my opinions like a stock. Things are up, things are down. I'm going to come around, and I've thought about it. I was thinking about it long and hard yesterday, and we were talking about wholesale changes for the 49ers versus tinkering changes, just in general. We didn't say it that bluntly, but I think that's what we were alluding to.
Right.
And you were asking about Deebo Samuel, and does he fit the offense, and blah, 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 and what would you look for Brock Purdy? I've had a change of heart.
Uh-oh.
I'm coming around to where you're at.
Where am I at?
Well, I think Sam and FP, when I was out, they were doing a show, and Sam was telling me all about it. Oh, my God, he wouldn't shut up about it yesterday. But he was talking about how, basically, he asked Niner fans, do you want wholesale changes or tinkering? And the majority of fans were like, roll it back, tinker a little, don't make wholesale changes.
Right.
I think I do want wholesale changes. Look, you lost in the Super Bowl in overtime. It's incredible. It's incredible. I think the natural inclination is to run it back. They kind of ran it back last year. Essentially ran it back last year. Yep. Right? I'm thinking about it, and the more and more, I have to play into Brock Purdy's strengths. And I was like, all the short controlled stuff. Yeah, that's his. You know what? No. He's a timing rhythm guy. I need multiple wide receivers who could separate downfield on the intermediate stuff and hit that West Coast offense timing stuff, the timing rhythmic stuff. And so the more and more I think about it, and there's going to be some dead caps and stuff, and you're going to have, there's a financial juggling you're going to have to figure out.
$28 million.
B, I'm very long-winded here, and where I'm going at with this is, I think a full reimagination of the offense for the wide receiver position, for the defensive line on defense, I'm all in. I'm all in on wholesale changes.
So I don't know if I'm in on wholesale changes. But where I was getting at with Deebo Samuel yesterday, look, I'm all about keeping premium players.
Of course.
But I did see that cap number at $28 million, and I saw the $24 million next year. And then I thought about George Kittle. And I thought about the Super Bowl long and hard. I can't unsee the Super Bowl, man. 2 catches, 4 yards. Deebo Samuel, 11 targets, 3 catches. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, if Kyle Shanahan is an offensive guru that we all held him to be. We think he's a very good play designer, play caller, whatever it is. Can he scheme open guys, right? We always say he schemes guys open. Hey, don't you always hear that about Shanahan?
Yeah,
He
during the
schemes
regular
guys open.
season.
Regular season. But he doesn't force feed people.
Yes.
Like, my problem is,
Yes.
like, look, I used to number one. Like, I look at other teams, like Detroit. They're going to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Big Downs are going to Amon-Ra St. Brown or Sam Laporta.
I was going to say, there you go, Laporta.
Dallas, we know they're going to CD Lamb. Maybe too much.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, we knew in the second half, hey, Kelsey's going to get going here.
Well,
and you still couldn't stop. They find a way to get their playmakers the ball. The Niners just like, it's like whoever's running the route, timing, whatever it is. I don't always agree with that philosophy. I want to force feed guys. Like, Ayuk's my clear-cut, best, pure wide receiver, great route runner. I need to get him the ball. There's no way he should walk out that Super Bowl field. What did he have, 6 targets?
Yeah.
He should have had 9 to 10, at least, minimum. It's got to be baked in. I need 10 plays to try to get Brandon Ayuk to football.
I am 100% with you.
So when Debo comes into play, and you think about the rapport Purdy had with Brandon Ayuk, there's something there between those two. There really is. How about, and I'm not saying I don't want to trade Debo, and I don't want to trade George Kittle.
No.
But if you want some big changes, you would entertain those ideas, get more draft capital, build this defense, and Shanahan, go find me some offensive players. You have a great scheme. If I know Ayuk's my number one, and I've got Christian McCaffrey at tailback, let me shore up this offensive line and go get some other speedy wide receivers, some playmakers here who can make plays down the football field. I'm not trying to shake things up like that. I'm cool with Debo coming back and Kittle coming back, but I look at those cap numbers and I'm saying, if you're going to use them the same way you use them in the Super Bowl, then why, I'm not with that.
So I think we're kind of going and tap dancing around the same thing. To me, it's a slight philosophical change. I look at the teams like LaDainian Tomlinson. When you are the lead back team, when we are run by our running back, when you get into the playoffs and that running game's just not there, I feel like your team will stall out.
Yep.
Like look at like Derrick Henry, LaDainian Tomlinson, who I referenced, Saquon Barkley when he was the lead dog for the Giants, and those teams weren't as good. Like I acknowledge that, but I think that they were so reliant on Christian McCaffrey, which I would be too. He's one of the best players I've ever seen at the position.
Yep.
But when you get into those big time playoff matchups, you got to be able to throw the ball. And I feel like the Niners are so hell-bent as an organization because of Shanahan's roots. Run. And everything we do in the passing game is based off the run. And what I would say to Shanahan is, I think you need to beef up the offensive line, and you need to be a little more pass happy in the regular season so that you have the rhythm, the timing, the rapport, and all those things set up. McCaffrey's going to be great no matter what. McCaffrey's going to walk into 1,300 yards. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to walk into it. I want to see them spread it out a little more, but you have to build your personnel to fit that. And if you're going to play into Purdy's strengths, which I think they should, play into Purdy's strengths, beef up the O-line, give them more time to pass protect. And then I look at what college football is giving me. College football isn't giving me a lot of offensive linemen. They're giving me a ton of playmakers.
That's what I'm saying.
A ton of playmakers. So I don't know. Like the more and more I think about it, I have a change of heart. I don't think I want to just stand pat and make some tinkers. I'm open to kind of philosophically altering how we build this team.
Look at me.
I'm coming around on you. You made good points. I sat there. I reflected like a mature radio host and a man, and I'm trying to grow. And I'm saying to myself, they keep running into the same thing.
Right, but you know what?
I can't argue with you. I can't.
It's not about trading Debo and Kittle. I don't want to get out there and say that we're saying. But if you want to build, and John Lynch mentioned at the Combine, it's about building around Brock Purdy. So what's the best way to build around Brock Purdy? What does Brock Purdy need? 888-957-9570. Now, I'm not going to ask Baldy about trading Debo because, Debo is a tone setter, and he's better on his team. But I did think about this.
What's that?
When it came to Debo, after our conversation, how would other teams use Debo Samuel? Would Debo Samuel be, we always talked about, what would Draymond Green be like on another team?
Well,
what
question.
What would Debo Samuel be like on another team?
So pick a team for me then. Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I don't know what it would look like. It would look a lot different than how the Niners use them.
Kansas City. I think Andy Reid
Kansas City,
would get
they would
everything
use him in that Nicole Hardeman role,
Right.
but even better in the Jarek McKinnon role.
Yeah,
I actually think he'd be perfect. But Andy Reid is so brilliant, I think he knows how to utilize him.
What about the Raiders or the Broncos? See, I don't know. Everybody would know how to use Debo
that's a good
Samuel.
point.
So I just don't. But even George Kittle, it's not just Debo. It's George Kittle. I got my star tight end. I don't pay him. What's Debo's? I'll pull up George Kittle's base salary in a second here. But I don't pay him to block on third downs. I pay him to go out there and run routes and be a dynamic tight end.
Well, you're giving him, I think it was $14 million was the AAV. I could be wrong, but I think $13 or $14 million was the annual average on his contract. You just gave Colton McKivett $7 million to play right tackle. In the Super Bowl, you gave Kittle basically a $14 million contract for the year, and he played right tackle too.
He played right tackle.
Because he had, what do you have, 2 targets?
Was it 4 targets? 3 targets? 2? Wasn't enough.
One of them was just an airmail throw where he was getting pressured, and Brock Purdy had no time. I just looked at
the cap hit for Kittle next season.
What is it?
$21
that big.
million.
Wow.
$21.9.
Crazy how these numbers.
His base salary is $13.4 million.
Okay.
3.6 is signing. Remember, he restructured his contract as well. But the cap hit is $21.9 million. $21.9 million. By the way, this segment was sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well.
If you watch the Super Bowl back, they went wide, like 5 wide, a lot.
I couldn't believe it.
But I don't think
burners.
Would you agree with me? Their personnel doesn't fit 5 wide.
No, it doesn't. You don't have a lot of burners.
No. So if you're going to, let's say, hypothetically, you move off Juice. I don't know if they're going to. I don't even know if that's the right decision. But if you move off Juice, to me, that's a big philosophical shift.
Yep.
Because now, instead of those bunch formations, and you ought a lot of Debo and CMC in the regular season in the backfield simultaneously, I need another guy who I could split out in the X or the Y position and get open.
Yeah.
Get separation. Who's their best slot guy right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jawad Jennings. You don't have quicks. I need quick, short area quickness.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I need guys who can get in and out their breaks. You know, running those dig routes or what. Like
you brought up St. Brown. St. Brown, I believe, had more yards from slot than anyone in the game.
Anybody else.
Yeah.
And he's got speed. He's got speed.
Yes.
George Kittle, 2 catches, 4 yards, 3 targets in the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's
for that type of money. I'm paying.
But this goes back to philosophical shift, and now I'm going back to Shanahan, and I'm saying he has this system, and he believes in the system, and I get it. I've seen evolution of his own beliefs. We saw with the running back.
Right.
He doesn't need a premier running back. He'll take any running back. I feel like he's philosophically shifted from that. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Can he philosophically shift to being, like, to me, the personnel needs to fit what Purdy does well. And so what Purdy does well, rhythmic, intermediate, downfield passing.
Right.
And I don't think they have the wide receivers to do that. They need to add that element. And they need to add a better right guard and right tackle.
Yeah, I would. Look, Michael Silver in the Chronicle wrote that the Niners will be aggressive.
I think they are.
Are they going to be what's aggressive? Is signing Little Floyd aggressive?
That's not it. That doesn't do enough
Cutting
for
Eric
me.
Armstead, is that aggressive? What signals aggressiveness if you're the 49ers, 49er fans? 888-957-9570.
Moving up
What's
in the
aggressive
draft?
to you? Is it trading up in the draft? Is it trading players, playmakers on offense? I don't know. I don't know what it looks like here, but let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
RJ.
You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, I just want to point out everything y'all saying is lovely, but Kyle Shanahan is so stubborn. He's not. He believes in this system. He's going to stick to it. Meaning he ain't going to go out and get a Calvin Ridley. He's not going to get a Christian Kirk. He ain't going to get no top name receivers. We have Brandon Ayuk in the doghouse in year 3. How long does it take a receiver to get into his system? It takes a while. So he's going to stick to his guys. And guys, I haven't watched the championship since that day. I can't watch it. I've been emotionally distraught since then. But watching that game, it was apparent that the right side of the O-line needs help. Okay, and on the D line, we picked up some cool guys, but Cleveland Farrell, I think, was a low-key, like, underrated DN. I think he was a run stopper. Chase Young is a he's a softy, man. We got a lot of work to do. We need safeties. We need everything, man. We need everything, Bonte. So just go on. We need a whole new team. We need. Hey,
wait, we lost.
RJ,
in the Super Bowl.
You want to flip Debo? You want to flip Kittle? You want a whole new team, RJ?
We lost in the Super Bowl in overtime.
You want a whole new team, RJ?
No, I don't want to. No, I know that Kyle Shanahan is going to stick with what he has, but Debo is going to be Debo. I don't want to trade Debo. I just know that we're not going to be as aggressive as we think we are going to be. We ain't going to get no good receivers. Vontae, like, that really would be nice, but he ain't going to do nothing.
RJ.
Kyle Shanahan ain't going to do nothing.
RJ, if the Kings lose in a play-in, do you want a whole new team up there in Sacramento?
How dare you, Vontae? No. All right, come on, man. LTB all the way. I'll see you in the playoffs, man. You want to keep going there, Vontae. We want to talk about basketball. We can talk about basketball. We've been beating teams that y'all haven't. All right, just make the playoffs. We'll see you in the play-in. All right.
I love RJ.
You had to get that little Kings jab in there.
No, did you hear him say, "Oh my God"? Did you hear in the background? Oh my God! Can you isolate?
Serious?
Oh my God! RJ's so funny.
So, like,
Vontae, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
I just look at this team like Kansas City, a couple of years removed from winning that Super Bowl, really like completely gutted their team. And for a variety of reasons. They were older. They got rid of Tyreek Hill. And when you have Mahomes, you're able to do things that other teams can't get away with, right? We understand that. But I look at that defense. They've completely reimagined that defense from what it was just a couple of years ago. I don't think the 49ers are going to go that dramatic in one offseason. But over the next couple of years, like, look at where this is going.
What is the ideal personnel around Brock Purdy? What is the ideal personnel?
If you ask me, CMC to the side, because he fits with everyone. Ayuk, Debo, Kittle. Who's the best player to team up with Purdy and Purdy's skill set? It's Ayuk. Ayuk, in terms of separation.
Why can't it be Kittle? Kittle has some. Kittle went for 1,000 yards last season.
Kittle's awesome.
I just don't get some of these big games in which he sees 2 or 3 targets. Is that game plan? Because we've had Baldy on multiple times, and he's like, yo, why can't you diagram that play for George Kittle? Why are you doing that for the third string tight end? Why are you doing that for the second string tight end?
So you're taking Kittle then over of the 3 that I referenced, Debo, Ayuk.
No, I love Ayuk. I think Ayuk's the number 1 wide receiver. I've thought that for a long time now. Ayuk, I don't want to go anywhere. You need more Brandon Ayuks. You need more playmakers on the outside. The vertical passing game failed you in the Super Bowl. The vertical passing game was not there. Now, you can say they blitzed us and we didn't have time to blitz because of the blitz. Well, the Niners are really good against the blitz this season. But separation downfield, lack of downfield passing really harmed them. It really took away that. Kansas City basically said, we're going to take away the run game and we're going to play within 8 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Well,
and sit on the crossers.
Watching Kittle not get half the looks of Laporta or Kelsey in back-to-back games left a sour taste in my mouth.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So what's the point? Let's go to Paul and Pleasanton on the other side. We'll do that here, plus Baldy at 7:30. That's all coming up as we get to know these new 49ers. Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross Matos. Yetur Gross Matos is his name, from Carolina. It's a hell of a story. I was reading about him yesterday. He's got one hell of a story. So let's get to know these players. Who are they? How good are they? How can they help the 49ers? We'll do that on the other side, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose? Great pay.
Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Baldy will join us in 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Just looking at the tracker on NFL Network. You know how they have their top 50 prospects or whatnot? And I saw Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State, at 46. Now, you guys know I love my Florida State Seminoles. But Keon Coleman can play. I mean, he can run routes, high points of football, can return punts.
Is that the 6'5" guy?
No, that's Johnny Wilson.
Okay.
Keon Coleman is number 4.
Okay.
He's the other special playmaker who runs on the deep routes. They had like 3 guys.
I was going to say, they had them in Washington had great receivers.
Yep. So, I don't know, man. There's plenty of talent when it comes to skill position. I do want to see this open up. I want to see this passing game open up. Our boy Big Pud just left me a voice memo. Big Pud. Spinotti's laughing.
Hey, how you doing? Big Pud.
Come on, play Big Pud. You got some Big Pud sound? You don't have any Big Pud sound?
No, because the big pun sound happened like the Cowboys game, but that was right before we moved to the new station, so we lost a lot of our drops from the old station.
Oh, man. We got more.
Well, send it over.
Well, you send it over, and I'll filibuster because I have an admission to make.
What's the admission?
You always make fun of me and my injuries.
No, come on. Don't.
You know what I'm doing today?
What's that?
I have a little, I guess it's technically physical therapy. I'm not really sure what it would be considered. I'm going to go see Dr. Joe Jaime today, and he's going to take a look at your boy's Achilles, ankle, foot issue, and we're going to get things squared away. I'm taking steps to hopefully change my right leg. It's
What were you doing? You haven't played much.
No, I've been playing a lot. I've been on my feet a lot. We went on a 4-mile hike the other day, my wife and I. Technically 2 miles and some change.
Took LJ.
Great highway and back. And I had the wrong shoes on. And I'm telling you, my Achilles flared up so bad. It was so bad. I don't know if it's considered shin splints or what. I don't know what, but it was so bad. And something's got to change. I know. But I'm going today.
Crack.
I'm going today. Shift movement, baby. Westlake. 4444.
Gotta take care of your body, man.
Paul and Pleasance. That's why,
I'm about to get worked on today, dude.
I have thoughts on that.
I feel like Kirk Cousins in the quarterback doc where, why are you rolling your hands?
You're going in the ice bath? Is that what you're doing?
Not
yeah,
get
come
Paul
on.
and Pleasance out here. Paul, save the show. Paul, save the show.
Guys, thanks for taking my call here.
What's up, man?
I just came back from an international trip yesterday and found Kirk Cousins got paid one more time.
Unreal.
I thought your show would be all on that today.
Well,
but anyway, I think change is warranted, guys. And my recommendation is the team moves away from Kittle. He's just, I think, overhyped. End of the day, for tight ends, your number one thing, in my opinion, is to make that clutch catch in the middle, like Kelsey made on their last drive in regular time in the Super Bowl here. Not to block downfield. You got your fullback for that. So I think he's overhyped. Need to move away from him.
Well,
Debo, I think you keep him. I think his link to the team culture is just way too strong, right? Whether it's the boombox, his style of play, I think the downside of moving away from him would be more than any kind of money you save.
I'm going back and forth here. I wouldn't make a trade. If you're running back with Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, I'm cool with that. McCaffrey, this was a team that averaged nearly 30 points a game, so don't get it twisted. I'm letting one game affect how I see things, and I shouldn't do that. I admitted that yesterday. One game shouldn't allow me to be swayed on what to do offensively. Offensively, they were fine last year, averaging 30 points a game, nearly.
But
the Super Bowl.
What about the playoff games? Were they that good?
They were inconsistent on both sides of the football. But you did rally from 17 down, and you scored 27 in the second half against Detroit. You came back against Green Bay, had a hell of a fourth quarter. It made the plays you needed to make to win that football game. And now when I see George Kittle, he was 47th when it came to targets. He had when it came to catches. 47th when it came to receptions. He had 65. He still got you 1,020 yards in a run-first offense. Now, we can complain about the touchdowns or whatnot, but George Kittle is still highly productive, and he's a threat. So I kind of want to slow our roll here a little bit before, Don't get it twisted. I'm just looking at the cap figure saying, damn, it's a lot of money. Can they restructure? Can I find somebody who can replicate that production? I do have Kyle Shanahan here, who's a great offensive mind. But don't get it twisted. I would be okay if they ran it back with the same skill set. Position players with Juwan Jennings, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, and Christian McCaffrey. I just want a little more lightning. I need somebody who got some speed, who could be a burner. But I would be totally okay with running it back offensively.
Does offensively running it back, does that keep you at the top of the NFC?
Offensively, I think so. With Kyle Shanahan.
Offensively.
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
I think you're right on par with the Rams. You're right on par with the Eagles. You're right on par with the Packers. You're on par with every team in the NFC. Detroit?
I mean, I think they're a team. Green Bay now. So Green Bay adds Josh Jacobs.
Right.
They're going to lose Aaron Jones, but Josh Jacobs is a complete player. And you look at their offense. Their offense looks good on paper, but we'll see. Jordan Love's got to put together back-to-back seasons.
They've got to
right?
get offense.
Right. Detroit, I think, is on the rise. I don't think they're going away. So they're only going to add to what they've got going. And I look at the 49ers, and the question is age, right? And then evolution. Like, what is the next evolution of the offense?
Right. I don't know what it is. They average 30 points a game. There's not much you can do after that, right? I mean, deep downfield passing, vertical passing game, you have to improve that. I'm looking at Josh Jacobs, by the way.
A third wide receiver, a consistent third wide. I mean, I love Juwan Jennings.
I would love that.
But like a third wide receiver would be great.
I'm looking at Josh Jacobs, and he averaged 3.5 yards a carry last year. And he has his injury history. And I love Josh. And I love Josh Jacobs, though. I do love Josh Jacobs. But look, they're fine. Offensively, yeah, the vertical passing game. You need a burner who can threaten the defense down the field. Now, some people may say, well, Brock Purdy can't throw down the field. I don't agree with that. His downfield accuracy wasn't perfect in the playoffs, but I do believe there's an element to this game or his game where he can't stretch the field and get it down the field. So that's the vertical passing game. You want to say where the offense can grow? That's it to me right there, Sasky, because there's not much growth left when you average 29 points a game.
Well, I think part of the growth for me is not overutilizing Christian McCaffrey so that we get a better, more efficient, less predictable version of that. Is
that growth or is that just an adjustment?
I think that's like being shrewd and being thoughtful throughout the year. My big takeaway was like, did we see the best of CMC in the playoffs or in the regular season?
McCaffrey was great in the playoffs.
No, individually he makes some great plays, but I don't know, man. I thought he took a lot of unnecessary wear and tear, and these seasons are long. They're going to add an 18th game at some point. I don't know if it's going to be this year. I would like to see them add other elements to the offense, and I think that the number one thing is another guy who can separate like Brandon Ayuk, even if it's on the intermediate stuff. It doesn't have to be deep down the field, just the intermediate stuff. And then another tight end is extremely important. And then using the running backs on your roster.
Right, but let's be real about something. And look, McCaffrey got hit. He's a running back. Teams knew going into the playoffs.
It only takes one hit. That I agree with.
They're going to ride Christian McCaffrey. He's the most important offensive player. He was the offensive player of the year in the NFL. Sure, we could use Elijah Mitchell more. That's an adjustment. But a shift in philosophy, I don't know. Now, by the way, we're talking about the offense here. The defense, we need to fix this defense. So I don't want to hear the excuses about this guy. Like Nick Bosa and all sorts of, he's got to be better. You got to figure out what to do with Drake Greenlaw's spot until he gets right. Is he going to be right by training camp? Is he going to be right by the NFL season? You still need to have some insurance there. Where's Hufanga at? Can you play both safeties, Tig Brown and Hufanga? Or do you need to go get a free safety? What about nickel corner? Who's going to be inside? What do you do with Ambry Thomas? So there is a lot in the offensive line. You re-sign Colt McKivitz to a 1-year, $7 million deal. What do you do at right guard with Burford and Feliciano? Are you going to move off of Feliciano for all the things he said? I know John Lynch mentioned that at the Combine. So you do have some holes here. But let's not create another hole by go out there and just recklessly trading Deebo Samuel. I know what I brought up yesterday, the $28 million, that scares me a little bit. But the offense, let's be real. If we take a step back, I shouldn't allow one game against one of the better defenses in the NFL to make me sway and switch my opinion and say, trade this guy, trade that guy, trade this guy. It's a little reckless.
Whether you keep or move off Deebo, to me, adding another wide receiver that can separate is a great thing.
Oh, I need that.
Like, to me, in one of your first 3-4 picks, has to be wide receiver. I would say D-line, O-line, wide receiver. That's the way I would view it. I think they've done a pretty good job with these mid to late round picks in the secondary.
Right.
You know, Deommodore Lenoir can play. He can play. You know, Talanoa Hufanga can play. You know, Tig Brown, 3rd round pick. I guess it's a middle rounder. He can play. You know, they've got guys that they can play. Charvarius Ward, they hit on in free agency. He was an undrafted player. I feel like you can find guys, or maybe he was a 6 or 7 round player. You can find guys, you know, later in and to play in that secondary.
Yeah.
Linebacker, they've done a good job finding linebackers. I still think Jalen Graham or D. Winters, one of those guys could emerge at linebacker. D-line, though, I do feel like you need to invest in that.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have to do it again.
I think you need to invest in that.
You have to do it again. 11 draft picks. But can we, like, a guy like Danny Gray? You know?
To me, that ship is sailed.
Forget the name. But just having a guy like that for Brock Purdy, a guy who could get in and out. Like, you imagine Brock Purdy with a Wes Welker type or Julian Edelman type. I'm looking at slot guys like that.
Could have used that in the Super Bowl.
It doesn't have to be the white guy. You know, it could be.
Hunter Renfrow will be out there. That's not a bad one.
You know, I actually would entertain that. What happened to Hunter Renfrow?
Well, he got hurt. He got like those concussions a couple years ago. Regime change. He kind of fell out of favor with the new regime. You got Devontae Adams there, taking a lot of the targets. Jacoby Myers, very redundant too. Yeah. He took up a lot of those.
I like Jacoby Myers.
But on a team like the Niners, where you just need like his nickname with the Raiders was 3rd and Renfrow. He would always get open. He'll always be open for you. That's a nice little safety valve there.
Yeah, I like that. There seems to be a lot of those guys available mid to late. I mean, like Puka Nacua was what, a 5th round pick?
5th round pick.
I know you're not going to get that prolific of a player because that's an all time season.
There's plenty of guys in college. There's plenty of guys coming out in the draft, and you know what? The wide receiver position has actually grown so much to where their adjustment to the NFL has been a lot quicker. I think offensive linemen have struggled because of the systems in college compared to the pro. College, you don't necessarily have to put your head in the dirt. You're in the 2-point stance. NFL, they kind of want you to put your head in the dirt on early downs or whatnot. So, you know, you need a burner. You need some vertical passing game. No doubt about that. You got to loosen up these defenses here and keep these guys from being 10 in the box in very important games against the top dogs like Cleveland, like Kansas City, like these big-time defenses that you're going to see next season. But offensively, I think you're in a good spot. It's defensively where you got to try to figure out. And then, who is Nick Sorensen? Who is this guy, D coordinator?
I still have no clue. I have absolutely no clue what he's going to hang his hat on as a defensive coordinator. I don't know what he's bringing to the table in terms of emotion. You know, they had Robert Saleh, who was a rah-rah guy. D'Amico Ryans, leader, rah-rah guy. Steve Wilkes, it seemed like he was kind of old school. And I'm not diminishing. It's just a different form of leadership, and he felt very not as outwardly rah-rah as those other two guys.
Yeah,
I don't know what Sorensen is.
You need a rah-rah guy?
No, I'm not saying Belichick's not a rah-rah guy. Belichick's one of the greatest coaches ever.
I know.
But you're bringing different elements. You know this. Like you want a variety of personalities on a staff to bring different points of view. So I don't know. I don't know what he brings to the table.
All right, we got Baldy coming up here in moments here. Baldy's going to join us in moments as we connect. 888-957-9570. Who are some of the targets left that you want as 49er fans? Who is out there? I mean, we will all love Danielle Hunter, but I don't think they have the money for that. He's going to want to break the bank after what Brian Burns made with the New York Giants.
Kind of crazy.
It's going to make $90 million in the next 3 years for the New York Giants. And now you have Thibodeau, and Dexter Lawrence alongside Brian Burns. Not a bad defensive line there. Not bad at all.
That front's nice. That front is very nice. New York Giants, I know everyone's losing their minds with the Eagles acquiring Barkley. I like that move for the Eagles a lot.
Oh, I
like that move a lot for Jalen Hurts, for that team.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a big loss for the Giants. And I'm seeing Giants fans like, it means nothing. You took him 2 overall.
Well,
he carried you when you went to the playoffs.
They signed Devin Singletary to replace Saquon. Saquon's not going to see 8 in the box anymore. Saquon's not going to see 9 in the box anymore. He's got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert alongside Jalen Hurts. Boy, Saquon Barkley, he's going to feel like he's back at Penn State. All right, we got Baldy.
I think it's a great fit for him.
Yeah, great fit.
he breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
The man, the myth, the legend, Brian Baldinger joins us here on the second day of the legal tampering period. Baldy, good morning. It's been far too long. And yes, we quite haven't gotten over the Super Bowl yet as we're watching the Niners make some loser. How you been, Baldy, man? How's the offseason
good,
so far?
Joe, I'm real good. Like everybody else, waiting for the start of the new year. Was on yesterday, kind of tracking some of these free agent signings and watching the money fly out the door and trying to figure out how some teams just continually get creative with their cap and are able to sign all these guys, and some teams just are on the sideline, just can't figure any of that out. So it's like the have and have-nots when it goes to shopping in free agency.
No doubt. Niners, they make some moves yesterday, obviously, Baldy. Let's start with Leonard Floyd. He's been around the league for a while now. Buffalo, his last stop. Won a Super Bowl with the Rams. Started off his career with the Chicago Bears. Let's start with him. What type of defensive end are the 49ers getting with Leonard Floyd here, Baldy?
Oh, I think equality. I mean, it's a big upgrade over Cleveland Farrell and Chase Young. And, it's been a while since they had a guy, that could really, win one-on-ones and, keep the quarterback kind of hurried and affect the quarterback. I mean, Leonard's he's a rangy guy. He's won in the postseason. He's a guy that you got to pay attention to. So I think it's a big upgrade over what they put out there on the field a year ago.
We'll get to Yetur Gross-Matos in a second. What about losing Eric Armstead? How big of a loss is that?
I think it's big. It's big. But they paid Javon Kinlaw.
Javon Hargrave.
They lost Javon. I mean, when they signed Javon last year and they gave him the type of money, I mean, he was the first signing in free agency a year ago. I didn't think they were going to be able to pay everybody. And so you have to make those sacrifices. Eric's been a big part of that program. On every level. I mean, just a person on the field, off the field, worker, and a guy that has lined up and played a lot of snaps for him. But it's a loss, but you can find defensive tackles. I think it's a pretty good draft for them. I mean, sometimes you just got to find guys that aren't in the first round and develop them. And, that's part of what coaching is all about.
Going back to Leonard Floyd here, a lot of people were asking about the run game. How is he against the run? How does he hold up against the run? Is he a 3-down defensive end, Baldy? Does he play the run well? Tell us about him.
He's got length. He's got length and range and knows how to, play off blocks. And you're not going to win a championship like he did with the Rams if you can't do a lot of those things. You can't get that far, into the postseason and not get exposed if you're not good at that. I think he's been a every down player since he got in the league. He's been really consistent. You can look at the sack numbers. They say one story, but you're not rushing the passer unless you're able to get in a position to rush the passer. So I think he's like I said, I think he's an upgrade on every level over what they put on the field a year ago.
It's got to make you happy, Shasky. It's got to make Niner fans happy to hear that from Baldy.
Yeah, no doubt. What about Gross-Matos? I don't know much about this guy for Carolina that they signed to a 2-year deal. Give us a little breakdown on him.
Well, I mean, look, he was part of the draft when Matt Rule was the head coach of Carolina coming out of Penn State. And then they had a draft where it was just all defensive players. And I don't know if he's ever, Brian Burns has been there. He's been sort of the guy. Derek Brown has been the guy. I think he was a second-round pick coming out of Penn State. He's been a rotational player at Carolina. And, nobody pays attention to the Carolina Panthers. So nobody really has studied him very hard, but he is he's got length. He plays hard. He's been in this league now for 4 years. So I think he's at this stage. I think he's a rotational player that can give you 20 to 30 snaps, and if he's got to start, he's capable of doing that. But he's going to give you 20, 30 snaps a game right now, and that's what they need. They need to upgrade the rotation over what they had a year ago.
So do you think they're done at the end, or do you think that they're going to add – because there was a lot of rumors about Joey Bosa, for example, and I don't even know what it would look like with Joey Bosa, but do you think they're done then? I mean, just your guess on this at the end?
Well, they started they started yesterday, or they started this week, negative cap money. So, like, look, getting rid of Javon Kinlaw and Eric Armstead, like, all those players are going to save him some money, even Sam Darnold. So, you're going to recoup some money, but I would say that nothing is off the table. Nothing is off the table for John Lynch right now. And if it is Joey Bosa, it doesn't look like they're going to move on from him with the Chargers. I think you got to at least, have the conversation. I don't know if he shares the same agent as Nick or not.
Right.
Don't really know. But you got to at least have the conversation. Is it affordable? Does it make sense? He's had a lot more injuries than Nick has. He's missed a lot of time with a variety of injuries. You got to factor in all of that. He's older than Nick. But you have to have the conversation. I don't care. Khalil Mack, all of them. Right. Because they're going to win with their front four on defense. Defensively, that's where they're going to put their money. That's where they have been putting their money. And I would say that if there's a way that they can fit one of these players in, then they're going to find a way.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Baldy, Shasky and I were just having a conversation about the Niners offense. And, they got some high cap figures here. We're not saying trade Debo, trade Kittle, although I think, I wouldn't be surprised if Lynch entertained those type of phone calls. I don't think they need to trade anybody. They averaged 29 points a game last year. Their offense was dynamic. However, we saw the Super Bowl. We saw the lack of vertical passing game here. Is that the one area the Niners need to clean up moving forward here, especially in these big games, is getting the downfield passing game going? Because it just seemed like it lacked at times, especially in that Super Bowl.
Well, you go back to the final play of the game in overtime. You've got Brandon Ayuk wide open in the end zone. The L'Jarius Sneed was face planted. And, Brock Purdy doesn't have any time to throw it. And they blow the protection. It always starts up front if you want to have a downtown vertical passing game. You can only play action pass from so many different parts of the field. You can't do it from inside your 20-yard line very well. So, I think if you can upgrade up front, you got to upgrade up front to give your quarterback more time to be able to hold the ball to get those throws down the field. I think speed is always a factor when you're looking at a Shanahan offense, and they really don't put a lot out there right now, speed-wise. So I think that they could still use somebody that has that type of element. Jawan Jennings isn't going to provide that type of element, and Debo isn't really that type of player. So, I think when you look at him in Cleveland and Atlanta, some of the places he's been, he's had more speed at that position than what they have. Now, I know Danny Gray was drafted and he was a non-factor, and that's what he was supposed to bring to this offense. But I would say that that's still an area that they could upgrade at that position right now.
Knowing this offense, knowing Brock Purdy, take away offensive line, what kind of playmakers are you pairing up for Brock Purdy in this offense? Like, what are the traits you're looking for in a receiver or a tight end?
Well, guys that can win one-on-ones, whether it's just speed or route running. You're looking for it just so that Brock Purdy, in whatever progression he's in, whatever the play call, whatever the formation, has a go-to place to go quicker with the ball. And where they can win quickly against man coverage, the way Kansas City played, for probably the last three quarters of that Super Bowl. And so that's what you're looking for. You're looking at guys that can separate quickly. And they're in every round of every draft. You just got to find them. But or in free agency, it's not a big deal. I wouldn't spend any money in free agency on wide receivers. There's no need to. They're in every draft. But that's what I'm looking for, a guy that can win quickly for Brock. Make it just that much easier for him to get the ball to him.
Yeah, I was just mentioning the Wes Welker type, a Julian Edelman type, somebody short area quickness, get in and out your routes, boom, little dump-offs here and there. Need that. The Niners haven't had that in forever. I know they tried a bunch of guys, Baldy, like Trent Taylor.
They have.
River Craycraft, Richie James Jr. Just hasn't worked out for no reason.
No, but I think that's still a position of need.
Yeah.
And I think it's still a position you can look for. Those guys that can just win in the slot and can just win, run all those option routes. Now, they've got McCaffrey, he runs a lot of those. And so they kind of double down when he's out there on those type of routes, whether he's in motion or out of the backfield. But a guy that can just be a pure slot player. Yep. If you remember, Wes Welker was drafted by the Dolphins, and the Patriots signed him in free agency, and his career just took off, And then it was Edelman. They've always had Amendola. Right. They always had that type of guy in that offense where you could just throw all those option routes underneath. And if you had McCaffrey on one side and you had somebody like that on the other side, I think your offense could be that much more dynamic.
Yeah, I remember Brandon Stokely with the Colts, Peyton Manning in that slot. Yeah,
Yep.
no, going deep here on that one here. Baldy, just looking at the 49ers, there was something I was about to ask you. You're talking there about the wide receiver spot or whatnot. There was something I was going to ask you, Shasky. Take over. I got to rethink this question.
Okay.
I swear to God, I was going to say something that was on the tip of my tongue. You started talking about slot receivers. I got sidetracked.
Well, I just look at how the Chiefs have dramatically changed their roster for a variety of reasons the last couple of years. And the Niners essentially ran it back last year into this year, and then they lost in overtime to Patrick Mahomes. If you're looking at this bad boy and moving forward and knowing how volatile the NFL is this a tinker away, continually tinkering, or are you trying to make some big changes here for the 49ers if you were running things?
I don't know how many big changes you can make, Joe. They're right up against the cap. They're paying, 8 of the top players at their positions in the business as it is. Somehow they're, we all know what their names are. So, you're already doing that. I think it's just a question of, how much better, honestly, can Brock Purdy get? Can he get significantly better? He's still obviously a very young player. But, every young player feels like they can improve in whatever way it is. In every sport, you're always looking to improve. And so I think they get better as Brock Purdy gets better and understands the offense even better, or they add new wrinkles to the offense, whatever it might be. I think you're always trying to do that. But sometimes it's just a maturity factor at a key position that makes you that much better, that gets you over the hump. I don't know if it's a player, although I always believe that when you, for example, like the Houston Texans turned their year around in 1 year, but they had an incredible draft, offense, defense, rookie of the year. They had incredible production in free agency. Now, they had a lot of money to spend, and they were at the bottom to begin with. When you're at the top, I think, like the Golden State Warriors trying to run it back when they did. You're not really going to change the roster that much, but you got to be a better postseason team, whatever that is. Gamble more fourth down attempts, more gambles because you think your defense can withstand the aftershock if it doesn't work. I think those are the kind of things you're looking at.
Baldy, I got my question. I wanted to ask you this because we're trying to figure this out. And now it's like, you know what? We got Baldy coming out today. He may know who this guy is. Nick Sorensen, the new DC for the 49ers. We know Brandon Staley and what he does and what he brought to the table with the Chargers. And, of course, he's now going to be with the 49ers helping out in some capacity here. But who the heck is Nick Sorensen? We understand he was a player. We don't know what type of coach he is, Baldy. You know anything about Nick Sorensen?
I don't know what he's going to be. He's never called plays before, and that's always a big step up. I thought things would go south with Coach Wilkes the way they did. Just some of the things. I just didn't think he was a great blitzer. I didn't think he had great design. I didn't think he had great disguise in his blitzes. And I thought Patrick Mahomes ripped him apart the way the Minnesota Vikings did at the end of the first half in that loss to the Vikings. So I think what you're looking for, like Spags still catches you completely off guard with what he does and how he does it and where they come from. And I think you can have a philosophy, you can have a game plan week to week. The Rams are obviously significantly different than the Eagles. Whatever. You can do all those things during the week. What can you do during the game? And I think that's really, and not everybody can do it. Brian Flores is really good at what he does and how he does it. And it showed in Minnesota this year. So I want to give Nick a chance because I can't really tell you what he's going to do yet because he hasn't had a chance to do it.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what type of coach he is here. Rah-rah guy? Is he animated? As a player, I don't remember much of him as a player. And now other people, he had a long career. But as a coach, we're just like, whoa, Nick Sorensen, DB coach, what does he do? We understand he never called plays, but just who the hell is Nick Sorensen? The fans want to know who he is. We want to know who he is. We haven't seen him yet at a presser or nothing.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these guys, for example, I'm friends with Jeff Ulbrich, who's the defense coordinator of the Jets. And, he's there with Robert Saleh and, former player and kind of bounce around. And I remember, just an example, I remember the Jets were playing the Eagles, and the Jets were minus their top three corners. All right? There's, Sauce is out. I mean, the top three corners are out. And he comes up to me before the game, and he's like, what would you do today, Baldy? I'm like, I probably wouldn't play a lot of press man against A.J. Brown. I mean, that's kind of where I would start, Jeff. But the point, and then they end up winning the game. And, they get 4 takeaways that day, and the corners never got exposed, but they took the ball away. And so you're always looking to tinker. I guess the point of the story is you're always looking to tinker.
Right
up until kickoff.
Right.
With what you think you might be able to do because you're shorthanded, who you're playing, the weather, the conditions. You got to always be thinking about, and not where you put more pressure on your players, but putting the pressure on yourself. What are we going to do today to win this game, figure this thing out? Okay, whatever the situation, we got Mahomes. What are we going to do to keep this guy under wraps? And so that's to me is when we're looking at Nick right here as a player, he's been in those meetings and he's been on the field and he's been on the sidelines as a player, and the type of adjustments.
Right.
Because that word gets thrown out there, but what are they? What are the adjustments? What are you willing to do? And sometimes you just have to entrust your players in doing some of those things. That's what Spags did with his middle linebacker at halftime of the game with the 49ers when they made some changes. And do you think you can do that? Can we do this? Can we still get to Brock Purdy and still hold up doing this? So those are things that I think a good coach and a guy that has played has some of the ability to do.
All right, so I'm looking around the NFC, just specifically the NFC. Aaron Jones to the Vikings after getting released. Josh Jacobs to the Packers. Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. Saquon to the Eagles, which I think is a great pickup for them. What's the team that is the biggest impact in day one of free agency that the Niners should fear? What move do you think was the biggest one that is one that's going to change maybe the hierarchy of the NFC?
Well, I think Saquon is going to make a difference in Philly. I don't think he's never played behind an offensive line. I think the addition of Saquon and Kellen Moore, they just were in a situation last year where they were outmanned from a coaching standpoint. Coordinators, they lost both. It made a difference. The players talked about losing, certain coaches last year. So I think Kellen Moore will figure out ways to run the ball. Saquon can be an every down player. He's never going to see holes like he's going to see this year. We might see the best of Saquon this year. Now, he's got to stay healthy and all that kind of stuff. But I know the way he works and the way he prepares. But this could be literally a breakout year for Saquon. So I would say Kellen Moore and Saquon, they had drafted the replacement of Jason Kelce 2 years ago in Cam Jurgens. He'll be the new center. I've already talked to guys on the offensive line about what they want at right guard, which might be different than what they had last year, which could make them more powerful. We'll see if this comes true in the draft. But I would say Philadelphia is always going to try to do everything it can with Howie Roseman to compete. And so that'd be the one team I would look at right now.
I love Saquon with the Eagles. That's a scary, scary offense, man. You're right, Baldy. It's not going to see 8 in the box, 9 in the box, good offensive line, receivers on the outside. Saquon may have a huge, huge year here. All right, free agency continues to roll around. Jacobs goes to the Packers. Aaron Jones goes to Minnesota. I was a little surprised by Sam Darnold getting $10 million to the Minnesota Vikings. What move surprised you yesterday, Baldy, around the league?
I think it was just the all the running backs that went and how DeAndre Swift was maybe the first guy off the board, but Tony Pollard leaving Dallas and Swift going to Chicago and Josh Jacobs going to Green Bay, and as they release Aaron Jones, who then signs in Minnesota. So just the number of running backs. Antonio Gibson going to New England, Gus Edwards going to the Chargers. Austin Eckler going to Washington, with reuniting with Anthony Lynn, who was his running back coach with the Chargers. I think just the number of running backs. When we thought maybe that market was just dead and they'll just go find Keaton Mitchell at East Carolina, or go find Isaiah Pacheco at Rutgers, when those guys are out there every year. I thought that's the direction the running backs was going to go, and it didn't. These guys got, Josh Jacobs got paid to go to the Green Bay Packers. He is only 25 years old. He did lead the league in rushing. So I was happy for the running backs that all got a chance to get paid, to move, and to maybe, earn their worth the way they all believe that they have or can.
No doubt, no doubt. Should be a fascinating offseason. The draft's still coming up. We still got more moves.
So one other thing I'd say, Bonte, is we saw very little top-flight wide receivers move. And that's just because when you don't see movement at a position, like very few offensive tackles change teams.
Right.
Like all it's saying is this is a deep draft at those positions.
Yeah.
And we know that. Tackle is the best draft we've seen in years. You can get them in probably, there's going to be 12 guys at tackle gone in the first 2 rounds. So at least 12. So, it's a deep draft in wide receivers. So, like those positions, teams are sitting back going, we're going to get one of these rookies and we're going to get them up to speed quickly. That's what yesterday told me.
Baldy, I know this is going to sound insane. I'm watching Justin Jefferson highlights right now. What are the chances that guy gets traded? I would love him on my team. He's ridiculous.
He is. He's a magician, man. I've gotten to know Justin pretty good. I always say this about him, and there's not many players I could say this about. He has a plan to get open, and he has a plan after he catches the ball. Like that guy after the catch is ridiculous. And so I don't know if he can get traded. They've got salary cap issues. They've got Jordan Addison. They've got TJ. They've got some guys there. But I'd be shocked if a guy that has been that dominant from day one gets moved. I know they got to figure out the contract and all that stuff, but that's what teams got to do. You got to get creative. You can't let a guy of that magnitude that can beat any coverage, man, bracket, zone, you name it. That guy has a plan to win.
Wow, Justin Jefferson, special.
And unfortunately, he's got Sam Darnold throwing him the ball.
Oh, man. Oh, boy. Sam Darnold got $10 million, man. What a life. What a life. Baldy.
Sometimes you just go get coached by Kyle and you just, you should give him a 10% cut.
Right. No, there should definitely be some points.
Baldy, I know we were up against it. Carson Wentz outplayed him in week 17, and no one wants Carson Wentz. I just don't get it. I don't get the Darnold thing.
Yeah, well, look, not only, Joe Douglas drafted Carson Wentz in Philadelphia. And, he's there in New York. He's like, I'll take Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, right.
He's just, it's just a coaching reclamation project at this point.
No doubt about that.
You're
Baldy,
the best,
always
bud.
good to hear your voice. Saw you yesterday with the pocket square looking dapper on NFL Network, man. Keep up the great work, Baldy.
Okay, guys, you bet. Anytime.
See ya.
Brian Baldinger here on the morning. Also 95.7 The Game. We'll react to that, but first, the injury report.
Ow!
Alex Cobb took another step in his return from off-season hip surgery. Threw 30 pitches in a live session of batting practice yesterday. It could take them out in a live game this Saturday. Giants manager Bob Melvin called it a stretch that Cobb gets back before the end of April, but an early May return for Cobb is very much in play. Giants get some starters back.
I thought you were going to say that I was injured.
Oh, we could have went with that one.
I feel like Kirk Cousins. What?
You feel like Kirk Cousins?
I feel like Kirk Cousins.
Cousins.
Yeah,
Kirk Cousins.
You like that?
Is that Anthony Slater? Kirk Cousins. Hey, you know what? God is good. We don't have to talk about Kirk Cousins around these parts anymore. It is officially dead. He's going to the Falcons. He hoodwinked them for another $140 million, whatever it was. Hallelujah. Kirk Cousins will not wear red
Dracula
gold.
Cousins. The stake has gone through his heart.
Oh, my gosh.
He's not coming to the Niners?
The quarterback who stole America's hearts in the quarterback dock. Oh.
By throwing short of the sticks with the season on the line.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Curzon. Atlanta. I know Atlanta. They feel cursed. Northern California's injury report brought to you by Boxer Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Niner fans, how you feeling about the first day of free agency? 888-957-9570. Do you like the move? Do you not like the move? Baldy's loving Leonard Floyd. We'll play that highlight for you on the other side here on the roast.
I feel like Kirk Cousins.
Well stated.
Hey, Oh, baby. Man, what a groggy Tuesday morning. It's super cold in the studio. Why? It says
Crank
70
it up.
degrees.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, it says 70 degrees. It's supposed to like 50. Right, Spinoni? I'm like freezing in here. I'm like moving my legs around.
I'm going to crank it up.
So crank it up.
Crank that Soulja Boy.
It's raining outside. It's nasty, but you know what? We got action in the sports scene out here. I'm talking about the Niners and, of course, the Golden State Warriors. They bounced back after losing 2 straight last night.
Giants.
What about the Giants? What they do? Oh, they scored 12 runs in spring training? Good for them.
I feel like Kirk Cousins.
Marco Luciano. How's he doing?
Well, he's in the lineup on Sunday.
Oh, that's good. On Sunday? So got to wait 6 more days?
Yeah.
We'll hear from FP Sanchez-Angelo tomorrow, who's live in Scottsdale. He'll give us a report on the Gigantes. TJD is going to join us at 9:30. Trace Jackson Davis, 9:30 today on the roast as we say good morning to everybody out there. Travis Irby says, hey, Bonte, y'all need to get y'all roasters in here. Where they at? Where are they at? We got some calls. We're coming up here. So, we're talking about Leonard Floyd and Yeter Gross Matos. So we'll do all that as we say good morning to everybody out there. Real quick, let me get this read in. Shasky. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. And good morning to everybody out there. You know who you are.
Baldy said something that is exactly the epiphany I came to yesterday. When I listened to your conversation back between you and me, and I was trying to let things marinate. There are times when the boss here will say something to me, and I've learned now, like, let me reflect on my own, and then I'll come back around, and either I'll agree or I'll disagree, right. and I'll give you some reasons why. That's like the maturity of where I'm trying to go with my life, all right? Because 9 times out of 10, I used to just fire back at people, and I couldn't accept any kind of criticism. But you were talking about, Deebo Samuel, and you love Deebo. He's a great player. Now with Christian McCaffrey, there are some redundancies. You always want Deebo on your team. For the price point, now we have a different conversation. I'm thinking about, as I look forward, and we're trying to gear everything up to set up for Purdy, whether it's the money for Purdy, whether it's the personnel for Purdy, the team for Purdy. If you believe in Purdy and you're going to pay Purdy, well, you better find some inexpensive weapons, and you better find personnel that fits him better. And Baldy said, if I was creating a team after protection on the offensive line, which we all agree is important, guys who can win quickly in one-on-one situations.
Yep.
That's not Deebo. It's just not.
No.
And I think about how the team has dramatically changed since they gave him that contract. And it made sense to give him that contract. Like, they didn't have a lot of playmakers. We didn't know Ayuk was going to develop into this. We didn't know they were going to swing a trade for CMC. We didn't know Purdy was going to develop.
Right.
So the team is dramatically different than what it was just a couple of years ago. And Deebo earned that money. Well, I don't deny that. But moving forward, right, it does feel like even if they keep him, this might be the final year of Deebo making that kind of money.
Well, $28 million is going to make this season, $24 the next year. Here's Mike Florio yesterday from Pro Football Talk right here on the roast about Deebo Samuel maybe not living up to his current contract.
It's not what have you done for me lately. It's what can I expect you to do for me today and tomorrow and the next day. That's what you're paying for. And if we look at it that way, have they really gotten high-end value? Hey, I don't criticize Deebo Samuel for leveraging his situation to get paid. It's up to the player to get paid. It's up to the team to manage the salary cap. But, I think a fair argument could be made that Deebo Samuel has not delivered the full return that maybe they were expecting.
Do you think he's delivered on the money? It's tough.
Last year he had a very good year. I thought Deebo had a nice bounce back
2023.
year. This past season, he had a solid season. The year before, he left a lot to be desired. There's no doubt about that. Last season, again, he bounced back in a major way, in my opinion. Over 1,000 scrimmage yards. He didn't run the ball as much. I think Steiny was breaking it down yesterday. He had like 2.5 carries per game. Yeah, so that jet sweep stuff, running back stuff is out the window. He's not doing much of that
What
anymore.
about the gravity yards?
The gravity yards, that's something you can't equate. He does open it up for other guys. So you do have a Deebo Samuel. Defenses will account for him. However, when it comes to route running and passing downs, I got a text yesterday. It was a former NFL player saying, look, man, DBs don't fear Debo like that when it comes to route running. They fear Debo Samuel when it comes to tackling. But when it comes to running routes and covering him, he's actually an easy cover to other DBs. I'm not saying that. That's what DBs are saying in the league. They're telling me that, not me. I think Debo's a hard cover, but short area quickness, a guy like, well, we don't think a quick twitch guy like Debo Samuel. He's a bruiser. He's a physical guy, but you got to get the ball in his hands. How do you get the ball in his hands? How many times do you run a wide receiver screen or a bubble screen? Teams are going to take that away. Remember Christmas Day, they tried to do that to Debo Samuel. It was an interception. So I need me another guy. This is where the Danny Gray pick hurts. I need another guy who could take the top off the defense, who can win, 3rd and 3. Can he run a quick out route? Can he run a flag route? You need a speedster there, a quick twitch guy. Just imagine if they had a little more speed on this offense. Oh, my Lord. We're talking north of 30 points a game. Just get the ball in his hands. Brock Purdy can do that. Get the ball in his hands. Give me a speedster. Some caller last week called us about DeAnthony Thomas. We're talking about what was it, the most, what subject was that? We're bringing up all the players.
College players who are must-watch.
Must-watch players.
Or just players
He brought up DeAnthony. This caller brought up DeAnthony Thomas. Now, I don't think DeAnthony Thomas is one of the 15, 20 best players we've seen in college football in the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I don't think that highly of him. But the speed that he possesses, why Kansas City took a chance on him. LaMichael James, we think about him. Quick guy. I know he was a running back. But give me a burner. Give me somebody who's quick. And look at the highlights right here. Give me some short area quickness, and that's what Baldy was talking about.
It's impossible to compare anyone to this guy, but we were watching those Justin Jefferson highlights because it was on the NFL Network, as Baldy's breaking down, winning quickly in one-on-ones, and like Justin Jefferson. Right. It's like comparing any quarterback to Mahomes, but Baldy, those Justin Jefferson highlights are wild. Now, he is a pure wide receiver. He's a superstar, one of the great talents we've ever seen at the game. But if you look at all the college players that are coming out right now, explosion, winning one-on-ones, quick area, short area quickness, all those things, that's what these guys are bringing to the table. And so they have to add that element, whether they retain Debo for the season, for 2 seasons, for 3 seasons. They need to add that element to their repertoire offensively. Yeah, that is a mandatory upgrade this offseason.
I totally agree with that. Give me some vertical passing game. Give me something else. Give me some juice there offensively on top of what you did last year. Now, it's kind of crazy for us to be talking about offense when you had, 4 guys go over 1,000 yards from scrimmage. That's pretty insane. May have been a record. But you need that little speed. You need somebody to stretch that team. It was missing against Kansas City.
Just think about all their losses, okay? It's been more offense coming up short than defense coming up short.
I would say so.
Wouldn't you? I'm just saying throughout the tenure of Shanahan, it's not every game, but when the season has ended, it has felt like the offense has left a lot to be desired if I'm contrasting offense versus defense.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Let's go to Dave in Frisco. Dave, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man. I just want to chime in on the free agency and the approach. I feel like it's the same approach they've had for a while now. I'm sure the guys they sign, they're fine players, but I feel like they've been tiptoeing around this opposite edge of Bosa for a long time. You think of the guys that they had, Jordan Willis, Hyder, Turek, Arden Key, Farrell, Epigon, Gregory. I feel like they just get these stopgap guys, and then every offseason it's we need to find a pass rusher opposite Bosa, and then once again, it's the offensive line. I feel like they're going to go scheme over talent because now we do have a first-round pick and the first time in a long time, but you can go tackle, offensive line, or obviously now we need a D tackle. So I just feel like, instead of tiptoeing around these two guys, just get one good guy, Daniel Hunter, or see what Devin White is hitting for. I know that's a different position, but I just feel like they just have the same approach. I think they need to change it up. I know we've been close. I just change it up a little. We need to get impact. We need to get over the hump. And these moves are not tipping us over the top. Everyone's going to get better. we can't just stand pat. Oh, let's just run it back. You need it. Nah, it's a brand new season, fresh start for everyone. There's no guaranteed. Oh yeah, we'll just get back there.
So let me get something straight here, Dave. You want to see wholesale changes?
No, I don't want to see wholesale change. I just want to see stop with this.
Stop
1 year deal, guys.
Got it.
Yeah, just get somebody like I said, Daniel Hunter. We couldn't get Burns, but somebody hey, we can line them up there. We good, and Bosa's good, and now we can.
You gotta have money for that, Dave. You gotta have some money for that. And right now, the Niners don't have a lot of money. It's just it is what it is. So the big name players, you're probably not going to fetch those guys. You're just not. You don't have the money. But this is very interesting here, and I want to get your thoughts on this. D. Lou, I love D. Lou's coverage here. I love the way he chats. He's professional, the way he does it. It's because they can't. He's talking about the Niners offense. They can't beat one-on-one coverage. Man coverage shuts the Niners down. Now, think about that. Because Kansas City basically went to man after the first couple tries. Spags said, we're going man. And they shut the Niners down when it came to man defense. Cleveland shut the Niners down when it came to man defense. Teams that have slowed the Niners play man defense. Why can't they beat man defense? With Shanahan as a play caller, Brock as a quarterback, Christian McCaffrey as a running back, Deebo, Ayuk, and Kittle's your wide receivers here. They can't beat man. They do struggle against man. D-Lou makes a good point there. You would think that they could beat man defense with all the schemes and all the offensive philosophy that Shanahan has. Yet they do struggle against man. D-Lou's kind of onto something here.
Well, there's a personnel question regarding the wide receivers that they choose. And then there's also how they've built their team. How many of their run blocking linemen are above average pass blocking linemen?
Yeah, not many. It's mostly run blocking linemen.
I mean, like Trent, I would say Trent is. Aaron Banks is coming into his own at that. Jake Brendel was surprisingly good. That's not where Burford is going to excel. No. And that's not where Colt McKivitz nor Mike McGlinchey were excelling. So when you have, let's say 40% of your offensive line at minimum that is underwhelming at those areas, these elite defensive lines, this is the era of defensive linemen, they're going to attack that, and they're going to make it very, very difficult. So you couple that porous offensive line play in pass protection with guys that take a little longer, like Jennings. Juwan Jennings is a great example. Juwan Jennings is a productive player. He's not going to kill you with quickness immediately. No. So when there's a hot read or something like that, and you don't have the perfect read dialed up for that, and you have to go downfield to get open, you just don't have enough time to hold on to the ball as the quarterback for that guy to get his break open. So we could blame Shanahan's play calling. To me, it's more philosophically how he's built the team that the problem is.
I mean, it's
not a problem. It's just, it's kind of, they want to be a run blocking team, and I get it. That's where I keep coming back to philosophical changes. I think they need to pass more and be a more pass protection team as opposed to a heavy run game team with all the sweeps and the motions, and you have all of the guys who are getting out, at least guards. Movement is very important. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Where these guards are coming across the formation in the run game. I'd like to see them be able to back up more.
Well, if they do that to drop back passing game, you're going to need new personnel. They're going to need some changes here.
Yes.
And I'm not sure they have the wiggle room to make those changes. They don't have the money to make those changes. If you're trading guys and you're trying to move off of money, then maybe that's the avenue you go. Maybe that's the route you go to doing that. But when I think about that, I was just thinking about the Super Bowl and the Cleveland game, where they both played man all day long. And when we think about some of the big losses, again, we touched on this before the playoffs, actually. We had this conversation. All the big games, Super Bowl 54, what did Chiefs do? They went man, they blitzed, they shut down the Niners offense. Shut them down, right? Especially when it mattered. 2021, the NFC title game, LA Rams. What did they do? Looked like the same K play Kansas City ran. 8-9 in the box.
Yes.
Eric Weddle played in the box. They shut down the run game and dared the 49ers pass. Now you can blame the quarterback if you want. Jimmy Garoppolo making downfield passes. We saw on the third play from scrimmage for the 49ers offensively, he overshot George Kittle, which would have been a touchdown. So maybe he just didn't have the quarterback to do that. Now, Baldy just joined us and said, look, man, Brandon Ayuk was wide open in the back of the end zone. L'Jarius Sneed was face planted. Quarterback didn't get him the ball. Quarterback didn't get Deebo the ball, even though they scored a touchdown later on that possession. Brock Purdy overshot him. Brandon Ayuk, there's a miscommunication in the first quarter on a deep shot. Is it all on the receivers? Is it all on the scheme? Or is some of it on the quarterback? Are we just afraid to say, hey, the quarterback maybe can't make those throws consistently? Because if you're going to pay, and we're talking Brock Purdy here, if you're going to set this up for Brock Purdy and build the offense around him, and you're going to tell me you're going to pay this guy $40 million a year, then the vertical passing game has to be a lot better. If I'm paying a quarterback $40 million a year, he better be able to drop back 5 steps, drive the ball on the hash mark to hash mark to this side. Like $40 million a year, you got to be able to throw the ball down the field.
Well, we're not. I'm
talking about dynamic quarterbacks. $40 million. We're not there yet.
We're not there,
but it will be here sooner rather than later. Well, you're gonna have to make some decisions.
Well, and when that time comes, you better have inexpensive weapons around him, because if the quarterback's going to make a ton of money, the key is hitting draft picks and having cheap, controllable assets all across the board. When I look at what the Chiefs are at, the Chiefs during the regular season left a lot to be desired, because a lot of their cheap, controllable assets outside of Kelsey, and even Kelsey to a degree, they all underperformed. I mean, you look at all of his advanced numbers, Mahomes' during the regular season were as low as they've been throughout his whole career.
Yep.
There were a lot of wide receiver drops. They ran the ball more with Pacheco, but he was checking down more. He didn't have time to throw. Like, that was a work in progress. Here's what I would say Kansas City did, though. They hit a lot of defensive picks. Yep. A lot of defensive picks. And Kansas City right now is the blueprint. That's the model. If you're going to pay the quarterback, exorbitant amount of money, you better have an offensive genius who could scheme it up, and you better have ascending good draft picks that you've hit on.
Yep.
And I'm still debating whether they've hit on, I like Rashee Rice. I don't know if he's a bona fide 1.
Right.
I think he's a 2. McCole Hardman, they had to trade for guys during the regular. Tony and McCole Hardman,
right.
They had to bring into the equation. Even those guys are like 3, 4s.
Right. They're not top-notch guys.
Kelsey's their 1.
By the way, DJ Jones, looks like the Broncos are trying to keep DJ Jones out there in Denver, Colorado. So DJ Jones, potential target for the Niners, up in the interior, D tackle. He's really good with the Niners. I would love to see him back in red and gold. We get more barbecue sauce from him. DJ Jones, that was our guy.
I did like him.
He was good.
He's a very large human being.
Very large human being.
But a great example of late pick that you hit on.
Right.
And you maximized the value. I'm looking at it right now. To me, the 2 needs for the 49ers, and everyone's going to say D-line, and they're not wrong. I would hit D-line, the secondary, late in the draft. To me, early in the draft, the 2 areas of concern, O-line, wide receiver. That's what I would be drafting.
Yeah, you got to be drafting for the future.
I'm all in on
looking ahead. Looking ahead, I want Keon Coleman now. That's why I got a draft crush on him. There's a lot of good wide receivers in this draft, which is why, look at Debo. Charles Wright, you're a clown. This is why, we think about Debo making $28 million a year. Can you get 2 players? Can you get a couple picks? Can you do something there? That's a large number, man. If we're talking about a vertical passing game, we can't get short area quickness. I got to look at the roster and say, maybe I need to tinker something. I don't know, man. I don't know, but that definitely needs to improve. I think we're on the same page there. Let's go to G-Buddy in San Francisco.
What's up, G-Buddy?
G-Buddy, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, baby? What's up, G-Buddy?
Nothing much. I just wanted to correct you on what Baldy actually said. He didn't say Brock Purdy couldn't get him the ball. He said he didn't have time. Because Chris Jones disrupted the play.
100%.
Chris Jones got in there, and it's blocking. You guys hit on it, though, just a minute ago. It is O-line. O-line should be number 1,
right.
Receiver number 2, and then we worry about secondary and D-line.
How do you feel about the vertical passing? Right? G-Buddy, how do you feel about the vertical passing game, though?
We do need somebody that can break away, but if you got somebody to break away, they're still going to have time to develop.
Right.
Yes. You still got to, you know what I'm saying?
No doubt. You got to block.
Have to have time to throw.
No doubt, but we knew
you got to block.
We knew that the Chiefs would try to blitz, and the Niners are very good against the blitz. It just seems like when they play top-notch teams and they just go man defense in these big games, and we've seen it over the last 3-4 years here. It just feels like this offense they struggle when it's man defense, which is sticky man defense. This offense can't uncover. Their wide receivers can't uncover. Tight ends got to stay in the block. That to me is a problem here, G-Buddy.
Right. It's Kyle, too, though, not calling,
Yes.
quick hits or something. You know what I mean? He doesn't change his philosophy quick enough, in-game philosophy quick enough. I know they can do it. I know he has those plays. He just doesn't change them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or stretch it even, or stretch the pocket and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
If we just did a draft, okay, of offensive linemen in the league, Trent would go very high. Everyone would draft. And I love Aaron Banks. I'm not sure how high he would go. It's just an overall draft, and every team is allowed to pick offensive linemen, just raw offensive linemen. I don't know. I know for a fact the other 3 offensive linemen would not be highly coveted.
Yep.
That's 60% of your offensive line. I mean, there's a reason why Kittle is staying in to run. There's a reason why Juszczyk staying in to block. There's a reason why Juszczyk is used at times to stay in to block. I don't know. They need to invest in that O-line.
Feels like now's the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't worried about the O-line last year. I thought the O-line was solid for the most part.
Dominated against Baltimore and Cleveland.
They did get dominated against Baltimore and Cleveland.
And even TJ Watt destroyed them week 1. I know that they ran the score up on him. TJ Watt almost killed Brock Purdy multiple times.
I don't know, man.
Brock got hit. He had to leave the game with a concussion.
How do you improve the Niners here moving forward? They only lost 5 games. We're talking like they were
I know.
out of the playoffs. They lost to the Super Bowl in overtime.
It's so hard. Like Baldy referenced, like the Texans, to go from nothing to something in one offseason.
I like this move. Joe Mixon traded to the Texans. Going to D'Amico Ryan. He's a tough runner.
So him and Pierce?
Yeah, dude. Joe Mixon trucked Drake Greenlaw in that Bengals game, and they didn't look back.
There's a great example. You pay the quarterback. You're going to have to start subtracting some of the weapons.
Well,
we talk about this a lot.
They signed Zach Moss as well. They signed Zach Moss in Cincinnati. He had a good year with the Colts, though. Good year.
Yeah.
Good year. Joe Mixon going to Houston, Texas. All right. Some of you guys, look, we're just having a conversation. We're not disrespecting anybody. Some of you, Charles Wright, for everybody out there listening on the radio or driving around, Charles Wright, somebody on YouTube, just has nothing else better to do just to say anything. What a loser. It's coming up in a game brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. More of your phone calls here in the Morning Roast.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free.
bullcrap numbers.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Who was that?
I said what I said. Bullcrap numbers.
Bullcrap numbers. Who said that one?
Florio.
That was Florio who said that? I didn't know that. Mike Florio becoming a fan favorite on the morning roast. A big-time fan favorite. We're getting to the calls in just a second here. Good morning to everybody out there, including Charles Wright. Get you some 95.7 Game gear now at breakingt.com/957.
Who is that?
I don't know. Some clown. He was talking mess, dude, because he made a comment. I'm not going to say it triggered me, but he goes, here you go talking mess again. This is why Draymond got at you. Why is talking mess about these players? Relax. We're discussing them as players. Nobody said attacking their personality or attacking their mentals or attacking their families. It's all about football, dude. Relax. Relax. What do we want to tell you? Everything is great? We're the best team in the world? We don't need no improvements? Did you not watch the Super Bowl? Did you not watch what happened in the playoffs?
The downfall is near. It's coming hard.
No, right? It's not. The downfall is not near. The downfall is not near.
All right? Relax. Relax. Now the guy's deleted his comment. That's
I get
all.
a kick out of Rob.
But I just, I get a kick out of everybody,
Isn't Rob
man.
a Detroit Lion fan now?
Yeah. So
he was for a day. For a half, actually.
Spadoni, you appreciate Rob's fandom, don't you?
Well, but yeah, that's me. That's like deep down of it. All of us have a little bit of Rob and San Bruno in us. You just don't want to admit it.
I would agree. I would agree.
That drop was in my head last night, though. I'm not
to
gonna
me
lie.
one more time.
I'm not gonna lie.
The downfall is near. It's coming hard.
It's coming hard.
That was me when Kobe tore his Achilles. That was
the downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
It's coming hard. I swear to God, I was thinking about that last night. I'm
convinced. Can we have just a sports fandom conversation? Because I see Warrior fans, and like a great example.
Hey, hold on, real quick, Sasky. When the downfall happens, it's never pretty.
No,
it always comes hard. But it's not coming yet.
No. Like Otto Porter Jr. retired yesterday out of nowhere, right? I didn't see that coming. I haven't been following his career very closely.
He was in Toronto, got traded to Utah, and his body just failed him.
Yeah, stuff happens, right? So, but I see Warrior fans losing their minds about the Warriors, and I'm saying, all right. And some educated fans like Sam and Andy who do the Light Years podcast. I love those guys, and there's things I agree with, there's things I don't agree with. That's part of being a fan. But this incessant complaining about organizations who have been wildly successful in contrast to, I don't know, every other team in pro sports who are reinvesting unbelievable, unprecedented amount of money to maintain. And look, things are out of their control. They made a lot of mad decisions. They made a lot of great decisions. There are things that are in their control. There are things that are out of their control. But like, only one team wins it all.
Yeah.
And I guess where I'm going at with this is that I just think in sports in general, there are large segments of fans who will never, ever, ever be happy.
Oh, I agree with that.
No matter what.
I agree with that.
And maybe I'm one of those fans from time to time, and I admit it, and I'll wear it, but like, for example, yesterday, and I'm doing a quick aside here, the Giants and J.D. Davis. There's a lot of people losing their minds. It's J.D. Davis.
Nah, I know. But
it's J.D. Davis.
It is J.D. Davis, but it's another player and an agent. It's another player and an agent coming out on Farhad Zaidi.
Did you see it?
What? See what?
The second we talk Giants, all of a sudden the banner goes on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Straight to orange.
Yeah, it's like,
Sam, I love you. Dude, your dedication to changing the color combinations is unbelievable.
I wish you told me who signed with Miami Dolphins like Shaq Barrett. I got my tweet deck. He's more worried about the color scheme. We're only going to talk Giants for a minute here.
So the second we talk Dolphins, should you go straight to turquoise?
Yeah, aqua.
Well, no, because the Dolphins are one of our local teams.
But like honestly, okay, look, we can argue till we're blue in the face, but I see people losing their minds with the Giants. It's like, hey guys, you're losing your minds over J.D. Davis. I'm more angry that the team and the totality of where they're at is nowhere where I want them to be.
I don't think people are losing their minds over J.D. Davis. It's people losing their minds over Farhad Zaidi and his negotiation tactics.
Well, I was there a year ago.
And what happened? And an agent comes out who represents J.D. Davis and said, in my 22 years of being in this game, I've never seen anything like this. Well, why does that always happen with Farhan Zaidi and the Giants? Why do we look so incompetent in making moves or even dealing with arbitration stuff? We can't even get that right. So then you outright, like, here's the thing. J.D. Davis goes, I don't even know what the game plan is. Matt Chapman speaks, well, I think I'm not going to cut into J.D. Davis's playing time. J.D. Davis had comparable offensive numbers in Matt Chapman last season, and then boom, J.D. Davis is already gone. He's already gone, just like that. And then you get the owners speaking out saying, I've never seen nothing like this. And I'll pull up the exact quote in just a second, but look, it is just J.D. Davis. I'm not losing sleep over that. But it is kind of hilarious that this seems to happen with Farhan Zaidi and the way they move. It's like he's never been in this role before.
Well, the totality of all these moves, Carlos Correa,
right.
Jock giving him $20 million.
Down effect.
Yeah, you look like you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
That I agree with. But on the individual J.D. Davis thing, they offered him $6 million in guaranteed. He went to arbitration, okay? They were arguing about, he deserves $6.9 million. Well, they gave him a $6.9 unguaranteed contract, right. Okay? Free agency has taken forever, and it has the last couple of years. Right. Bryce Harper signed in 2018 in February. So to think that they weren't going to be linked to Matt Chapman, I mean, I'm sorry, the agent didn't understand the market. On this individual one, I'm not trying to cape up for Farhan and the Giants. I'm calling it like I see it. JD, 29 other teams don't value you more than than Matt Chapman.
Well, here's what the agent said, though. Here's what the agent said. In my 22 years in the business, I've never seen a club in arbitration make their one and only offer less than an hour before the exchange deadline. The way the Giants negotiated gave JD no choice but to go to a hearing, which he did, and which he won. It's unfortunate the club has handled things the way they have, but I'm confident the player JD is and the value he will bring to his next team. Now, I'll say this about the Giants. I've never seen a team, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, I can't recall a team, I should say, that has so many mediocre players speak out against the franchise.
That I agree with.
I mean, it is wild. Alex Wood, J.D. Davis, Brebria. There's another one. Who's the other one?
Stripling.
Stripling. No, there's more.
Oh, Sean Mania.
There's another one. I mean, who's the reliever a couple years ago? Not Brebria. It was somebody else.
Oh, the other guy with the beard. What was the guy's name?
He was from North Carolina or something.
With red hair.
Coonrod. Was it Coonrod? Said Coonrod?
That was one of them. I don't think that's the one we're thinking
I mean, that is a lot.
Hey, we got a lot here. I mean, we got a lot here. There's all these.
Don't forget Mauricio Dubon.
Oh, yeah, Mauricio Dubon. He actually won a World Series with the Astros.
And he got a gold glove.
And he got a gold glove.
As a utility guy.
Go figure. And
Shocking.
they disrespected the hell out of him. I loved him. Listen.
Zach Littell.
Zach Littell.
That's another one.
How could I have forgotten you?
We got so many D-level players and C-level players speaking out against this franchise. I mean, Farhan Zaidi. I mean, you got no wonder nobody comes here.
Can I
you got D and C-level players speaking out against this organization and Farhan Zaidi.
Like, if we were doing an approval rating, it's a presidential year. We're not getting election here, heavy or political.
Tremendous.
Thank you. What do you think his Q rating is? Like his approval rating with Giants fans right now?
Who?
Farhan's.
Oh my gosh. I got David Taylor, who produces Giants baseball, ABC Sports Bay Area. Let me be careful here because I wouldn't mind doing any pre and post game shows for the Giants. I'm not trying to crush them, but I'm saying, damn, all these Zach Littell, Zach Littell. His approval rating, -10?
No.
-20?
Because you're forgetting there's an entire station that still supports him.
Oh.
And you're also forgetting there are a ton of people that report on this team on a daily basis.
State media?
Who just bobblehead it. Yes, what he's saying is right.
I'm thinking of the feds. I'm thinking of the feds.
Okay.
The media,
but I do think a lot of people eat that stuff up.
Yeah, there's still a sizable segment of the Giants fan base that is all in on the. If you look at the data in the WAR, in the VORP, in the weighted runs created plus, it all
hey, you know what, Sam? I dare anyone who talks VORP to come to Little League practice Wednesday at West Sunset at 4:30, and you explain to my Little Leaguers how VORP is going to help them hit a fastball.
To be honest, I actually think VORP is a pitching stat. I was just making.
Okay, you tell me how VORP is going to help a 12-year-old find the strike zone when there's another 12-year-old in the batter's box and there's runners on.
That's basically the stat that got Tim Lincecum his 2009 Cy Young.
No, Lincecum led the league in strike. What are you talking about?
He's just messing with you.
Do not trigger me.
Hey, Lawman, that was good
Do
stuff.
not trigger me.
Hey, love it. That's good stuff.
I want to know what's your VORP like when you're triggered, shit, Steve.
Hey, there was horse come out of Chasky's head right there. He's about to lose his mind. We had to comment down.
I think we should Now we just got to talk about how great Austin Slater is against lefties coming off the bench.
The next GM, I just want him to seriously just choose some sunflower seeds and give me nothing but cliches, like from the dugout. That's all I want. I don't want any. If you talk numbers and chuckle and laugh about how smart you are and then run an entire war campaign about how smart you are compared to everyone else and all the transactions you did for some other company, even though you were never number one in charge. Like, I am so tired of them telling me how great they are when their record has been mediocre.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't even handle the J.D. Davis situation with class and dignity. Even J.D. Davis on it. Trust me.
How are the Commanders more buttoned up in one offseason than the Giants?
Bob Myers got there, baby, with Adam Peters. That's why they got some big boys in there. Professionals. I'm not saying Farhan Zaidi's unprofessional, but boy, there seems to be a trend when it comes to dealing with players in negotiations.
What's he good at?
Who, Farhan Zaidi? You tell me.
Kyle Shanahan. All the people that don't like Kyle Shanahan, we can all agree, guy's a pretty damn good play caller.
Oh.
He's pretty good.
I'll tell you what Farhan's good at.
Like Steve Kerr, pretty damn good communicator.
He does know how to find diamonds in the rough when it comes to pitching. He finds some relievers here and there. He can find some pitching. He'll milk Lamont Wade Jr. He'll find another Lamont Wade Jr.
So dumpster diving from roster spots 20 to 25.
No one is better at filling out the back half of the roster than Farhan Zaidi.
Dude, tell me when we're having the parade for that. Spadoni, you look like you're ready to get in here.
Yeah, just real quick, because we're just doing, obviously, tampering period is open right now, so you're getting a lot of deals out there. Kirk Cousins, obviously, one of the big names yesterday, signing with the Atlanta Falcons. He gets a playmaker. Darnell Mooney from the Bears, their wide receiver, is signing a 3-year, $39 million contract, $26 million guaranteed with Atlanta. So Kirk Cousins gets Pitts, and now he's got Mooney.
And he's got Drake London.
He's got Drake London. Fight on.
Fight on. Let's go to Blaine and Santa Clara. Let's get back to the Niners.
Sorry.
Color code, the morning roast red. We're off the Giants. I'm not trying to get fired. Hey, Taylor, I want to do some shows this year. Let's go Giants, baby. I'm open-minded and intrigued with the roster. You guys are laughing.
We're joined by Bob Melvin. Multiple manager of the year.
Hey,
Bob,
listen.
You're having a great season.
Farhan comes on. We got Farhan Zaidi, and Farhan pulls at Draymond. You talking to me?
I'm shocked you're talking to me. Listen.
It's always fun game.
It's always fun game. Damn. That's going to live on forever.
Shocked you talking to me.
Listen.
Shocked you talking to me.
I'm open-minded. You guys are going to be going crazy like you did last year on opening day over Max Beatty. I'm more irate about Casey Smith getting some at-bats.
I got my opening day tickets.
Well, who? Matt Beatty? Whatever. He didn't even play.
Said what I said.
He played like one game, didn't he?
So I ordered my little guy a jersey, and it said youth extra small, and I got it personalized, 24, Shasky. Dude, this thing is humongous. He's going to be wearing this till he's 10 years old.
Yeah, you told us yesterday.
I'm so disappointed.
Glad you got it. No, you should have it.
No, I thought it'd be smaller.
I'll be there the next day after OB.
This thing looks like a blanket.
Park. Maybe. We'll see what I
Josh Jacobs now a Packer. I mean, Betty's still going to rock the jersey that you got in Bonte.
Oh, yeah.
His first ever jersey, that is the Raiders jersey. Bonte.
Welcome to being a Raider fan.
Yep.
No, but he spent 5 years.
No, he was there for a long time. No, Josh Jacobs is a great Raider. He was a great Raider.
Great Raider. Blade in Santa Clara. You've been on hold for a long time. What's up, Blade? Sorry about that.
Hey, I was curious about Ronnie Bell. I mean,
it's a great question.
I know he got hurt, Ronnie Bell, but I was just wondering what his position was supposed to be. I know he's still a rookie, I guess, and Jordan Mason looked pretty good in the games. Those two players right there, I was wondering about, what you guys thought of them.
I like Ronnie Bell as a player. He made a lot of mistakes on special teams this year. A lot of mistakes on special teams. He's just not a special teams player.
But you know what, though? Run blocking, I thought he was a bit tenacious. I thought he was good run blocking for Kyle Shanahan. And could he be that Wes Welker for you? Can he be that guy, short area quickness?
He's got a lot of Debo elements of physicality, and he does a great job on those screen games. I thought didn't he make a couple plays in the New York Giant Thursday night game?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so I have not given out hope. If you're asking me Danny Gray or Ronnie Bell, Ronnie Bell, I have much higher hope for.
I'm not giving up on Ronnie Bell. That's a good call. I forgot all about Ronnie Bell.
I did forget
Maybe he
about
lost
him.
his confidence,
That's a good
but
call.
you know what, though? Maybe that's the guy.
No, that's a good
Maybe
call.
that's the guy. Farhad Saidi. Nobody works people up like Farhad Saidi. What is he good at?
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
The downfall, they've never been up.
The downfall is near.
They got 170 games.
They built a gingerbread house in 2021, and they thought they won the World Series, losing to their rivals on a walk-off, essentially like in the final inning.
It's funny.
They didn't even swing the bat on the final
I'm
bat.
sure, follow Gabe Kapler on social. It is pretty funny. He's the assistant GM now at the Miami Marlins. I was like, this guy was the manager of the Giants. I don't think he's ever getting another.
My favorite was when Lital didn't want to give him the ball and like chested him on the way off the mound. We didn't talk at all about that.
I would not fight Gabe Kapler either. I probably would not do that.
The lack of respect they have for Gabe Kapler. It's just kind of mind-boggling, man, to me to see how many people just was like openly disrespecting him.
Well stated.
Players, media members, like people were getting mad. Like, and I'm thinking to myself, well, didn't Farhad hire him? Like, you wouldn't be mad at Kapler. He took the job. We all would have taken the job. Like, Farhad walks up to Shasky and I, hey, you want to manage the Giants? We'll say, hell yeah. We'll give it a try.
We'll give it a good old try.
Right? We'll give it a rally and cry.
Bruce Book
right?
did that same thing.
Right? You got to be mad at us. Be mad at Farhad for hiring us. Like, and I'm not telling people to be angry and live their lives angry, but Farhad.
Well, and you told Bruce Bochy to take a hike.
And people still want to go ahead.
We're talking baseball right now, so just might as well have some news in regards to starting pitching.
Yeah.
The Yankees are making a proposal for the White Sox for starting pitcher Dylan Cease.
Ooh, Dylan Cease is nice.
Yeah, they need pitching.
They do. That's why I still think they're in on Blake Snell.
Right.
Even though they'll go flying over the luxury tax.
Like, you imagine, like, people wanted Bob Myers out. People wanted Steve Kerr out.
4 titles.
Championships.
And the bonus title that Nick Friedel said they shouldn't have won.
The bonus title. But yet, I don't get what the Giants, like, I'm like J.D. Davis now. I don't know what the game plan is because I thought it was going to be a youth movement.
No, do not.
And I don't know what the game plan is. Like J.D. Davis.
In like May, June, when Sam Lubman was losing his mind that J.D. Davis wasn't an all-star candidate.
Oh, my God.
And the Giants were buried in the standings.
Oh, that's
and there
what
were
it
like 10 other third basemen having unbelievable years. Dude. And he goes, he's better than Austin Riley.
Oh, he got mad at me. I said, he's not an all-star for Austin Riley. Have you been watching? But, you know, I'm not going to say Lubman, but there's a lot of people who don't watch baseball out the Bay Area. And look, if you want to stick to just watching baseball in the Bay Area, you're going to torture yourself. You better get MLB Pass. You better get extra innings. You better watch some other teams that have some enjoyment during the baseball season. The fact, I remember that. J.D. Davis should be in there, like he was irate about it.
Was he screaming at you? Was that one of the...
Yeah, no, he screamed at me a lot about the Giants. That's what he does.
What was the day that I came
Tyler
walking
Rogers?
in at 6:50 and...
Rogers.
Oh, was it Tyler Rogers?
Tyler Rogers argument, yeah.
Screaming at each other at the top of the lungs.
Langford had to stop his show to yell at us.
Vontae almost pulled a Tommy Pham on you.
Tommy Pham, by the way, free agent. Bring him in. Arizona should bring him back.
I think I was Tommy Pham in that one.
He had a good run to the World Series. His stock went up after that slap hurt.
Well, he broke a record.
Think about this. Think about this.
Consecutive hits.
Here's my favorite when people are like, Farhad finds guys. Mauricio Dubon wins a World Series and then a Gold Glove as a utility guy. Bruce Bochy wins a World Series. Evan Longoria goes to the World Series.
So are you saying that the modern-day Giants are the 90s Warriors? Everybody would leave the Warriors and win rings and become all-stars?
Tyrone Hill.
I mean, they started playing well with the Cavaliers.
So true. It's so true.
Mario Ellie? I mean,
seriously, look around. Watch Mitch Haniger have a huge bounce-back year.
Mitch Haniger. Now, how about, think about that.
Then I have to play the other side of the coin because Rodon didn't pitch at all last year.
No, he didn't. And that was a
Gossman's been good.
You know, Gossman's been really good with Toronto, but imagine that, Mitch Haniger. Brought him in after playing 57 games. Who didn't see that coming? Last year's production.
Poor Mitch.
And the only reason why Shasky was being nice, it's like, well, he did go to Archbishop Minnie. His family's listening. And I'm like, I know his family listening. But boy, this is not a good sign. I love it. That's the problem. See, that's the problem with sports radio, which is I may go into an early retirement. Because now I'm realizing these family members or friends are clipping us. And when you go see Brock Purdy, and he goes, oh, I know who you guys are.
Yeah.
We've been clipped over and over. You know how many times we've been clipped? And I'm dead serious. I'm not even trying to gloat. I'm not trying to flex. I know how this works now. I know how it works.
My favorite is when something comes out that I don't even want it out there. It's like a 1 second clip.
My gosh.
And, God love our digital team. They put something out there, and then every comment is that player that I'm ripping getting tagged by everyone. Can you believe what this bum's saying about you?
Right. And you know the players are looking at it. There's no doubt the players are looking at it. We know. We were talking about Debo, right? When Debo's doing the whole thing about the contract extension and, I'm not rolling with the Niners, and he scrubbed his Instagram account. I was in the midst of basketball season, so I didn't really know what was going on. And Shash is like, yo, Debo doesn't want out. And I just went crazy on the air. I was just going, well, you know what, Debo? If you want to go be a Jet, go be a Jet. We're going to the title game with or without you.
Jet.
And we saw one of the stories where Debo watched the story. And we ripped him, just like Jerick McKinnon. All these players see this stuff. So I'm sorry. So I'm going to say this to all the families out there that listen to the station and listen to the show. Because I know Pajimski's dad told me, he listens all day at 95.7 the game.
Really?
Any criticism we give a player, your kid, or anything like that, it's never personal. We're just talking sports.
I thought you were going to do the David Sampsons. It's not personal. It's just business.
I almost went there. I almost want to say it's just business. But it kind of is just business. It's what we do. It's just what we do.
Well, that's what Farhan said to J.D. Davis.
Right.
It's not personal. It's just business. As we go full circle.
Here's a 1-year deal. You got like 50 minutes to decide what to do. Think about that.
I mean, but honestly, how many teams are starting J.D. Davis?
Nobody's starting
for 100 games a year.
Well, I don't. The Mets gave up on him for Darren Ruff. Tells you everything you need to know about J.D. Davis.
Ruff was batting cleanup in Japan a month later.
Well, you know what? The fact that you were ready to guarantee J.D. Davis $6 million is an indictment on Farhan Zaidi. You were ready to give J.D. Davis $6 million. J.D. Davis.
I know.
It is I'm trying to be intrigued and trying to be open-minded about the Giants, but damn, it is laughable what's going on down there. It is laughable. I want to get closer to the trade wreck. I really do. I want to get closer to Farhan. I want to get closer to this team. I want to see what the hell's going on down there. What is the plan? What is this, year 6 for Farhan? Is it year 6?
Yeah, year
18,
6.
19, 20, 21, 22, 20.
Shanahan we don't even know who, well, we know it now, it's Purdy, but we didn't even know who his quarterback was. The guy had been to 2 Super Bowls and a million NFC championships. We're destroying him because he can't beat the second or best quarterback of all time in Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Farhan can't even find one prospect.
One prospect.
To play a full 150. And
like Marco Luciano, you guys have talked about him over and over and over again.
Because they have. And they've refused to trade him.
This guy, I've seen minor league highlights, and every time he hits a home run, oh my God, Luciano, the future is bright. Well, is it? Guys are going to start over Nick Ahmed.
Well, what's Nick Ahmed's VORP, Sam?
Well, as I told you earlier, it's actually a pitching stat, so it's probably not very good.
Bullcrap numbers.
I feel like Kirk Cousins. Honestly, it's just, with the Niners being where they're at and losing the way that they did. If the Giants could somehow, out of nowhere, just have a nice little season, a little run of hope.
It'd be great.
It would be amazing. I'm not counting on it, though. Although I do think they're a better team than they were last year.
The end is near, and it's coming hard.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
How do the San Antonio, if I took Victor off the table, how do the San Antonio Spurs have more prospects than the Giants?
Year 6 coming up. San Antonio Spurs have more prospects.
They do?
Year 6 coming up for Farhan. Year 6.
Are you serious?
All right, Trace Jackson Davis, 9:30. I like it.
Yay!
Honest to God, and I'll share this with our audience because I don't know what else to say. I honestly feel inside like I get really depressed talking about the Giants baseball team. Like we could laugh and joke and everything like that, but it's actually really sad.
I'm glad
it depresses me. No, seriously.
I know. I want to explore this.
It depresses me because all the word salads that we hear, all the lip service, all the water certain media members carry for this team, it actually depresses me that this team is a laughingstock. Literally, we're getting updates about J.D. Davis, and the agent of J.D. Davis is coming out saying, I've never seen this in 22 years of my life in baseball.
When they built that stadium, it felt like they put their flag down in the middle of the city and were like, we're going to be the city's team. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Right? Like there was all this uncertainty of football, and when that stadium was built, the transition of power from Eddie DeBartolo to the Yorks, it was just a lot going on with the Niners. And they had a lot of dead salary cap money, and the Warriors were like an afterthought. I mean, this is back when they were winning 19, 17, 21 games a year. Freaking Brian Winters is coaching them, like they were terrible, okay? And then, obviously, during the 2010s, that run, that team made the city so proud and the community so proud. It really felt like every day you went to the yard, something magical was going to happen. And I know it sounds corny. There's magic inside. But they had a run of like 8 years, 7 years, whatever you want to call it, from 09, I would say, because I think it happened before. When Timmy first started hitting the scene, 08, 09, anytime you went to the game, you were going to see something kind of wild. Hunter Pence, Buster Posey, Panda, I mean, you name it. Freddie Sanchez to Marco Scudero to Angel Pagan and Andres Torres. So many guys from that era, from that team, were so lovable. That team embodied what this community is all about. You had big guys, small guys. You had guys of all different ethnicities. You had so many characters with big, bright personalities. And I feel so detached from where we were 10 years ago. Just 10 years ago, they were hanging a third banner or getting ready to get a third banner, and they were the toast of the town. Football's always going to be like a certain spot. But there was a connection, a bond between this community and that team more than any other.
There's no connection now. There's no connection whatsoever. Right now. Mike, I get you bring in Buster Posey. We need the connection again. Now, the city's changed, no doubt about that.
It's dramatically changed. I think that you had at the early 2010s, like having the tech boom around here, like it was so many things all in the fire all at once.
Right. But, boy, like, we forgot about Brandon Crawford bringing him up. Somebody just brought that up. What about Brandon Crawford speaking out? And I get it. Brandon Crawford bet at like 176 last year. It was time to move on. But there was connection to this team. But right now, that's the problem. We want to wrap our arms around somebody other than Logan Webb. We need that offensive player, that offensive juggernaut, a guy who's going to hit 30 jacks, a guy who's going to come through in the clutch, who's going to be in the middle of that lineup every single day. We don't know who that guy is. We still don't, like, Jorge Soler is going to be a DH for us. Okay, great. Probably be here for a year, realistically.
I mean, Chapman, even if he has a great year,
could opt out.
He could opt out. There's just no attachment. There's no rollover.
None whatsoever. And so how do you get closer to the community? How do you get fans engaged again with the Giants? How do you become entertaining again? That's the thing that fans are waiting for. And when you get teased about Shohei, teased about Aaron Judge, and you don't sign these guys, and the Correa thing happens, and you miss. By the way, Minnesota made the playoffs. They did make the playoffs.
And he played 150 games.
Right. So there you go about Carlos Correa. It's just the way they're doing their business. Like, okay, it's okay to fail maybe at not signing a player, but it's the way they do it.
You can make a trade. Think of some of the great trades that have happened in just the last couple of years. Francisco Lindor, Matt Olson, Mookie Betts. Like, go right down the list. There have been unbelievable trades, and the Giants are never a part of any of them.
No, they're not.
They're here for the Sam Dyson trade.
Well, maybe they overvalue their own prospects. Maybe our prospects just aren't that good.
Did you
think about Marco Luciano? And the roller coaster ride we've been on with Marco Luciano. He's one of the top 5 prospects in baseball. One of the top 20 prospects in baseball. Oh, he's top prospect in the Giants system.
77?
Right. Nobody believes in him anymore. And he's had back injuries. Yeah. He's had multiple injuries. Now he may not even make it out of spring training.
I mean, Joey Bart.
Joey Bart's another one.
I mean, Joey Bart. Like, I look at the way that they handled the Joey Bart thing. If they knew right away they were going to draft another catcher, like almost immediately, why wouldn't you have packaged that guy and got yourself something? Why do you depreciate the product to where the player, excuse me, where he has zero value and you can get nothing back? I look at Elliot Ramos, who just got reassigned to AAA. Elliot Ramos, I guess we're just never going to get 2 weeks of Elliot Ramos?
No, never.
So we got Connor Joe for 2 weeks, but we couldn't get Elliot Ramos for 2 weeks. No. That's kind of sad.
And look, I'm kind of with Mark Willard when he comes to this. He said this, man, he said, I forgot when I heard this a while ago, but he goes, look, during the pandemic, a lot of people lost their jobs. So we kind of backed off of like, hey, this coach should be fired. This GM should be fired. We shouldn't fire this guy. And I don't like, and I get that. Because I would hate, I mean, we got people who want us fired. I know people want me fired for sure. That's no joke. People are haters, whatever. But I don't want to wish that on anybody, right? I don't want to just come out here and just say, man, the Giants should have fired Farhad Zaidi. But after last season and everything that happened, it felt like the perfect time to move on from Farhad Zaidi and to say, look, man, it's been 5 years. We don't like where the plan is going. Let's refresh and reset. By resetting your front office and resetting your clubhouse and just cleaning house, cleansing it, that would have gave fans a lot of juice this year. There would have been a lot more optimism about just the new look Giants. But since we know that Farhad is still pulling the strings, and we lost all faith in Farhad pulling the strings, and he gets a new extension, it's just like the play looks the same. The same old team again. You didn't get younger. You're the same.
If he lives out this extension, he will have been with the Giants longer than Bill Walsh was with the Niners.
That's incredible.
That's the most insane sentence ever.
And what have they done? He's made one playoff appearance. One playoff, like, I'm pulling for the Giants to be good. It's better for this market. It's better.
Yes.
Like, I'm thinking about, boy, if the Warriors are, look, we're going to have Trace Jackson-Davis on in about 26 minutes. And we want the Warriors to make a run so bad, just because they're the Warriors, and that's our favorite team. But for our sakes, our jobs, we're thinking, how much all-season talk can we really do?
Well, let's go here. 10 years ago, you could go, man, Matt Duffy's cat, 888-957-9570. You'd have full lines.
Yeah.
Would you not?
No doubt.
Now I go, who's the best player on the Giants? Crickets. It's just, I look at where the 49ers are at and how the 49ers operate. I look at the Warriors and where they're at and how they operate. And you look at two high-level organizations from top to bottom who are swinging big. They don't always land, but they swing big, and we critique the ever-living crud out of them. And then I look at the Giants, and I just feel like we treat them with kid gloves.
No, we do. I've been asking this for 3 years. Why do we discuss the Giants differently than the Warriors and the Niners? Joe Lacob's paying luxury tax. It's the most expensive roster in NBA history.
The luxury tax is more than the Giants' payroll this year.
Right, exactly. And they're trying to clear the second apron, first apron. They bring in Chris Paul. They're doing whatever they can to win. The Niners, say what you want about Jed York, but they've spent premium dollars.
Come on.
And they've tried to win.
They've got 7 guys with more name recognition on one side of the ball than any Giant.
But now I'm looking at the Giants and I'm saying, damn, you got this high payroll. But look at the players you've assembled. How does the payroll, when you look at the payroll, then you look at the roster, you're like, wait a minute, something's not adding up. Something just isn't.
Well, and then you couple that with the guys in your division, with the Dodgers, they're putting together an all-star team, and the Padres have more name recognition, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have more name recognition. You're next to the Rockies. That's sad. The Rockies.
The Rockies, man. See, so you guys are kind of getting, and we haven't even got to the regular season yet, but look how emotionally worked up we get when we talk about the Giants.
Because we care.
We don't know. And actually, and that's the other thing. We do care. We do care.
And it makes me sad.
We care probably too much.
Yeah.
I should probably care too much. Need to just take a step back for a second. Just be like, all right, let's see it play out. We're out here losing our minds over the Giants and J.D. Davis and an owner coming out saying, I've never seen this in 22 years. It's just unbelievable what happens with this organization, and they get away with it. No, if you try to crush the Giants, oh my gosh, leave the Giants alone. You guys stink. You're not forever Giants. You're not loyal, blah, 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 blah. You're not a diehard. Well, let me ask you guys something out there. 888-957-9570 as I roll up my sleeves. You want me to die hard over Mike Yastrzemski? Over Austin Slater? You want me to? Yeah, I'm not a diehard. I'm not dying hard over those players. I'll die hard over Aaron Judge. I'll die hard over Barry Bonds. I'll die hard over freaking Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey. I ain't dying hard over this roster. I'm sorry. I'll die hard over the Warriors. I'll die hard over the Niners. But I ain't dying hard over this team. No, hell no. Hell no. So forget the loyalists. You want to call me all kind of names and Shasko. I'm not dying hard over this roster. I'm going to watch them. We're going to assess them. We're going to talk about them. And we're going to pray to God that they're exciting and intriguing and they can compete for a title. A divisional title at least. Or playoffs. I don't even know. They let everybody in the playoffs now. But I'm not dying hard over these players. These players are going to be here for another year or two. Then what? We're going to go back down to Luciano trade? We're going to go back down to Ramos trade?
You have a daughter.
Come on,
You have a daughter.
Yes, I do.
Is there a player that you have to show her when you go to the ballpark? Like, hey, you got to see this person bat. You got to see this person pitch.
It's not one player.
And I love Logan Webb, but I put him in the Matt King category. Where
Yeah,
it's
I like Logan.
Yeah,
I'll go watch Logan.
I will. But your daughter's not leaning forward.
Right.
And I love Logan.
Right.
But like his game is so understated that you're not going leaning forward like, yeah, that's the guy I need to see.
Right.
But when you go to a Dodger game, you got Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts. I mean, you've got some players.
I may go to Oracle Park just to see the Dodgers.
Fernando Tatis Jr. down in San Diego.
I may go to a Dodger game just
Manny
to see the
Machado.
Dodgers. But you want us to die hard. I'm dying hard for the name on the jersey, but right now the play, like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
Remember that era of Niner football? Whose jersey are you going to get?
Right.
And then people were like, maybe a DeForest Buckner jersey. This is before Jimmy G.
Right.
There's not a giant player that I'd get the jersey.
Think about the 49ers. They went into this free agency period with just over $7 million over the cap. They're still fighting to scrap and trying to bring in players.
Yes.
Leonard Floyd, look, here's what Baldy said about Leonard Floyd.
I mean, it's a big upgrade over Cleveland Farrell and Chase Young. And, it's been a while since they had a guy, that could really, win one-on-ones and keep the quarterback kind of hurried and affect the quarterback. I mean, Leonard's, he's a rangy guy. He's won in the postseason. He's a guy that you got to pay attention to. So I think it's a big upgrade over what they put out there on the field a year ago.
Big upgrade. Makes me feel a little better.
No, but
the Niners are trying. They're being aggressive. They're playing for big stakes.
I expect big swings.
Right.
The Warriors, big misses.
The Warriors are trying to play for big stakes. I know they're tipped right now. They've got into a rocky start. It's been a crazy year for them. But I know at the end of the day, they're trying to win another Larry. Joe Lacob's trying to win another NBA championship. Steph Curry wants to win another championship.
Maniacally obsessed with winning one.
Absolutely.
And I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are even though I don't think they're always perfect, no GM is, they're maniacally obsessed with one.
Yep.
I'm not sure the Giants are maniacally obsessed with winning a World Series.
No doubt. I don't
and their
think
actions are what tells me that.
Yeah, they gave us all this lip service. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish.
What's the most bold thing they've done since hiring Farhan? Moving off of Bochy?
Yeah. Moving off of Bochy. Moving off of Belt. Because a lot of fans didn't want that to happen. Moving off of Crawford's bold, but I mean, he was at the end of the line, right? He's
Ponte. Like, well, you just answered my question on why I have had zero faith in Farhan Zaidi for multiple seasons now.
Wow. There it is. By the way, Steve Kerr, 3:00 today.
Oh, nice.
The game. Steve Kerr joined Willard.
And TJD coming up.
And TJD coming up at 9:30.
I don't know anything about him, really.
You don't?
As a person.
Oh, man, he's a great dude. I like TJD.
Is he a gamer?
I think he's a gamer. I don't know if he's a gamer or not. I don't know if he's a gamer. Let's go to Scott Alamo real quick, though.
Hey, Scott.
What's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Just wanted to chat a little about the sad state of affairs the Giants are in. I don't know if you saw the ESPN top 100 players. Guess how many the Giants had?
One, Logan Webb. I'm guessing.
You're right. At number 40, and there's actually two. Matt Chapman, and I forget where he was.
Okay.
But that's pretty sad. I've never been this down on the Giants, and the expectations are low this year.
What is it?
So I think
is it just no connection to any of the players? Because it just feels very transactional.
Yeah, there's no one to go. Who are you going to go see? I mean, Logan Webb's great, but that's not drawing people to the park. I'm with. I would go to see the Dodgers. They had about 20. They had about 20 in the top 100. It's pretty sad. Zaidi, it's time to go, buddy.
I totally agree. I mean, off the top of my head, closing my eyes, Walker Buehler, Gavin Lux, Will Smith, Mookie Betts, James Outman, Freddie Freeman.
Yamamoto.
Yamamoto.
I mean,
and I didn't even bring up Shohei.
Oh wow. Just Back to the Niners and back to the Warriors. TJD, we're going to add him in the city on the other side. It's a depressing conversation. It really is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, fans. I am trying to get excited about it.
But Alex Cobb's getting ready.
I'm trying to
Might be ready by May.
I'm more excited about Jackson Holiday being on my fantasy baseball team and Jackson up in Milwaukee. Like the Braves lineup. Like I'm going to be in Philly when the Phillies are taking on the Braves. How many stars going to be in that park that day? Citizens Bank Park. Good Lord.
Yeah, let's see. All right, we got to go.
Well, all right, we got to go. Brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future?
Minute 19 to go. Still 109-101. Jackson Davis goes up and he slammed it down over Wembanyama down the lane with the hammer. Oh my goodness. And a foul. What a surprise that was. Nobody expected that. Just threw it down on Wembanyama. Elevation sensation.
Trace Jackson Davis. Oh! He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
That is his welcome to the league moment.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. Your Fitz right there at NBC Sports Bay Area, Khalid Azabuki. You get Tim Royal to call right here on 95.7 The Game as TJD throws it down over Victor Wembanyama. I think that was one of like 4 dunks. He was having his own dunk party last night. Maybe we get him in the dunk contest next year. I know bigs don't typically do well in the dunk contest, but like I want JK in it.
Okay.
But it is in the Bay Area. We got to have some representation from the Dubs. But TJD, a solid game, 13, 10, and 5, 5th double-double of the season, 6 or 7 from the floor, rolled to the basket really, really well. Played really, really good hoop yesterday. Let's go to Adam in the city real quick before we get to TJD in 10 minutes here on the roast. Adam, what's happening?
Hey guys, good morning. You guys have been talking about a lot about the Niners today, and I just wanted to call in and say, if this team is ever going to get over the hump, especially this upcoming year, it has to be improvement on the O-line. I wanted to reference the Tampa Bay Super Bowl against the Chiefs, which the Chiefs had a lot of that same defensive personnel, including Chris Jones. If you go back and rewatch that Super Bowl, I mean, yes, all the weapons they had, but Tom Brady had all the time in the world to throw. And why? Because their O-line was incredible. They had guys that were blocking everywhere, giving Brady all the time in the world. So if this team is ever going to get over that hump, they have to improve that right side of the line. It just wasn't good enough. Missed assignments on that play where Ayuk was open. If they're ever going to win it, they have to improve the O-line, and that's it.
All right, Adam. O-line, you there with them? Is it that easy for the Niners?
No, it's
improve
not.
The O-line?
It's not easy, but yeah, that's like a mandatory thing. As we're sitting here talking about the Bucks, I mean, it's hard not to go. You didn't take Tristan Wirfs, and you took Javon Kinlaw, and Javon Kinlaw's gone, and Tristan Wirfs has been a...
I'm sorry.
What?
In my peripherals, I see the color scheme change on YouTube.
So now you see it too. So okay,
like when we came in, it was blue. It was blue, and then we started talking about
You guys
horse.
realize I've been changing these banners like this for like
I just noticed the last hour.
now I'm noticing it. And the only time I ever hear from you during the show, it used to be like when Lucas would get in my ear, it'd be like, ask Bonte this. This is back in the day. Or ask Covey this. The only time I hear from Lubman is, camera, make sure it's down, pan it down.
Or
no, I'm
2 minutes, 2 minutes, break, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
He sounds like the guy in an NBA game. 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, the guy in Miami. 2 minutes. Dos minutos.
Matt Pittman, the guy right over there, he does it too.
Yeah, I know Matt does it. Does Matt do it like this? 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes.
Well stated.
2 minutes. But I just know the color scheme just keeps changing. It's messing with my eyes.
I know.
So now we're going to change about the blue when TJD comes on. It lets people know we're talking lawyer.
Can we go camo if we start talking about, Fortnite or something? Do you have a camo colored one in there?
Do you have...
no, still working on that one.
Do you have like...
I won't be able to see it if we went camo.
What if we start talking drugs again? Do you just show a picture of the TL? How do you put that? Crack. You put a bunch of needles on the YouTube or something, man? Like, what are we doing?
It's raining again. I can't believe it's raining again.
So people
when does crack? Now, so the cocaine's happening.
So we want like a rain banner too or something? Like
for you.
Yeah, we want a rain banner. We want a banner where morning roasts, weekday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And we're talking drugs. So then we're talking drugs. And so when people log on to YouTube, like, oh, what do you know? Look at the banner. They're talking drugs right now. Great. I'll stick around.
Oh, look, there's the needles.
Oh, look, there's needles.
There's needles. There's a little red and yellow pills all around. Oh, they must be talking about popping pill. Like, what are we doing? Let me dump that. We don't need that. I'm just saying.
Drugs are very serious. We take them very seriously.
No, dude, do not do drugs. to not do drugs.
Shout out Dare.
Shout out Dare.
I took Dare.
We all did.
Well, they started phasing it out like
Nancy
pretty quick.
Reagan.
Like when like Sam and I don't know if Sam did, but I definitely did like in 4th and 5th grade.
We did it too.
And then they started to phase it out after us.
What does Dare mean again?
Drugs against, what is it?
I'm going to pull it up right now. Yeah, drugs. Then take a bite out of crime. You had that guy smoking.
There's a whole song that came with Dare too. I remember we had to sing.
Oh no, we didn't have
drug
that.
abuse resistance education.
Drug abuse resistance education.
To resist drugs and violence.
They would bring in that little, there was like not a mannequin, but like a head, and then it would smoke cigarettes, and you'd see how it would fill into the lungs.
They would show us these weird cartoons about like these like people dressed up in like rabbit suits and like trying to offer kids marijuana. Like it was a cartoon. I was like, I don't know, these guys are kind of having fun. I don't know, man. Not that I'm saying, underage kids listening, go out and do that stuff, but they were acting like marijuana was the worst thing of all time.
So there's a running joke. There's a guy, great guy's out there somewhere. He's a photographer now. I know he works for the city. Sean Murphy. We're in high school. The rumor was that like they were doing some sort of a DARE program, and teacher was like, if you drink a 40 ounce, you will die. And he raised his hand and he was like, I guess I died multiple times last weekend.
Oh, wow. Did he get kicked out of class for that?
Hell no.
Oh, wow.
Unlimited possibilities.
Well, since we're on that hype, TJD's joining us in 5 minutes. He can't join us soon enough. Ned and Penny, I took Dare. Then I took drugs. It's like,
well stated.
No, it's not well stated. It's just a cheap joke that I wanted to get through the filibuster here. As we just talk about the color schemes. Like Lutman's is changing color schemes left and right.
Florio,
and it really messes
that
my
Florio
eyes.
drop lives in my head forever.
It reminds me of every dad getting up from his chair.
I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say about Devo. It's just like, he was conflicted.
Yeah, which of those two is better?
Who was that, you?
No.
That's me?
So, I made a promise. I know we're going to get TJD
That is
on.
you. That is
Well,
you.
it is me, yeah.
He tried to deny that's not me. Dog, they clip everything. Everything. Spadoni, Lutman, the roasters. Draymond's people, they clip everything.
Last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Aldi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Yes, you're right. It's the yes. It's me confirming horrible information.
Yes, Audi Rushman, that is correct. Let me tell you about Omri Thomas.
I hate you.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Ute Juice, you got CMC.
Ute Juice.
How about Yetur Gross Matos? How many people are going to struggle with this? We got a little printout. We're like, yo, what's going on here? I never heard of this guy. I feel terrible for not hearing this guy. We're not watching a lot of Carolina Panther football. I'm sorry.
I mispronounced. I said Vessler like seven times this morning.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name?
Vassell. Devin Vassell.
Vassell. Like Sam Cassell.
Yeah, Vassell.
Okay. He's a good little player.
The pronunciation guy for the San Antonio Spurs is much needed. I had on my laptop yesterday.
Yeah.
They got so many. Sohan. A lot of people say Sochan. Yesterday, what did I say? Champagne.
So is it Sohan?
Sohan.
I like his game.
I do like his game.
He's a disruptor.
Champagne. You know what I'm saying? Dominic Barlow. They got some dudes.
Who's the other big playing alongside of
Zach
Victor?
Collins?
No, not that. I know that big.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like he got a big scar across the face.
He's getting beat up a little bit. He was a little ticked
He
off.
actually had a couple of really nice moves.
Yeah.
Victor had some spin moves where he was finishing. They're just ridiculous. Video game-like.
Who do we have? Blake Wesley, Dominic Barlow.
Wesley's one.
Yep. There's a guy, Sandro. I'm not going to pronounce his last name. You want to talk about being on Doobie Awards. You see the box score? Do you have one in front of you?
No, I don't know.
Number 54. Here, I'll give you the name. That's it. Look at number 54 at the bottom of the box score. Look at that name right there. Look at that name.
Okay, I'll try. I'm going to try.
No, hold on. Let me get the
Sandro
pronunciation.
Mumakaleshvi.
Oh, that's not a bad. That's not bad. That's not bad.
What do you think? Is that
I'm
it?
going to pull it up.
And
right
I don't want
here.
to. I'm trying my best.
I'm going to pull it up. Oh, the pull. Hold on, my computer's now acting.
Mamu Kaleshvi.
They couldn't get the deep ball. I mean.
Hey, man. Hold on. I got to pull this up. Why is my computer acting so slow?
Because I remember, whenever I learned Zarko Charbarkaba's name, I would say it properly. And then there was Nikolai Shlidavili.
Yeah, Shlidavili. He's still in the league.
Marco Bellinelli.
And he went to that kid with the Kansas. So we've known his name for a long time. He keeps moving around. Teams are like, dude, the starting lineup sometimes they come up. They're like, yeah, I'm not going to get that one a crack. We're going to skip over that player.
You did the Stephen A. Smith trick when we get into the NCAA tournament. We're going to go with Dean Smith and them boys from North Carolina.
The boys and them. The boys and them. All right, here it is right here, Shasky. Here it is right here. Wow, this guy must have just got called up. Oh, wait, here it is. Mamu K. Lashvili. Mamu K. Lashvili.
Okay.
Mamu K. Lashvili.
Who's this guy, the lacrosse player that
They've got 19 letters in his last name. That's incredible. Is that a record?
Who's the lacrosse player in the G League who the Warriors are going to sign to a two-way deal?
Oh, Pat Spencer.
So what's his deal? He was an elite lacrosse player at one point, and now he's a basketball player?
Yep.
I keep seeing that all over Instagram.
Yep. All right, let's bring in our boy. We got our boy. Let's go fire away the highlights for our guy here.
Minute 19 to go. Still 109-101. Jackson Davis goes up and he slammed it down over Wembanyama down the lane with the hammer. Oh my goodness. And a foul. What a surprise that was. Nobody expected that. Just threw it down on Wembanyama. Elevation sensation.
Trace Jackson Davis. Oh! He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
That is his welcome to the league moment.
Somehow, some way, Trace Jackson Davis slipped to the 57th pick, and the Warriors selected him out of Indiana in round number 2, and they do not regret it. What a week for Trace Jackson Davis. Last Wednesday against the Bucks, he blocks Giannis Antetokounmpo twice in the same possession, then runs down the floor, catches an alley-oop from Stephen Curry. Save sequence, career-high tying 4 blocks in that game. Last night, he goes 6-7, 13, 10, and 5. Where's the 5 dimes come? We kept talking about that last night, Trace Jackson Davis, as we welcome you to the Morning Roast for the first time. Our roasters love you. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, my co-host, loves you. I'm Bonte Hill, of course, TJD. All right, how many times have you watched the Duck Back? Come on, is it under 50 times you watched the Duck Back last night from as you posterized Wemby?
No, I watched it a few times. It's funny when like a big play like that happens because everyone wants to send it to you, like you haven't seen it.
They're tagging you in it. Yeah,
I've seen it a few times. So it was a great play. I got a step on him, so I'm glad I could finish it.
Dude, you almost ripped a couple in his face. Was that? I mean, I know that's part of your game, trying to get up over guys, but I thought you almost threw down a couple last night on him.
Yeah, what I really wish I could get back was the lob. It just kind of. It was on my fingertips. I think if I would have got a hold of that one, that would have been sweet.
Do you play video games, Trace?
Yeah, here and there.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Victor on my television set like that, he looked like a created player that I made when I was 13 years old. I mean, that guy, he's humongous.
It's crazy. He's literally like I'm at his shoulder when I'm guarding him.
So what's the strategy when you're not blowing by him for dunks and posterizing him? If you are in the block for a typical post-up position with Wemby, what is his strategy against a guy like that who's so long and athletic?
I think just the biggest thing is just getting him away from the paint. There was a few times where I got it on the roll and I saw him in the corner of my eye and I was like, this is going to get blocked. So I just pulled it back out and then set a screen for Clay and then hopefully he goes up or he drops and get them a shot.
Yeah, I've noticed, we were talking about it when you had the really good game against Giannis, your ability with the lower body to kind of use your leverage and to get physical below the belt, as I like to say, is so subtle. Did you learn that in Indiana, or is that something that you've been working on at the NBA level?
I think it's a little bit of both. At Indiana, obviously I wasn't guarding Giannis or Wemby, but I was guarding some pretty heavy set dudes like Zach Edey, who's probably 300 pounds. Kofi Cockburn was 290 pounds. They're 7-footers, and so it's something that you always work on with leverage and stuff of that nature.
You know, we're talking to Trayce Jackson-Davis, rookie out of Indiana, 57th overall pick, and I think the Warriors hit a home run with this pick, man. He's been solid for them. Now in the rotation, dunking on everybody, and the rapport you have with Chris Paul. We've watched Chris Paul. Heck, you probably watched Chris Paul just like us his entire NBA career, the way he sets up his bigs for lobs and rolling. When did you feel like it started clicking with Chris Paul? Was it at training camp? Was it early in the season? Because it feels like you guys are always on the same page, TJD.
I think it was actually pretty later, honestly. I think it was just that first Toronto game that we played, not Toronto, but Portland game that we played, and then we played Boston, and they were like, okay, we see what you can do, young fella. Now you got to do it every time. And then after that, obviously he got hurt for a little bit, and then when he was hurt, we got some reps in during practice and stuff to build more chemistry, and then he came back, and then I feel like just ever since then we've been getting reps, and it's great.
Who's got the most irrational confidence on the team? Most people would probably say
Brandon Podziemski.
Why do you say that so quickly?
We would have said Kuminga, TJD.
Yeah.
Kuminga's up there too, but Brandon's confidence is off the charts. That man.
Why, but when did you notice that? Because there's been a lot of reports about early on in camp he's challenging Draymond. Were you taken back by how confident he was?
No, I'm not taken back at all. But just the way that he carries himself, it's great. He's got that chip on his shoulder as well, and just the way that he plays, you can see when every time he shoots it, he thinks it's going in. He misses a shot, he's like, that should have went in. And like he's mad at himself. Like, dude, you're not going to take every shot, brother, but...
You guys have a really good rapport, you and Brandon, of course, but how nice is it for you personally? I know you were waiting at the bend, and it's tough for a young player, especially on a team that has championship players, and Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Looney, championship head coach, so it's tough to crack a rotation when you're such a young player. How was it being patient there? And now finally you're being rewarded with minutes, but how difficult was it for you to try to bide your time to get some playing time on this roster?
It was difficult at first. Obviously coming from being a 4-year college player, starting every game, and then not playing at all, it's different. But at the same time, I had great vets. The coaches were always in my corner, just telling me what I needed to do to get ready. The vets helping me what I needed to do to get ready, still are doing that. And then just buying your time. I remember we were in our rookie training session at Summer League, and they were talking about it's not going to come right away. He said sometimes you got to wait your turn, sometimes you got to let things develop, and so I was just being patient, waiting, just going out there every time I got a little bit of minutes, playing as hard as I can, and that's just what I'm going to continue to do.
Yeah, you've instantly become a fan favorite, and people are loving watching you ascend to what you're doing this year. You guys had a big poker tournament on Friday. I don't really care about who won that particular tournament. Who's the worst poker player of all you guys?
I feel like there's a few dudes on the team that don't know how to play. So,
well, who's the best then?
I would say myself. Even though I went out, I would still say myself. And Draymond's pretty good too.
Really, I heard Draymond really gets after it in the poker tournament.
Shocking.
Steph wasn't there, but I heard Steph has won it like the last 4 years. So
what's he not good at, Trayce? Like seriously, I feel like this guy would be great at darts, billiards, like everything. Like what's he not good at?
I couldn't tell you. He's different.
He is different. He's one of one. I mean, seeing it up close and personal. Does it really shock you? I got to imagine as a young kid, you're playing at Indiana, you're watching the NBA, and obviously you've been watching the NBA your whole life, and you see Steph, you're like, all right, that's ridiculous. But what is it like up close and personal to see him put in the work day in and day out?
It inspires you. When your best player, when your leader works as hard as he does, even though he's already a bona fide Hall of Famer, like that just shows what the organization is, and everyone follows suit. And so just watching him and the way that he carries himself, how he is around people, just his demeanor, it's everything. It goes a long way. And people want to play and be a part of that because he's a great leader and a great teammate.
You know, the last couple of years with the Warriors, it feel like you got all the older guys and then you got all the younger guys. And so it feels like this year's team is just a little more connected. What are you younger guys doing on the road? Are you guys all hanging out together? Do you go your separate ways? Are we all playing video games? Are we going out? Like take me through some of these road trips with the young guys.
Yeah, it all depends. Sometimes we'll go out to eat. Sometimes we'll hang out. But we're all together usually. We'll have team dinners and stuff of that nature. But I think the camaraderie really started when Steph did our team. We had some team vacation type things that we did in August and September to where all the guys could see each other, hang out a little bit, and have some fun. We did one in LA and one in Vegas, and so when we did that and then everyone kind of got to know each other, I think it was pretty cool.
You know, TJD, I got to ask you just about the Bay Area. Some of the restaurants you've been to, some of the things you've explored here in the market. What are some of the restaurants you like to go eat to? Maybe you don't want to say the name, or maybe you could just say type of food.
Yeah,
so we don't
burritos,
get no
sushi. What is the thing, man?
Sushi's a huge one. A few steakhouses out there. There's a lot of places. I've hit a lot of places. Honest.
Are you in or out on In-N-Out?
I'm in. I'm from California. I visit there a lot. In-N-Out is always got a special place in my heart.
So now I want to know more about you, man. Like, okay, you said you do play some video games, Fortnite, Call of Duty, 2K. Like, what are we playing? Like, tell me, PS5, Xbox. Like, walk me through this.
I got both systems, but I've been playing PS5 as of lately. But Call of Duty, huge Call of Duty player, and then I play a lot of FIFA actually.
Oh,
who's your soccer team?
Now here we go.
Who's your soccer team?
excited.
Real Madrid is the team that I use.
Wow, Real Madrid. That's almost like a cheat code, man.
Okay. I was using them last year though, and so I got to carry it over.
There you go.
Last year was really Benzema and Vinny.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Mbappe's going to be joining Real Madrid soon,
They got a squad coming.
No, they definitely got a squad. How much college basketball do you watch now that you're in the pros? Because I find it for ourselves, we're like, man, we used to be big college hoop fans. It's tough. That's why we didn't know much about you coming out of Indiana, because out here in the West Coast, we're covering the Warriors every single day. How much have you I've had to adjust my schedule here. I can't watch as much college hoops as I want to.
I try to watch my college whenever I can, just because, I think Draymond said it best. He's like, when you still got guys that you played with on the team, want to watch them and see them succeed. And so I think, that's the biggest thing for me. I've been trying to watch them, but every time they have a game, it's like 9, and we play at 7, so it's hard. But if we don't have a game, I'm always watching.
I love that. I love that right there. Who's your favorite football team?
Football?
Yeah, football. Are you a big football fan?
I'm not a huge football fan. I would say the Ravens, though.
Ravens. Wow. Well, good news for you.
I like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, well, if you like the Ravens, they just signed Derrick Henry to a 2-year contract for about $20 million.
That's
so your
a great
team gets
acquisition.
better and better. He's a beast like TJD. Like, if Derrick Henry is a basketball player, I can envision him being like you, TJD. Or it just seems like he just want to break the rim every single time.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's play a little game of this or that. All right, you got to pick one of these two. All right, Curb Your Enthusiasm or Sopranos.
What'd you say?
Curb Your Enthusiasm or Sopranos.
Sopranos.
Okay. Ooh. Xbox or PS5.
PS5 as of right now.
Okay. Ribeye steak, ahi tuna.
Ribeye.
Come on.
Avengers or Star Wars?
Oh, that might be the question of the day. I have to say Avengers. Star Wars has a special place in my heart.
My guy.
You're a Star Wars
Let's
fan?
go, my guy.
TJD,
Let's go.
I can't believe
Mandalorian?
it.
What are you rocking? What are you rocking?
Everything. Mandalorian, Ahsoka. I've watched it all.
How about Bad Batch?
Bad Batch, yep.
TJD.
Look at my guy.
TJD. See, nah, it's
Bonte has never seen Star Wars, and I think it's one of the most ridiculous things ever. He won't. I'm like, bro,
I have a hole in my game, TJD.
It's a game changer.
I have a hole in my game. The game come out with like 50 different Star Wars. I don't know where to start.
I feel that. It's like one of those things, like you watch it, and the first time you watch it, you're like, especially like the older ones, like the original like six movies, and you're like, but then it just grows on you.
All right, who's the artist? Who's the artist that's stuck on your playlist right now? Like sometimes I hear a song and I just play it over and over and over and over again, and I go down the rabbit hole. Who's that guy or gal for you right now?
Right now, we've been listening to. What have I been listening to?
Who's good right now? It's 21 Savage.
Tell me it's not Taylor Swift.
I've been listening to what's it called? Calm Down by Rema a lot.
I like that. Okay. I like that. I've had the 21 Savage on the playlist.
A lot.
A lot. That's a little older. He has some new stuff, man, with Travis Scott that was pretty good there. Movie genre. You a gangster movie?
Yeah.
Comedy, horror. What are you watching?
Probably comedy.
All right, so let's get into the heavy hitters here. All right, you show up to camp, and it's Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. Who are you the most afraid to introduce yourself to?
Draymond.
Why is that?
Oh, it's not even that I'm like nervous. It's more just the fact that he's the most intimidating out of them.
What's the thing that people?
I wasn't really scared, but when I did, he was super friendly, He's a great teammate, but that should probably be the answer. Yeah, like Klay and Steph, like I saw them early because Draymond wasn't around yet, and they were at the facility a few times, and so I saw them and introduced myself right away, and then they were telling stories about Draymond, and I was like,
how cool is it? Have you been on Klay's boat yet? Klay came in on the boat Wednesday. We kind of knew he was going to have a good game. He was feeling good. Have you been on the boat yet?
I haven't. I need to though. He keeps talking about it, but
you got to get on there with Rocco the deckhand or whatnot. How is Klay though as a teammate? He just seems like nothing ever gets to him. Like I love Klay because he shows how vulnerable he is. He shows how much he cares, and I think that human element that he shows as a professional basketball player is really endearing. But he does have it. You know, we got China Klay, we got Toaster Klay, we got Boat Klay. How is he as a teammate, man? Rolling with Klay Thompson.
He's a great teammate. He's funny. If he says something on his mind, he's saying it. And but he's a great teammate. He's always telling me when we play. He's always like, "You ready, TJ? If they step out, I'm giving it." Like, I think we built a great chemistry. But a great teammate.
So, what's the area of your game like that you're really concerted on working on moving forward? Obviously, during the season, it's really difficult, but every offseason, guys try to add layers to their game. What's some things that you're thinking about with your game now that you've had a little taste of the NBA that you think you really need to work on in the coming years?
My shooting's probably my biggest thing, but at the same time, it doesn't need to be like where I have to be a 45% shooter. It's more just trying to make the defense honest and be able to pick and pop, have them close out, and then I can rip and drive by them. That's something I did a lot at IU. And so I think that's a big thing. Free throws, I've been struggling on them. But those are just continue to get repetition on them. In practice, I'm knocking down 80 to 90, so it's just a mental block that I got to get over. And so I think those two things are the biggest things, and then just continue to work with the staff on my defense, being able to switch and guards is big for me.
You know, TJD, every time we interview you, we come away more and more impressed with you. You're very articulate. You seem to know what you need to work on. You know your strengths and weaknesses. You've been a perfect fit for this organization and this region. Can't wait to get to know you more, TJD. Continue to play well. What a highlight last night. But overall, you're just playing some really good basketball. I think Warrior fans are loving the way you're playing, attacking the hoop, playing above the rim, blocking shots, man. Dub Nation can't get enough of you right now, TJD.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
I'll be looking for that gamer tag on FIFA, bro.
Yeah, it's Star Wars. We got to talk about your Star Wars affiliation, man. I don't know about that one, man.
Absolutely.
What a great
All right,
story.
Trace. Good stuff, man. Awesome, man. Awesome spend some time
So
with
much
Trace
to take
Jackson
away
Davis.
from that interview, but I think the most impressive part was I watched in real time as you jumped into the phone booth, spun around like Superman, ripped off the radio outfit, and turned into TV Bonte. Listen to the transition that we have here as Bonte on the radio transitions in real time from Radio Bonte to TV Bonte.
Somehow, some way, Trace Jackson Davis slipped to the 57th pick, and the Warriors selected him out of Indiana in round number 2, and they do not regret it. What a week for Trace Jackson Davis. Last Wednesday against the Bucks, he blocks Giannis Antetokounmpo twice in the same possession, then runs down the floor, catches an alley-oop from Stephen Curry. Save sequence, career-high tying 4 blocks in that game. Last night, he goes 6-7, 13, 10, and 5. Where's the 5 dimes? We kept talking about that last night, Trace Jackson Davis, as we welcome you to the Morning Roast for the first time. Our roasters love you. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, my co-host, loves you. I'm Bonte Hill, of course, TJD. All right, how many times have you watched him dunk back? Come on, is it under 50 times you watched him dunk back last night from as you posterized Wemby?
What my guy
Bonte Hill, of course, is the one.
He was going through the motions, and then all of a sudden, spun around like he was Superman and switched into his superhero television outfit. I'm Bonte Hill, and you're listening to Pre and Post Game Live. Chris Mullen to my left, Festus to my right.
Hey, the things you guys catch. Hey, no, Adam T, I'm not cocky as hell. On
Everybody caught it. It's not us. Every one of us looked at each other, and Joe got in my ear, and I was literally mouthing it to him. He turned into TV Bonte.
I didn't turn it. I'm turning into I'm Bonte. We all have alter egos.
Of course.
There's television Bonte. There's radio Bonte. There's at home Bonte. And there's out in public Bonte. Actually, like, find it for Bonte.
Yeah, there's many more than that.
There's a lot of Bonte
There's many
Hills.
more to that.
There's like 7 Bonte Hills out there. I don't even know who I am right now. I'm a chameleon. I'm TV Bonte. Hey, welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by First North Credit Union. Then there's Radio Bonte. Farhad's gotta go. He's gotta go. I'm tired of him.
It's on Shanahan.
Shanahan, this is on you. This is the year of Shanahan. I'm having a meltdown. Go get your guy.
Yeah, I just want to see Radio Bonte appear on Warriors Post Game Live just once.
It almost did.
It almost did. Really? When he hit the really for a split second. It almost came out.
It's always fun game. Shocked you talking to me.
Hey.
You think Draymond's texting Trace right now? Shocked you're talking to him.
No, when he brought up Draymond being really good at poker, I really wanted to play It's Always a Fun Game. I really wanted to.
Thank God you didn't. I got a reputation. I've got a job to keep.
I love how
this show is going to get me fired from television.
No,
I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I'm actually with Phil on Mike now. I caught a stray from Dre because of something you said.
Probably.
I'm convinced.
Probably.
I'm convinced.
I'm so good at what I do, you can't pin me down.
No, you just disappear. You don't show up at the games.
I mean, this is an Iron
show
Man
my
match.
face out there.
This is an Iron Man
goes, hide
match.
me Excelsior. Talks his talk.
I just,
and you don't
I
see him at all.
let go of the grenade from like downfield and just fly it into the bunker.
Oh my gosh. TJD's a really good interview.
What a great guy.
He's a good dude.
What a great guy.
He's a really good kid, man. The wherewithal to say, dude, it's a mental block right now with the free throws. Yeah. To admit that out loud.
Hey, he's more mature than me.
You and I have combined.
I mean,
wow.
My favorite was when he started gassing up Star Wars, though. I mean, my guy's watched everything. When he went Ahsoka, I was like, oh, we have a real Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that. Oh.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
My final thought is this. Big Mac used to have this secret sauce that everybody worried about the secret sauce.
I already know where we're going.
What?
You already know where we're going. You heard him. Big Mac already had the secret sauce. I already know where he's going.
Where am I going?
Oh, just keep going.
Tell the rest of it.
Oh, Shaz used to say, I'm the secret sauce to the show.
No,
I'm the glue.
The secret sauce is that Bonte does not realize when he's transitioning and morphing into certain characters in his life. And it's all blended together. The tiredness from being a dad has blended everything together. I watched in real time as Radio Bonte evolved in front of my eyes into TV Bonte.
That was hosting Bonte. I was just saying, that's what you do as a professional. Hey, TJD, you introduce him, give him a great intro. I'm Bonte Hill, of course. Because everybody knows my voice. It's a very distinct voice. It sounds raspy. Some people say I need to blow my nose or whatnot. I don't have any boogers right now. Should I try to blow? No, I'm kidding. I don't even know. I don't even know. Sometimes I don't even know if I'm here right now. I'm actually just floating. I actually just floated today.
Just make sure when we meet clients, you bring television Bonte out.
Which is in 6 minutes, by the way.
Oh, we got to meet some clients in 6 minutes? Yeah. I'm going to be humble in this one. Wait, hey,
we need client Bonte to show up.
No, listen. Radio Bonte was getting us some sponsorships. Damn it.
It's true.
He might get a sponsorship.
Radio Bonte.
This is Radio Bonte, sponsored by the streets.
I'm just well-rounded.
Sponsored by Six Emission.
Dude, the cut, we got to stop talking. We talk way too much. We need to start taking more calls on this show. Because the cuts that Spinotti's getting, I'm telling you, man, I'm listening back to that. Damn, did I really say that?
Yeah, you did. I almost ripped a couple in his face.
Am I like the Green Ranger and White Rangers? I'm Steve Urkel, who turns into Jaleel.
Stefan.
Yeah.
Jaleel is his real name.
Jaleel is his real name. Yeah, Jaleel White. We interviewed him a couple years ago. I was really happy about that. It's like my childhood idol, Steve Urkel.
Yeah.
Did I do that? My final thought is, I'm really taking that, man. We got a day off. We got to ask TJD what he's going to do on his day off. They're in Dallas. Everything they make in Texas is bigger than steaks and everything. Texas is a lot of fun. All right, go ahead, Spinotti. Love it. Let me shut the hell up.
Shout out the last remnants of the Khalil Mack deal with the Raiders. Josh Jacobs moving on. He was the last piece of that deal. So I'll call it a wash between the Bears and Raiders. I think Cole Kmet is the other one still on the Bears right now.
Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love him.
Speaking of the end, shout out the end of the Bart era. No, not Joey. I'm talking about the train. If you want to take one last ride on the old BART train, you could do that on April 20th at 1 o'clock at MacArthur Station. What a fun way to spend a 420.
A 420 on BART? Oh, that's going to be...
On the old BART train.
On the old BART train. Oh, they're going to attack. Oh, there's dudes lining up right now to attack that BART train out.
Oh, my goodness.
There's people out there waking up. You know it. You little 20-year-olds out there. Oh, dude, 420, let's take out that BART train. That is... the plan of their day. Their day is sitting around tacking out that BART train. There's no doubt.
The amount of people will actually show up because of that reason. Oh, it's going to be a great time, I'm sure. I won't be there.
Love it will be on that train.
I do not want to.
Oh, we got to go? Oh, it's already 9:56. The show felt slow today, but it went by fast. Kind of strange, huh?
My brother said when you have kids, the days are long, but the time goes by shortly.
Do you feel like that?
He's 100% correct.
Wow, Daily Boy's right about something. Now it's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet on all of your devices. Steinego next here on 95.7 The Game.
Almost ripped a couple in his face.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a
Yay! All right, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Goo taking care of some business, so E will be in the house till 2 o'clock. And then we'll turn it over to Willard and Dibbs at that point. And we got a lot to talk about today. Warriors get a win in San Antonio. Not a must win, but they needed it. And a lot of free agents. I think right before we came on, I couldn't stop thinking about Goo when I saw it 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he'd be pretty pissed right now.
Looks like Derrick Henry's gone to the Baltimore Ravens. And I know Goo had his sights on Derrick Henry as a Cowboy.
He was celebrating his signing to the Cowboys the moment that he found out that I think Tony Pollard was not coming back to Dallas. So sorry, Goo.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
You really do.
You really do. Let me tell you what you like to see is a Warriors win. They needed it against the San Antonio Spurs, 112-102. And I got to tell you, I've been thinking about the Warriors' last 3 games, and I actually think they've been hugely important. The young guys are playing more. There's no doubt about it. They have to, whether it was by design, by necessity. Young guys are playing more. Okay. So what's happened in the last 3 games, Evan? Well, the young guys had to try to finish a game against the Chicago Bulls. All right. They didn't get it done. Bulls are a veteran team. They got some closers. Good learning experience. Then you come out Saturday at home against San Antonio without Wembanyama, and you think you can win that game on effort, and the Spurs come in here and hand it to you without Wembanyama. That's what happens sometimes when you're playing a lot and you're relying a lot on young guys. All right, 2 days later, you get San Antonio again with Wembanyama, and now your young guys respond and rebound and play well, and you go get a win against the Spurs. I get it, they're a 14-win team, but the one thing I was thinking about is that's a great 3-game sample size of what can sometimes happen as you rely more and more on young guys who you're trying to get experience. You're going to struggle against teams that are veteran-type teams, and you might have an up-and-down performance against a team that you think you should beat twice. But all in all, I think it's a positive for the Golden State Warriors that they're getting these guys playing time and that they almost have to get them playing time as they head to this play-in, which it looks like they're going to end up playing it. Evan?
Well, you look at the beginning of the season to now, and at the beginning of the year, they still were built on the core of the 2022 championship, and that large in part is what their season's going to be decided on come postseason time. But this was a team that needed to get younger, that needs to become more reliant on their younger players. Number one, because they got an aging core. But number two, you just look around the league. Look at what has been able to carry teams throughout, for long stretches, for long periods of time. It's been younger, up-and-coming star players. Now, at the top of the top, you look at Denver, like they're a team that is in the middle of their prime. They got a core, but everyone else is just trying to figure out where they fit in, I think, around Denver, specifically in the West. So the Warriors have been in a place where they either have been incapable or reluctant to lean into their young guys. And that's why throughout this season, you look at the stretches in which that have allowed players to emerge. Draymond Green's suspension is something that, in his own words, helped someone like Jonathan Kuminga, who was out of the rotation, is now back in. You look at now where they're at, I think after Draymond's return, TJD is forcing his way into the rotation. Podziemski over the course of the season has forced his way into the rotation, has relegated Klay Thompson. Andrew Wiggins has been up and down, but someone like Moses Moody got to start in those 4 games that he was out. They have needed to get younger for some time. And whether it's by choice or by being forced to, you've seen over the last 3 games the ups and downs and the inconsistencies that naturally are going to follow some of these young players, but your hope is that eventually they settle. Eventually they balance themselves out, and then they're able to get better. Like we've seen leaps and bounds from the 25 and youngers this season, and that has me excited about the future because at the end of the day, you are the 10 seed. Like you are what your record says you are. Right. And that loss and the losses to Chicago and the Spurs certainly hurt, but we're also starting to see on an individual basis players take leaps. And that, to me, is the most important part for the remainder of this season before we get to the playoffs.
I think the question now becomes, can you go get a win tomorrow night in Dallas against the Mavericks? Doesn't look like Steph Curry's going to play. But I look at the next two games. They're at Dallas and at the Lakers. And obviously, if you want to get to 9, 8, and above, you're going to have to win at least one of these games.
It's important.
To me, if you lose both these games, you're looking straight down the barrel of a 10 seed. Even if you win some games. So the one thing I'm thinking is, the one silver lining to me is, if you see you're going to be a 10 seed and you know you're going to be a 10 seed, even a 9 seed, at that point, don't you just try to milk the youngsters the last 16 games so that when you get to that play-in game, Steph's fully healthy and rested, Draymond's fully healthy and rested, Clay's fully healthy and rested, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that would be the one thing I'd try to do if I found out, we're not going to be able to get up to 8 or 7. That would be my goal.
Yeah, you have to. I think that's why you have young players, to eat the minutes of players that are out of their primes, that are on the downside of their careers. I mean, the hope is that Curry, Clay, Dre, and others can still, come postseason time, raise their level. Wiggins, certainly. I think the Warriors, however far they go in the playoffs, are going to be determined by their aging core, but you need to make sure they're as fresh as possible. And I think also now, look, like Kuminga's important. Kuminga's important to the success of this team. Podziemski is important to the success of this team. Now, we can have the discussion if that's, ultimately the best place to be, because there's a lot of great young players, but the Warriors have been hanging on to the past for so long that I think it's just refreshing to feel like, for example, against the Spurs last night, and it is a 12-win team, but that the combination of what Chris Paul, Podziemski, GP2, Trace Jackson Davis, and Andrew Wiggins for a period of time could go on a 30-4 run. Could just take the game away from San Antonio. And that's a team that you should be able to dominate in stretches like that. They didn't do that on Saturday, and I thought that was a poor showing from the younger players, but that's what's going to happen. And so to see them immediately bounce back, like I almost think the fact that they faced the same team twice is beneficial to guys that are 21 or rookies, because you get a look at where you measure up the first time you see a team that you probably should have beaten, and then the second time you make the necessary adjustment. We saw that last night.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to, we can get into this a little later, I'm trying to gauge where the Warrior young players are compared to some other teams' young players. And we'll get into that in a sec. The other thing that, I was just looking at what's happened this year. And one of the things that's been a theme of this team has been, the core and how much you owe the core and how much the core should play, the champions, and how much you integrate the other younger players. And the one thing that's happened this year, and I did this yesterday, and I was like, boy, this team's been pretty healthy. But by the same token, they have moved some stuff around to make it easier for the young players to get on the court, more so than they have probably in the last 10 years. So Draymond, think about this for a minute. Draymond got suspended, so he's missed about 20 games. They moved Klay Thompson to the bench to come off the bench, so he's playing about 5 less minutes a game. Wiggins has been underperforming, and then he was out for about 4 games recently, but his minutes have decreased from last year. Kevon Looney, one of the champions, he's been taken out of the rotation completely. You had Chris Paul, he got hurt for about 2 months, and right now Steph Curry's out. So even though none of those guys have been out for long stretches, a couple guys haven't been playing well, which has given the young guys an opportunity. And you hope that Steph Curry can come back in a couple games and be the Steph Curry he was. I'll tell you what, Chris Paul was great last night. So the question is how do you move forward the end of this season with the young guys? How much do you play them? How much standings do you watch? Do you still think getting up to 7 or 8 is realistic? But in the meantime, we'll find out more at Dallas and at LA this weekend.
But okay, so you said that these young players are essentially helping take in the load off of the older players' plates.
Mm-hmm.
The one guy that frustrates me in that regard would be Andrew Wiggins, because he's someone that you would expect to not have their load needed to be low. Like, Andrew Wiggins right now is playing 27 minutes a game. He's 28 years old. I understand this is his 10th year in the league, and he's been around for some time. But that's a guy that you should be able to get 30-plus minutes a night from.
Yeah.
And so, to me, Curry, Clay, Dre, their minutes are suppressed because they're getting older. Andrew Wiggins and his minutes are suppressed because he's getting worse. That's the biggest issue, I think. And where the Warriors are going to have to figure out how their rotation looks, or how their top 8 configures for a playoff series. As much as I think for the regular season they can piece things together and Kerr can find combinations on a night in and night out basis. Against Milwaukee, I thought Kerr did a beautiful job of mixing young and old. Over the weekend, he was kind of forced into a particular spot. When Curry comes back, it all rights itself. But at the end of the day, you need your guys to be dudes. And I think that keeping Curry, Clay, and Dre's minutes down can help them. But Wiggins is the one I look at with a red flag of, this shouldn't be happening right now.
No, and that's why I wrote down, whether by design or necessity, the Warriors have been relying more heavily on their young guys. And in Wiggins' case, it's out of necessity, because he hasn't, he's missed 4 games, and before that and after that, he's just been so-so. So there are minutes there to be had. So I look at a game like last night, and if you put it in the context of the last 10 years for the Golden State Warriors, look, we're seeing it. It's time. It's happening, whether we like it or not. Young guys are getting more playing time now for the Golden State Warriors, probably than any time since they won their first title. Now, if you want to quibble about the 73-9 year when those subs played garbage time, I'm not going to get into that. But the reality of the situation is they're using 4 young guys right now pretty much on a daily basis, and that's Kuminga, Trace Jackson-Davis, Podziemski, and Moody. So that's the good part, or that's a part that to me is factual. They're in some kind of transition right now with this team and playing the young guys. So I look at that as a good thing. The issue, though, is, and this is the part that I always think about, though, as you play these young guys. Are the Warriors' young guys better than other teams' young guys? In other words, we saw San Antonio last night. They're sitting with Wembanyama, they're sitting with Sochan and Vassell, young guys that they're building around. And you look at that team, and those guys have been playing for a while. And, I was watching the Rockets the other night, and they're sitting with Jalen Green and Şengün. And you realize that the Warriors have paid a little price for their success, because they don't get to play their young guys when the stakes are low, because they're trying to win every single year. So that's the one thing I'd be a little worried about moving forward, is that the other young guys from other young teams have been playing for the last 2-3 years, and maybe they have been playing on teams that aren't great, but they have confidence that maybe the Warrior guys aren't going to get for another year or two. And so where does that leave you as you're trying to integrate them more and more, but Steph's still here?
Well, it's happened slowly, but okay, Kuminga's minutes have climbed from 17 his rookie season to 21 his sophomore season. Now he's playing 26 minutes a night over the course of the year. I think it's pretty good progression. Like, he's averaging 16 points a game. Kuminga is someone I look at and say, yeah, he probably could have come along sooner if he was on Houston or playing for one of the bottom feeders. But I do think there is a benefit to learning from champions, to playing with champions. And naturally, you're going to be lower. Like, you're not going to be allowed to play with as much freedom. You're probably going to have more rope. I mean, we've seen that countless times throughout the first 3 years or 2.5 of Jonathan Kuminga's career. But I can't say that the Houston Rockets, like Jalen Green is someone who's better than Jonathan Kuminga because he's played. I think he has to play. Like Jabari Smith has to play. So they might be further along just as far as minutes played, as far as actual development, and I think being able to impact winning. I don't think Kuminga is any further behind those guys. If anything, you could say he's further along.
All right, well then let's talk about how good Kuminga is compared with some of the other young stars in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, do you think, like, I look at Orlando and they're sitting with Banchero. I look at Detroit. They stink. I get it. But they're sitting with Cunningham. San Antonio's got Wembanyama. Zion's still only 23. The Pelicans have him. Chet Holmgren's in Oklahoma City. The Warriors, they need him to be a player of that of that impact, right? Eventually.
Yes.
Like, he's got to be able to be their Anthony Edwards, who's 22 years old. Can he be? Can Kuminga be as good as those type of players that I've mentioned? And then the other thing is, you know, if those guys are playing with a better supporting cast, I'm not saying they are right now, you know, where does it leave the team moving forward?
I mean, someone like Kuminga, I would prefer to look at him in comparison to his class. Like, all right, compared to other young players, yeah, I mean, he might not be as far as along as, you know, some of the stars. Like they're going to be players that are better than him. But, okay, right now, Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, Franz Wagner, I don't know, you could throw in Trey Murphy, I get Josh Giddey.
All right, the last two, get him out, and he belongs in that group, I think. Don't you?
I agree.
Kuminga.
So if he's in the group of five, the five best players of his draft class, that's a hit. Like, that's a win for the Warriors. Now, is he going to be... Again, I just feel like it's hard to compare a 21-year-old to other young players who have been rewarded with money. Like, do I think any of those guys are going to get, for example, the dollars that were handed out to Tyrese Halliburton, LaMelo Ball, Desmond Bane? Those were the guys that got maxed out from their rookie class a year ago. Do I think those players are going to get $250 million? Perhaps some of them. I don't think Kuminga's in that group.
I wonder. You know, that's a decision the Warriors are going to have to make this year. And I was thinking about this, and tell me if you think there's a parallel here or a comparison to be made. You know, one of the things that I think is tricky about Brock Purdy is, for the 49ers, is that when you pay him, chances are you're not going to be able to have as good a team around him. So how do you judge that before it happens? Kuminga's another one, to me, who's similar. You know, Kuminga's you may have to pay him $35 million plus, but we don't know what he's going to be without Steph Curry, which is coming down the line a little bit. And that's one thing that I was talking about yesterday is the Warriors, every decision they have to make at this point that's long term, I think you got to at least factor in the possibility that Steph won't be Steph. In other words, if I'm giving Kuminga a 4-year deal, which doesn't kick in next year but the year after, I'm prepared that the last couple years, it's essentially his team.
Yes.
It's essentially his team. He's going to be the best player on the team. Okay, how good are you? And I know it's still early, but you have to start asking yourself, well, how good can we be if Kuminga's the best player on our team in 3 or 4 years? And I'm not saying I know the answer to that. I don't.
No, I don't think anyone does. There's going to be an adjustment period for whatever we're talking about. I think we're looking pretty far ahead, even if it's 2 or 3 seasons. I mean, again, Steiny, think about how much has changed from the beginning of just this season to now.
Think about Kuminga or with everybody?
With everything with the Warriors.
Gotcha.
Like this past offseason, we were thinking about how the aging players just needed a little bit of help, just needed this. You had to move off of Poole, bring in Chris Paul. Like, I think at the beginning of this season, their identity was vets. The identity of this team appears to be now, on March 12th, 2024, up-and-coming young players. That's what everyone's excited about. That's why I want to watch last night. I know Curry didn't play, but even against Milwaukee, I was interested to see how Kuminga measured up against Giannis. Apparently how TJD could defend the Greek Freak. How Podziemski can play in those type of games with that caliber of players on the opposite side. To me, from the beginning of the season until now, we have seen immense strides from the 24 and youngers, because that's how old TJD is as the rookie.
Right.
That, to me, can all continue to move in the right direction. And so in 2 years, yeah, we're probably going to be talking about how Curry's not the same player, but could Trace Jackson Davis be your starting five? I don't know, perhaps. Could Podziemski remain in the starting lineup? It forces you to think about, I think, the future, but not in reference to the core. And finally, this is, I think, where people were at with Poole, a couple of years ago. What could he be? Where could he go? And that turned out how it turned out. But finally, they have multiple young players that are within their first 4 years that you can project and say they can be a part of this team and help this team.
Yeah, and I don't know if today's the day to think about how good they can be in 3 or 4 years, because the Warriors right now are 10th and they're in the play-in situation. But I do think one of the things that's happening, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's what happens, is the more you play the young guys to get them experience, the less winning you're probably going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the reasons the Warriors, first of all, if the Warriors didn't have any young players this year, they might be 33-30 still. I don't know.
But it also could be worse because you're playing Curry 35 minutes. You got to play Draymond 32 minutes, and they might break down.
But so what I'm getting at is you may have to take a little bit of a step back to gain that growth from these players. In other words, if you're going to play these four guys as much as you're playing them right now for the rest of the season and into the play-in game, you might get beat by the Lakers in the first play-in game. And now you're not even a play-in team, but you've got some young players who got more experience than any group of young players have in the Warriors for 12 years. What's that worth? And can they take the step this year and take a big enough step next year if they're still around that you get back into the playoffs and maybe you're a 5 or 6 seed with the essentially the same team? Like, I don't get the sense Warrior fans would get all excited about that.
Do you measure this team by seed or by wins?
That's a great question.
Because they're going to be a lower seed than last year, but they're going to have more wins, I believe.
They might.
That to me says you're a better team. In comparison to the rest of the league, you're not as high. But if the Warriors win 48 games this year, they're a better team than last year, even if they're the 9 seed.
Well, to get to 48 now, they're going to have to go you know what I'm saying. But
okay, so
what they win last year, 44?
44. And they got them the 6th seed.
If they get 40, to me, if they get 46, yes, that's better. It's not dramatically better, but you get up into the high 40s, then you got to say it's better. That's an interesting question.
But if you win,
you think this year's team's better than last year's team?
Yes.
You win. Last year's team got to the second round of the playoffs. So you're saying this team could be better, but not advance as far.
I got you on this side.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You know what? You might think that game didn't mean a lot yesterday, but look at the last 3 games in total for the Golden State Warriors and their young players. They got a lot of experience in the last 3 games. They lost a close one. They got handled by a team that many thought they shouldn't have been handled by, but then they go out there in San Antonio last night, and the young guys take care of business. It's too bad Trace Jackson-Davis dunk doesn't get you 5 wins, because that may have been the dunk of the year last night. 888-957-9570. Reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
Wish and savor at Bay Street Emeryville this spring. From Alley-Oop Scoop.
Trace Jackson Davis. Oh! He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
That is his welcome to the league moment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got news for the 510.
Uh-oh.
Who says not a dunk, he threw it in. That's a dunk, even if he threw it in. Remember that Blake Griffin dunk early in his career?
Mozgov.
Well, yeah. That's a dunk. Count it.
Well, even Dwight Howard in the slam dunk competition threw one in from the free throw line. They counted that as a 50.
I looked it up. In no definition of dunk did I see that the hand shot? Had to forcefully hit the rim. Mm-hmm.
You got to Google it.
Thank you.
It was an and one.
It's a legit dunk. It's a great dunk.
He turned that thing over.
That thing will be in the top 10 plays of the week, at least.
That's the number one play in his career so far.
That might have play of the year?
He's going to have to do a lot.
Is that the play of the year?
I don't know. Wiseman had a good one yesterday for Detroit.
Oh, he sure did. This is James Wiseman.
And honestly, it was probably his best play in the NBA.
It was nice. I mean, I'm trying to think of the signature plays this year for the Warriors. I mean, the one on Trace Jackson Davis had the last two. I know that. The double block of Giannis and then the finish and then that dunk over Wembanyama.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the game
Clay
winners,
made a buzzer beater, right?
Curry against Phoenix.
Yeah, that's right.
Clay against Sac.
Trying to think what else. No signature moments for Draymond.
Debatable.
Yeah.
Tell that to Rudy.
Thank you.
Tell that to Rudy.
Shocked you talking to me.
Well, I'd have been shocked too last night. You had 6 turnovers in about 14 minutes.
He only had 5.
I'm sorry. Hey, young guys carried the Warriors last night. We're trying to put it in perspective. How you feeling about these young guys? I don't know how to feel about them yet. Listen, I'll tell you, you said it. Right now, right here, right now, Mike Dunleavy had a nice little draft. I don't care. You're talking about 19 and 50, whatever, and you're looking at 2 rotation players on a team that's over 500. Those are 2 pretty good picks. Now, can one of them turn into a bona fide starter in the NBA and an advantageous player? You know, that's the next step. But those 2 guys have been solid in their rookie year, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't know how sexy it is, but Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s kind of come in and not, like, you can't come in and mess it up, basically. Right. And I think there's value in the fact that the first 3 moves he's made have all been positive for the Warriors. Now, the first move was probably necessary. Moved off of Jordan Poole.
What about the Corey Joseph trade?
Well, it remains to be seen because apparently a second-round pick can turn into a rotation player.
That's true.
So, no, Podziemski's been a great pick. TJD is turning into a great pick. And they're still rookies. I mean, we'll see. The Warriors have had good picks in the past that looked like they were something in their rookie season and didn't have staying power. But I feel like the experience, the fit, along with the floor of someone like Podziemski and TJD is, like Mike is, I don't know if he's been an A+, but he ain't messed this thing up. Like everyone wondering about what the difference was going to be at the general manager spot or president of basketball operations. There's been nothing to complain about so far with Mike.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors' young players. I mean, right now, they're chipping in, they're helping. But I get how a skeptic could be. Steiny, they're the 10th seed. So what are we really talking about here? But I'm just noting that the Golden State Warriors in the Steph era, since they started getting real good in 12, 13, whatever it was, this is the most young players we've seen at one time. And it's not even close. So where are we at with these young players? Where do we go the last 18, 20 games? What do you think of them? Are they all keepers? Are they not keepers? Are they just nice players who are surrounded by Hall of Famers, and once the Hall of Famers start moving on, they'll get worse, or they won't be as good, or could they be better without the older guys? Let's go to Austin in San Jose to start us off. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, man. Good talking to you guys. Evan, I just wanted to, I just wanted to kind of curb the enthusiasm, no pun meant, but a little bit. I think that the reflection of we love seeing the youngsters. Good draft, great draft by Dunleavy. I actually think it's going to be a better drafting GM than Myers. That's just me. But I think we need to be careful. The fact that these guys are playing is because of the regression of the veterans. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, Klay Thompson, I know he's come on and late, but he hasn't really been great all year. We know about Wiggins and Looney. So I think it's great that these guys are playing, but I'm not seeing it as a great positive. They're still number 10. And it looked like when it's all said and done, when Curry's no longer 90%, he goes to like 70%. Are these the kind of guys that are going to be able to carry 41 home games and have the crowd excited? I have some questions. I think you still need to go out and get a big boy, Steiny, as you would say. I don't see Kuminga as being the next necessarily one. They're going to need to go get a big boy to complement the roster going forward. That's just me, man.
Let me just throw this in there real quick, Austin. Let's just talk about Kuminga. And I just made a list of guys who are 23 or younger. Do Warrior fans put Kuminga in the same group as a Banchero, Şengün, Cunningham, Wembanyama, Zion Williamson, LaMelo Ball, Chet Holmgren, Halliburton, Anthony Edwards? Because all those guys are 23 and younger.
Hey, you know what? And that's a fantastic question. And that's what I look at. I compare the Warriors youngsters to other guys I watch on League Pass.
Right.
And the answer for me would be no. I don't think he's at that level. That's just me. So that's why I say there is a gap between our best young guy and the young guys on other teams. That's my thoughts, Scotty.
Appreciate it, Austin. Yeah, Austin's kind of he's been saying that for a while, that the Warriors young players are good young players, but we need to look around the league and realize that a lot of other teams have better young players. But I do want to say this about Kuminga, because this is where I think a lot of people have been unfair to both him and Steve Kerr. You look at a guy like Anthony Edwards or some Banchero who's come into the league and let's just say are better all-around players right now than Kuminga. Well, of course they're better all-around players than Kuminga because they've been playing basketball since they were 8 years old. So they have a foundation of 10 years. Then they go to college. Then they come into the league. The one thing you may have to live with Kuminga is he's going to be a lot better, but it might not be till he's 25 or 26 years old. He's already getting better. We know that. But for him to really sand off the rough edges to his game, for him to really start thinking about the game in terms of when can I get mine? When can I try to get somebody else going? How do I make other people better? What do I have to do this specific game to give us the best chance to win? Whether it's pick up a guy full court, whether it's try to lock up one guy. I mean, that's just going to take longer than a guy who's got a longer foundation of playing basketball than Kuminga. It's no shade at Kuminga, but there's a reason why Anthony Edwards and Banchero and Şengün might be further along than Kuminga, and it's twofold. One is they went to teams they could play for right away, and two, they've been playing basketball longer than Kuminga. So, that whenever I think about Kuminga, I always acknowledge he's gotten a lot better in the last 2.5 years, but he's got a little longer way to go than some of the other younger guys who have been playing longer. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, also those players could just be better basketball players. Anthony Edwards is really, really good.
Right.
Alperen Şengün is really, really good. And I don't think that's a knock on JK, but I don't know. I just don't want to put him up against players that are in. Edwards is a star. He's already a 1. I mean, we still don't know if Jonathan Kuminga on a given night is your automatic 2.
Right.
I think they need him to be, and I think he can be, but those players have played so much more. They're also in different spots as far as, having to, I don't know, kind of be behind in the hierarchy, players that have championships and experience. To me, it's like, I think Kuminga has made incredible progress, especially for the amount of time that he's been given to play. One thing that I'll throw at you is this. So, yes, the Warriors are the 10th seed in the grand scheme of things, but we also discussed how at the beginning of the year, their identity was more veteran-based as opposed to where it is now. Younger players are playing more than ever. So when would you consider that shift? Like the reliance upon young players? Because Kuminga began starting games really after, the new year consistently, or right before the new year consistently. What was the game where he said he'd lost faith in Kerr? That was after the Denver game. So since that point, you could look at his production and say, well, he's averaging close to 20 points. He's shooting close to 60%. Is that the kind of player you're going to continue to get? Because if that's the case, then I could say by the end of next season, he might have a reason to believe he can be in the class of some of the players that you named that have been further along just because of how much time they've gotten, how much rope they've gotten.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt Kuminga's a 20-point-per-game scorer, and he's proving that this year, and that's a great start. But what I'm not going to sit here and listen to is this guy's got a long way to go. He's got so many areas where he can get better, and that's what I'm saying. Is there's a difference between a guy who can go out and get you 20 a game, and there's a difference between a guy who's your number one in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Your number one has to be able to do a lot of different things. Otherwise, you're not going to be a very good team with that guy as your number one. And all I'm saying is to expect Kuminga to be there now is ridiculous because he picked up the game late. Does he have a chance to get there in 2 or 3 years? Maybe. Maybe he does. But that doesn't coincide with the Steph Curry timetable. And so that's kind of where I'm at with these young players. You asked when you thought some kind of transition has occurred. It's occurring. Like, it is occurring. And it's occurred over the length of the year. The Warriors, I think, are starting to show they're changing direction. And how have they shown that? Looney's out of the rotation. Trayce Jackson-Davis is in. Like, that's big to me. Klay Thompson going to the bench, becoming a sixth man, that's a big transition. What's that done? It's allowed Podziemski to start. Kuminga has earned a starting job and the number 2 or 3 scorer. And then you got Moody who can kind of fill in the cracks. So I think the transition is occurring. And I think we're going to continue to see the transition even if there's a big move in the offseason. Like, I think the Warriors could trade a young guy or two, but I don't think they're trading a young guy or two without moving Wiggins also. And I consider Wiggins kind of part of the core. So, to me, Wiggins might not be part of the group that you think of as a core anymore.
No, and I also think the transition is necessary. You can't keep relying on the past to push you into the future. And to me, the core is, you're right. Like, they're not what they were 2 years ago. They may not even be what they were last year. They need young players to step up, to play, to improve, really. And that's where the rope is important. But I also think that Kerr is understanding of that at this point. It may have taken him 40 games to get there, but that's half a season. In the grand scheme of things, in my mind, that's not a long period of time. Like, there was no way that at the beginning of the season that Podziemski was going to come in and start for Klay Thompson, who had never come off the bench before. There was no way that TJD was going to supplant Kevon Looney as a 3-time champion as a second-round pick. Those things were not going to happen. Even Kuminga, to some extent, was not going to be in the starting lineup, in my mind, over Wiggins as well as Draymond. Like, they were reliant still upon 2022 at the beginning of this year. I think that over the course of this season, we've seen Kerr break out of that shell. We've seen the Warriors need to break out of that shell because I think they've understood that their ceiling with applying old ways to this new roster is not that high.
No, it's not.
In fact, if they had held on to what they were at the beginning of the season, they might be in a worse spot right now. I think the young players have done a fantastic job of both making up for the fall off of the older players, but also improving to the point where there is no choice but to get these kids involved.
Exactly. From the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, that take you keep having on Jonathan Kuminga, it's a bad one. Joel Embiid started playing basketball when he was 18 and became the NBA MVP. So why not Jonathan? No, that's what I'm saying. It took Embiid 8-10 years, and he went to college, by the way.
He also had degenerative knee issues.
Well, what I'm saying is Joel Embiid right now is 29. Yeah. So Joel Embiid has a 12-year foundation, and now last year he was an MVP candidate when he was 27 or 28. That's all I'm saying with Kuminga. If he's going to be a superstar, it's going to take him it's going to take another 4 or 5 years, which, listen, if he's a superstar, big deal. Big deal. I'm just saying that the timing isn't perfect for he and Steph Curry. I mean, ideally, he'd be 2 years older at this point. Yeah. Ideally, he'd be in his prime, actually, but that's not the way the world works.
But, look, listen, the Warriors have always been trying to thread a needle with him, though.
Kuminga's the least of the Warriors' problems. I mean, I'll be willing to admit that. Like, he's not the problem. Now, you want to start getting ahead of yourself and saying, he's a 1. He's going to be a 1. And you start saying, well, he's our Doncic. He's our, Embiid. He's going to be our next Steph. That's where I'm going to say easy. No matter if you're talking 2 years, 4 years, or 7 years. That's all with Kuminga. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Leo on 880. What's up, Leo? Let's hope this rains. I'm sick of this rain. What's up, Leo? How you doing, man?
Doing great. Hey, one thing I want is just a comment. My signature moment was when Gary Payton ran down Wembanyama and blocked him. that was pretty good. That was for me. A guy a foot shorter than you should never block your shot.
Right.
But what I was calling is when I look at this team, it's got warts, it's got problems, but with a little luck, it does have that ability, to win a championship. Like, it's in that. And in the history of the NBA, has there ever been a team that was good enough to win a championship who didn't make it into the playoffs? It seems just such and I don't know who to blame, but so odd that we have a team that on a good night we know could compete with anyone and win a 7-game series, but might not even be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying, Leo. I'd push back a little bit, and I'd say, isn't the evidence in after the last 2 years? Look, I don't think they can make a run and win it all. I just think it's going to be too hard, especially if they're coming from 9 or 10. So the whole issue then becomes, where does this team land? And I've said it all year long, and I don't know if people disagree or not, but to me, where this team lands is going to determine whether Joe Lacob tries to make big moves or he tries to come back with a lot of the same players, but with a different dynamic, or at least a couple new players to inject a different kind of life into the team. But again, if the Golden State Warriors finish 10 and they go down to LA and get beat by the Lakers or anybody, or even if they win a game, and if they don't end up in the playoffs, I mean, we don't have to go there now, but then what do you do? I mean, what do you do at that point? You
got to shake things up is what you got to do.
Shake things up, and I would caution that shaking things up doesn't mean you get back up to a 50-win team. Could mean you go the other way if you really shake things up.
I would look at the 44-win season last year's as the floor.
All right.
Like, that's where you have to be. I mean, you can't. I don't think it can be worse than that with Steph on your roster.
See, it's interesting. I'm not sorry to interrupt, but you're looking more at the win total than if they were to get knocked out of a play-in game.
Yeah, because
I'm not saying that's unfair.
Well, I'm also just looking at the top four. The top four teams in each conference are the teams that people generally consider to be contenders.
Sure.
I don't think the Warriors are beating those teams in a first-round playoff series.
I don't either.
So even if they get out of the play-in, last year they were a 6. I thought they got a great matchup in the first round. Who's to say, like, they weren't going to be, if they matched up with Denver, they weren't beating Denver last year in the first round. Like, they weren't, in my opinion, beating that team. They weren't looking at the top seeds and saying, we can take them down. They got by Sacramento because of a heroic, legendary performance from Stephen Curry.
Yep.
And they're going to need those type of performances if they want to go deep regardless. So it's funny. Like, you talk about all the time how the championship may or may not have long-term set them back because it demanded that they lean into what the ingredients of that championship were, which are still on the roster largely. So in a way, if they get bounced from the play-in tournament, which, I don't know, some people might feel is probable, maybe some people think that as a 9 or a 10 they could get out, maybe make some action. I don't know. I don't see a championship in the future of this team, but in a way, an early exit might expedite the process of moving off of what the ingredients were that no longer work from that 2022 team. That's where my mind begins to go.
And I think you're talking more specifically about Wiggins, maybe a Looney, maybe a Clay.
Gary Payton II.
If you have to bite the bullet, sure. You know, the one thing that I always chuckle at is dynasties, they'll set you back. It's the price of having a dynasty. You have a dynasty, at some point, you're going to be set back. And that's just the way it is. Like, the Warriors have not played a lot of young guys for the last 10 years. They just haven't. They've been busy winning titles. So here we go. Now we got some young guys playing. We're trying to figure out who they are. Can this young team or young 4 guys help the veterans go as far as last year? And then, you know, you bring up an interesting point. What if you do win 47, 48 games this year, which is better than last, but you can't get into the playoffs because you get beat in the play-in game? Is that a better year than last year or a worse year? I think most people would say it's a worse year because you didn't go as far, but the reality of the situation was last year's regular season was a nightmare. And this one's got way, way more bright spots, I think. So
and those bright spots are the younger players that we saw last night in San Antonio.
Exactly. Big Smooth is in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon. Can I still say morning? Either or.
All right.
So, and I'm listening to the take. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people out there who have an expectation of Jonathan Kuminga, knowing that he was just in high school a couple of years ago, or the equivalency of high school. He's getting better every year. I mean, that's it.
No doubt.
You can't. He'll be who he is going to be as time goes on. I mean, why are we watching our clocks on that? But I want to say this. I think I saw last night maybe a lineup that may be necessary is starting Chris Paul. He's playing fantastic, and bringing Pods off the bench. And the reason I'm saying that because Chris Paul is he's playing very well, and when he's an aggressive Chris Paul, when he's hitting that little midi, and when he's able to pick and roll, I think he's a better version, and I think Pods has that energy can come off the bench. But then also, I'm looking at Davis, and I'm saying, you know what? If you go back and look at the scouting report, or if you go back and look at the projection of when the Warriors drafted him, he's doing exactly what they thought he could have done. So my thing is now I'm looking at the coaching. Like, he's exactly who you thought he was. Why not sit Looney earlier and start? He should have been developed a little early. I think there has to be a little criticism on the coaching and bringing some of these guys along.
All right, 888. I hear you, Austin. I'll get to your point on the other side. We're up against it. 888-957-9570 is the number. I don't know. It's tough. You got to balance bringing Trace Jackson Davis along, and you also got to balance having the utmost respect for a guy like Kevon Looney and giving him the first crack at starting at center, and he did for half a year, and now he's going with the rookie. 888-957-9570. Where are you at with the Golden State Warriors young players? They helped you win a game against the Spurs last night in San Antonio. Big deal or no? Baby steps is what you need. This segment was brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, can we lose that one? Just lose it completely.
No, keep that one.
Seriously. Like, he deserves better. Guru deserves better than that drop, which isn't even among his top 1,000. That's all
I don't want to brag. I live in a regular neighborhood.
That's fine.
The favorite animal being a deer.
I am the system of this show.
That's a good one.
Favorite animal's a deer.
That's a great
one.
one.
That one kills me.
I would run around this studio naked.
No Guru today. He's taking care of some business. Evan Giddings in for him. And we're talking Warriors. We're going to jump to football at noon with Brad Graham. You can check out his YouTube channel at the SF Niners. I'm down on my agent friend from Denver. DJ Jones apparently gone back to the Broncos.
You hate to see it.
Although he did text me, and I need your help here.
What?
Looks like Rayshawn Jenkins has just landed in San Francisco.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Defensive back.
Okay. It looks like he's coming to the San Francisco 49ers.
30-year-old safety.
Am I breaking that? Has Rayshawn Jenkins been on the internet at all?
Put that out.
Am I breaking that? My source is saying Rayshawn Jenkins going to be a 49er. Take it to the bank. That's just for all you guys saying, stick to basketball, Steiny. Somebody Google Rayshawn Jenkins. Is that out there?
He's arrived at the 49ers facility, per source.
Okay, yeah.
There's nothing out there about him signing with the Niners, though.
He just landed. He's visiting.
He has visits with the Seahawks, Niners, and Packers. That was NBC Sports yesterday.
So I didn't get it. He's in the mix.
Wait, so he hasn't signed yet?
No, I guess he's meeting some teams.
No, but is your boy saying he's signing with the Niners?
No.
That's what we're trying to advance the story.
He literally just said Rayshawn Jenkins just landed in San Francisco, and apparently he did just land in San Francisco. Oh. Got off a plane, and now he's in Santa Clara. Yay! Is he a difference maker?
I'd lose your boy.
I told him I'm pissed at him. I said the only guy I wanted to know about was DJ Jones. I'm like, look, if he's coming in, everybody likes him back here. They need him. They just lost Armstead.
Yeah, run stopper.
I said, hey, listen, just give me something. It's been 35 years since I went to college with you. Give me let me break one story. He said, okay. I said, listen, even if DJ Jones isn't coming to the Niners, let me say, hey, you know what, I'm hearing DJ Jones not coming to the Niners. Well, he's not, and I didn't hear.
You should have asked for your boy Mixon.
Friend.
Yeah, you should have asked for Mixon.
I should have. Mixon going to Mixon's been traded
Texans,
to the Texans.
Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, obviously. The 49ers and special teams ace George Odom have agreed to a 2-year extension, though.
All right.
Worth up to $10 million.
Huge.
Oh, by the way, the free agent yesterday was all about Kirk Cousins. That was the big one. Today,
You like that?
Derrick Henry to the Ravens.
I'm out.
I thought you were going to say Sam Darnold to the Vikings.
Well, Sam Darnold to the Vikings.
You got $10 million, Steiny.
Seen ghosts.
Kyle gets guys paid.
Yes, he does. Except for Eric Armstead.
And he really didn't help get Trey Lance paid either, other than drafting him at a ridiculously high.
No, he still counts like $5 million against the Niners cap.
That's true. Okay.
What?
Kuminga has averaged 20 or more points since December. That's more points than everybody, 23, or Şengün, Wemby, Banchero. You do realize scoring's just one part of the game. Yes, Kuminga's got the scoring part in his back pocket. There's no doubt about it. He can get you 20. There's about 9 other things now that he can start doing better. You can't just be a scorer and think a guy's going to be a number one. You got to look ahead at Kuminga and say, all right, can he get us 20 plus every night? Can he get us 10 rebounds every night? Can he get us 5 or 6 assists every night? Can he be consistent just about every night? Terrific start for Kuminga, but you don't just... Takes time. Petey's on Highway 37. What's up, Petey? How you doing? This one's not going to sit well with me, but go ahead. It might.
So I
Hello?
Yes, all you, Petey.
Well, hey, I was out at the game on Saturday night, and I just kind of watched Popovich coaching the team, and I watched Kerr sitting on the bench while we were getting kind of creamed. And although by midway through the third quarter they started giving the ball to Kuminga, it wasn't working in the first half at all, and without Curry out there. And I was kind of wondering what you think what Kerr is going to be like without Curry. Is he going to be like a Belichick, where without Brady? You know, if he's just going to sit and watch, or if he's going to be up like Popovich coaching the team.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see Steve Kerr without Steph Curry, at least out here.
And even if we do, the answer is yes. But that doesn't mean that these guys aren't great coaches. Like is Steve Kerr the reason that Steph Curry is the best point guard of all time, or what? I don't know, wherever you put it. No. But he certainly helped. Is Tom Brady a 7-time Super Bowl champion without Bill Belichick? No. Does he probably win a few? Yeah. Like, coaches are, to me, I look at head coaches as ancillary pieces to the greatness of players. Like, they're brought in, Steve Kerr was brought in to help Steph Curry get to the next level. He did that. Curry was an all-star before Kerr got there. Who knows, he might have been MVP the next season without him. I don't know if they win 73 games. I don't know if they run 4 championships off without Steve Kerr. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Like, Bill Belichick is still an all-time head coach.
I don't like that people hold it against Steve Kerr because he's never developed or he hasn't developed young players as well as other coaches, when we know that we're smack dab in the middle of a dynasty, and that's just not the way it works, and it's not the way the team's been built, and it's not their philosophy. To me, it feels like the philosophy of the Warriors is starting to change a little bit. They're slowly but surely realizing they've got to come off their core guys. They're champions. It doesn't happen all at once and you snap your fingers and all of a sudden 3 guys aren't on the team. It happens by Looney not starting anymore and not being in the rotation. It happens by Klay Thompson struggling a little bit and now you move him to a 6-man role. Like, that's how it happens. It happens when Wiggins is underperforming and Jonathan Kuminga can step up and improve his game. But the one thing I do think's interesting, and I would ask this to the people who think Jonathan Kuminga is, ready right now or is the big boy of the future. Then why, if you really think Kuminga's that good now, why would you go out and get a big boy number? Like, to me, the reason I would, in theory, trade Wiggins, Klay, Draymond, whoever, outside Kuminga, to get a big boy is because then you get a big boy here next to Curry, and I don't care if Curry's the 1 and the big boy's the 2, or the big boy's the 1 and Curry's the 2, but the real thing it does is it pushes Kuminga to a 3 in terms of the pecking order, and at that point I'd be willing to say, you know what? Now you may have something, even at this age, but nobody, I don't think there's anybody out there that thinks if Kuminga and Curry are your best 2 players right now, and for the next couple years, they're going anywhere. It's not no fault of Kuminga's, but he's just not where they need. No, I shouldn't say that, because when I say he's not where they need him to be, it makes it sound like he has underachieved, and he has not underachieved. But the nature of drafting Jonathan Kuminga, when they did, with the experience he had, you better be willing to wait long enough to get the guy his second contract, because that's when he's going to be the finished product in 4 years.
Well, that's why I don't think that they can trade him this offseason, or should trade him.
No.
That also probably means you're not going to be able to get a large piece without involving him in a deal. That's why they couldn't get anyone, or didn't want to get anyone at the deadline. Like, they had offers out there. They had ways to go and get a more finished or ready-made product. They had player-to-player deals on the table. They chose not to do that because they didn't want to give up, I think, of what they're finally starting to reap, which is the benefits of their youth. Like, they're finally starting to get breakthrough performances from Kuminga. The last 26 games, he's averaged 20 points and 6 rebounds on 54% shooting. That's not nothing. Now, I know there's more 20-point per game scores in the NBA than ever, but Kuminga's 21 years old, and this is, to me, the first season where it feels like he believes with confidence that he's not going anywhere in terms of the starting lineup. Like, he's got his spot. He's secured his place in the pecking order. I want to see what he can do with a full season of that, with a full off season of that, knowing where he stands in the minds of the Golden State Warriors.
Exactly. And, here's the other thing about Kuminga. Just like Brock Purdy, at some point he's probably going to get paid. And if Jonathan Kuminga signs a $35 million a year per year contract, guess who he is at that point? He's Jordan Poole. And then he gets looked at differently. He's going to have more responsibility. It's different when you're under your rookie contract. Sammy G on the YouTube chat. Kerr finally has some young talent. Bob Myers been giving him a slew of garbage for years. Can we acknowledge at least that Bob Myers had most of his picks deep in the draft? The guys we're talking about are Wiseman was 2, Moody was 14, Kuminga 7, Podziemski was 19, and Jackson Davis was a second-round pick. Like, it's not hard. It's not easy to hit on 3 out of 4 29th picks in the draft. It's just not. It's different.
No, I mean, look, well, if we're talking about Myers, if we're going to relitigate that, the 2 highest picks he had, he went 1 for 2. Wiseman and Kuminga.
And I'm not convinced Wiseman was his guy. Now, that may be revisionist history. He's got to get. He's got to get
on his resume.
No doubt. But to me, and I know people say, well, Myers did this and Dunleavy did that. I actually look at it as Lacob does it all. I do. Like, I would love to know what moves were made, not made, where Lacob was on certain things, where Kirk Lacob was on certain things. Did they ever make a move or not make a move when Joe said, we'll do it, but I don't like it at all? Well, like, that's the kind of thing we'll never know, so I guess it doesn't matter.
No, Draymond was a Myers guy.
Looney, too.
Yeah. Patrick McCaw. Championship ring.
PBJ.
Is he in the league? Is he playing?
I don't know.
Gotta Google it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny in with Evan. Guru taking care of some business. Warriors, hey, they beat the Spurs last night. What are they, 34-30 right now?
Yep.
34-30, 18 games left for the Golden State Warriors. Does not look like Steph will play tomorrow in Dallas. It's really a shame that they're going to look at the next 2 games against Dallas and the Lakers, and they may not have Steph Curry, when a week ago after the Milwaukee game, or at least heading into the Milwaukee game, it looked like this team was at least going to be able to face those teams at full strength. But the reality of the situation is you can't lose both these games, because then you're down to, 16 games, and that's asking a lot. Asking a lot.
Yesterday was a game where you need your young players to play well in that game. I don't think they played very well the first time they played the Spurs. It's one of the reasons why they lost. Dallas and Los Angeles are games you need your vets to play well. Like, that's the kind of game where you need, I think, against top players in the league like Doncic, like LeBron and Anthony Davis. Like, you need Draymond Green to play well in those games. Draymond has not played very well the last 2 games. And I don't know if he's saving himself or maybe he's running into a wall.
That's a surprise.
Care to elaborate?
Did Steph play the last 2 games?
No.
Oh. I guess I should be careful and say sometimes Dre has trouble getting motivated when he doesn't have Steph by his side.
It's always fun game.
Is that something that would get him mad and he wouldn't want to talk to me in postgame? Even though he said it a million times?
He'd be surprised you were talking to him.
I'm surprised you're even talking to me.
Shocked you talking to me.
Why? I just said that sometimes you have motivational issues when Steph's not there.
Okay, so let's see if he has got trouble against Dallas.
What Warrior fan would not acknowledge that? Even the hardest of the hardcore. They'd all acknowledge it with Draymond. Got to put rats on the table. By the way, that's sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Saw the Atco Pest Control trucks out there early this morning in the rain in the city. And I was actually out at the world-famous Sam's Bar and Grill late last week, and they said that there's a lot of road construction going on here in downtown San Francisco, and you know what that does? That stirs up the rats. You've heard that, right? Anytime there's road construction, you jackhammering roads and ripping out curbs, and it unsettles the rats underground, and then they come up. 888-957-9570 if that's true.
You seen any?
It sure seems true to me. It makes a lot of sense to me.
You just think they're hanging out like just under the street?
Just waiting to be
hanging out? Like in the sewers or?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's kind of deep construction though than regular like jackhammer work.
Yeah, no, it's the vibration.
How far are we digging?
It unsettles them. Come on, Egg. Where's Rich from Atco? He'll tell you. Rats will keep to themselves until they're hungry.
Are you serious?
Or unless they get interrupted in their daily life of not messing with people.
Well, unfortunately, there hasn't been too much jackhammering, I guess, in my neighborhood. I haven't seen too many rats, Steiny. I'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah,
rats are frightening.
My fam's on the YouTube chat. We're trying to recognize more and more new people on the various chats. My fams, I'll recognize him. Steiny sounds like he thinks the Warriors should not sign Jonathan Kuminga to extension. No, that's not true at all. They're going to have to, probably. I'd be shocked if they don't extend Kuminga this offseason. Something they got to do. Pretty much. All I'm saying is, in 2 years, he'll be making 35 plus. And we'll look at him a little bit differently than a rookie than a young player on a rookie deal. Gary's in Martinez. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man? What's the word?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, you brought up the Jordan Poole aspect, and I think Kuminga is going to get in there. I mean, I don't think he's got that attitude. I think it's, we got 4 21-year-olds. They're really kind of brown bag, come to work every day. And you see Chris Paul talk about it. You see Draymond Green talk about it. They respect these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all 21 years old. And I think when Kuminga, and Kuminga's the leader of those 4. So I think if he gets paid, Curry stays with the organization. I think we got, they got, I don't know. There's a sense of pride with these guys, and they're basically starters right now.
Correct.
So I think the sky's the limit. I think you can't get rid of Kuminga now, and I don't think he's going to be the Jordan Poole type.
I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, no, thanks, Gary. No, I didn't mean he was. I mean, he's going to get Jordan Poole money. Essentially, was what I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting the max. Like, I don't know, $35 million. Maybe I'm just
the max can be a quarter of the cap.
Yeah, so it'd be you'd start at about $35 million, you move up 10% from there. To me, I don't see Kuminga getting that money.
Well, the other thing about Kuminga that we have to acknowledge is he does have, by far, in my mind, the highest upside of the 4 young players. I mean, that's obvious, right?
Yeah, Klay Thompson, duh. Yeah, no, he does.
Exactly. So that's one of the reasons Kuminga, quite frankly, is more important than the other 3, at least at this point, until and unless one of those 3 guys emerges and we say, this guy's going to be great. Steve-O is in San Francisco. What's up, Steve-O? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm still feeling optimistic, but I got to tell you, I think these guys are going to start coasting. They're up 6 games over the number 11 spot, and I think they looked. Maybe they're playing down to their competition, but in both San Antonio games, I think they looked like they were playing. Certainly they lost that first one, but they were playing just enough to win the second one. They're not treating these games like with playoff dire urgency. They're going to be happy with the play-in, and I think they're trying to keep their powder dry, waiting for that time.
Yeah, it's tough without Steph. It's hard to tell without Steph whether they're coasting or whether they're trying, but they just don't have Steph. Excuse me. I do think there is something to at the end of this week, if they lose these two games to the Lakers and Dallas, then maybe you have to start thinking we're looking at 10. I mean, we're just looking at 10. And at that point, I don't know. Do you prepare for it like it's the NCAA tournament and you're going into the final 64 and you need to make the Sweet 16? I don't know. I don't know if you can save a guy for one game. I get like saving him for, like, I thought 2 years ago when Steph got hurt late in the year and they were going into a 7-game series. That's one thing. But I don't think they keep Steph out for 13 games and then bring him back if that first game, I think, who was it against? Denver.
Yeah.
Then bring him off the bench. I don't know. One game does make it a little bit more difficult to figure out what you may want to do and may not want to do.
Well, you have to treat Steph Curry with delicacy no matter what. Like, he's not, they're not going to force him back or bring him back because they're trying to make a push. Like, Steph is the franchise.
Right.
Whether it's this season, next season, this postseason, he is the sun. So you do whatever you can to prioritize him. My thing is, and maybe this is also part of it, they haven't really played a whole lot without him this year. So I know they played without him in the past, but there's a readjustment period. Maybe that's what they got caught up at the end of Chicago, at the beginning of the San Antonio game. What I think TJD and Draymond started alongside each other in the first game against San Antonio. They can't really play 2 5s or 2 non-shooting bigs at the floor in the same time. Even though I guess Draymond is shooting well from 3, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not a threat. All I think is that if they're going to win a game of these next 2, which is very important because they need head-to-head tiebreakers at some point against teams ahead of them in the standings.
That's a good point.
You need your veterans to carry you in these games. Not to say that Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis and even Moody can't help, but these are playoff caliber teams. I'm just of the mindset that you need your vets to win and set the tone in those games. That's Draymond, that's Klay Thompson, that's Andrew Wiggins, and that's Chris Paul. And I think we're going to get an idea of how those guys are, I don't know, where they're at when it comes to the postseason.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny in with Evan Giddings. Today, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They beat the San Antonio Spurs last night with a lot of help from their young players. All their young players chipping in, helping the Golden State Warriors end their 2-game losing streak. And now Dallas tomorrow. It looks like they're going to play Dallas without Steph Curry. I see Rich and Robin on hold. I'll get to you guys the other side at noon. We're going to jump into some football. 49ers have been making a little bit of moves, a lot of moves around the NFL. We'll get into those.
Not DJ Jones.
With Brad Graham. You can follow Brad on YouTube at the SF Niners. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be right back. Talk sports. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you one thing I like about Kuminga lately.
Talk to me.
Making his foul shots. 22 for his last 25. Now, I got to temper that positivity with a little admonition to the young players. Pods. I love you, Pods. Kuminga. Stop crying. Quit your crying. You're young players in the NBA. You don't get every call.
That's how you know Podziemski's ahead of his years. He cries like a vet.
Podziemski and Kuminga have the Andre Iguodala palms up down to a science.
Which is funny because Pods never played with Iguodala.
No,
Kuminga did.
No, but
learn from the best.
I mean, Iguodala was such a mentor. It spread beyond the Warriors. It spread the entire Bay Area, and of course, he played at Santa Clara. Podziemski.
Well, okay, this is something that I don't know if you like it about Podziemski, but you kind of need someone that can light a fire, that's not afraid to rile someone up, even on their own team. Like last night, was yelling at Andrew Wiggins, who's kind of cruising up in transition.
I loved it.
I thought that was...
I loved it.
I want to see that.
Give him the ball, Andrew. Jeez. I mean, in case you don't know the play, Wiggins is dribbling up the middle of the floor. Podziemski's ahead of him. Wiggins didn't give it to him.
Nope.
It's not, he didn't see him. He didn't give it to him. And Podziemski was like, clapped his hands loud and was like, something, Andrew. And Andrew looked back at him and said, WTF? What are you talking about? And the next thing you know, Wiggins was better than he's normally been. Look at Pods.
I don't think it was a coincidence that Wiggins woke up after that happened.
I mean, Wiggins
he played very well in the first half.
Wiggins missed him. I mean, that was a no-brainer. You got to give him the ball.
Yeah, he saw him. He was ahead of him.
Not to mention a guy caught him from the back.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's one of those
free throw line and split.
And I get why Wiggins got mad in the heat of the moment because you don't do that to a player.
No.
But then after a minute,
rookie, bro.
Yeah, well, make the right play, Andrew.
Well, you remember, I think it was in one of Anthony Slater's stories about Podziemski, the future.
With Draymond.
He screamed at Draymond for giving up game point in a practice. Yeah, so he's not afraid to yell at anybody. But it's also not like he was wrong.
No.
Wiggins should have given him the ball.
Exactly. Rich is in Fremont. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Yeah.
You were spot on comments about the ref. If there's any jackhammering or anything like that going on, yes, it will cause them to get stirred and get to running around, and it can sometimes cause the nest to disperse. Okay. So if there's any construction, anything like that, you're absolutely spot on about that.
So what happens when a nest of rats disperses?
Well, generally what happens is the dominant male will go off and just do his business with another female and produce another nest. Okay. The female is pretty much left on her own at that point. And she'll try to raise her pups until the point where they can survive.
So we want to keep pops close to home too. Is that what we want to keep it an intact nuclear family so that the father isn't running around creating more rats?
Okay, but this is the deal though.
Yeah.
The deal is the pop is kind of like a pimp. You know what I'm saying? Because if he feels that his food supply is being taken by the pups, he'll eat the pups.
Gotcha. Oh God.
Oh
boy.
Let's take a turn. Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Rich. Rich, that call courtesy of Atco Pest Control.
Stop it.
Put the rat on the table. More rats are going to be on the table as long as the construction doesn't stop.
Yeah, apparently. The pop's a pimp.
What is going on here?
Bob had
the call of the night yesterday.
I was just going to do. Hold on.
Well, that's pretty good.
Trace Jackson Davis. He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
That is his welcome to the league moment.
That's Fitz and Coletta on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, we get it.
Get
you
off
dunked on France.
Yeah, get off of France.
I would agree with that.
Stop!
Oh, TJD, no longer welcome in France.
Also,
stop him at the board. Okay, all of them have been used up now.
You think in 10 years, when Levick is getting interviewed about his rookie season, he's going to say, my welcome to the league moment was when Trace Jackson Davis dunked on me?
You know who got dunked on more than any player in NBA history was Sean Bradley,
Anthony Tolliver?
probably.
Oh.
Well, Tolliver, too. I'll tell you who else got dunked on a lot was Adonal Foyle.
I feel like Alonzo Mourning is in a lot of highlights, too. Like guys that go for that go for the block.
Exactly. It's just another thing about the NBA that annoys me. Guy would rather let a guy dunk on him than Star Wars?
No, this is the French anthem.
Oh, gotcha.
Of course you know this.
All national anthems must answer to "Oh Canada." That's a great one.
What about the Northern German anthem?
Spadone, I'm going to ask you to get that in the queue.
Well, it's because the Southern German anthem because he's a Northern Italian.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to Robin. Robin wants to talk about Kuminga.
Sonny had nothing.
No, I had nothing on that one. What's up, Robin? How you doing?
Hi, you guys. I'm going to call up a few points here. By the way, Stan, I just came from getting some fat tissue removed out of my arm at General.
Well, good luck to you, Robin.
Yeah, thank you. So here's the first thing I want to say, address some of the callers here. First of all, the reference about Kuminga doesn't have a bad attitude like Jordan. Well, Jordan Poole didn't have a bad attitude until he got a reason to have a bad attitude. The bad attitude starts with Draymond Green. I hate revisionist history, okay? That's the first thing I would like to address. And then Kuminga did have an attitude. He had an attitude because he wasn't playing. His attitude is better now because he's playing, okay? So let's just get that straight, callers. And then another thing I'd like to say is that Kerr is playing the youngsters now because he has no choice and because the entitled vets know they have to play with this team in order to win. That was not the case last year. So a lot of that dysfunction last year, you cannot excuse Curry, Draymond, or Clay from it. Let's get that straight, too, since everybody's always rewriting history, okay? And then the last thing I'd like to say is that Kuminga, in my opinion, is not a star. I'm sorry. He's getting better, but he's not quite there. And that's all I got to say, you guys. Peace out.
Appreciate it, Robin. Robin's always been
I'm with her.
Someone who's been consistent about she doesn't think the veterans over the recent years, have been inclusive enough regarding the younger players. That there's been a little too much of a division there. And the fact of the matter is now it's gotten to the point where let's put more rats on the table. Curry's 36, Clay's 33, Draymond's 33, 34. You know what? They have no choice now. They got to embrace these young guys because you know what? They can't do it by themselves. They can't. Like Steve Kerr would say, they proved the first 44 games they couldn't do it when we were 19 and 24. So maybe they've been shoehorned in there, and the veterans have to deal with it at this point.
I guess I would ask if people feel like, because one of the, I guess, themes of the season is people feel like, Kerr hasn't come along or leaned into the young guys quick enough.
Right.
Like, are you of the mindset that dynastic players or champions deserve to fail? Because I think that's been part of this season too. Like they've been given rope, they've been given opportunity, the older players,
right?
And I don't know if maybe failure is too strong of a word, but they haven't proved that they can maintain a level of play that's conducive to success, sustained success.
Yes,
you have to let them fail.
Well, okay, so Draymond was a free agent this past season, and I was like, you know what? I get it. You don't think you can do it, but I'd start thinking about moving on with Draymond Green. Moving on from Draymond Green. Okay, they brought him back. Well, at that point, it doesn't matter what I think or I wanted. It's what the organization is telling you. And what the organization was telling you is we're getting Draymond back here because he's a champion. And this is the best way we think we've got to go about getting back to being really, really successful. So the minute you re-sign Draymond, and you have Curry back, and Looney's still under contract, and Wiggins is in the fold, and Klay Thompson's still on the team, and like you can't just then play the youngsters right off the bat. They came back this year and ran it back, and Kerr gave it half a season, and they were 5 games under 500, and now we go lean more on the young guys. Like if you disagree with the philosophy, they shouldn't have brought Draymond back. That's one thing. But once you bring Draymond back and you bring Chris Paul in here, well, you're saying for a while we're going to try to do it with these veterans for the most part. Okay, he gave it 45 games. It wasn't working. Now we're seeing more Pods, more Moody. Kuminga's got a bigger role. Trace Jackson-Davis is in there. Like, to me, it didn't take too long. It hasn't, they gave the veterans plenty of time. There's still plenty of, I think Kerr's done it right for the most part, given what the philosophy clearly was at the start of the season. I mean, he could still be starting Looney right now, and they might have close to the same record, but you know what? It's better that the young guys are playing, and they still have close to the same record as they would. Is anybody out there maintaining that had they leaned more heavily on the top 5 or 6, plus let's say Kuminga, that they'd be in a better position right now? No, I don't see it. Maybe, but probably not.
I don't either. I feel we've gotten to the point where the young guys are a necessity for this team to succeed. I don't know. I don't know if we could say the same for last season. I mean, I guess Poole was in a different category, but like the young core, I guess Pods and TJD weren't here yet, but I don't know if last year Kuminga and Moody were necessary for success. This season, that's the biggest thing that's changed for me is we're now to the point, 64 games in, where I don't think they'd have 34 wins without the 24 and youngers, without the 30-year players and the 2 rookies on this team. There are 4 members that are kind of forming a young core, and I don't know what their ceiling is, but I know that for this season, if they weren't here, the Warriors would be in a much worse place because they would have to play the vets more, they would have to rely on the vets more, and to me, where they've found their most success, in which, the last 20 games, they've been, 15-5? Yeah. It's been because they found a fusion of the two.
Exactly. Does anybody, and here's the other thing that, to me, this isn't over yet, how the last 18 games are going to go. I mean, is there anybody out there that would really want, let's say a week from now, hey, Steve, what do you think? You guys need to make a run here. What are you going to do? Well, I've decided I'm going to go back to Steph at point, Klay Thompson at 2, Wiggins at 3, Kuminga at 4, Draymond Green at 5, Looney's back in the rotation. Chris Paul II is the first. Chris Paul III is the first guy off the bench. And you know what? Moody, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Pods, you're fighting for the scraps. I don't think that's the way to go at all. But that's the way he started the season because they re-signed Draymond, and they thought they deserved to give that championship team from 2 years ago one more crack at it, which he did for half a year. Didn't work. Mike's in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have a lot to say in such a short time. I want to reiterate what I had said earlier and sometimes on the internet. Pods is really he's a product of Steve Kerr. How do you say it? His pet child. Pozinski, some cats don't have it. Pozinski does not have it. I'm not picking on him. Don't know him personally. He does not have it. For him to sit and have that much time to come up with maybe 8 or 9 points is ridiculous. Moody, you have to remember, go back and again, forgive me for taking too much time.
No, take your time.
You remember when Pods and, Kuminga, Moody were at the end of the bench and Kerr would look down the bench and just strictly overlooks them. Yes, due to injuries, lack of play, production, whatever you want to call it, in regards to Wiggins and Clay, they do have to play them. It is a fusion of young and old, and you do have to find that mixture, that right chemistry. But what he did was he actually stuck Pozinski in over Moody when Moody had already shown himself. Moody's been there for 3 years. And a lot of fans see this. You guys flip the narrative sometimes, and I go past that. But real fans are actually watching these games, and they look and they see. You actually see Kerr is actually giving Pozinski way too much time, which he does not deserve. Even the refs stopped giving him that flop call. He actually has had 2 last calls, and the ref just looked at him like, man, get up. And he doesn't have it. He won't pass the ball like Clay will, like Kuminga will. He won't pass the ball. Those guys are actually trying to be team players. But Pozinski has actually gone beyond himself, and he's a little arrogant when it comes to that. It's terrible. It's all a product of Kerr. Kerr, truly, and they did the same thing to Wiseman. I don't care what nobody say. They are screwing Kuminga is behind the 8 ball. Moody is behind the 8 ball. And they wore Looney out last year. They went and got Sarge. They waited until the last minute, and they went and got Sarge at the very last minute, and Sarge is nothing.
All right.
It's terrible, and you guys won't address the issue. Whether you do or don't, that's your privilege, your show. So be it. But real fans see the truth. You guys cannot hide the truth.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. No. Oh,
it's just terrible to see Pozinski out there to do nothing.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. Listen.
You can't handle the truth.
Moses Moody has no gripe. You can't be Moses Moody and shoot 32% from three-point range. He can't make a 3 right now on offense. He can't. Pods shoots 38% from 3. There's also a reason why Steve Kerr put Podziemski into the game against Chicago with 42 seconds left when they had the ball. Because Kerr feels like in a half-court offense, I need Podziemski, not Moody. Why? Well, because the ball kicks out to Moody and he can't make a 3. Pods at least can try to make a play, which he did. He did not convert. He missed that little lefty, flip from underneath the basket. But if you're going to say, oh, Moody is just much more effective and a more impactful player than Podziemski, I could fight you on that one. I just could. And you know what? Sometimes it happens like this. Moody's playing a little like Podziemski beat out Moody at some point this year and took his minutes. He just did. So the other thing is, Moody can't make a play for anybody else.
Can we put the rat on the table, please?
Yeah.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. If you're pissed about Moody not playing, you shouldn't be mad at Podziemski. You should be mad at Andrew Wiggins.
Exactly.
Andrew Wiggins is the guy that he's behind right now. And you saw it last night. Andrew Wiggins played 30 minutes. He played pretty well in the second half. Moses Moody got 11 or 12 minutes. He's not going to play if Andrew Wiggins is playing as good as he can. That's just how it goes.
Exactly.
He's going to get deference. He's going to get the rope. That's Andrew Wiggins' spot that Moses Moody's trying to take. Podziemski took Klay Thompson's starting role. He's the 2. Don't be mad at Podziemski because Moody's not playing and you feel like he's getting some preferential treatment from the head coach. They're very different players. Moody cannot usurp Andrew Wiggins. That's his biggest problem. And my biggest problem right now with that stopgap that Andrew Wiggins, I think, has been for the majority of the season. So it's not about Pods in regards to Moody. The Kuminga thing is probably related to Wiggins as well, because at the beginning of the season, they couldn't play together.
Right.
And Kerr was more preferential to Wiggins because he's the champion, because he's the veteran. Once they figured out that they could play together, or that Draymond came back and could glue them, then Kuminga's a starter. Then he's getting roped. Then he's getting minutes. So I just feel like if you're frustrated with Moody, don't look at the rookie.
No, I'm with you there. Here's the other thing about Podziemski. I don't know what he is. I don't know. I don't even know if he's a bona fide starter on a really good team. But I know this. He's 21 years old. He was picked 19. And I'll tell you what he does look like. I think I can say it fairly safely. He looks like he's a rotation type of player at the very least right now. And I don't take that for granted. He's probably playing a few more minutes than he should be playing if he were on a better team, obviously. But I'm with you. Like, I get, and I don't want to put one guy up against another, but Podziemski's a better rebounder than Moody. He just is. He's a better playmaker than Moody. He just is. He makes threes more than Moody. He just does. Defensively, is there such a difference between Moody and Podziemski that Moody's so much better than Podziemski? Well, Moody's got to play? I don't think so. I mean, Moody's fine, but I think Steve Kerr looks at Podziemski and says, okay, he's going to rebound for me. I don't think either one of them plays harder than the other. I think they both play very hard, Podziemski and Moody. But there's just two things you can count more on with Podziemski, and that's three-point shooting, which is huge in today's NBA, and another playmaker, at least, who can put the ball on the floor. Well,
no, I mean, just look, we're talking depth charts. We're also going to get into the 49ers depth chart with Brad Graham of SF 49ers in about 10 minutes here, but that's what we're talking about here.
Let's go to Brian in Hayward. What's up, Brian? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I've been listening for a little while, some of the callers. First off, I want to say, we should never give Steve Kerr a hard time. When we hired him, everybody was upset that we let Mark Jackson go, but nobody would have cared if we told them we were going to get 4 rings. So let's just remember that we culminated everything when Steve Kerr got here. And as far as the Podziemski thing goes, look, guys, in professional sports, there's a coach, and certain players have the trust and, for lack of a better term, respect from their coach. And some players have to develop that. I think Moody and Kuminga took a little while to gain Steve Kerr's trust. And it's got to be something like they must be missing defensive rotations or just missing little things in the offense that kind of drive Steve Kerr wild. But Podziemski seems to be getting it. And you brought up a really good point. Dude's built like Steph Curry, and he's rebounding and taking charges. Like, you tell me another player that does that in their rookie year. I can't remember a player who had a impact like that. I mean, he's blowing up the stat sheet in his rookie year playing in the backcourt with Steph Curry. I mean, any coach would take that sort of play from a guy, that he has to pair with Steph Curry. So I really think that, the way things are coming together, it is credit to Steve Kerr, because if you told us we were going to lose Draymond for all those games, Steph was going to be out a couple, Wiggins was going to go MIA again, and Chris Paul was going to miss half the season, and tell me we're battling for a play-in playoff spot, I wouldn't be mad. Yeah. I wouldn't be thrilled. But, yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call.
No, appreciate it. Appreciate it, Brian. Here's the other thing. Sometimes crap's not fair. Just isn't. Guess what? Moody got drafted by a team that was a championship team. He just did. He wasn't going to get a lot of time. Neither was Kuminga. Pods has been drafted a couple years later. They ain't a championship team.
You think Podziemski
so he's getting more playing time?
You think he'd be playing 30 minutes again if he got drafted to that championship team? I don't.
No chance. Absolutely not. They're at a different spot this year, and Pods' timing has been better because he's a rookie now instead of 2 years ago when, quite frankly, he wouldn't have had a shot to play.
Agreed.
On this team. All right, we're going to switch to football. I see some people still on hold. You can hold through the guest, or you can call back if we jump back into it. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Coming up on the other side, Brad Graham. We're going to talk some football. We're in the legal tampering period in the NFL, and you can follow Brad on his YouTube channel at the SF Niners. Some football on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean, healthy water. Our whole house systems filter water from
All right, Matt Simons along with Evan Giddings, 95.7 The Game. We've been talking hoops first couple hours, but it is the legal tampering portion of the NFL free agency season. And let's bring in Brad Graham. You can follow Brad and check out his YouTube channel at the SF Niners. Brad, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you guys having me. Looking forward to talk some of this free agent frenzy with you.
Yeah, how would you categorize the 49ers start, even though we know nothing's official now, but there's a lot of movement, fast, slow, in the middle, a lot more to come, maybe not as much as we think. Where are we at right now, Brad?
It's been a little bit of a whirlwind. I think, it started off kind of to be expected with the extension of Colton McKivitz and re-signing Ben Barch. Some offensive line movement and also bringing back Brandon Allen. But I think it got a little bit, crazy in a sense when news came out that Eric Armstead was released or planning to be released. We're still waiting on the official word when the designation will be for that. But then beyond that, seeing where some of the players are going and then seeing the San Francisco 49ers land defensive end Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos, it's definitely been, I would say, a whirlwind at this point, but I would say it's right there in the middle.
Brad, as far as Floyd, Gross-Matos, looking at two edge rushers, they lose a couple of interior linemen. You mentioned Armstead, also Kinlaw no longer here. I mean, the defensive tackle position looks thin. I expect them to do something there, but do you feel like the 49ers have made their biggest move or their biggest move is yet to come?
I do feel like the Leonard Floyd, at least that's my sense, is going to be one of the bigger moves. That they opted to go out and get a pass rush specialist. He put up 10.5 sacks with Buffalo last year, and almost for the last 4 years has been either a double-digit sack guy or kind of flirting with double-digit sacks. So they went out and got their pass rusher, and then with Gross-Matos, he actually kind of feels like a Charles Omenihu 2.0, kind of that Arden Key type defensive end that could be a big end on the outside and base down, kind of like what Cleveland Farrell did, who signed with the Commanders this morning, and feels like he can kick inside. But maybe the San Francisco 49ers are kicking the tires on DJ Reader. I know DJ Jones is a name that's been linked to the 49ers for interior defensive tackle, but it does feel like, just kind of based on the way the market's playing out and the moves are going, it feels like they may have made their biggest move. But at the same token, the San Francisco 49ers do surprise us from time to time. So I'll leave that out there. You never know with some of the moves that they can make.
Brad Graham joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can follow Brad and check out his YouTube channel at the SF Niners. One big name we heard, and some would say his name might be bigger than his game, but is Nick Bosa's brother, Joey Bosa. How realistic would something like that be, and could the 49ers even squeeze him in under the salary cap right now?
Well, from what it sounds like, it appears teams are just kind of waiting and seeing what the Chargers are going to do with both Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, if they are looking to trade and or just wait for their release potentially. As we know Jim Harbaugh took over, so they have a new regime and going in a different direction. So I think part of it is just waiting and seeing if those guys do become available via release. And then I definitely could see the San Francisco 49ers pouncing on either one of those. And I think one of the common denominators there is Brandon Staley. And one of the things that we heard, as Brandon Staley got hired to the defensive coaching staff, is that he loves Leonard Floyd. And so he coached him with the Rams when he was at DC in Los Angeles. So maybe there is a connection there where the San Francisco 49ers have a voice internally where they feel comfortable enough to go after a guy like Joey Bosa. I've seen Joey Bosa's mom definitely, putting it out there on social media that she would love to see that reunion. And I would say most fans would love to see. I mean, who wouldn't want to see bookend Bosa's out there getting after the quarterback? So I do think it's a possibility, but I also think it's kind of a wait-and-see period at the moment.
Well, Brad, we saw yesterday that the largest contract that was handed out was to Kirk Cousins, and $45 million a year, $30 million guaranteed per season over the 4. When you look at next year and the kind of contract negotiations that seem like they're inevitable with someone like Brock Purdy, where does that contract take your mind? Because Daniel Jones got 40 per last year. Kirk Cousins got 45 this offseason. Do you feel like something north of that is out of the realm of possibility for Purdy? And just how did you interpret the Kirk Cousins signing in Atlanta in regards to where the 49ers are probably going to have to put their money where their mouth is with their quarterback?
Absolutely. And as we know, if Brock Purdy comes out and has another stellar year with the team, he is going to be making a big money. And so when I saw the Kirk Cousins deal, that to me felt like a strong baseline, at least at minimum, like a potential starting conversation for Brock. Now, obviously, there is an expectation that the cap will continue to rise, and so we will see contract values rise as well. I believe we're still waiting for a potential contract extension of Dak Prescott, who's been rumored to get upwards of $60 million per year. So when you look at what Kirk Cousins got, and I mean, he's coming off a torn Achilles, granted one of his best years of his career before he went down, but you just look at the kind of structure that Kirk got, that feels like a really strong starting point for the potential to get Brock paid. Now, it could creep up there in regards to $50 million per year. And again, this is pure speculation, but it feels like that is a really, like if we want to look out one more year, that definitely does feel like a starting point for when we start having those conversations about extending Brock Purdy to a long-term deal.
And just to kind of follow up on that, Brad, how much do you think that starting point impacts the decisions that they make this offseason? I mean, Danielle Hunter's a guy who costs a lot of money. We just saw Brian Burns get extended for $150 million. Those kind of big boy, big bag players, do you feel like they're out of the 49ers' range just because of that figure you're discussing for next season with Brock?
I think that the 49ers are smart enough with their cap that they can figure those types of things out. Like, obviously, we're still waiting for the potential extension of Brandon Ayuk and getting Brandon Ayuk paid, arguably as a top 5, top 10 receiver in this league. So there's still contracts to dole out for guys on the roster. But I think we've seen even the 49ers were up against the cap last year, and they found a way to sign Javon Hargrave to a big deal. So my read on it is that if the San Francisco 49ers wanted to go make a splash, I think they have the triggers in place to be able to go and do that. I believe we saw earlier that Fred Warner, I think it was David Lombardi who reported it, restructured his deal and opened up $10 million in cap space. So we know that the 49ers can trigger restructures and also extensions. We saw they extended George Odom as well not too long ago, the all-pro safety, from a special teams perspective. So again, I'm not a cap expert. I'll be fully clear with that. But from what I've seen with the San Francisco 49ers, they have been able to open up money and go after guys that they really value. And so if there's a guy out there that they see that fits that role and fits that need, I could definitely see them making a move.
Brad Graham joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can follow Brad and check out his YouTube channel at the SF Niners. I maybe this is the wrong question to ask after you kind of said that about the cap and that. I know it's sophisticated. And I might even ask you to look a year or two out. But is there any way to project as you look at Brock Purdy, and let's assume he gets paid at some point in the next year or two, after next year or shortly thereafter? Is there any way to see right now who it may cost you on the roster?
I think that's a real conversation that will have to be had, obviously, when we cross that bridge, because when you try to project out kind of the 49ers cap and where these certain players are going to be hitting certain marks, it does feel like there could be some casualties. Again, we saw one just, a couple days ago with Eric Armstead. We've heard that the 49ers have approached Kyle Juszczyk about a potential restructuring or a revised contract. So I think it's in our future. Obviously, all good things come to an end. And when you have to pay guys like Brock and pay the quarterback, one of the benefits of him being on a rookie deal is you can absolutely build around him right now and put as many pieces in order to take advantage of that window. But obviously, when you pay the quarterback, you have to make adjustments. So I don't think that's out of the range of possibility at all. I think within the next year or two, we could see this team look a little bit different.
I just got one more for you, Brad. As far as the Niners, and I know it's early in free agency, early in the legal tampering period, but what are your biggest wants for this team in free agency? What do you want to see addressed?
I think it would be great if the San Francisco 49ers could go out and find a way to get a potential starting cornerback. I have all the faith in the world in Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore, but one of the things that Demo provides is his inside-out versatility. He can play in the slot. He can also play outside corner. And I think one of the things that we saw with the 49ers down the stretch is they didn't really feel comfortable with three cornerbacks. I think they felt comfortable with the two. So going out and maybe targeting a veteran at that position, also maybe a veteran depth at safety. You got guys like Micah Hyde or Jordan Poyer out there that could also be an option. That's kind of where I'm looking, because it feels like the 49ers, outside of potentially re-signing Jonathan Feliciano, feel pretty content on the offensive line. So I think defense continues to be a big focus on kind of retooling to ensure that the 49ers can go on a deep run next year. So that's kind of where I'm looking at right now.
Hey, Brad, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you in the future.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right. That's Brad Graham. You can follow Brad and check out his YouTube channel at the SF Niners, Niners. Yeah, I would say it's been kind of a middle ground of 49ers in terms of free agent. They haven't made a splash.
Well, in regards to your guys' conversation yesterday, it seems like two things are kind of true at the same time. Number one, they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, and Kirk Cousins would be the starting point. And I think that's fair, along with the fact that they also don't have to deal with it until next offseason, which would kick in the season after that. So they still can get aggressive. I mean, I guess it's a little disheartening for fans to hear potentially that Leonard Floyd's the biggest move that they'll make. But then again, if you're getting 10.5 sacks, if you're getting double-digit production on the outside, then that does pair well along with Nick Bosa. I guess my biggest concern right now is that you lose a run stopper in Eric Armstead, who granted hasn't been able to stay as healthy the last couple of seasons, but you also lose Kinlaw. And right now you're pretty thin up front at a position that was an area that was a bit of an issue in the playoffs anyways. You're getting ran all over. So what's going to change between now and next season in regards to stopping the run?
And it was also an area that they thought was a strength at the beginning of the year with Armstead and Hargrave, too.
Yeah, I mean, well, you still have Hargrave, but
I mean, Hargrave,
you're going to need a better season from Bosa.
Everybody was loving Hargrave the first 6-8 games of the year. They thought it was obviously a great signing, and I don't think it was a bad signing, but clearly the 49ers they're messing with their defensive line. There's no doubt about it. They let Armstead go. They just signed Floyd, and we'll see if they sign another interior defensive lineman, which I got to believe they will.
Well, and also it's funny we're talking about what you lose when you pay Purdy. So, for example, and I know that they've restructured this and made it more backloaded, but this is also the first season you got to pay Nick Bosa big money. His cap hit is a little bit higher than last year, but then it moves into the 20s and then into the 40s. And so there's going to be a crunch of numbers. Either way you slice it, And so it's like they have to pay a quarterback of their defense and a quarterback on their offense.
Right.
Because of how damn good Nick Bosa was his first 4 seasons.
All right. Obviously, NFL free agency has begun with a legal tampering period. We'll keep you up to date with everything that's happened, especially as it relates to the San Francisco 49ers. We also talking about the Golden State Warriors. I got to tell you, something's kind of happened the last 10, 15 minutes, and I'm trying to think of, it hasn't annoyed me, but for the life of me, I can't understand some things.
Talk to me.
Okay.
I'll try to help.
Okay. Actually, it does kind of piss me off.
Okay.
For all you people out there that think, oh, Moody should be Kuminga should be further. Do you not look back at why we're in the position we're in? All right? You want Kuminga to be more developed right now? You want Moody to be further ahead in the process than he is right now? Fine. Are you giving up your 4th title? Are you giving up your 4th title from 2 years ago? Because if you're not willing to give up title number 4, then keep your mouth shut. Because Kuminga was a rookie and Moody was a rookie 2 years ago when they won a title. And one of the reasons the Warriors won a title was because they didn't play Kuminga and they didn't play Moody and they didn't play Wiseman because they weren't ready in their first year. And they went with Bielitsa, and they went with Otto Porter Jr., and they went with Gary Payton II. You can't develop a guy or multiple players in their first year the same time you're winning an NBA title. I don't understand how people are saying, oh, Kuminga should be further along. How? I'd argue that the only reason you won that title in 2022 was because you didn't play Wiseman and then traded him for somebody who helped you down the stretch. And the reason you won it 2 years ago was because you didn't play Moody or you didn't play Kuminga. That's why he went with Bielitsa and Porter, because they were still in championship mode. One of the reasons they're getting more playing time now is, whether you like it or not, this team's got less of a title chance of winning it in their future this year. Like, you can't have it both ways. Kuminga was not going to play 26 minutes a night 2 years ago on a championship team. Like, that's the one part that I don't understand why people can't realize that if one of the reasons Kuminga may not be further ahead is because he couldn't play as a rookie as you were winning 53 games and winning a title. That set him back a year. That's just a very real thing. And so now the franchise is at a different place. They're not as committed to the core as they were 2 years ago. They thought 2 years ago that team could win a title if they went with the veterans, and they did. And I think what we're seeing right now is Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy probably, when they look in the mirror, say, we can't win a title the way we did 2 years ago. So we've got to get some young players in. Well, guess what? You know who's lucky? Podziemski. He's just luckier. He's luckier than Kuminga. He's come onto a team that's 500 instead of a team that's got championship aspirations. That's why Podziemski's playing more now than those other 2 guys or 3 guys did their rookie years. But anybody want to give up that title 2 years ago? And Kuminga would be further ahead right now? Nobody's going to do that. Just think about it a little more. That's all.
I also think Podziemski's lucky from the standpoint that they drafted him for fit. I don't think the Warriors drafted Jonathan Kuminga for fit. Like, Podziemski, they were able to go watch and see and figure out him playing closely, how he would fit into what Steve Kerr likes to do. He's a guy that doesn't need the ball. He's a guy whose game is not predicated on scoring. How would he fit when he came into what the Warriors wanted? I felt like Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s first draft class was based on high floor players as opposed to high ceiling players. That's, to me, what Wiseman and Kuminga and to a lesser extent, Moses Moody were and remain. They're high ceiling players, but you might give up some of that when you're trying to develop and kind of mold them from the raw talents that they are into what you need them to be. It's going to take more time. So I feel like Podziemski was lucky, number one, that there was more playing time for him, but number two, that the Warriors fit his style of play, and you can see it. Whether people believe like he has too long a rope or not, if you watch him play, he fits into what the Warriors want to do, and maybe most importantly, he plays well alongside Steph Curry. And that's something that we cannot say for every young player that's come in. They have not been immediately able to do that at the level that Pods has.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Their young players carried them last night to a win over the San Antonio Spurs. Granted, it's the San Antonio Spurs, but after Saturday night, they needed a win. Now they play Dallas tomorrow. And this is a game that, I mean, you'd love to be at full strength. Is there any chance you can steal one without Steph Curry? We'll find out. We'll find out. The other thing about, as it relates to Moses Moody, is you can't have a wing guy who can't make threes. And for 5 weeks, he hasn't been able to make a three. He's shooting 25% from three-point range the last 5 weeks. Moody is a legitimate NBA player. He gives you hustle. He can match up against certain ones better than other guys on the team. He can't guard quick guys, but he did a nice job against Brunson, did a nice job against Damian Lillard, who's driving less than he's ever driven before. But the reality of the situation is you got to make shots, and Moody's not been able to make shots this year. And that's affecting his playing time. It just is.
Well, that's why earlier, if I'm going to point to anybody that's in his way, it's Wiggins. Like, not only can you not have a guy that is shooting 34% and playing big, you can't have two of them. Like, Andrew Wiggins shoots 35% from three-point range. That's below league average. You can't have multiple of those guys in the game that are playing big minutes. It has to be one or the other. And maybe this is where if there's one last kind of door to knock down in regards to remaining hitched to the championship, I think it's Wiggins. Now, he's also one of your few two-way players, and that's where Moody, to me, can fit. Like, I don't think Moody's completely out of the rotation, or he should be, because at the end of the day, if you're not going to play more than Draymond and TJD, it looks like Looney and Sharks are completely out of the rotation, well, then you're going to need to play more wings, and that is where Moody does fit. But I just wonder if Wiggins is getting 30 to 35 minutes a game, how many minutes are left for someone like Moses Moody? That's where it's not ire, but I look at Wiggins and say, if there's someone that's in Moody's way and why he hasn't come along faster or sooner, it's because of Wiggins.
It's absolutely because of Wiggins. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think Wiggins' days of playing more than 30 minutes are pretty much over with the Warriors. I know he played 30.
It should be.
I think he played 30 last night
because he was good.
Right. But if you look at Wiggins' minutes from the playoffs last year, those days are over. I mean, he played over 30 minutes a night most nights, and he was an important piece. But is there anybody out there that doesn't want to see, Moody take up a couple of Wiggins' minutes? The other thing about Podziemski is he clearly, Steve Kerr thinks he fits with certain guys better than Moody fits with certain guys. And again, I'll just point you out into the other night when he put Podziemski in their half-court possession against the Bulls. Podziemski doesn't do everything perfectly, but he can try to make things happen to a far greater extent than Moody. I mean, Moody's not going to make a play for anybody else in the half court. He's going to wait to get the ball delivered to him for a three-pointer off somebody else's creation. And Steve Kerr is like, I need another guy who can potentially create. That's why Podziemski is playing ahead of Moody, at least at the offensive end. The other thing about Podziemski is, listen, I like Podziemski a lot. I still don't know that he's a starter in the NBA. I think he's starting mostly out of circumstance. But I do think I can tell you Podziemski's definitely at least a rotation player in the NBA. And you telling him, He's a seventh, or eighth, or ninth man right now. That's not a bad rookie year for a kid drafted 19 who just turned 21 years old. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can get back into the Warriors on the other side. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. But the long story short is this. The reason the Warrior young guys are playing more this year is because they're a 500 team. The reason Kuminga didn't play more as a rookie was because they won a championship. It's not that hard to figure out, people, on 95.7 The Game.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, Tim Roy. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Daryl, the Guru Johnson, taking care of some business. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. And we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. And, it just hit me. It hits me once in a while, but it hit me most recently. The fans that think Kuminga should be further ahead. And the fans that think Moody should be further ahead. The bottom line is, if you want him to be further ahead, you have to give back your fourth title. That's the reality of the situation. It just is. And if you want to take it a step further, and you look at the Golden State Warriors drafts during that period, they drafted James Wiseman, who they knew was going to take a while to develop. No franchise in their right mind drafts a kid who plays 3 college games, hasn't played a lot of organized basketball, but you think he's going to come on to a really good team and be a factor. The other thing about this, listen, you can have a great management group and they can make a mistake. And to this day, I believe from the bottom of my heart, when they went into the 2021 season without Klay Thompson, they thought their titles were over. They didn't think they were going to be able to win another title. Why else would they draft 3 projects over the next 2 years? They drafted Wiseman and Kuminga, neither of whom had much of a foundation in their game, and Moses Moody, who turned out to be very mature, but he only played 1 year of college. Now they have those guys in there. It's Wiseman's rookie year, and you win a title. Well, he ain't playing on a title team, James Wiseman. He barely knew how to play basketball. But they were 53-win team and won it. You can't develop young guys and also think of yourselves as a championship contender. Okay, so what about last year, Stein? How come Kuminga didn't play more last year? Because they still thought they were a championship contender. They just did. And that's why, for whatever reason, you want to fault Steve Kerr or the organization? Go ahead. Yeah, Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb. All right, well, you guys, you were all the ones who thought that team could still win a title and repeat. You tried it all year long, even though stuff wasn't going right. So there was a price to pay last year for making that run and getting to the second round and pushing all your chips into the middle. You know what? They did it again at the start of this year. They pushed all their chips in the middle with Chris Paul and with Looney and with Klay starting. And now we're 3/4 of the way through the season and they don't have all their chips in the middle anymore. Playing time has been opened up for some of their young players, either because their older players have started to decline to a degree where you got to get the young kids out onto the floor, or the Warriors say, you know what? Are we really going to win a title? Because if we're not really going to win a title, it's time to play more and more of the young guys. That's, to me, where we're at right now. The young guys are playing. They helped you win a game in San Antonio last night. You play Dallas tomorrow. How far can this group go? And I'm talking about the champions with the young guys. How far can this team go? 888-957-9570. Because the young kids are going to play, I think, as we bring this thing home. I'd be surprised if Kerr re-leans on Wiggins at 33-plus minutes or Looney as backing up the 5 spot instead of Jackson Davis. So how far can this team go? But the idea that something went wrong in the last 2 years and they're paying the price for it now, I mean, to me, that's a joke. It just is a joke.
You good?
I'm good.
Like you had to get some stuff off your chest there.
I mean, you wanted Kuminga getting 22 minutes 2 years ago? Give me the 4th trophy. Give it to me right now. In fact, I'd go as far as to say the only reason they won it 2 years ago was because they kicked Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody to the curb and said, you can't play on this team. You're too young and the stakes are too high. Now the stakes aren't as high as they're 2 years older. So they're playing more.
I mean,
can't have it both ways.
To me, Wiseman's a tough one because he, in addition to not being very good, he was also hurt a lot. So you really just had to cut your losses with him. But my thing is, if you're going to take 3 projects, okay, maybe one is not as far as long as you'd like. You can't ask for all 3. If you draft 3 projects, you hit on one of them, it's going to take some time. I would push back. I don't think there's a lot of people that are saying Kuminga is not where he needs to be right now. I think
feels like a lot of people think he should be quote unquote further along.
But what does further along look like?
I don't know on this team. That's a great question.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So I just read you his stats. Like the last 25 games, he's averaging 20 points, shooting 55% from the floor. He's getting 6 rebounds a game. Like that's pretty good for a 21-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what you're going to expect, if that's what continues. It changes on a night-to-night basis, and that's with Curry. That's not him just being out right now. So I think Kuminga is right where he needs to be. The other part of it is not, I think the conversation's more about Moody. But again, if you have right now 3 of your 4 young core players, like TJD, took him some time, but now he's supplanted Kevon Looney.
16-plus minutes a game.
He played 26 minutes. He played almost as many minutes as Draymond Green did last night. And he took it to Wemby. Shout out France.
I mean, think about it. He's going to get. I use 16 because that's the number Steve Kerr used with Jackson Davis.
Sure, but also playing 32 minutes a game as a starter.
Right.
So you got 3 of your 4 players that are, in my opinion, where they need to be right now. Like heading into Dallas, those 3 players are going to be a big part of why the Warriors either win or lose. Moody isn't there right now. But you still got 3 of 4 members of your young core that are, in my opinion, where they need to be. That screams development.
Exactly. This from the YouTube chat. Rada Delgado. Steiny talks about Moody and JK's rookie year. He completely omits their sophomore season. Anthony Lamb over Jonathan Kuminga in a lost season. Stop it. See, that's where you're conflating me and the Warriors. It wasn't a lost season last year. They thought they could win a title last year. That's what they thought. They thought they could repair all the stuff that we were still thinking this team could win a championship. At least they were. That's why Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb played instead of Kuminga and Moody and whoever else was a young player on the roster. It was not a lost season last year. Whether you think a title was a pipe dream or not, they still had aspirations that they could win a title. And I'm not here to tell you they could have. I don't think they could have. They lost in the second round. Had they had more modest expectations for last year and not thought, we can repeat. I think we can. Once you won it in 2022, they had to try to repeat last year. They almost had to. Okay, so then when you're trying to repeat, what do you say to Steve Kerr? Steve, if you're trying to repeat, you owe it to the veterans to give them their best chance. And whether you like it or not, Steve Kerr thought that Lamb and Ty Jerome gave him a better chance than their 20-year-olds.
Yeah, we could debate whether or not that was the right move.
You know what? Looking back, they wouldn't have won it with the young guys. They wouldn't have lost it without them or with them. I get it. But you can't talk with this team can make a run. This team can make a run. This team could still championship window. All right, well, if it's championship window, you're playing the best players. Period. End of story. And Kerr thought those 2 guys were better last year.
Well, and that's to me why last season wasn't lost, because last season proved, I believe, that they weren't a championship team. They weren't. This year, I don't think people look at them like a title team, or they shouldn't. They've been the 10 seed. Whether they're better than last year or not, to me, they haven't closed a significant enough gap from last season to this one to say that they should be considered title contenders. Draymond Green thinks they'll be a tough out, or there's no team that they're scared of. Okay, fine. Like, they shouldn't be scared of any other team in the association. That's for us to decide. If we look at the top 4 in the West right now, who are you taking the Warriors over? Who are they definitively beating at the top of the West right now? Even with a healthy Curry. I don't think anyone.
No, I don't either.
So that's the gap they're trying to close. And to me, the best way to close that gap is to continue to see what they have in the players that have a legitimate chance to get better. That's players that are 21 and players that are rookies or in their first 3 or 4 seasons that are on their first contract. To me, those are 4 guys. That's why I do want to see more of Moody, because I think he can get better. Kuminga has already shown that if he is given an opportunity, he can be in the starting lineup. He can help win. He could be your number 2 offensive option on some nights. Podziemski's a connector. And Trace Jackson-Davis looks like he can be a serviceable backup 5. He can be a rim runner. He can play above the rim. He can give them a dynamic that they have not have as also a shot blocker. So, to me, that's what we're trying to figure out. If the young guys can supplement the fall off of the older players and close that gap. Is that going to happen this year? No, I don't think so. But that's why I'm excited about the rest of this season, because there's a lot of growth, I believe, that can happen between now and Game 82, and hopefully a playoff series, because that's also part of this too, right. And maybe why people were frustrated last year and why they considered a lost season. I don't think Kuminga was ready for the postseason last year. I think he's ready for the playoffs this year. That, to me, is why I want to see them in a 7-game series, because I think that's valuable for the young guys. You're talking
Even
about
if they get their ass kicked.
Exactly.
Thank you.
One of the reasons why I wouldn't write off a team like Minnesota is because you can make an argument they gave the Nuggets their toughest series last year of any of the 4 teams that they beat on the way to the championship. That shows up this season in the playoffs. That showed up at the beginning of this season and why they're the 1 seed right now. That's why I think they're dangerous. So all that type of experience matters, and that's what we're trying to get these young players, in my opinion, this season. Last year, you got to forget about it. However you feel, Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, Wiseman, it doesn't matter anymore. The experience is in front of them, and it looks like they're going to get it.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know, my mother, the great Mary Attili,
Facebook friends,
always says to me, not always, but a lot, says, Maddie, you're exactly where you need to be. And that's where Jonathan Kuminga is. He's exactly where he needs to be. And that's why when I read this from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, where would Kuminga be right now if he played this many minutes from the start of the season? Where would he be if he had all of Anthony Lamb's minutes last year? You know what? He might be a little more developed than he is now, but you would have had a worse team the last 2 years. How about that answer?
Well, and that's...
You would have been a worse team.
That's where I do think that you and I, or at least I've adopted your view of the individual versus the team. Again, the question's about where Jonathan Kuminga would be at,
right?
Not where the Golden State Warriors would be at if he had gotten those minutes. I don't know that they'd be better or worse.
I think he's in a great spot right now. He's emerging as the number 2, 3 option, whatever you want. You're not 10-50. You're not doing it as a 10-win team. No, you're not doing it as a 45-50 win team or 50-win team. I mean, 50 wins over the course of the season, 50-plus win team. But Kuminga is emerging on a team that right now is 34-30. They're competitive, and that's where we're at right now. Some of you are forgetting that last year the season started with championship aspirate. We want to repeat. You put your eggs in that basket. And to a lesser degree, you did it again this year to start the season. That's why Kuminga wasn't getting 25 or 30 minutes at the start of the season. Steve Kerr said it. We gave that team that won a title 2 years ago every opportunity in the book to try to do it again. 40 games in, he realized that ain't happening. Kuminga started to emerge. Like, what the philosophy was is as plain as day to anybody. Now, if you say, well, Kuminga should have been starting or playing 30 minutes the last 2 years. Okay, he should have been starting or playing 30 minutes a game the last 2 years. But you know what? I'll sit here and say, maybe Steve Kerr tells you, well, we don't beat Sacramento. We ain't beating Sacramento if Jonathan Kuminga's got as big a role last year as he has this year. Like, there's a price to pay for just throwing guys out there. He should have played more last year. Okay. You got to the second round in the Western Conference playoffs last year. Maybe he would have played more, and maybe you don't even make the playoffs.
Let me ask you this. Of all the playoff teams right now, who do you think, whose young core is most important to their record or to their success?
Oklahoma City.
Agreed. And they have budding talent all over the place.
Right.
Top picks, but they've grown together.
Yes.
That's not what the Warriors' young players were coming in to do. They were not there to grow together and be the reason why the Warriors won or lost a champ, or their regular season was not determined when those players were drafted. The seasons were not determined by those players. I mean, just look up and down. Yes, the Oklahoma City has developed guys, but their best player they went out and used capital to go get. Jalen Williams is a great player. Chet Holmgren is number 12. He's a great player. I don't know if Josh Giddey's better than Jonathan Kuminga. It's the same draft class. But those players are in a different spot as a franchise, as an organization than the Warriors were. I also would say around the rest of the league, Orlando's probably got the best case as a young and up-and-coming team. But, just look at Denver last year. They had one rookie in their rotation. The guys that we're seeing now, the Peyton Watsons, the Strothers, those guys weren't playing playoff minutes last year. It's about vets. It's about dudes. And that's where I'm hoping that the Warriors can get their young guys to, but it's not going to happen right now. It certainly was going to happen last year.
No, and here's the other thing. Who's the Thunder's number one?
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
It's his 6th year in the league. 6th. Not second or third. Like, it takes time to evolve into that player. How many years did he play at Kentucky?
1.
Okay. So it's his 7th year of playing in that environment. Let's go to.
But he was also starting in the playoffs as a rookie for the Clippers.
Great. Exactly.
So,
Rick's in San Francisco. What's up, Rick? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Man, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
First and foremost, you guys have a great show. Not even just great, the best.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Listen to you guys probably every day. Anyways, I agree with you, Steiny, from the past few weeks of just where is Wiggins going? Where is he going? And I gotta say, I think it's the same thing you've been saying for a while. It's hit and miss, forget it. But I think Trace Jackson Davis is gonna do his thing. I think that we'll just have to wait and see, how we go.
That's all you can do, Rick. Appreciate the call.
Wise.
Just day to day.
Yeah.
No, I just listen.
Like Curry.
Okay. Here's where I think we're at with Wiggins. A lot of people out there that said 2 years ago he was the second best player, and if you ever want to win it again, he's going to have to be that player. And I'll give you, he was terrific during that stretch. But where I think the Warriors are right now with Wiggins is, well, he's not that player, and he's probably never going to be that player again. And to me, Wiggins is a guy who probably won't be around next year. I mean, I'd be surprised. I would be surprised if Wiggins is on the team next year. Assuming they don't do something crazy and run the table and win it all. But I don't expect that. But I think most Warrior fans think, you know what? We've reached a point with Wiggins where he's just not the difference between a championship and not a champ. He's just reached a point where you can't wait around for him anymore. You don't know what you're going to get out of him. You're not 100% sure he's committed. And that's one where if you really want to be a Warrior fan that wants to see young players, you're exactly right, Evan. The finger's got to be pointed at Wiggins.
Whether you feel like it's unfair or not, it is. And this is the thing. So if they get beat in the play-in or even the first-round series, if they get bounced in the first round by a team that's better than them,
right?
I think there has to be changes. To me, where you start is Andrew Wiggins. That's the guy. And I think it was probably the guy that was on the block first and foremost at the trade deadline. But because they figured it out right before, his job and his place with the Warriors was saved. Now we're starting to see things turn back in the opposite direction. I think the absence for no explanation for a second consecutive years, maybe a bit part of it, maybe not. But most importantly, his production has waned. And it's waned the entire season. Whether he was good last night. Okay, do I know he's going to be good against Dallas? No. Do I know he's going to be good against the Lakers? No. To me, it's just the most logical place to start. If you're looking at the future and you're looking at what pieces to move off of, what placeholders are preventing young players from moving up, it just is the most logical place to start for me. It's Andrew Wiggins.
I think it's the safest thing. It's the easiest thing. It might be the right thing. Now, I don't know what you can get for Andrew Wiggins. I don't know. You're likely going to have to combine him with somebody who's got more of an upside or more of an area where the team that trades for those two guys think the partner of Wiggins can improve to. But I'm kind of with you. If this team can't make it into the playoffs, if this team can't get out of the play-in, it's funny. I think you start with Wiggins, but I'm not sure Wiggins and somebody else can get anything meaningful done where that one move alone, and I'm not saying you're saying this, you might have to just move Wiggins to get rid of Wiggins and to get him to another team because he's just not helping you enough. So
it'd be addition by subtraction. But I think that's the place where I'm at.
Where I'm at right now is the Warriors are a 10th seed. They are about 5 games ahead of the Houston Rockets. They shouldn't fall out of the play-in. Steph Curry's hurt. How long is he going to be out? Is he going to be out another game? Is he going to be out another 2 games? Is he going to be out another 2 weeks? Because if that's the case, then I do think you have to milk the young guys for the next 18 regular season games. Because if you can't fall further back than 10, you may as well try to get as much rest for the big boys heading into this postseason, whatever it looks at, as much as possible. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny in with Evan Giddings today. We're talking Golden State Warriors basketball. They beat Wemby and the Spurs last night, and the young players were the big reason why. We're also talking San Francisco 49ers. It's the legal tampering period in the NFL. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the equation. Where are you at with the Golden State Warriors right now? And it's their biggest 2 games of the season coming up against the 2 teams directly in front of them in the standings. 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Head to Safeway this week for their stock up sale and earn 4 times.
Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Moses, make a shot.
Hey, get off the kid.
Make a shot, Moses.
No one needs to know he's 0 for 10 his last 2 games from 3.
Or 11 for, or 12 for 47 the last 5 weeks. There he is.
No, we focus on the positives, right?
I try to.
I know you're working hard lately.
I am. I have been working hard the last 2 weeks. Ever since the Boston game, been trying to tell Warrior fans, relax.
It is pretty crazy what happens in a week in the NBA.
Hey, the Warriors the last week, that was a special week in terms of roller coaster.
Don't say.
I mean, that was 2 months crammed into 1 week. With the Golden State Warriors. Steiny in with Evan Giddings today. Guru taking care of some business. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. I got a couple. I love you, Evan, but I was hoping Guru was going to be here today because I was going to come down his road.
For what? Well, that's a stupid question.
Something specific. This is changing the subject a little bit. You know how he's always like, we'll pay the guy. Just pay him. Or if it's the guy, just take a hometown discount. Just make it work.
Sure.
It's all love. You see what the Giants did to J.T. Davis?
Yes.
Well, let's just put it this way. They took advantage of a loophole, and they said, bye-bye, J.D. Oh, you were going to make $7 million? You know what? You're not going to make $7. You're going to take 1, and you're going to hit the pike.
Oh, well, they
were within the rules to do it.
They tried to find a team to take his contract, but they couldn't. So what other choice was left for him?
So apparently before arbitration, they offered him hundreds of $1,000s less than the lowest number in the arbitration.
Yeah. Yeah, because in arbitration, you pick a number, and you got to stick to it.
So he wins arbitration.
Yeah, because it wasn't that much.
But because he wins arbitration, they're allowed to say, beat it. And they're not on the hook for his salary.
Well, it's less than that. The moment you go to arbitration, you're in trouble. So they basically forced him into an arb year, and they took him to court and said, we're setting you up to win. And if we can't get someone to take your contract, which no one would, we're cutting you. We're saving a few $1 million here, penny pinching there, especially for what the Giants have in their coffers. And we're going to go give your money to Matt Chapman.
Yep. It's called the business, people.
Well, Michael Conforto didn't like it. Austin Slater, who's a part of, I believe, the Players Association equivalent, they didn't like it.
Who was that music we came into? I noticed that your head was bopping.
Well, you also know that on YouTube we're not allowed to play the music, so they were all probably wondering what was going on there. But Lucas, what was that jam?
Mac Mall.
Yeah, Mac Mall.
Oh, Mac Miller, the guy passed R.I.P. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I believe. Mac Miller.
Different person.
Oh. What's your guy's name? Mac Mo.
Mac Mall. Like the place that you used to go for shopping?
Mac Mall. Like
Rest in peace to malls, am I right?
Like the Berkshire Mall in Reading, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. Mac's Malls.
Yeah.
Mac or Max?
Mac.
Mac Malls.
Not plural.
Mac Mall.
Yep.
Is also still alive and well.
Okay.
But
Dynamite.
I don't think he'd trust the Giants either.
Does he sing, or is he just the music we heard? How's his voice?
Great, I think.
You don't even know. You don't even know. You think you know, but you'll never know. You don't know if Mac Mall sings or not.
He's a rapper.
I believe he's a rapper, yeah.
So that would be a yes.
Is rapping singing?
Yes,
absolutely. It is because he can't sing.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, you won't get me. You won't catch me in that kind of thing.
Well, you also consider Bob Dylan rapper, right?
I do.
Yeah, well,
poetry, lyricist, singing, it's all the same thing.
That's not quite the case.
Haiku.
No.
Things like that.
Sonnets.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
What do you think?
Shout out
if you had to put together a haiku for J.D. Davis's demise within the Giants organization. I don't know. If you have to give me some time, but
is that the 2-2-1 or 2-3? What's the state?
1-2-2. It's the 5-7-5. Regardless, if you're a Giants player, you probably feel like crap.
Exactly.
Like the entire locker room is wondering what they did to their boy.
I could see that. Then I got one other thing that
they massacred my boy
that I want to bring up. And I don't necessarily know or think or have an opinion of whether this has any traction or not, but I was thinking about this. So last night, St. Mary's played Santa Clara, right?
They did.
And the Gales hammered the Broncos.
Boat racing.
What was the score?
79-65.
And that was in Vegas, I believe?
They covered, yeah.
Okay.
Boy, did they
cover. I've been here in the Bay for 35 years. And the one thing I've heard for 35 years is, you know what, the Bay, it's just not college. It's not a college area. It's a pro area. I mean, we're just not into college football. Not into college basketball. We're just not. And that's just the way it's been. And my question is that just the way it is? Or is it because media doesn't really cover college sports? We don't talk a lot about college sports. We don't talk a lot about college football or basketball here. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Has there ever been a time before I've gotten here when college sports have, let's just say, been on a par with professional sports in the Bay? I don't know why I'm asking you that. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, why would... Well, it's funny you asked me because I feel like I'm your connection to college sports in the Bay.
Okay, fair. I think it is. I think you are.
Because I call games for the West Coast Conference.
Right.
So, like, I'll do a Santa Clara baseball game later today. I'll probably come in and tell you about it. You'll say, hey, what's going on with
you don't have
Gilmore?
to.
Well, no, but you're going to ask just because...
No, I will.
You're nice enough. No, and so, like, when we went to the St. Mary's Gonzaga game, that was something we thought of, but if I wasn't here, I don't know if it would have been on your radar.
All the games are on my radar. That's the first one I did something about, though. Just because I wanted to get back in that gym.
Well, like if Tennessee was around here, you'd be all over.
I would go watch Tennessee for sure. But and here's one of the reasons I was thinking about it is so before the season started, the WCC they hired a new commissioner, a guy named Stu Jackson.
Oh yeah, your boy,
former NBA coach, former director in the NBA offices, and yeah, he's from Reading, Pennsylvania. So I was thinking, okay, so Stu Jackson's now the commissioner of the WCC. Well, isn't a commissioner supposed to bring attention to the conference? I'm not saying he is or isn't, but is that even part of the... Like, how do you even raise the profile of the WCC, or is it all dependent on how Gonzaga does, how St. Mary's does, how Santa Clara does? And do we need to get that conference playing football? That's my question.
Well, the key to college sports is money.
Okay.
And the moneymaker for every college program is football. If you look at let's take, the boss likes Michigan, right?
Okay.
The Michigan football turns a profit. That profit is then redistributed among all of their athletic programs. Like baseball loses money. Everything outside of even some college basketball teams lose money. Unless you're a big boy and you have a media deal. So that's where the WCC has made hay in recent years because they're on ESPN and people are more aware of their success. And you've also had a program like Gonzaga, which through their basketball team has been able to prop up others, and then St. Mary's gets on the map. But that's how it goes.
Right.
Yes, football is something that you would want because you can make a lot of money. I mean, the reason why the Pac-12 is dead is because they couldn't find a way to profit from the success of their football programs.
I wonder what kind of process would that be to bring football to the WCC?
It'd take schools with a lot of money and with a huge endowment. And I don't know if those private,
so they don't want
typically religious schools have that kind of cash.
Interesting. I was just thinking it's got to be a 3 or 4 year process even.
It might take longer than, because there's the thing, you got to build the facilities.
Oh, St. Mary's got a nice little I think it holds about 4,000.
The rugby field?
Track and field stadium.
their rugby facility? They used to have a football team.
A historic football team.
Yeah, literally, because it's no longer here.
I'm talking about in the 20s, 1920s. What? At what?
95.7 The Game.
I better have heard of him.
We have a Stephen Curry injury update.
Oh, I've heard of him.
He was reevaluated after, of course, rolling and spraining his right ankle last Thursday against the Bulls.
Oh, no.
The reevaluation indicates that Curry is making good progress. He has been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay Area, expected to join the team for practice in Los Angeles on Friday, and he'll be reevaluated after that. So he will be out, it sounds like, for the next 2 games.
Oh, you're reading into no Lakers, even though he's going to L.A. on Friday.
He'll be at team practice, and he's going to be reevaluated.
I read into it saying there's a chance he plays Saturday. He's going to be with the team in LA. Yeah. So there's a chance he plays against the Lakers.
Yeah, there's a chance. I think there's a chance. Unless he gets the LeBron flu. I mean, he may not want to go into that arena. He shoots terribly against the Lakers. He's
more worried about Draymond in LA than Steph.
He may be worried about protecting his stats. Steph's back in the Bay, by the way. Good luck to you in your rehab, Steph. Seriously. From what happened on Thursday night to there's a chance he plays against the Lakers in 9 days, I think we all would have taken that with bells on after Thursday's game. So that's good news.
Anything ankle-related with Steph is trouble.
Exactly. Or it tends to make people worry the most. So there it is. Steph Curry's out tomorrow against the Mavericks, but he's rejoining the team on Friday in L.A. They'll play the Lakers Saturday, and it's the old Dumb and Dumber. You're telling me there's a chance. So Steph Curry could possibly play on Saturday, and you know what that means? That means they're a championship contender, and it's time for the young guys to go right to the bench and not contribute anymore. Essentially.
Why do you do that?
Because...
Well, seriously, why?
Just to mess around. Look, the young guys are here to stay this year. I think that's obvious. Question is, how many of them are going to be here to stay beyond this year?
Well, if you're trying to get younger and cheaper, all of them.
Yeah.
If your number one goal is to get below the luxury tax, then you're going to need young players. You're going to need cheap, affordable players.
I mean, the one good thing about Kuminga is he's locked into a number next year. By the way, so did everybody out there see the clip of Podziemski and Wiggins on the fast break?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's a rookie, but I don't have a problem with what he did. And if you don't know, you could watch it on the internet. But Wiggins is bringing the ball up court, and Podziemski's ahead of him. He's just ahead of him. It's just a little shovel pass. Just a little pick up the ball with two hands and lead him, and Podziemski's got a dunk.
You think you'd do that to Curry?
Yeah. Because I don't think there's anything... Well, geez, boy. I don't know. Like, on the one hand, he just may have missed him, or he just didn't think he was ahead, and there was nothing personal involved. I'll choose that route for a guy like Andrew Wiggins. I'm not ready to say, Wiggins is the kind of guy with Podziemski was leading, but he was like, no, I'm not giving it to him. I just think that he missed him. He saw him, didn't think he could get it there. He saw him, thought he had a dunk. He saw him, thought he was more free in terms of wide open. He saw him and he said, why take the chance of even throwing a pass when I can go in for a dunk? So, no, I just think he would have missed anybody in that spot, but that doesn't make it right.
I think part of it was
got to give him the ball.
Well, I think
Wiggins.
A big part of it was Wiggins got caught. If you're going to finish that fast break, you better go up and dunk it and not just lean back and almost get blocked.
Right.
Like, essentially, you blew that possession.
Right.
I think he would have done that to anybody that had done that. I also don't think that, I think Curry would have got to the cup, or he would have given it up.
Right. Yeah, Curry might have given it right back or something like that. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny in with Evan Giddings. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. We've just received an update on Steph Curry. And the update is that Curry is not going to play tomorrow at Dallas. The Warriors game after that is Saturday against the Lakers in LA, and he will join the team on Friday. He will participate in basketball activities, and then I presume we'll see about Saturday how he warms up before the game, how he feels before the game. But listen, Warriors can go into Dallas and somehow get a win there tomorrow. They're back to having action again. And a lot of people were kind of writing off this last of the regular season. I mean, I don't spend any time worrying about it, but if you would have told me Curry had a chance to return 9 days after seeing what I saw against the Bulls, I think all of us are taking that. Curry comes back with 16 games left. You know what? Maybe you still have time to climb, E.
You do. Look, and you also don't have a choice. I mean, the one good thing is that there ain't nobody catching you for the 10 seed. Like, you're pretty, I think you're locked into the 10. Dallas tomorrow is, it's not an easy game, but that's not a team that's been playing with a ton of consistency. They've been pretty up and down. Like, they've won 3 in a row, lost 3 before that. They're Doncic dependent. That's a game, again, where I think we've been talking a lot about the young guys, but you need your veterans to show up for that game. Whether Steph's there on Saturday against the Lakers or not, come Wednesday, all the eyes have been over the last 3 games, and really before that, because of Wiggins' absence, we've been looking a lot at Moody. Kuminga's obviously been good. Podziemski, and then Trace Jackson-Davis has been the guy who's emerged. Wednesday, that's a measuring stick game for me for the vets, especially for someone like Draymond Green, who's not played particularly well in back-to-back games against one of the worst teams in the Western Conference without Steph. So Draymond, Clay, Chris Paul, Wiggins, you got to be good in that game. You have to be.
I look at that game and, okay, and I say but we're without Steph Curry, okay? They have Luka Doncic. All right. Well, I mean, I get basketball is more simple than one thing, but okay, they got Luka Doncic. You got Wiggins and Kuminga, 2 guys who theoretically match up as well against that guy as maybe any other defenders in the league. You got a guy that you think in Kuminga can shadow a ball handler all the way up the court and make it tough for him. Okay, you got Andrew Wiggins, who at his best is the Warriors' best 2-way player. 2 terrific, relatively speaking, those are 2 terrific matchups against a guy like Luka Doncic. Those are the 2 most important players on the team tomorrow. Like, what can they lead the way to have Doncic go 11 for 27? Because you can win the game then. Or does Wiggins just, do both of them just play okay? And we're looking at a box score and Doncic is 14 for 23 and he gets to the line 9 times and makes 8 of them and he has 36 and 12 and 11.
I mean, that's also a team you might have to beat to get into the playoffs. Like, you might see them in a play-in elimination game. Yeah. And where the Warriors are at, you have to beat the 9 and then beat the loser of the 7-8 just to get into the playoffs. So you're going to have to, in all likelihood, go through the 2 teams that you're going to see in the next 2 games. And so I think it's also a measuring stick game from that standpoint. And I'm very curious to see how. Look, I don't think the Warriors are fully formed yet. Let me ask you this. Do you feel like there's any, and it's tough without Curry, but do you feel like there's still experimentation necessary to figure out your top rotation?
I don't anymore. I think they've made a commitment. Obviously, when Steph comes back, he starts. But I think they've made a commitment to Steph, Pods, some 3-man, Kuminga, and Draymond. Okay? And Clay's coming off. Clay will come off the bench, and CP3 will come off the bench. Depending on, I'll say it, where Wiggins' head's at, we'll figure out who's starting and who's coming off the bench at 3. But yeah, I think that's pretty. Yeah, I think we're settled in once Steph comes back. Hey, by the way, you never got back to me on my provocative text last night. I can bring Lucas into this.
I had a commitment. Why? What?
I said that, and this is, you guys know I love my hypotheticals, but you know how we sometimes talk about, What's a trade out there that would be good for? What's a trade out there that would be good for both teams?
You really want to do this?
I do because you know why? It makes sense. I have a trade out there that would make the Warriors a better team.
Got this
right now, just right now. Not a champ. They're not a championship team.
You're saying tomorrow.
Tomorrow, they'd be better.
Do we tell them the trade deadline passed already?
And then I have of course. And then I have a guy who, if you move this guy off the Warriors to this other team, they might win a title. If you flip-flopped right now, Kyrie Irving and Steph Curry, I think the Dallas Mavericks could easily win it all. And in the short term, the Warriors would actually be a better team. Because Kyrie's more of like he can play more like, handle the ball all the time and score 35 and maybe win you a few more games in the short term than Steph.
Evan?
I don't know what to say to that.
Don't be scared.
I'm not scared. There's a reason no one responded on the text thread.
Well, you didn't respond to my nugget about the Western Conference cities getting 3 straight All-Star games.
No, I told you were missing Sacramento.
No. Is there anything to make it? Okay, I'll go to Lucas. I haven't seen him in a while.
What's up, Sandy?
Is there any? I just said short term Warriors might be better.
Well, until he's back.
You don't see it?
No.
Well, yeah, because Curry's not playing right now, so he's right. They technically would be better.
Maybe for a game.
Yeah, until he's back.
It's a good point, actually.
Steph
for tomorrow, they would be better with Kyrie than Steph.
Luka would have
how literal he is.
Luka would have no better running mate. There's no better running mate for Luka Doncic in the entire league than Steph Curry. And but Doncic dominates exactly. Nobody wants to play. Nobody can play with Doncic.
I know a guy.
Curry could. Curry can play with Doncic. That's all I'm saying. That's a credit to Curry. It's a credit to Curry. And you know what?
It is, but I also think he'd be the perfect running mate for any ball dominant guard.
Exactly.
I think Jokic could play with Doncic. He didn't need the ball. They also move at a similar speed.
I think Steph would be better with Doncic. I mean, listen, I'm not saying I turn it down. That's right. Because nobody moves without the ball like Steph Curry. So that can mitigate a guy's ball dominance a little bit. I'm envisioning Jokic and Doncic playing together, and Doncic just dribble. Big boy Jokic just standing. Okay, now we'll throw it into the Lopa.
Steph is one of the 7 or 8 best players in the league. I know you did this.
Damn it! You can't even praise Steph Curry now with people not taking shots.
Wouldn't you say that there are 23 other teams out there who could swap a player and they would be better with Steph Curry? I'm worried about the Warriors.
They're
not better with Kyrie than Steph.
My point.
Yeah, this ain't about the Mavericks.
We're not here to. This isn't Dallas radio.
The point that apparently neither of you can see is that it's not who can play with Doncic.
We're just long-sighted.
It's that Curry can play with anybody, and he would probably be the best partner of that player that you could pick in the league.
Yes, but the premise of your deal was that both sides got better.
Right, and I do think, in a way, the way the Warriors are set up right now, Kyrie could make the Warriors better because he's a more selfish player and he can get more on his own than Steph. And it's possible.
Why don't you employ Steph Curry to just be more selfish then?
Because that's not who he is. Like, Steph Curry Steph can be better than Kyrie Irving, but Kyrie Irving may be able to help a specific team more than Steph Curry. That's kind of the way
apparently in a tie game with the final shot.
I'm not going there.
What?
I'm not going there.
You won't go there.
No, I'm not going.
But you just said that Steph and Kyrie swapping places makes the Warriors better.
It could. It could make the Warriors better in the short term.
How short is short term?
Well, Curry's currently on the shelf with an ankle.
For the rest of the year.
Oh, boy. So, in a playoff I don't know if I want to do this.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Well, in a playoff...
we're out of time anyway.
Oh, thank God.
But, think about it. I know I give a lot of...
Can I put this on social?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Hey.
Talk about another provocative text, so we can bring that up in the next segment.
Mike Florio. I said what I said. Don't put it on social media, though. That's a listeners only. That's my and Evan listeners only. 888. I'm glad Willard's not here, though, by the way, today. Mark Grandy in for Willard. Willard would come in. Hey, you really? It's like, just relax.
It's a take.
What's coming up next? The important part is everybody agrees that I'm right about Steph Curry on the Dallas Mavericks. That's the most important point, everybody. I'm praising your boy on 95.7 The Game. That was sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Mm-hmm.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm just saying, you swap out Steph Curry for Kyrie Irving, Dallas becomes...
We're back to this.
Dallas becomes at least the second best team in the West. I'm just saying. I don't know why you guys want to take stuff away from Steph.
They jump over Finchy?
Yeah, I think they do.
You see the other big news?
You guys, did you miss the part about the Warriors get back Derek Lively along with Kyrie?
I missed that, yeah.
He's not going to play over TJD.
By the way, let me just get this piece of news out of the way real quick because this is more important than any hypothetical. Stephen Curry, update. Golden State Warriors guard Stephen Curry, who suffered a sprained right ankle during last Thursday's game against the Bulls and did not play in last night's win against San Antonio. He was reevaluated today. The reevaluation, which was done here in the Bay Area, indicated that Curry's making good progress. He's been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay, so he's doing that now, and he's expected to join the team for practice in L.A. on Friday. He'll be reevaluated again following Friday's practice. So following Friday's practice, we're going to find out whether Steph Curry plays on Saturday night in L.A. against the Lakers or not. But the good news is he got hurt Thursday. It seems like it's within the realm of possibility he could only miss 3 games. And that would be absolutely, positively, incredibly positive news after what happened Thursday late in that game against the Bulls.
Oh, there's also some 49ers news. They're adding a defensive tackle, agreeing to terms with the Browns' Jordan Elliott on a 2-year, $10 million deal. That's per Ian Rappaport. And he's played all 17 games each of the past 2 years, 26 years old. Of course, they got a lot of gaps to fill in the middle of the defensive line, but they've committed nearly $50 million to the front in this offseason.
And here's one of those things where if you ever want to know what the 49ers thought of Chase Young and how he played after he was acquired, I think we've got our answer. Is that safe to say? The 49ers obviously didn't think much of Chase Young's tenure as a San Francisco 49er.
I also think he's just going to price himself out. Like he might get more money than Leonard Floyd, and why would you want to pay him that much money?
No doubt about it.
Also, some other news. Looks like,
give it to me.
According to Deebo Samuel's Instagram, he's officially become a running back. He changed his number to number 1.
Oh. Did you get that confirmed?
It's on his IG.
Oh, it's on his IG. Okay. It's funny. I saw some stuff on the text lines, and it's not that we don't love you and or trust you. We trust most of you guys there and women. Every once in a while, you get a straggler in there who'll just say something, and you repeat it, and then you realize, yeah, that's not true.
No, you just got to do some digging first. It's on his Instagram. He's officially number 1. He's not wide receiver 1, but
no,
he's
not,
the number 1.
Well, he's also not running back number 1 either.
No, he's not. He should have been number 2.
He wore 1 at South Carolina. You think he's going to change his handle to 1 Problems?
I like 19 Problems more. But maybe.
Well, he's becoming less and less of a problem.
Wouldn't it be the only problem?
Defenses.
Yeah.
You like that?
Give you 3.
First Steph, now you're going after Debo?
I'll give you 1.
Please. It's the biggest compliment I could give Steph. What's Dallas right now? They're like 7.
Yeah, they're 37-28.
Yeah, and I said you put Steph on Dallas.
They're 8th.
And they could win it all easy. Not easy, but they could win it all.
You're missing the other side of this, which is that Kyrie makes the Warriors better than Steph Curry would.
The other side of it is the Warriors are 34-30, and they're not going anywhere. So who cares if they win 45 or 43 games? That's the other side of it. And we're getting Derek Lively.
Kick the legend out of town at this point.
They got better. Yeah, let's try Steph for Kyrie Irving. Of all the toxic trades that you could potentially put in the air, I think that's got to be close to the top.
Okay.
It's a good list. I like this.
Okay.
One of the most toxic trades the Warriors can make right now.
I'm not having fun with you guys anymore because you guys don't know how to have fun.
We're having a great time.
No.
I'm smiling.
No, you don't. I'm talking about the listeners, some of them. See, the listeners, thank goodness we've been on for 6 years.
You do know we're on radio, right?
Thank goodness we've been on for 6 years, and most of the people that are listening know what I'm all about. and they get what I'm trying to say. But you guys want to, we want to get bogged down in details.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say
that Steph's
Luka Doncic for the next 12 years, it may be impossible to find the right guy to play alongside of him. And I'm telling you right now, Steph Curry could play alongside of Doncic.
You're also trying to call him a number 2.
No, I'm not.
Because he'd be,
Oh, God. That's taking it too far. Okay, fine. Bring Doncic here for anybody, and I don't care who's what. You got a shot.
It's
a fact.
Yeah, and if they can get Giannis this offseason, they'd have a shot too.
Let me reiterate one more time, just in case anybody's joining us. It's a compliment for Steph Curry. To me, the three, how do I want to put this? In the last 10 years, in the last 10 years,
as compliments,
the 3 worst guys to pair with, okay, the hardest guys in the league to play with, for me, have been Westbrook, James Harden, and Doncic. The 3 superstar stars that are the hardest to play with.
Not Kyrie.
You know what? You brought up the best part about Kyrie. He's never been a 1. So you won that one for sure.
Well, he was for a second.
Okay.
And he decided he didn't want to be anymore.
The 3 hardest guys I've seen to be a teammate of at that level are Westbrook, Harden, and Doncic. And what I'm saying is there's one guy who actually could have played with them all. Yeah. And they could have possibly won a title, and that is Steph Curry. Because Steph Curry is the only player in the league who, with the ball, is great, and without the ball is great, and maybe even a little greater. He might be better off the ball than on the ball, but at the very least, he's as good. There's no other player in the NBA who can claim that, who's as good without the ball as with the ball. Nobody in basketball can claim that except Steph Curry. That's why he's the easiest star to play with, at least in my lifetime.
You ever been near a ledge, Steiny, and decided to take a leap?
Not literally.
Okay, so I felt like you just did.
Okay.
You leapt from a trade that
hurry, because we're up against it.
Yeah, that's fine. We got a minute left. No. Kyrie makes the Warriors better, too. Steph is the most selfless superstar in the history of basketball. Do you see point A to point B?
Well, maybe you could you...
Because I don't.
Okay, forget the players.
Yeah.
Okay, could you see a scenario in which you look at a team, maybe it's the Warriors, maybe it's not, and you say, they just don't have enough creators. They just don't have enough creators.
Yes.
They need a guy who can get the ball. They need more playmakers.
They do.
Okay.
And Kyrie Irving is the missing ingredient.
I didn't say that. I didn't say the Warriors win a title with Kyrie Irving. Food for thought. Food for thought.
Not hungry.
Yeah, just...
Mm-hmm.
We got the crossover coming up next, Sonny.
I try to leave people with more than what they came with. I'm like Jesus with the breadcrumbs or the fishes or the loaves. Which one was it? And I went to Catholic school. Anyway, he turned water into wine. And that's kind of what I do.
Allegedly.
On 95.7, The Game. That segment was sponsored by Prize Picks.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Use code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100.
can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Let him do the intro.
I try to leave people with more than what they came with. I'm like Jesus with the breadcrumbs or the fishes or the loaves. Which one was it? And I went to Catholic school. Anyway, he turned water into wine, and that's kind of what I do.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, Draymond Green again last night, just going into the belly of the beast and going after Zach Collins. The guy just picks out the meanest guy on the other team, and there's a reason he went after it. Go ahead. Willard is not here today. We've got the great Dan Dibley and the emerging Mark Grandy. Welcome. It's a crossover.
He's here.
What's up, gents?
He's here.
How you doing?
We're all here. There we go. Yeah, we're all here.
We didn't mention that about, Draymond got into it a little bit with Zach Collins.
Shocker.
They got a history. He's got a history with everybody, but
well, not everybody.
Well, and Draymond is
not everybody.
Not Wemby.
I hope Draymond's listening because I'm Dan Dibley, and I'm going to point out that you're quick to go at people who won't go back at you. Because that's the Draymond. That's the Draymond track record. Is he'll go at you when he knows that you won't come back at him.
Yeah, he would be surprised that Zach Collins was talking to him, or shocked that he was talking to him.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. What's going on, guys? 49ers. They
Jordan Elliott
picked up a
big
blocker.
deal, huh?
Big signing, yeah, big signing. Yeah.
Tell us about
plug and play.
Literally a big signing.
Tell us about Jordan Elliott.
Well, he started for the Browns last year,
and that we know that defense got after quarterbacks.
Yeah, all played it in 17 games, started 14 of them. I mean, you got Myles Garrett on that line, but he's got Nick Bosa on this line, so maybe he'll be a starter and he'll be fine. But
he better start. Who's the starting D tackle right
That's
now?
a great question.
A guy you paid like $60 million to, guaranteed, who may or may not actually be impactful. The gravedigger, as they call him.
Yeah, but you need two, Dibs.
You do, yeah. And Eric Armstead, they were talking about maybe him coming back, but this makes it a little bit less likely based on Jordan Elliott being signed. And you still need about 3 more defensive linemen, though, because you like to play 8 or 9. You like to play everybody.
Is it safe to say that they'll get a few offensive linemen in the draft?
Defensive linemen or offensive linemen?
Offensive linemen.
Maybe one.
Both.
That's it, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you have an offensive line that is pretty secure. You might need one guy, and then you've got younger players that you want to promote up. And honestly, if you look at the game day roster, you only carry, 7 on game day? So
what's the number one need right now as far as you two guys are concerned? Evan, you can jump in here, obviously, too. We'll start with Grandy.
Still might be defensive tackle, but maybe also right tackle. Yeah, I mean, you throw Jordan Elliott in there, and I guess he's going to be the starter, most likely, unless something changes. But as Dibs was talking about, you still have no depth at that position.
All right.
You have so many defensive tackles that were on your roster last year that are still kind of hanging out there in free agency. Javon Kinlaw, who was your replacement for Buckner the last time you moved off of one of your defensive tackles, he got signed last night by the Jets, so he's gone. You've got a couple other guys like Kevin Givens and Sebastian Joseph Day who are out there. Maybe you try to bring one of those guys back, but you still need, as Dibs was saying, 2 or 3 bodies at defensive tackle. And depending on how you feel about Colton McKivitz, maybe it's right tackle on the offensive line because McKivitz wasn't great, and I think I agree with Dibs. That will be addressed in the draft. I would not expect much offensive line help in free agency. So I think it's those 2 spots, defensive tackle and offensive tackle still.
And you still need a corner, I think.
Yeah.
You need someone to play the nickel. And, more and more now, defenses play the nickel as your base defense. And that was a spot last year where you had Isaiah Oliver at times, and you had a lot of different players go in and out of that spot, and you never really solved it. So for me, if you're looking at the first-round pick and you get deeper in the depth, it's either going to be an offensive lineman, somebody who can replace Trent Williams down the road. And I know it's a deep offensive line draft, so maybe that's where you go with the 31st pick. But ultimately you do need more D-line help. You need somebody to play the nickel. I don't think you need a wide receiver. Some have thought that you do, but that really depends on what you do with Ayuk. And you brought back Jennings, maybe, on a qualifying offer. Mm-hmm. So you think you'll get him back, and you've got Debo and Ayuk, and you almost never go four wide receivers. So, and you already have a, quote, deep threat in Danny Gray, who has, one catch in 2 years? So
that many?
I think it's one.
Oh.
I think that's the number.
Do they need a burner to take the top off?
Well, they have a burner, but they don't use it. They have a burner, and they don't use it.
They have a burner who has a burner. It's like, no, I think if you're talking about need, it's somewhere in the trenches. That's also just because what they value. And I feel like if we learn anything throughout the playoff run is like you can run on the Niners, and they couldn't get to the quarterback as much as they needed to. So from that standpoint, I like the Floyd signing. The interior defensive lineman is certainly a place you can fill. I don't know. I'm kind of with you though, Dibs. I feel like an offensive lineman would be the first place that I'd start, just because I don't think McKivitz is great. I feel like they were very fortunate last year in terms of health for their offensive line, and eventually Trent Williams is either going to retire or he's going to show age at some point. So whether it's this year, next year, in the future, I feel like you're going to have to try and find a replacement for him on the left tackle spot, and he's really the reason why your offensive line is so good as a whole anyways. So I think a first-round pick, I'd probably start on the O-line, a tackle.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, it is day 2 of the legal tampering period in the NFL in terms of free agency, and keep it locked right here for all 49er and NFL news. Also, you guys, Grandy and Dan Dibley with Steve Kerr today at 3 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Steve Kerr will join the gentleman at 3 o'clock today. That's coming up in a little more than an hour. And
should we ask him about your hypothetical trade?
Please don't.
I wouldn't.
No, let me hear it. Let me hear it.
It's not a hypothetical trade.
You could start with Steph, but I wouldn't go into the trade market.
The crux of the
move
was that Luka Doncic, to me, I said it this way.
Okay.
In the last 10 years, the 3 hardest...
I have the text to confirm whether he phrases it correctly.
The 3 hardest superstars to play with, to my way of thinking, have been Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Luka Doncic.
To play with.
Correct.
Okay.
They just dribble the ball too
Maybe
much.
Trae Young, too, would be on that
fair.
list. Fine.
And I said, there's only one guy who could play with all those guys, and it's Steph Curry, because he's just as good off the ball as he is on the ball. And he's the only superstar who could play with those 2 guys, and the best come out in both of them, in each of them. I think if you put Doncic with who? Giannis. That ain't working. You put Giannis, or you put Doncic with even Trae Young. That ain't working. Trae doesn't play off the ball. That's all. It was a compliment to Steph Curry and his ability to be an elite player, both with the ball and without the ball.
Yeah.
By the way,
let's
talk a little bit about this game last night. You were saying
You're
about
skipping right by your trade idea before we have a chance to comment.
I said if you put Steph on the Dallas Mavericks, they're a title contender.
I think by game 22, he's got his hands around Luka's neck, he's choking him out.
I wonder.
I can't imagine Steph going from playing this way, which is pass, move, run, catch, pass, move, run, to playing with a guy like that. I wonder this late in his career if he'd be able to handle it. We saw how he reacted to Jordan Poole. He threw his mouthpiece in frustration, and Jordan Poole is a little bit like that in terms of dribble, 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 me.
Okay, so you think Steph's you can't play with Steph? That's fine.
Those are your words. This is your cockamamie trade.
And you conveniently left out the other half of it, which was Kyrie on the Warriors.
Right.
Would make them better. That was the crux of the trade, is that it would be mutually beneficial. As I'm looking at it right now, hypothetically, shout out hypotheticals, Kyrie for Steph makes both teams better.
Could.
In which Spadoni then responded, I can't wait to see Kyrie ingratiate himself with the Bay Area media.
Well,
Kyrie and Chris Paul. That'd be fun.
Yeah, exactly.
That part's irrelevant.
You coaching?
The media part. Listen, it was more about Steph in Dallas, but Who knows? I mean, how many close games have the Warriors been involved in this year?
A lot, yeah.
The
most of any team in the NBA.
Yeah. And I mean, I didn't say that Kyrie Irving was the most clutch player in the NBA. I didn't say that. Andre Iguodala did. So who knows? Maybe they'd be better in close games.
Well, I think the Jerry West Award frontrunner right now is Steph Curry.
That's because they've been in the most close games.
Well, because he leads in the majority of those categories.
And what is the Jerry West Award?
Oh, so this is the most clutch player in the NBA. Sorry.
I don't care if Doncic
won the inaugural one.
The thing's a joke. That's all. The thing's a joke. That award's a joke. Somebody picked 5 minutes.
This might be the first time you've listened to Iguodala and taken his
It has nothing to do with Iguodala. It has to do with this cockamamie rule.
Thank you.
That is, somebody hits a bucket with 4:55 left.
It's huge.
And okay.
Well, the stats are out of whack because he's played the most clutch time minutes.
Effective field goal percent. No.
And that matters more than a bucket with 5:01 to go. A bucket with 4:55 to go now becomes a bigger thing.
If you want to win the award,
naturally it does.
And I don't know if you've noticed this, but I've noticed about a half dozen possessions this year. Steph's had a shot with about 5:02 left on the game clock,
and he holds.
And
he
fiddle-faddled. A little bit. He saw the clock get to 4:59, and he said, "I'm winning the Jerry West Award."
Yeah, and I've been to Steph's house and I've looked at his trophy case, and there's a spot that's empty, and it's for the Jerry West Award.
Well, it's the only thing he hasn't won.
He's gunning for it.
Totally. He's never won an MIP.
He's never won a gold medal, has he?
This summer.
Well, he will.
Yes.
Don't sleep on France.
Actually, I'm with that.
Well, actually, apparently, if the USA wants to win the gold, they'll employ TJD, because if he goes to France, taking it again to Wemby, he's walking away with the gold.
Sure.
Well, I got news for you. Don't think if you just throw out there Steph and all these old timers, LeBron, who else wants to be on? Everybody wants to be on that. Draymond's not on it.
Kareem, he's coming out of retirement.
Yeah. And Cream.
The days.
Shout out Indiana State, the Sycamores.
The days of us being a lock to win a gold medal are over.
Canada's quietly got a good squad,
especially when we're putting together an all-star team
Wiggins.
every year.
Yeah, he's
fear the Wigs in France.
So he's out for personal reasons.
I mean, they got Jamal Murray,
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander,
RJ Barrett.
I wouldn't be surprised if France wasn't favored. At home, the French team is deep now. Don't sleep on the French.
They got some size.
And they never roll over at home. Other than World Wars 1 and 2.
That's a 4.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. If you're just joining us, we did get Steph Curry news. He will not play tomorrow in Dallas, but he will join the team on Friday. He's doing basketball activities today. Sounds to me like there's a chance he could play Saturday against the Lakers, and they need him.
Yeah, a chance, but based on what we know from Rick Celebrini, it's not likely. I don't think. The way that they slow play injuries, and we'll ask Steve that at 3, and he'll dodge it and say, well, it's going to come down to Rick and Steph and how he looks on Friday. And Steve's right. And you can't say on a Tuesday how he'll be on a Friday, but based on what we know about how they slow play it, they're going to slow play it. And I don't think he'll play Saturday. And I was telling Grandy yesterday, don't play him until April. Just wait for the play-in, because that's where you're going. So save him up for the play-in.
Yeah, I'm not with you there.
It was a little bit of a dramatic statement.
I got you.
I don't think that you're going to do anything between now and April that's going to get you to the 6.
I don't like the idea of 2 road games. Like, I hate the 10. Like, the 10 to me...
Well, they're good on the road. They suck at home.
I mean, I guess.
4 games over on the road, 500 at home.
Right. So, get me the 10.
So, they want the 10.
I'd be begging for the 10. You want us in the 10. Well, you need us in the 10.
Well, if yours... I'm not necessarily disagreeing. If 10 is the writing on the wall, all right, let's say you lose to Dallas, you get beat by the Lakers, now all of a sudden you're 3 out of the 9 seed, and you don't have any tiebreakers.
Right.
Yeah, at that point... I think you say, let's make sure that our 6 veterans, or however many there are ready to attack these 2 play-in games like the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can do at that point. I would agree with that.
You guys think Trace Jackson-Davis is going to start tomorrow or moving forward at any point?
No.
Why not?
Not if they're whole. I think.
You think he works better with Chris Paul, and once Steph's back, Chris Paul moves to the bench and Trey stays in that bench unit?
I think the one thing the Warriors are committed to at this point is Chris Paul and Klay Thompson off the bench and Trace Jackson Davis being a backup 5 who ideally can get 16 to 20 minutes a night. The 3 is the issue that he's going to have to deal with at some point, whether you start living and dying with Wiggins in the starting lineup or you keep Wiggins coming off the bench. But I think everything else is, I wouldn't say etched in stone, but I think kind of etched in stone if they ever get healthy.
Yesterday, Klay started.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's more just because he's alongside Chris Paul because Steph's out, but
I think Steph had a lot to do with that. But
yeah. I feel like it's hard to play 2 bigs that can't shoot. I mean, I know Draymond is shooting, 45% for 3, but no one is going to close out on him ever. So I feel like it's just, you kind of run into the same situation you ran into in the playoffs last year, which was you couldn't play Draymond and Looney together. And even though TJD's probably a better passer, he's more of a leaper than Loon. Looney was significantly better each of the past 2 years, and even then they still ran into trouble in their championship run. So I think that would be the reason for me more than anything else, that they wouldn't start together. I
mean, offensively, that they're going to have the same problem with Looney at center as they do Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah,
for the most part. I want to ask Dibs, man, Pods, you got to like his feistiness, Pajemski.
It's a little much. It's a little much. And, you saw the clip of him barking at Wiggins, and Wiggins says, "Excuse me, sir, but..."
Yeah, I'm Canadian.
Right. Well, and he used words that we can't use, and so it's like, whoa. Just the clapping back from Wiggins in that moment, and Wiggins doesn't normally clap back to anything. That spoke to me 2 different ways. One, Wiggins is feeling some kind of way about getting talked to by a rookie, but the other one is the rookie feels confident talking to anybody the way he does. And it's okay as long as you're playing well and taking charges and he's a starter, but you're still a rookie. And there's a certain pecking order. And, for him to come at Wiggins in that moment, right or wrong, was a little bit shocking. And should he have given it up to Pods? Should Wiggins have passed it and maybe gotten it back? Yeah, but Wiggins really should have, gone hard to the hoop.
Yeah.
He slowed down at the foul line.
Right.
Like,
he brought the ball back.
Like a 4th grader, like making sure he gets his steps right to go up for a nice layup and, throw it off the glass. It was a weird moment of, it was a deceleration sensation is what it was.
I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. To tell you the truth. I mean, Wiggins got it.
Clapping back?
I didn't have a problem with any of it because
Well, he embarrassed Wiggins. He showed him up.
Well, Wiggins deserved then for that to happen. I mean, you got to give up the ball. You got to give up the ball.
Wiggins is a 10-year vet, and some rook is going to be clapping for the ball.
He wasn't even clapping. He was just expecting it.
Oh, he was clapping.
He was clapping after Wiggins lollygagged.
He drew the foul.
And made one of 2.
And went 1 and 1.
And all Pods did was like clap and be like, "Come on, Andrew." That's all.
At least go hard to the hoop. He slowed up, brought the ball back, allowed the defender to knock it away. He was lucky he even got fouled. Go hard to the hoop. Hold it in front of you.
He
Make
went
the
to the
defender
hoop.
run through you.
He eventually went to the hoop.
Yeah, it took him a while.
And I hate the fact that I'm here defending Wiggins because no one's been more critical of Wiggins than me. But for Pods to do that to me is a rookie mistake. And if it was a kangaroo court thing, he gets fined for that because...
Max fine.
Yeah, you're going to clap over that. And then later in the game, he wants Steve Kerr to challenge and out of bounds with 10 minutes to go.
He was right.
Yes, but settle down, Pods. You're up 8 in that spot. It's not that serious.
Well, but this is just
he's doing
Pods
a lot.
was 2 for 2 yesterday.
He's doing a lot.
He's pretty much just got the breadcrumbs right now of brashness because he had the story about yelling at Draymond in practice before the season.
The story.
For losing a turnover in game point. He has been somewhat, I don't know if you follow him on Twitter, but he's very high on himself.
Pods?
Yes. He recently said he should have won Rookie of the Month over Wembanyama because he had the highest plus-minus in the league.
He had that post-game presser where he said this loss was only on him when he played 20 minutes.
Well, not to mention what he told me in private after the Thursday game.
After he choked the layup?
After signing,
and you went up to him and said, "Oh, Brandon, good effort with the layup there. You should have come at him. Held his feet to the fire."
What did he tell you?
Hey, Brandon, what about a right hand on that shot?
I explained it to you. I told you verbatim what he said.
It was a flimsy excuse. Flimsy.
He's just telling you what he thought was happening.
And also, you should have asked him about the only reason why he got open is because TJD with a moving screen. Nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah.
Look at the clip. Sick of it.
That's why he was expecting contact.
You upset at the refs, Dibs?
No, I'm upset at Steiny defending
they missed a call.
Pods.
What
It's a call they'll never make. But yes.
What Pajemski said was, you know what? You want to be a great player in this league, you're going to miss a lot of big shots. You're going to make big shots, but if you want to be great, you're going to miss a lot of big shots.
Kind of like what Wemby said after getting posterized last night.
By the way,
you go up and contest every one, you're going to get dunked on sometimes.
Yeah.
He's also averaging like 3.5 blocks a game, so.
Not that one.
No.
What'd you think of Wemby?
Same thing I thought of Wemby when he blocked Wiggins in preseason by standing in the paint, essentially. Just put his hand up and tossed him.
You see Kuminga try to defend him down low that one possession?
He's pretty long. Although I will say this, he had 4 opportunities himself to cut that game to like 7, and he missed 2 threes, and then he took, I think he thought it was like the old Tim Duncan bank shot from the wing. He missed it. But he's a nice little player. No doubt about it. He's going to be an issue. He's going to be an issue. What else you guys got coming up? Steve Kerr at 9. Steve Kerr at 3 o'clock. Yeah, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm just telling
something
you.
I want to get into is I know you guys were talking a lot about the young guys and kind of how the expectation has changed from the beginning of the year to now, and taking a lot of calls about fans being upset that JK wasn't getting more minutes earlier and all of that, and how it's all played out. Kind of a light bulb clicked on for me last night watching Trayce Jackson-Davis play really well. We know what you're getting from Pajemski, and Jonathan Kuminga is getting 20 points now relatively commonly, even when he's not shooting well. He's getting to the line a lot, and things are kind of coming together. For me, it's almost getting to a point where I am suddenly a little less worried about how this season plays out, because I think entering the year, I kind of felt like this is like towards the end of the Warriors window. Like, you got to capitalize now, but you got a guard in Pajemski who's young, a rookie. You've got a forward in Kuminga who's 21 years old, and you've got a big in Trayce Jackson-Davis who's older, but he's still a rookie. Like, you've got pieces there that are playing this well, that young. Maybe the window is a little bit larger than I thought it might have been entering the season through those 3 guys. And it means there's a little less pressure on them to get down to business right now.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we should trade him.
No.
Go out and get a big boy.
I mean, if that's the way it works out, I don't know. But I feel like I'm a little bit more confident in the years to come than I was entering the season. It's because of what those 3 young guys have done. And you could throw Moses Moody in there as well.
Well, you could throw Moody in there, or you could throw Moody out with Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, and then maybe you can bring in a, quote, big boy to come in next year. And I think what you said is accurate about those 3, but Moody's not really a part of it. And Andrew Wiggins, my God, if they can move off of him for whatever you can get for him, you will. And then Chris Paul is gone, and if Klay wants to come back, it's a bargain, and all of a sudden now you've got a roster spot to bring in a, quote, big boy via trade or free agency to help this team and help the young core like you're talking about.
I mean, I think that's a question. Can the young guys get good enough next year where they're better than this year, or will they have to sacrifice some of the young guys to get somebody who's more ready-made to get them better by next year?
They certainly don't want to sacrifice Kuminga.
No.
Doesn't feel like they want to sacrifice. I mean, I guess it depends what the return is, but I mean, they seem to be in love with Trayce Jackson-Davis.
You think he's untouchable?
Trayce Jackson-Davis?
It's a 56 pick in the draft.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
57.
Talking about him.
Well, even worse.
Hey, he dunks on Wembanyama.
The only one untouchable is Steph Curry. End of list of untouchables. If the Lakers called and said, hey, I know you called about LeBron before, Kuminga for LeBron, straight up. You think they do that? Of course they do. I know the money doesn't work, but in terms of untouchability, the only one is Steph. Anyone else, they're open to business. And Joe Lacob, especially if you bow out as a 10 seed and you get rolled in the play-in, he's not going to be happy in the offseason. He's going to not leave any stone unturned.
I wonder.
All right, gentlemen, have a great show. Once again, Steve Kerr joining Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy. 3 o'clock, Steve Kerr, the coach of the Warriors. Have a good one, everybody.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, it is. Welcome in. It's Mark Grandy in for Mark Willard today here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. So it's Grandy and Dibs with you today, same as yesterday here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome in, everybody. After a nice Warriors win last night in San Antonio, they avenged the loss against the Spurs from Saturday, got a nice win. Wembanyama was back for San Antonio. He's a ton of fun to watch, but the Warriors took care of business. They were down by 10, Dibs, early in the third quarter.
Right.
Then a 28-4 run, spearheaded by Kuminga, by Trace Jackson Davis. Chris Paul was awesome in the game last night as well. I know you're getting to a point where maybe if a couple more losses stack up, maybe these wins aren't all that important considering you got a large gap between you and the team behind you in the standings. But that was a game the Warriors needed badly, and they got the job done. A win's a win.
A win's a win, and as much as the loss in the previous game against San Antonio was a bad loss, that was a good win. You were down, and you had to dig deep. You didn't have the chef, and you had to rely on some other people to come through, and you mentioned Chris Paul off the bench in a third quarter burst that got the job done, and ultimately you would have had swept San Antonio, but you take the split and you move on to Dallas and you realize that these next two games are probably bigger than the previous two in that these are tiebreaker games and they're games against the two teams who are right in front of you. So no Steph Curry for tomorrow against Dallas, probably, and I'm guessing we'll ask Steve Kerr today at 3:00 about Steph, but I don't think that Steph will be available for the Saturday game against LA, maybe, but hopefully after that, down the stretch, you can get Steph back.
Yeah, that's going to be the first question for Steve Kerr, as you mentioned, coming up in a little less than an hour, in 45 minutes, in fact, at 3:00. Willard and Dibs, Grandy in for Willard today, so Dibs and Grandy with you. What you're referencing there was the Steph Curry injury update the Warriors put out a little more than an hour ago now. They said that the reevaluation indicated that Curry is making, quote, good progress. He's been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay Area and is expected to join the team for practice in LA on Friday. The Warriors are in LA to take on the Lakers on Saturday, and then he will be reevaluated again following Friday's practice. So reading from that, Dibs, maybe it's still a long shot that he plays on Saturday, but the fact that he will be in LA when they're playing the Lakers, the fact that he's reevaluated the day before the game, and he will be practicing unless something goes wrong up until that point, it does seem like there's a chance that he could play on Saturday. Yeah. And if he only misses 3 games after what it looked like towards the end of that game against the Bulls, that's a major win. I know you are maybe want to be a little more cautious and hold him out for a little bit longer just to be safe. But a little bit surprising that he might only miss 3 total games, and the third would be tomorrow in Dallas, which is a huge game, and he's officially out for that one. The earliest would be Saturday, but a positive development for the Warriors.
For sure. And, I'm not saying that you should completely bubble wrap him till April, but the way things are looking now, you are 3.5 out of the 6, so you look to be headed for the play-in games no matter what. And yes, I know that being 7 or 8 is much more of a pathway to get into the playoffs than it is the 9 and 10, but you've got Dallas and you won't have Steph, so if you lose that game, then now all of a sudden you're 4.5 back at Dallas, because right now, actually, no, you're 2.5 back now. You'd be 3.5 back if you lost that one. And then the Laker game on Saturday is also a sort of a tiebreaker sort of a game. I just don't know if you want to rush him back for these games that aren't as important as the play-in games will be.
Yeah, I know we're kind of joking during the crossover. The Warriors are so good on the road. Maybe they're fine being the 10. Maybe if that was the idea, maybe just getting up to the 8 would be the new goal for the Warriors, because that means you get 2 cracks at it in the play-in. The first game would still be on the road, and maybe you take care of business there as the 8. You'd be playing at the 7 seed, and then you're into the playoffs as the 7 seed at that point if it happens. But if you stumble, you get another chance. And who's the 8 seed right now? It's the Dallas Mavericks, and that's who you play tomorrow. 5:30 tip-off here on 95.7 The Game. You'll be without Stephen Curry. Everybody else should be available for the Warriors unless something pops up, and maybe Steve Kerr will break some news with us in 45 minutes. Who knows? But you should have everybody but Stephen Curry available. I'm not so sure I'm at that point for you as you are just yet, but say you lose to the Mavericks, say you lose to the Lakers, you lose to the 2 teams directly ahead of you, you fall even further back in the pack, then maybe you get to a point where you are not just totally resting everybody and taking your foot off the gas pedal, but you have to then ask yourself, what are we even pushing ourselves for, and is it worth it at that point? I'm not quite there just yet.
No, of course not. And you'd want to be the 9 as opposed to the 10. That way you get the game and the 9-10 matchup at home, although you have not been as good at home as you have been on the road. For me, all eyes are on the 8. Yes, you want to get to the 6, but that seems much more far-fetched now than ever before. You're 3.5 back of Phoenix, and you don't have Steph Curry for the next game, maybe more. And I look at where the Warriors are, even with Steph or without Steph, and you're basically this team, 34-30 after 64. And I know Mark Willard, who's out today, doesn't love the expression "you are what your record says you are," but I believe that you are after 64 games. When you have Steph, you're better. You're now 1-4 without Steph. That was their first non-Steph win last night, so that's something. But every other player that you have with or without them, you're about 500, slightly above or slightly below. So I think that this team is basically this team. And when you get everyone back, and you saw it against Milwaukee, and everybody's rested and revved up, you could still be a very, very good team. I don't know if you could be that team 4 times out of 7 in a playoff series, but right now your eyes are on the play-in scenario. So for me, my number one goal is get everybody healthy for April, whatever, 17th or 18th or whatever that date is, and then see if you can make moves from there.
One of the stories of the season, though, has been at times not being fully healthy, and it's opening the doors for other players. I guess Draymond's absence wasn't health-related, but being unavailable because of a couple of suspensions, that allowed Jonathan Kuminga to come in and turn into the player that he's evolved into now. Some other injuries, some other issues have opened the door for others as well. And one of them specifically, I guess a number of them, but I want to focus on this one particularly, which was on display last night, was Trayce Jackson-Davis. And it's why I brought up in the crossover dibs, can Trayce Jackson-Davis find his way in the starting lineup in the future? Because you look at what he did last night, and it's something I plan on asking Steve Kerr. What was more impressive last night, Trayce on offense or Trayce on defense? Because he also affected some shots of Victor Wembanyama, and that's not easy to do. And he has really good timing defensively around the rim. He's smart. He seems to have the Draymond instinct of knowing where a ball and how a ball is going to bounce off of the rim and all of that sort of thing. Do you think there's a chance that Trayce Jackson-Davis is able to get his way into the starting lineup moving forward, or is what Evan and Steiny said about playing alongside Draymond, 2 non-shooting bigs, is that too difficult to pull off in today's NBA?
I think it's too difficult, and I also like what he does off the bench with Chris Paul. Chris Paul has a knack of finding him, and you saw last night where Trayce Jackson-Davis came off the bench and he had 13 and 10, and it felt like in those second unit minutes he really was thriving. And I think when you start the game and you want to put your best lineup out there, when Steph Curry comes back, it's going to include Draymond and Kuminga and probably Andrew Wiggins, and then you put Pods back in. Chris Paul goes back to the bench, and I think Clay also will go back to the bench just because that fit. And you think about that second unit with Chris Paul and Clay and TJD and GP2, it feels to me like that second unit is different than the first unit, but almost as competitive.
But Trayce does give them something they don't have from nearly anybody else on the roster.
Exactly.
You are right. Maybe what he does good, what he does well, is amplified by playing alongside Chris Paul. And maybe the reason why he's shining a little bit more now is because Chris Paul is playing more often without Stephen Curry, and maybe things will all go back to normal. But it's not quite as easy of an answer or a reaction to this little burst from Trayce Jackson-Davis, because when Kuminga was forced to play a lot when Draymond was out, that was over a large sample, like almost a whole month, right? Draymond was suspended for 15 games, and then he was out for another 3 or 4, ramping up and getting ready for action. So he missed nearly 20 games in total. We're talking about Steph missing 3 at the minimum, maybe 4, maybe 5, who knows, but probably not any more than that. That's probably not enough time for Trayce Jackson-Davis to prove himself invaluable and always be a starter moving forward. But he does something. He does a lot of things that the Warriors don't have elsewhere on the roster. Again, what he's able to do defensively, he grabbed 10 rebounds last night in 26 and a half minutes. He had 5 assists, something that I've been saying for a while. He's a very underrated passer. I don't think we give him the credit he deserves there. And then the lob threat and the chemistry he has with Chris Paul on pick and rolls. He's just a solid all-around player, and the fact that they got him at 57 is incredible because he's playing like a lottery pick more so than a second-round pick.
He's playing great, and Brandon Podziemski, I was mostly kidding during the crossover about his confidence and his arrogance and his attitude. He's feeling himself, but he's had a great rookie year, and he plays with that swagger, and he's always out there trying to take a charge, and he's letting the refs know when they missed a call, and he's definitely found his comfort zone in the association as a starter, as a reserve. And you think about, the youngsters, and you and I were going back and forth pre-show on the show thread, and I kind of half jokingly mentioned 2 timelines, but the second timeline is now, it's back alive, I think. And we talked before about Wiseman and Poole and Kuminga and Moody being the real core of that second timeline. And now there's no Poole and there's no Wiseman, but maybe TJD and Pods are a part of that, quote, second timeline. Young players who are going to be here for a while who can also help in the near term.
Yeah, because how this season started was Steve Kerr being relatively stubborn, not wanting to turn it over to the young guys because his veteran core had won a championship when the season had started, like less than 18 months prior, right? We're approaching now 2 years. It would be 21 months now.
Yep.
From when they last won a championship. So Steve Kerr's like, you know what, I'm gonna ride with Clay. I'm gonna ride with Wiggins because those guys were key pieces of a championship team 18 months ago. And maybe in many fans' eyes, he rode with that a little bit too long, but you can't really blame the guy. It's either stick with the guys that won you a championship recently, or it is turn it over to relative unknowns, unproven guys. Podziemski, do you remember how Podziemski burst onto the scene? He was getting DNPs all over the place as a first-round pick. Now, not a lottery pick, but a first-round pick. And then there was the game where Steph was out. I think they held him out to rest, or maybe there was a minor injury. He only missed 1 game. It was that game. And then within the first 2 minutes of the game was when Klay Thompson and Jaden McDaniels of the Timberwolves got into a scuffle. Yeah. Klay was grabbing his jersey and they swung him around, and then Draymond comes in, and we all know this. He grabs Rudy Gobert around the neck and chokes him out for a couple of seconds, and he gets suspended. Klay gets ejected. So suddenly you have a game with no Steph, no Klay, and no Draymond.
Yeah.
And Steve looks at his bench and says, all right, BP, see what you got. And he scored 20 points in that game and was incredible. He was the best player on the floor for the Warriors in that game.
He had scored 20 points as a pro up until that point.
And then scored 23 in one night.
Correct. And I'm looking at his log. It was 3 DNPs. He played 23 minutes against the Pelicans, 2 more non-plays, then crumbs for 5 games. So that's 11 games in his career, and he had scored 20 points, 28 points actually, 20 total, I'm sorry. Yeah. Up until that Minnesota game where circumstances led him to play 39 minutes and he scored 23. They lost by 3.
And they almost against, as we know now, a very good Minnesota team.
Yeah, and that was kind of his arrival. And since then, he's been a mainstay in the rotation.
And since Draymond was suspended the second time, Kuminga's been a mainstay. And now it seems like Trayce Jackson-Davis is a mainstay. But how main of a stay is he going to be? How many minutes is he going to get on any given night? Is he going to be a starter moving forward? We'll ask Steve Kerr about all of that. He's about 35 minutes away with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy in for Willard today, so Dibs and Grandy with you. We've got Steve Kerr coming up at 3. Plenty more to get into about the Warriors and this young core proving yet again that they can handle some of the bright lights. we've got that to get into, and the Niners continue to make some moves. They signed a D tackle earlier today. We'll give you all those details before we're done here as well. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Power Torque Tools DIY days now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Power Torque hand tools come with a lifetime guarantee. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Minute 19 to go. Still 109-101. Jackson Davis goes up and he slammed it down over Wembanyama down the lane with the hammer. Oh my goodness. And a foul. What a surprise that was. Nobody expected that. Just threw it down on Wembanyama. Elevation sensation.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Cha-ching! There you go.
Yes.
Tim Roy brings out the elevation sensation for the Trace Jackson Davis poster on Wemby.
Yeah, and I loved it. And, you got to love Wembanyama for having the rookie nature of expecting that you're going to block everything. And you don't really care if you're a shot blocker. You're going to get caught. Dikembe Mutombo got caught occasionally. Manute Bol got caught. If you're going to be a rim protector, you're going to protect the rim and you're going to lose. And that's just the way that's going to go sometimes.
Yeah, what did he say? He said, quote, getting dunked on is nothing. It's part of the game. I dunk on a lot of people, and a lot of people dunk on me too, but I think I block more often than I get dunked on, so that's positive.
Yeah.
Trace Jackson Davis basically said the same thing post-game as well. Sometimes you get dunked on, sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
It's just what happens when you're up there contesting a lot of shots.
And I loved his description of what happened because Wemby overplayed him to the right hand, and he was able to spin and get to the left hand, and he had told Kavan before the game if he had a chance,
he was
going to try him. And so he had that half a step and he had the shoulder. And so he had the dribble and might as well go up and give it a shot. And his strong hand and Wembanyama did not have a great angle on it. And he got caught.
Yeah, and if you missed it, Trace Jackson Davis is becoming a regular on 95.7 The Game. He was on with the Morning Roast this morning. So if you want to hear that conversation, it's available for you on YouTube. Powered by the First NorCal Credit Union, youtube.com/957 The Game. It's also on the free Odyssey app. Bonte and Shasky doing a great job. But he was on with you and Willard that was on Friday. So that's twice in 3 work days.
Right.
Trace Jackson Davis was on the station.
And when you do what he does, we might have him on again on Thursday.
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe the midday gets him on Thursday.
Maybe he's going to block Luka and then run down the floor the other way and catch another lob.
Or maybe put up like a 22 and 15 or something on a road win over Dallas. And
or maybe, Derek Lively, the Mavericks' good young big man rookie. Maybe he puts another big man rookie on a poster.
He is playing his way into a regular rotation here on 95.7 The Game.
Absolutely. And he gives the Warriors an aspect, an attribute, an ability that they don't really have elsewhere. Kuminga might be the closest thing to him in terms of his above-the-rim ability on the Warriors. But Trace Jackson Davis is different because he's more of a rim protector, and he's not going to be a ball handler, but he does have good enough skills on and off the ball to be effective both ways. But watching Trace Jackson Davis play last night, and we've got a replay of the game going on right now. We're going to see the dunk coming up in a handful of minutes.
Yep.
He also had another dunk. He posterized not quite as bad, but he dunked on Sohan, who's another young big guy for the Spurs, who I really like, by the way. But Trace Jackson Davis is getting a lot of guys on posters, and Fitz was having a grand old time calling it. He put all of France through the rim. Fitz is having a great time on that one. But watching Trace Jackson Davis last night and the double block on Giannis, catching the alley-oop from Steph on the ensuing offensive possession, watching Pajemski, what he's been able to do and just affect winning in a number of different ways, really, since he got inserted into the lineup, as we were talking about last segment, since he was forced to play because the Warriors had no other bodies. And then similar story with Jonathan Kuminga. Since those guys have been given regular rotation minutes, you can see them develop and see them help the Warriors win basketball games, despite the fact that they're only 4 games over 500. I get it. But watching last night, as I was talking about on the crossover, Dibs, a light kind of popped in my head because I entered this season thinking all right, this is a chance that this is the last run of real, legitimate, competitive Warriors basketball that we might get in a couple of years at least. You know, you got Steph. You still feel confident that he's going to be at near the peak of his powers because he's otherworldly. You have Klay Thompson. You hope he plays well and good basketball and hits a lot of threes and he plays under control and all of that. Entering the season, you know, you just signed Draymond to a 3-year extension, but I mean, logic says he's only going downhill at this stage of his career. If you're going to win again while Draymond is under contract and making, like $25 million, we're going to have to happen sooner as opposed to later. So you came into this year, at least I did, and maybe you felt differently, but I came into this year thinking, all right, see what you got. You got to get something done this year. But watching what the young guys have done, Dibs, I ultimately feel a little bit less pressure. I'm putting less pressure on the Warriors now as a Warrior fan to get something done this year. And maybe it's the reality of their record. And as you say, Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are. Yeah. And maybe that's part of it. Maybe I'm resigned to the fact that it's going to be difficult to do anything super meaningful at this stage of the season, given that they are 10th in the Western Conference. And it'll be difficult to climb even a couple of spots in the play-in standings. But given what those young guys have done, Dibs, I've come to the conclusion that this year doesn't matter as much as I thought it did. Obviously, you want to compete. You want to play well. You want to win a championship every year you go out there. But what Podziemski has done, what Kuminga has done, and what Trayce Jackson-Davis is now beginning to do, you've got a guard who's 21 years old, you've got a forward who's 21 years old, and you've got a big who's older but is a rookie. And they're all helping you win basketball games at this stage of their career. I think those three, and you could throw Moses Moody in there if you want, but specifically those three, they've extended this Warriors window. They've taken some pressure off of the core three, the veterans, and it has lessened the pressure on them to have to do something this year, because it seems to me more likely that next year, that 2 years from now, whether or not Klay is on the roster, whether or not Wiggins is on the roster, whether or not Draymond is still playing at this level, when you've got those three playing this well as they are right now, I think they have extended the Warriors' window in a way that I wasn't really preparing for.
Yeah, they've extended the window, but the window of what would be my counterpoint, because the window that they've extended is, with this team, a window of being competitive but not being championship caliber. So for me, the pressure lies in the offseason. The pressure is, how do you get this team to be better and to get back to championship caliber? And you mentioned Pods and TJD and Kuminga, three young players. Yes, they're absolutely a part of the rotation for the future. And you've got Steph and you've got Draymond, and GP2's got a player option. You would assume that he'd pick that up at $9.1 million, and he'll be back. But beyond that, you've got Chris Paul, who's probably going to be gone. Klay Thompson, who's making 43, but he won't make 43 next year. So does he come back and play for 23? Is it 20? Is it 27? Does Klay move on? Kevon Looney, his option's not fully guaranteed. You would expect that he will move on. And then you've got Moses Moody, and I don't believe that they've exercised his option yet. They did with Jonathan Kuminga. So Kuminga's 7.6 is already been picked up. Moses Moody's has not been exercised. So for me, the pressure lies not with how this team does, because I believe that this team is what we've seen them to be, 34-30. Yeah, they could win a play-in game. They could win 2 play-in games. They might even be able to win a first-round series, although that'd be an upset. I don't think that they're going to go much deeper than that. So for me, the real question is, with the Steph Curry window, how do you get better between now and next October to where you're really a player in the West again?
But I agree with what you're saying, but I think that the larger point is, given what those three have done, again, Kuminga, Podziemski, and Trayce Jackson-Davis, you are in a much better spot than I thought they were going to be in at this stage. When you're looking for the future, I'm not really focusing on this season right now. And again, maybe that is part of it. If they were 20 games over 500, maybe I'd feel a little bit different, because they were legitimately a really, really good basketball team this year. You got to take advantage of every opportunity that you possibly have. And I'm not waving the white flag on this season, but even if it takes moving off of one of your promising young guys that we're talking about to acquire some other talent, well, first of all, they have to be promising young players. Yeah. And at least you got promising young players that could be attractive elsewhere. Now, I'm not suggesting that they're going to trade Kuminga for some piece in the offseason, but whether you stick it out with your 3 youngsters and pair them alongside Stephen Curry into the future, and maybe alongside Draymond Green, maybe not Clay, whatever the situation is, whether or not you decide to keep them or move on from them, you're in a better spot than I thought they were going to be in entering this season when thinking about the future, because I wasn't expecting Trayce Jackson-Davis to be not like all rookie status, but even able to impact winning at this stage of his career. I wasn't expecting Podziemski to be legitimately on the all-rookie team. Like, unless something crazy happens, he's going to be one of the 5 rookies on the all-rookie team this year. I think you could have predicted a Jonathan Kuminga step up, maybe not quite to this level, especially not when the season started, when he was struggling to even get in the rotation. So if you decide, okay, maybe these guys aren't the core pieces for a championship team in the future, at least you have the ability to maybe, if the right opportunity, the right person presents itself, maybe you move on from them and you get something actually worthwhile, when before the season you might not have been able to do that.
That's fair. And I think at the deadline you could have done that. And, that's right when Kuminga was starting to play so well that you decided that he was going to be untouchable. And I still think that he's in that mode. And you look at Kuminga, entering into next year would be his last year. It's a team option that's been picked up. He's going to get a big contract, you would figure, much like they did with Jordan Poole. Mm-hmm. So you give Jonathan Kuminga a 9-figure deal if you really love him, and I think they do, and so you keep him, and then you pair him with Podziemski, who is on a rookie deal still, and TJD, same thing. You don't have to worry about them for a couple of years, and then you can kind of build off of that with whatever money you have in the offseason. I think that you look at next year right now in a much more promising way than you did. You're right about that. But I also look at certain question marks around this roster. Kevon Looney has gone from, yeah, Kevon, we love you, you're a mainstay, to now he doesn't really play anymore. And his deal is $8 million, not fully guaranteed, but I would imagine that, he's not going to be here. Paul will be gone. Clay's an interesting one. And the real big rat on the table, so to speak, for me, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, is Andrew Wiggins, because you got to pay him $80 million more over the rest of his deal, including a $30 million player option in 2026-27, and he's just not that player anymore. So if I'm looking at this as a GM, I'm willing to take maybe not pennies on the dollar, but probably nickels or dimes on the dollar just to free up that salary spot to bring in somebody who can help us.
Yeah, maybe. Wiggins was fine last night, though. He was 6 for 8 from the field.
Say that again.
Wiggins was fine last night.
Exactly.
He wasn't great. He started pretty aggressive from the field.
Best, he did.
He was 3 for 4 in the first quarter, and I think like 3 of those field goal attempts came in like the first 3 minutes of the game.
But at his best, that's what we say about him. Oh, Andrew was fine last night. And that to me
was
is
a positive
that's the
last
high
night.
watermark.
He was, but you're right. I mean, he wasn't the driving force behind the 28-4 run. But 6 of 8 from the field. Yeah. He finished with 16 points. Plus 9 in his 30 minutes.
Solid. He was fine. He was probably better than fine. But too often, you don't even say that about Andrew Wiggins. You don't often now look at a game and say, you know what? Andrew Wiggins was unguardable. He was impactful. He was, oh my God, Andrew Wiggins. Can you believe it? They have got to keep this guy. Extend him. Mint him. Statue him. He's fine. Andrew was fine.
What is he making? $22 million? Something like that?
This year he is making 24.
$24 million.
Then 26, then 28, then 30.
Yeah, so his
3 more years 16, of he was fine.
16 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. That's not $24 million worth.
No, and that was a good game for him.
Yeah, one of his better ones recently.
I mean, my God. So if I'm looking at it as, Joe Lacob or Mike Dunleavy, I'm thinking, how do we get better at that spot? How do I spend $26 million for a player who's actually going to be more impactful than that?
What's wild is when he signed that extension was right after the championship, and everyone was like, oh, Wiggins, You're becoming a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Not only do you help us win a championship, but now you take a discount, the hometown discount.
Totally.
And now the conversation has entirely changed. I'm curious, and we could ask Steve Kerr about this. He's coming up in 15 minutes here on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. Do you think when Stephen Curry returns that he goes back to the lineup he had been using pre-Steph injury? Because he's kind of been searching. He's been shifting things around the last couple of games without Stephen Curry. Obviously, Chris Paul starts. The first game against the Spurs, he started Trace Jackson-Davis, and he slid Kuminga down to the 3. And then last night against San Antonio, in San Antonio, he starts Clay, does not start Podziemski, does not start Trace Jackson-Davis, starts Wiggins and Kuminga alongside Clay and Steph and Draymond. I wonder if that's all purely related to trying to find something to make up for Steph's absence, or if he's perhaps searching for something different entirely.
I think that he goes back to what he went with before with Steph and Brandon, and then Jonathan and Draymond alongside, I guess, Andrew Wiggins, or maybe you put TJD in there as the 5th. And you look at last night, Podziemski, even though he didn't start, he led the team in minutes. So
yeah.
I think Steve will tell you it's less about who starts than who plays and who finishes. And that's where Pods, even though he only played 35, or he did play 35 minutes, he came off the bench and still led the club in minutes played. And last night, when you look at it, 9-man rotation. And I think that's where Steve got to where he wants to get. Peyton and Moody, 15 minutes and 12 respectively. When Steph comes back, one of them's going to lose their minutes. And brace yourselves, Warrior fans. It's going to be Moses Moody.
You think so? I was just thinking, looking through the box score from last night and kind of thinking about the last handful of games, the guy who might be in danger of losing a spot in the normal rotation, it might be Gary Payton II.
Might be. But what
he hasn't been nearly as effective lately.
He hasn't, but what Steve told us last week is it's really matchup based. And, Gary, in terms of on-ball defense, he gives you something that you don't have with anyone else. So when you play against a team who has a really good, threatening point guard, and I think about Dallas, for example, can you put GP2 on Kyrie? Can you maybe spot him on Luka at times? I think that's a time where GP2 is going to play a lot more.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit more matchup based in the last couple of games. But, I mean, you just kind of so often, and maybe I'm guilty of this. In fact, I think I am. Just, all right, throw Gary out there. Something positive will happen, and you got to look deeper than the box score, but you just trust that it's out there. From my view, watching the last couple of games, I haven't really necessarily watched with an intent of just focusing on what he's doing out there. But you hadn't got his normal pokes a ball away, breaks out in transition, finds Steph cutting to the hoop. Like he hits a corner 3. You haven't gotten nearly as much of that lately. So if you are talking about minutes to go back to Steph once Steph returns, obviously someone like Chris Paul is going to play a lot less minutes. He's not going to play 33 minutes when Steph is here. Podziemski's probably not going to play 34 and a half when Steph is here. But if you need another 10 minutes to pull from, maybe some of them do come from GP2.
Right, and I think that Moses is a guy who Steve has shown you he will put Moses on the DNP. And, Gary, I think, is still going to get his cup of coffee, although all bets are off because look at Kevon Looney again last night, did not play, and he's kind of gotten into that spot where he's just not going to play, I don't think. And, even Dario's gotten some minutes ahead of Kevon at times.
Well, that's the other thing, and it's something that Steiny and Evan were talking about earlier today on Steiny and Guru, and I agree with Steiny on this, which maybe is a scary thing to say at times.
Nice.
I don't agree with him about his hypothetical trade that if you were listening at the end of Steiny and Guru.
I try to leave people with more than what they came with.
There's classic Steiny. You didn't get to the part where he says he turns water into wine as well.
Oh, I missed that. Nice.
I try to leave people with more than what they came with.
Yeah, twice.
I'm like Jesus with the breadcrumbs or the fishes or the loaves. Which one was it? Oh. And I went to Catholic school. Anyway, he turned water into wine. And that's kind of what I do.
Was that from today?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It was right at the end of their show before we came on for the crossover. So I hesitantly say I agree with Steiny on this. It's crazy how different the Warriors' rotation is now compared to when the season started. because Steve Kerr, again, as we were saying earlier, was so hesitant to make any move and trust the young guys. But to your point, Kevon Looney is not playing anymore. He only sees the floor in extremely unique situations. A rookie, a 57th overall pick, is ahead of him in the rotation. Podziemski and Kuminga are basically entrenched as starters on this team now. And Moses Moody is playing over, he played 12 minutes last night. He's playing over Quinones, whatever. I mean, he's playing over Dario Saric. Not that they really overlap at all. But you've got the young guys that were not even seeing the floor at all at the beginning of the season playing major minutes night in and night out for you, maybe with the exception of Moody. But the Warriors have made an entire transformation from the beginning of the season until now. And I do think maybe some fans feel like it happened a little bit too late, but Steve Kerr definitely deserves some credit for, one, realizing that and then putting those rookies into situations where they are able to succeed and help you win.
Yeah, and I think that Pods kind of cleared the way for all of it because he came on, and you mentioned it before in the Minnesota game, out of necessity, no Clay, and Steph had already sat. Clay got ejected, and he came in and played great, and he's shown unbelievable basketball maturity, the way he goes about it, not afraid to stick his nose in there, take a charge. He plays pretty good defense. Yeah, he can shoot the three and the rest of it. And, TJD now has emerged over the last couple of weeks. And, we're watching the clip right now. We're all eyes on TJD as he rim runs and dunks on Wembanyama, and he's blocking Giannis, and he is developing and coming into his own very quickly.
He really is. And it's been incredible to watch because I feel like most people, when the time he was drafted, felt that he was maybe potential steal at 57th overall because, if you watch Indiana basketball, you watch the NCAA tournament, you see how good of a player he was at the college level, but he's undersized. He's not the most physically imposing. He's not going to come out here and scare you athletically, although he is pretty athletic. I think he comes across a little bit unassuming when you watch him on TV. He kind of has a little bit of a weird gait when he runs down the floor. It doesn't seem the most smooth or quick or athletic, but he kind of catches you off guard when he does elevate like he did against Wembanyama. If you were listening at the beginning of the segment, the great Tim Roy calling it, whoa, no one was expecting that. What a surprise. He just elevates out of nowhere, and suddenly he's posterizing a 7'4" rookie out of France and Victor Wembanyama. So he's kind of come out of nowhere and helped the Warriors. And one thing that I do want to ask Steve Kerr is just how surprised he is, or if this was the plan all along, because you could tell that the plan early in the season was, all right, we're gonna ride the veterans and we're gonna see how this thing plays out. I wonder if the plan was from the beginning, all right, at this stage of the season, we expect these young guys and these rookies to be factoring in on a night in and night out basis. And if this was the plan all along, or if it was just purely happenstance because of how the season played out that they got a chance. Like if the Warriors were playing well and Wiggins wasn't struggling and Klay Thompson never got pushed to the bench, would we even know what Trayce Jackson-Davis was capable of at this point? Or was this just the plan from the Warriors all along?
You never know. Happenstance gives opportunity to everybody, and whether or not it's radio or basketball or football. Brock Purdy's a great example. If Brock Purdy doesn't have injuries happen in front of him, does he get the chance to go out there and, Kyle Shanahan can say, well, yeah, we saw what we saw in Brock, and he was going to win the job no matter what anyway. I don't know if you could say that. Trey Lance gets hurt, Jimmy G gets hurt, and now all of a sudden, out of necessity, you go to Brock Purdy. And so I think it just depends on happenstance with a lot of these things.
And we just saw the moment where he dunked all over Victor Wembanyama. We're watching the replay in the studio on NBC Sports Bay Area. He dunked it so hard that Gary Payton II came out of nowhere to celebrate with him. GP2 was hanging out behind the basket, behind the stanchion, and then he just came out of nowhere with his right arm wrapped, which I imagine is an ice pack or something, and he came out and kind of chest bumped Trace Jackson-Davis head. He got back up off the floor. But a wild moment, Trace Jackson-Davis, an and one poster dunk on Victor Wembanyama. It stole the show last night for the Warriors. It was the final nail in the coffin of the Spurs, and it helped the Warriors get a win 112-102 over San Antonio. They snap a mini 2-game losing streak. They get a win on the road. They're now 4 games over 500 on the road, believe it or not, and they are a 500 team at home inside of Chase Center. All right, time for a break here on 95.7 The Game. We've got Steve Kerr coming up on the other side. It's Willard and Dibbs. Mark Grandy in for Willard today. So Dibbs and Grandy with you. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, is on the way next. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. Prize Picks.
Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, he does, and he joins Willard and Dibbs. In fact, right now, although Mark Willard out today, it's Mark Grandy sitting in. So Dibbs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game, and it's time to welcome in head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. And Kerr is brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Coach, pleasure to have you on Willard and Dibbs as always. Again, it's Mark Grandy sitting in for Mark Willard today, so Dibbs and Grandy with you. Congratulations on the win last night. Steve, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well. The Warriors, your franchise, released an update on Stephen Curry a couple of hours ago. I wanted to start there. He has been cleared for on-court activity back here in the Bay Area, and he will join the team in L.A. On Friday. And he'll be reevaluated after Friday's practice ahead of the game against the Lakers on Saturday. So I wanted to ask, is there a possibility that he might play on Saturday? And what does he need to show you and the medical staff during that practice on Friday to get the go-ahead?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. I mean, we wouldn't send him to L.A. If we didn't think that there was. So, yeah, all in all, everything's been very positive. He's responded well to treatment. He stayed back in the Bay, and because he's doing well, he'll get back on the court. And, we're hopeful that everything clicks and that he's able to play Saturday. But he's got to go through a couple of the days of practice and see how he responds, and we'll go from there.
And what's the schedule like, not only for the Steph time when he's going to be back on Friday, but between now and then? I know you've got Dallas tomorrow. Is there a time Thursday when you'll come back and practice, or is it really all about Friday for Steph and his availability potentially for Saturday?
Yeah, Thursday's probably a day off for us, so it's really about Friday. But he's getting work in the Bay, and so he'll be able to do a little bit before Friday's practice and kind of ramp up to get to that point, and then if everything goes smoothly, then he's got a shot to play Saturday.
I know ever since you saw the results of the MRI after he rolled that ankle against the Bulls last week, there was kind of a sense that you guys dodged a bullet. Is there still a sense of relief around the organization right now that it might only be 3 games missed by Steph?
Yeah, I mean that was probably best case scenario if that's what it ends up being. So there's always a fear when a guy rolls an ankle that it could be really bad, and you just hope for the best. And it seems like we're getting the best, and it's also not bad for our team to have to play without him. And you see how guys stepped up last night, and we had a great effort from multiple players. And in the meantime, Steph has played almost every game this year, and in the end, if this week of resting his body actually helps him, as he heals his ankle, the rest of the body is also getting a little bit of a break. He might need that right about now. So this could all turn out, well in the long run. But of course, we got to go play Dallas without him tomorrow, which will be really tough the way they're playing.
Yeah, and before we get to the tough Dallas opponent coming up tomorrow, let's look back real quick at last night. And the big picture is obviously a good performance and a good effort in a game you really needed to win. But let's just micro focus on the TJD dunk over Victor Wembanyama. He's had some welcome to the NBA moments before, but watching him dunk on a guy who's probably 9 feet tall right in front of you, that had to be a pretty great moment for all you guys.
Oh my gosh, it was stunning. I mean, I didn't think it was possible to get a dunk over the top of Wembanyama, but Trace had a great game, and that was kind of the culmination. And you saw the response from everybody on the bench, players and coaches. It was amazing, and I'm really happy for Trace. He's such a great young guy. I'm also so impressed with Kevon Looney and how he's mentored him and how he's handled these last few games, not playing himself, but continuing to cheer on Trace and help him and give him advice. I mean, it's really what it's all about when you see the players cheering for each other and looking after each other. And it's one of the things I love about this group is I really see them constantly doing that, really supporting one another, and that's crucial if you want to have a winning team.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr with us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs. Coach, you talk about maybe Steph's absence. If it is only a 3-game absence, maybe it helps teach some of your guys some important lessons playing without Steph and maybe makes them better going forward. But just bottom line, how important was it to get a win last night, and how big is every win for you at this stage of the season? Because the couple losses to the Bulls and the first game against the Spurs, you've slid back to the 10 spot, and it's I know the stated goal was getting up to the 6. It's a little bit more difficult with every passing game. You got a bunch of teams you got to jump. So how important and how big does every win feel at this stage?
Yeah, it really is important. I mean, I think we've won 16 of our last 21, and in that stretch, we've barely moved in the standings because everybody else is playing well also. So it's just tough. The West is loaded this year. Up and down the conference, you see talented, well-coached teams, and we just have to keep plugging away. I have no doubt that we can finish this season really strong, and you never know how things break. You know, a year ago we were in the play-in at this point, and we finished strong. I think we won our last 5 or 6 games and broke through and got to 6th, and that made a difference for us. The year before, I think we were kind of in that 3, 4, 5, 6 range, and finished strong and got all the way to 3, and it set up a favorable matchup that helped us win a championship. So I just feel like, the season it's long. It really is a marathon, and you're going to have stretches in both directions, during the season. Things either go well or they don't, and I feel really strongly that our team is primed if we can really stay healthy here down the stretch, get Steph back and stay healthy from there. I feel like we can make a really good run, and you never know what happens. If you do that, you could end up in a good spot and set you up for a good playoff run. Yeah,
and you mentioned the run you guys had been on and a couple of unfortunate losses at home, and we talked last week with Mark Willard about, why haven't you been better at home, and then you lost to Chicago and San Antonio, and now back out on the road, winning again, not playing tonight, and you mentioned the tight group of teams in the Western Conference. Will you have the league pass heated up, Steve? Are you into scoreboard watching mode yet, or are you more just focused on the club?
No, I watch the scoreboard every day. I look at the standings. I watch games, on off nights, and that's all part of it. But we, with that said, we are more focused on our own team than our opponent. I think it's really important that we find our groove, which we've been doing, and but with the injuries, we've had to shuffle the deck a little bit and find some different combinations, and so it's much more important to pay attention to all that than it is to to the standings. But of course, we keep our eye on it all the time.
Coach, you talked about what Trayce Jackson-Davis did last night, but I wanted to focus on a trio of your youngsters, Trayce Jackson-Davis included, along with Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga. If I told you at the beginning of the season that those 3 guys, 2 of them are 21, another is a 24-year-old rookie, all 3 of those guys playing at least 20-plus minutes, some of them into the 30-minute mark relatively consistently for you, and you were still competing for a playoff spot, would you believe me? How rare is that to have 3 positive pieces from guys so young and inexperienced?
I definitely would not have believed you because, I didn't know anything about Brandon or Trayce, So when the season started, we didn't plan on them contributing. Usually rookies, aren't ready for this. But both guys have proven to be ready. You see how advanced they are with their understanding of the game, their awareness, kind of their knowledge of who they are as players and how they can make the team better. So those are rare qualities for rookies, and so to see that, to see them coming along, to see J.K. and how he's progressed, Moses too. It's really been fun just to see all the young guys start to blossom and help us win a lot of games.
And the precocious nature of Brandon Pajemski. We were talking earlier with the previous show about the moxie and the confidence he shows when he gives the twirl, twirl, twirl last night, basically all but demanding that the play be reviewed. Have you ever seen a rookie in your tenure show that much self-confidence? And he was right last night, but he seems to play with the moxie of a 12-year veteran.
Yeah, he's got great feel for the game. He just he sees it before it happens, and that's pretty rare. So, but my favorite quality of his though is just his confidence. He just bounces back after tough nights really quickly, and that's real confidence and self-assurance, and I love that. It drives some of the veterans crazy sometimes, because a rookie isn't supposed to behave that way. But Draymond said it to me years ago. He said, rookies have to go take it. They've got to go. Young players have to go carve out their spot, and whatever that means, you've got to do. And for Brandon, that means doing what he's doing all year. Connecting the game for our guys with the right cut, the right pass, leading the league in charges drawn, making a ton of gritty loose ball recoveries, offensive rebounds. The guy's a gamer, and there's a reason he plays as much as he does.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. Coach, you're talking about rookies having to go out there and take it and take everything that they are getting during a rookie season. Is Trayce Jackson-Davis doing enough and taking enough that he might be forcing your hand into the starting lineup? I know he started on Saturday when you were hosting the Spurs. Maybe that was more so matchup based and you're playing without Steph. You got to move things around. Is there a possibility that Trayce Jackson-Davis finds his way into your starting lineup moving forward?
Well, he's going to play a lot. I mean, I think the thing to think about is the combinations, and we tried that combination Friday night of Draymond, Trayce, and J.K. at the on the front line, and we knew we wouldn't have great spacing with that group, but we really did it for the defensive side of the ball. We wanted to get off to a good start defensively and set a tone. But it's not a great combination offensively, and so chances are more that we stay with the starting lineup that's been really successful for us the last 20 games. Once Steph gets back, and bring Trayce off the bench. But there's no question he's earning more and more minutes, and he was, I thought, the player of the game last night. I mean, he was just so good at both ends, and he and Chris Paul really form a great combination too on the pick and roll. So it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch when Chris has it and TJD's diving toward the rim, and you wait for the inevitable lob and watch the young kid out of Indiana go up and finish on the dunk where he posterizes Wembanyama. Mark and I were just laughing at the fact that the first one on the scene was GP2, who somehow came from underneath the basket to congratulate, which was, it's so perfect for GP2 to be in that spot. But he had a wrap on his shoulder. Is that indicative of maybe why he's not getting the minutes that he normally would, or is it just a matchup thing?
No, his shoulder's fine. It's funny because you can ask that question about a lot of guys. There's only so many minutes to go around. So Gary is best suited to play bursts, 4 or 5 minute burst where he just plays with great energy. Come out and get him back in. But I've been asked that question. How come so and so hasn't played more minutes? Dozens of times this year involving multiple players, and I keep getting back to, there's 240 minutes, and there's 10 people. Like, I can only play people so much, but we're just constantly trying to find the right combinations that fit together the best, and I think we've found a lot of them these last few weeks, and that's why we've been playing better overall.
And just the follow-up to the first part of that, where was that man to where he was able to be under the basket in the first one on the scene? Was he in the second row, like eating popcorn?
I was dying laughing when I saw it on tape. I watched it on my computer. I see Gary come out of nowhere. Like, where the hell was he? in the stands. Right. I mean, that was bizarre.
We're catching up with head coach Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors, talking about that Trace Jackson-Davis poster jam on Victor Wembanyama. Obviously, that was the highlight of the night, maybe the highlight of your season so far, and he's going to get a lot of credit for what he's doing offensively because of that highlight. I wanted to ask you, though, what was more impressive in Trace Jackson-Davis's game to you last night? What he was doing defensively, grabbing rebounds, affecting Victor Wembanyama down low, or was it what he was doing offensively? Because he was good on both ends, as you said.
Yeah, he was. He was great at both ends. That's what makes him such an intriguing young player. Is he impacts both sides of the ball, and I really liked his poise. You know, he had several plays on offense where he got the ball in the paint, and Wembanyama was in good position. And he didn't try to jump over him when he didn't have the advantage. He just patiently dribbled the ball back out and swung it, and got the ball into a more advantageous position. So he recognizes the game well. He sees where the advantages are, where they aren't, and doesn't try to force anything. He's really, I think, beyond his years in terms of his feel for the game.
It's second time for you going up against Victor Wembanyama. What impressed you on just how much he's gotten better from the first time you faced him back in November to now?
Well, he's clearly getting more comfortable on the floor, just with the speed of the game and the pace and finding areas to score. I thought he scored inside more last night than he did against us back in November when we saw him. So he's probably figuring out leverage and angles and that sort of thing. But he really is an incredible talent, at that size and with that length to be that skilled. It's remarkable.
Coach, I feel like we're getting to a point where we almost expect 20 points every night from Jonathan Kuminga because that's how well and consistent he's been playing for the most part. But at least from my point of view, he's kind of getting it in different ways. Even when his shot isn't falling, he's getting to the line over and over and over again, and he's hitting his free throws at a much higher rate recently than he was in the past, even though he has been relatively consistent scoring-wise for a number of months now. Have you seen his game continue to develop, and specifically offensively getting to the rim and therefore getting to the line a lot more often than almost any other player on your team?
Yeah, JK's gotten a lot better and continues to grow, and it's exciting because he has such a high ceiling. There's so many things that he still has to learn, and that's a good thing. That means he can get that much better. But what we're really trying to just get across to him is the more time he can spend near the basket, the better. The more he can cut behind the defense for backdoor passes, for offensive rebounds. More he can sprint ahead of the defense, in transition. Anything at the rim, he is absolutely elite. From an NBA standpoint, he's one of the most efficient scorers at the rim in the league. So the more time spent at the rim, the better. And he's still learning about watching where the defense is, moving behind them, cutting past them, that sort of thing. But as he grows and as he does that more consistently, he's just going to get better and better.
How nice is it to be able to rely on a player like Klay Thompson to step into the breach left by Steph Curry's absence and be able to get back in the starting lineup without any ego wounds and go out there and shoot it and try to score at the level that he's used to scoring at?
Klay's been great. I think ever since he went to the bench, we had the All-Star break. He came back, and since then he's sort of been in and out of the starting lineup based on injuries and that kind of thing. But his approach, his attitude, his shot selection, his energy, everything has been fantastic, and I couldn't be happier with Klay and for him, just because he seems to be at peace now, whereas earlier in the season I just felt like he was feeling pressure. He was forcing things. He didn't look happy sometimes, and he just looks much more at ease right now, and it's not a coincidence that he's playing so well. So Klay is, as we know, he's a champion. He's a Hall of Famer, one of the great shooters of all time, and we're going to need him down the stretch here as we try to make this run.
You got a really important game coming up tomorrow in Dallas. They're 2 spots ahead of you in the Western Conference standings right now. They're 8th, you're in 10th. The 9th place team, the Lakers, you have coming up on Saturday. You've seen them before this season, but it has been a while because one of the postponed games was against the Mavericks. You go from one unique European player to another, from Victor to Luka Doncic. Not to give away your game plan or anything, but how do you plan on trying to defend Luka Doncic? Because the guy has been like a 35-point triple-double machine lately. What's the challenge in trying to slow him down?
Yeah, the challenge is that he has an answer for everything. You know, he's a brilliant passer. He sees over the top of defenses. So, you know, if you want to commit to him and blitz him or trap him, he'll make you pay with the pass. You know, if you play him one-on-one, he's so big and strong. He can, you know, muscle his way to the rim or shoot that step-back three. So he's got an answer for everything, and you just have to do the best you can to try to make him uncomfortable, but he just does not get uncomfortable very often, so just a huge challenge.
All right, Steve. Good stuff. Appreciate your time as always, and best of luck in Dallas tomorrow night.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Steve. There's head coach Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors. There's a weekly appearance here on with Willard and Dibbs. A lot of good stuff, Dibbs, from Steve Kerr there. First of all, going back to the very beginning, maybe the most newsworthy piece from Steve Kerr, there is, quote, definitely a chance that Steph Curry plays on Saturday in LA against the Lakers.
Yep, and the Friday practice will be the big determinant. It sounds like they're going to have the day off on Thursday, which makes sense. You'll travel Wednesday to LA. You get the day off on Thursday, and if Steph were truly healthy, that would be a golf day for Steph. But with the ankle, I can't imagine that he gets out there. He might, and if he does golf, and if he's spotted, then you'll know that he's good to go for Saturday. But the Friday practice will be the key for him to be ready to go on Saturday, possibly.
I'm just thinking, so the Warriors have a 3-game road trip here. So game 1 last night, game 2 tomorrow, and then game 3 in LA on Saturday. Then you're back home for another 3 games. If the Warriors... I feel like if the Warriors felt like there wasn't a very good chance that Steph Curry was going to be able to play on Saturday, they wouldn't fly him down for the final game of a trip. I know Lucas and I, when the press conference or when the release came out, we interpreted it one way, and I think Evan on the air at the time interpreted it in an entirely opposite way, feeling like doesn't seem like he's going to play on Saturday. For me, I think that should be like the betting favorite. I feel like Steph Curry is going to play on Saturday. I don't think they would, on the final game of a road trip, fly him. I know it's not a super long flight from here to LA, but if you're coming home right after the game, why would you send him down there if you feel like he might not play?
Well, maybe he wants to just go down to LA and, you know, see LeBron and hang out with friends. And I mean, that's a part of it, I do think, is the fact that it is LA. If it was, for example, Utah or a less desirable city, and you flew him to that city, I would think more strongly that he was going to play based on that. He might just be going to LA because he wants to go to LA, and maybe he can give it a go. But the fact that he's going to go down there and go through practice on Friday and give it a go, that tells me that he's more likely than not to play. I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm with you as well.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. I know you've athlete and do a lot of, when you roll your ankle like that, oh, man.
Yeah, but when you're Steph Curry and you roll your ankle like that, and it's
I look like a bad one, though.
But his ankles now are basically like stretched out rubber bands. And he rolls it, but it's not like that first time. And I don't know if you've ever had a sprained ankle.
I have, yeah.
But when you sprain it the first time, your thought is, I may never walk again.
It's like the sharpest pain.
The worst.
For like the first 5 minutes. And then afterwards, not bad.
Well, depending on how bad it is, and if it really blows up and it gets black and blue, if it's a grade 2, then it's going to be weeks until you feel like you can trust it and get back out there again. Steph Curry, he's probably sprained that ankle as a pro 12 times.
Oh, yeah.
At least
somewhere
15.
Around there. Yeah.
And so, it's bad, but his ankles are so stretched out, he's able to come back a lot more quickly.
Yeah, he might only miss 3 games. If you missed it, Steve Kerr is saying, quote, there's definitely a chance that Steph plays Saturday in LA against the Lakers. He is out tomorrow in Dallas. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you. We'll react to more of what Steve Kerr said. We got plenty more to get into as NFL free agency continues as well. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game, and we are sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Mark Grandy in for Mark Willard today. So Dibbs and Grandy with you on this Tuesday on 95.7 The Game. And we're streaming live, as always, on Twitch and YouTube. You can visit twitch.tv/957 The Game or youtube.com/957 The Game and watch us live. And if anyone swears, maybe Dibbs, potentially.
Odds are, right.
You get to hear it on YouTube and Twitch. Make sure when you're there to subscribe to the channel as well. And if you are watching on YouTube, hit that thumbs up just below the video. It helps us out, and we appreciate that as always. And if you missed any of Steve Kerr, you want to hear it again, you can just rewind on our live YouTube stream. You can go back and find it. It was last segment, rewind about a half hour ago, and you'll get the very beginning, and you can listen to it in full there. It'll also be up in a whole separate video on YouTube shortly. It's also on the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast. All of that. Anywhere you get your podcast, it'll be available there for you as well. And we are going to keep reacting to what Steve Kerr said in just a minute, Dibbs, but we do have a little bit of breaking news out of the NFL. One of the big names that the Niners had been attached to really since he was slated to become a free agent, Danielle Hunter, the former Minnesota Viking now, who's been double-digit sacks, up around 16, 17 at times in his career with the Vikings. Edge rusher Danielle Hunter, he has agreed to a 2-year, $49 million deal with 48 of those millions guaranteed with the Houston Texans.
The Texans. All right,
so D'Amico Ryans adds another huge defensive piece.
Get it done. And at that price point, the Niners could not afford him.
No.
So makes sense that he goes somewhere if he's going to get $49 million and 48 of which is guaranteed in a 2-year deal. Good for you, Danielle, and it would have been nice to have you, but the Niners kind of signaled already throughout the course of this week, signing, 3 defensive linemen now already in the early period?
Yeah, 2 edge and 1 tackle.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've already, shored up that unit a lot, and you weren't going to add a guy at that price point. It was a little curious today as to why Danielle Hunter hadn't signed, because he was one of the big free agent pieces.
You could argue maybe the prize of free agency.
Right. Kirk Cousins was another one, but as far as edge rushers, he was the guy, and so he waits till day 2 and gets a very nice deal for the player. 48 guaranteed.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's worth as much as $51 million total maximum when you include everything. But 2 years, $49 million is the base, and $48 million of those are guaranteed. That's a ton of money going to an edge rusher. It's quite the time to be an edge rusher. Nick Bosa set the record for all non-quarterback players last year. And who was it? Brian Burns, formerly of the Panthers, got traded to the Giants and signed an extension with the Giants upon agreeing to that trade. I think he had the second most behind only Bosa for edge rushers, and Danielle Hunter up there as well with an average right around $24.5 million per season. So Danielle Hunter off the board. He goes to the Texans to join former Niners defensive coordinator D'Amico Ryans, who's entering his second season at the helm of Houston, and they are building a squad down there. But the guys you are referring to that kind of took the Niners out of the running for Danielle Hunter, Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos, who both signed yesterday. A couple of defensive ends, 2 years, $20 million for Leonard Floyd, 2 years, $18 million for Yetur Gross-Matos. And then earlier today, either late in the morning or early in the afternoon, can't remember exactly when, defensive tackle Jordan Elliott, formerly of the Browns, signed for 2 years, $10 million. So the Niners, 3 defensive linemen, 2 ends, and 1 defensive tackle. As we were talking about, though, in the crossover, probably at least a couple more moves to be made on that defensive line, because they've still got holes to be filled in those rotational pieces behind some of these starters.
And the team also re-signing George Odom to a 2-year, $10 million deal. He's a safety and a special teamer, so more of a smaller signing, but I would imagine that they wait until the market goes down even more, and they're going to add a piece, maybe another one, and then into the draft, they've got 11 picks, and that's where I think you would look to get another interior defensive lineman and maybe one more guy you could put out on the edge, because we know that they like to play, 7, 8, even 9 guys over the course of a game. They like to rotate their D linemen throughout the game.
Yeah. They do, and I think the draft is also where you will see them address the offensive line. Maybe they have their starters set if they do like Colton McKivitz, who got re-signed late last week. There's a chance that I would think the only move that they make in free agency relating to the offensive line might be to re-sign John Feliciano, who they signed in free agency last year, who did a pretty good job filling in at times this most recent year and actually winning a job late in the regular season. That might be the only move they make in free agency to address the offensive line. I would expect otherwise that would be one of the major draft needs for the 49ers. But we can get more into that coming up a little bit later on the show. It's at Willard and Dibbs. Grandy in for Willard today. So Dibbs and Grandy with you. We're on until 6 o'clock. Let's get back to what Steve Kerr told us, though, about a half hour ago here on Willard and Dibbs. Of course, we had to start by asking him about the Steph Curry update. And if you missed it, the Warriors did release this earlier today. Quote, the reevaluation indicated that Curry is making good progress. He has been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay Area and is expected to join the team for practice in Los Angeles on Friday. He will be reevaluated again following Friday's practice. So we asked Steve Kerr earlier this hour, does this mean that there's a chance that Steph Curry plays on Saturday against the Lakers in L.A.?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. I mean, we wouldn't send him to L.A. If we didn't think that there was. So, yeah, all in all, everything's been very positive. He's responded well to treatment. You know, he stayed back in the Bay, and because he's doing well, he'll get back on the court. And, you know, we're hopeful that everything clicks and that he's able to play Saturday. But he's got to go through a couple of the days of practice and see how he responds, and we'll go from there.
Hopeful.
Yeah.
Hopeful that they play on Saturday.
A couple of the days of practice, even though there'll only be really 1 day of practice. I guess it's 1 day of practice and then go to the shoot around and see how he looks.
Or he's probably getting some solo work in, or maybe just with some trainers or whatnot here in the Bay Area today, tomorrow, potentially.
Even into Thursday when he probably flies down to L.A. But it is good news that if he can get down to L.A. and they will practice on Friday, you would imagine. They got a Wednesday game in Dallas. Game's over, you fly to L.A., you spend Thursday, doing nothing. Friday will be a day where you get out there and you practice and get ready for the Saturday game. So by the time he gets to Friday, if he's a full go at practice, then I would imagine he would play Saturday.
Considering how close to the vest they play a lot of these injuries and returns, and you're right, they generally are, at least it appears, a little more conservative when it comes to bringing players back. And generally, that's a good thing. Most of the time, it is. And I guess I should say maybe all the time, it is a good thing to make sure that your player is ready to go. But generally, when Steve Kerr is asked these kinds of questions, Dibbs, he usually says something along the lines of, well, we'll know after Friday. We'll know after the practice when we reevaluate him next. But the fact that he was relatively open, saying, yeah, we're hopeful he plays Saturday, makes me feel like there's a pretty decent chance that he only misses 3 games.
Yeah, and he made the comment, and you just played it, that they wouldn't send him to L.A. if there wasn't a pretty good chance. This is not a long shot, and it's not a playoff game where you're just hoping to patch him together and get him out there in a one-off situation. You still have 12.5 games left to go in the regular season. You've got 18 games left, 17 after you play tomorrow.
34 and 30.
Right. Yeah. You're not totally desperate for a win over LA. No matter what happens tomorrow, you're not going to be more desperate or less desperate for that win. So you're only going to play him if he is really ready to go.
The other thing he said was, and maybe some of it was relying on Stephen Curry's return, was that he feels like they're, quote, primed to make a really good run. And I know that's something that he said continuously this season when they've kind of been mired in struggles, even when they were like 19-24 or whatever it was, 5 games under 500 and really struggling and in danger of bottoming out in the Western Conference. He has continued to be confident in their abilities to put a run together. And the last month and a half or so, maybe has confirmed that belief or backed that belief up because they have been playing really good basketball. But Steph Curry comes back. Suddenly you've got a full, healthy squad once again. Do you buy Steve Kerr saying, like, they're primed to make a run? You're probably going to have to do it out of the play-in, which makes things more difficult.
Right.
But, I mean, they have been playing much better lately when they've been healthy.
They are primed to make a run, and they've gone on a run. And he mentioned, 15 of the last 21. They were 19-24 when they lost in double overtime to the Lakers, and since then they're 34-30. They've won 15 of 21, And so they have gone on a run.
And they're still 10th.
Right. And that's kind of what Steve Kerr was saying. And I mentioned that last week where they had at that point been 13-4, and yet they've only gained 3 games in the standings. So if you think about their last 18 games from here, if you go 14-4, that probably is not enough to get you into the 6. Even if you go 14-4 over your last 18, which I think is a bit of a long shot, 14-4, and you're 3.5 back of Phoenix. So if Phoenix, and they've got 17 games left, if Phoenix just goes 11-6 over those 17, you still don't catch them. And that's not even mentioning Sacramento, Dallas, or LA, who are between you and Phoenix. So even if you go 14-4, the likelihood of you getting all the way up to 6 is not great.
Yeah, so it's as much about the number of games you're separated by from first all the way up to 6th, and what is it right now? First to 6th, the Suns are 6th, the Warriors are 10th, or first to 6th, I meant 6th to 10th.
Yeah.
The Suns are 6th, and the Warriors are 3.5 games behind in 10th. So not only is it having to gain 3.5 games as you're talking about, but it's as much about that as it is the number of teams that you have to jump. You talked about just what it would take to jump the Suns. You need help. The Suns have to be around 500, and you have to be, as you were talking, like 14-4 or something like that, and then you have a chance. But you also need the Kings to help you out, the Mavericks to help you out, and the Lakers to help you out. So when you have those number of teams between you and the ideal landing spot for you, it's not just how many games behind are you. It's you need this to work for you. You need this to work for you, and that. And then you also have to play the best stretch of basketball you've played all season, which is why I think most of us have come to the conclusion that the 6th seed is probably out of the picture now.
Yeah, and I think it just is pure math. And you mentioned not only the games, but the teams that you have to climb over. And I talked about when they were 19-24 and you were the 12 seed. And at that point, you were 6 games back of Phoenix. And Phoenix at that point was the 6th seed. And since that time, when you were 19-24, you've gone 15-6, and you've gone from the 12 to the 10, and you went from 6 back to 3.5 back. And, you know, Phoenix has been okay over that stretch. They're 38-27. They've gone 12-8 over that time. Not great, but good enough to keep you far enough at bay. And you went from the 12th seed to the 10, but the teams you climbed over, Utah and Houston, they have really regressed to
Utah's bottomed
level.
out. Yeah.
Right. And Houston's
they're not really trying to win anymore, probably. I mean, considering what they did at the deadline.
Well, Utah has gone 4-13 since that date.
And now you're 6 games ahead of them.
Yeah, and Houston has gone 8-11, I'm sorry, since that time. And Houston's not trying to tank. They're just young and not very good. So
they've actually jumped the Jazz since then as well. That's how bad the Jazz have been.
Exactly. But the 2 teams that you have jumped are teams that you should have been ahead of anyway.
Exactly. You jumped teams that aren't impacting really where you want to go in the standings.
And Utah was the 9 at that point, 24-23. And, you know, now they completely have bottomed out. So you passed 2 teams that you should have been ahead of anyway. Now the real work begins if you want to climb up to the 6.
Yeah, which is going to be really difficult. Again, you're 3.5 games behind the 6. The Suns currently own that spot, but you're also behind 3 other teams to even get to that spot. So the question does become, if we can all agree that the 6 seems like a pipe dream at this point, you need everything to go your way, and you have to win nearly all of your basketball games moving forward. Then the question is, as Steve Kerr said, quote, are they primed to make a really good run from the play-in? I mean, I guess look no further than what happened last year, Dibs, when the Miami Heat out of the East lost the first game of the play-in and then went all the way to the NBA Finals. And in the Western Conference, the Lakers were the 7 seed. These Warriors beat them out for the 6 by 1 game. The Lakers were the 7, and they went all the way to the Western Conference Finals. Are the Warriors able to put together a similar run like that? Because likely that's what it's going to have to take if what Steve Kerr said, quote, primed to make a really good run, actually does happen.
If healthy, yeah. And you look at
you
the
think
win,
so?
I think if healthy, they can be dangerous. And you saw them beat Milwaukee, and that's kind of what I mentioned last hour about this team at its best. When they are playing at their best, they can beat anybody in the association. Can they beat that team 4 times out of 7? That becomes more of a tall order. And you look around the association, especially in the Western Conference, in Minnesota, you lost your best player to an injury, and LeBron James is dealing with an ankle. he's got injuries. Phoenix has been hurt all year. So you get into a short series, you never know what the other team is going to have. If the Warriors can be healthy, they are good enough to win a game against anybody. Now, are you good enough to win best of 7 against anybody? That's where your championship experience does help you, I think, in a series against Oklahoma City and Minnesota potentially.
You might need a little bit of help there as well. If you get out of the play-in, don't match up with Denver in the first round.
Right.
That would be the goal.
And I also think the Clippers are a bad matchup. And Minnesota, if the Cat comes back, and I know they're trying to get him ready for the first round of the playoffs, we don't know what his meniscus repair is going to be like.
The way that the T-Wolves and the Sixers have talked about the injuries to their stars, because the Sixers, Joel Embiid, the meniscus injury.
Yep.
And they've refused to call it a tear. They've refused to say that he's had surgery. They've said he's underwent a procedure, not surgery. And the way that the Timberwolves are talking about Karl Anthony Towns, who has a torn meniscus, but they're saying that, his season's not over. We hope to get him back for the postseason, and maybe that is all possible. But, I mean, generally speaking, you tear a meniscus in your knee this late in the season, I wouldn't expect him to be back.
Depends on the procedure. And I know we'll have Doc Pandya here coming up in the next hour, or maybe Dr. Brian Feely. I'm not sure.
Pandya in 10 minutes.
Okay, we got Dr. Pandya. So he and I have had this conversation online and offline about the various meniscus repair procedure, because if you snip it out, if you remove the torn meniscus, it's 4 to 6 weeks. If you repair it, which means you take that meniscus back and you stitch it back to where it belongs, that's more of a 4 to 6 month rehab. And when you deal with a broke down never was like me, you cut that thing out. I had my meniscus removed 4 to 6 weeks, and now I'm living life bone on bone, but I don't have to go up and pull 12 rebounds and try and score 27 points. That's what you do to normal people. But when you have an athlete, you need that
7-foot athlete weighing 250 or whatever.
Exactly. You want that meniscus. You need that meniscus. And so normally they would repair it. Now, based on how badly it was torn, you might be able to just play through it in the short term and deal with it in the off season. We don't know. And unless you see the MRI, you can't possibly determine what the procedure will be.
Yeah. All right. We'll ask Dr. Nirav Pandya coming up in 10 minutes. We'll have him confirm your analysis there of the meniscus there. I'm sure he will. You know what you're talking about.
A real doctor and a radio doctor. I don't know who you trust more.
We'll find out in 10 minutes. We'll find out. That's coming up in a little bit. Cleared to play with Dr. Pandya of UCSF Health coming up in a little bit. Let's go out to the phone lines now, though, here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. So Dibs and Grandy with you. Up next is Mike in Hayward. Mike, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
I'm doing really good, guys. I'd like to interview with Steve Kerr. I have a question for you guys. I know Draymond and Clay don't like to come on the show. They don't like to be on the podcast. They like to be on the show. But one thing I don't understand about your show is that Draymond, you talk about this rookie with all the defensive plays he made last night. Draymond Green played a hell of a defensive game last night. He leads the defense. Without Draymond Green, the Warriors don't make no runs. They don't get no titles. They don't get nothing. And I don't think enough positive credit is given to this man. Okay, I know he got a downside like everybody else on the planet. But you come on, you got to be kidding. The rookie, and where is he learning from? Green. Draymond Green, foul out of that game, take his heart out, gave him everything he got. He probably should be the defensive player of the year in the NBA. He always comes up. And so without him, ain't no run, ain't no titles, okay? So when you guys are talking about Draymond Green, I think he needs to get more credit. I'm just telling you, because I'm not a big fan of what he does. But come on, really? I mean, for what he does, and the years that he's been doing it, and he's consistently doing it, he's a Steph Curry on defense.
Yeah, and I think that we give thank you for the call. We go out of our way to praise Draymond Green defensively, and last night he was really good. And you talk about TJD because he's new, he's a rookie, he's blocking shots, and I don't think that you can be DPOY when you're playing on a team who is ranked 14th in defense.
Well, and he's missed 25 games this year.
Right.
He might not even be eligible. I don't think he is.
Unless he gets to 55 games you got to play?
Is it that? It might be 60.
Might be.
I don't even think he's eligible for the award.
I hate that rule, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's
it's foolish.
Another
But
conversation,
the Players Association was a part of instituting that as policy, and so these players who don't play enough can't qualify for these awards. But when you look at the defense and you're allowing the 18th most points in the association, you're not getting DPOY from your team, even if he was eligible.
When this just comes down to expectation. You expect Draymond Green to be an elite defender because, as Mike was talking about, he's Steph Curry on defense. He's one of the best defenders that this league has ever seen. You expect that from Draymond Green. And the reason why the defense has turned around of late is no coincidence. It's when he came back from suspension.
Right.
Like, we know that. Now, do you expect defensive greatness from Trace Jackson-Davis? Not saying that he is a great defender currently, but when he shows you flashes of defensive greatness, maybe it's worth talking about a little bit more because you don't necessarily expect it from him.
Right.
And it's more of a surprise, but you expect it from Draymond Green. Draymond Green is a hugely important piece of this Warriors team, and if you listen on Warriors pre and post, to say all the time, I think he's still the second most important Warrior behind only Stephen Curry. That's how good he still is, and he gets his credit, deservedly so, because he is a Hall of Famer and a great basketball player. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Nibs. On the other side, cleared to play with Dr. Nirav Pandya. We'll get some injury updates from around the Bay. That's coming up next. We've also got to get into some of the things the Niners have done the last couple of days as free agency opens across the NFL. That's coming up on the other side. It's Grandy in for Willard, Dibs, and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Mark Randy in for Mark Willard today. So it's Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs. And now it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on all the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, welcome in as always. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Can't complain. I mean, we got some good news, I think, with the Steph Curry injury update from the Warriors. I'm sure you've seen it. I'll just read it again quickly for our listeners. The reevaluation indicated that Curry is making good progress. He's been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay Area and is expected to join the team for practice in LA on Friday. He will be reevaluated again following Friday's practice. And we had Steve Kerr on an hour ago, and he said that, quote, there is definitely a chance that Steph plays on Saturday in Los Angeles against the Lakers. So, Doc, what does all of this mean to you? And did the Warriors dodge a bullet? I mean, Steph might only miss 3 games with this injury.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They absolutely dodged a bullet. And I think one of the things you're really looking for is, number one, the fact that he was reevaluated very quickly after his injury. Typically, if you're reevaluating a player 4 to 5 days after your injury, that's a very positive sign. And the fact that he's actually potentially now going to practice over the next couple of days, that to me typically means that the pain, the swelling under control, he's got his mobility back. And really now what you're doing is saying, okay, ankle's ready to take some contact, take some impact. Let's see how it responds. And assuming it responds well and he's feeling good, absolutely, it is totally within the realm of possibility for a minor ankle sprain for him to suit up and play on Saturday.
Does the ankle sprain become minor in part because he's injured it so many times? I was just putting this out to Grandy earlier about the stretching of the ligaments and the tearing of it, which is basically what a sprain is. When you sprain an ankle repeatedly, does that allow the sprain to tend to be less severe?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point, Dan. Like, one of the things that happens with these ankle ligaments is that if you're not getting surgery on them, each time you have a sprain, these ligaments are stretching out a little bit. And when they do heal back in, they are basically a little bit looser. So when you do sprain your ankle, then there's less force going across the ankle, so you get less swelling, there's less soft tissue edema, all those things work in your favor. So even though you may be at risk to sprain it more, how bad they are each time they happen are less severe. And then you throw in the fact that Curry rehabs his ankles, he has these braces, so all these things indicate that, you know, all this work and the fact that he sprained it prior allows him to bounce back a lot quicker.
Doc, I want to stay on the hardwood. Dibs and I last segment were talking about the Warriors and trying to maybe get up further in the play-in tournament, and it might impact who they play in the first round. And we were talking about the Timberwolves, who are without Karl Anthony Towns at the moment because he tore his meniscus, underwent a procedure, of course, and they're saying that he might be back for the postseason or maybe at the end of the regular season. Now, Dibs, a radio doctor, as he was telling me, explained this to me, so I want to fact-check him. So without knowing what Dibs told me, how is it possible for a player as big, as heavy as Karl Anthony Towns is, and maybe it's similar for Joel Embiid of the 76ers, how is it possible for somebody to tear a meniscus this late in the season and potentially be back in a handful of weeks?
Yeah, so basically when you have a meniscus tear, there are two main options from surgery. One is if it's a big tear, good blood supply, you know, taking out a bunch of meniscus would be bad. You then sew it together. That has the 4 to 6 month recovery. If you just go in there and just kind of trim out a small portion of the meniscus, or that meniscus doesn't have good blood supply, then you're typically looking at that around 6-week return timeline because you're not basically waiting for anything to heal. The biggest unknown with all these big players when they get part of their meniscus removed is how does the knee respond to impact? So even though theoretically you're back playing, could you have pain? Could you have swelling? All those other things. But given the fact that, you know, these NBA players want to preserve their meniscus, they want to have, you know, good long-term function. The fact that they did these quote-unquote meniscus shavings probably means there's a pretty small tear and there's high likelihood they'll be able to play. But it's just the two options. You either shave it out, quick recovery, or you repair it, and that's a much longer recovery.
Right. Good job, Dibs. You did it.
Yeah, you know what that was,
I trust
Doc?
you now.
That was a validation sensation. And I appreciate it because you went to actual medical school. I went to radio medical school, which is a much shorter period of time. Let's talk a little bit about Eric Armstead and his injury history. He's yet to sign elsewhere. The 49ers have decided to ask him to take a pay cut. He said no thank you. How much does his injury history play into his viability going forward as a 30-year-old free agent?
Yeah, I think that obviously is one of the concerns for the 49ers. I mean, I think this plantar fascia issues, a lot of big players deal with that. But I think the larger issue is this meniscus tear that he was supposedly playing with. And it sounded like at the end of the season he was going to get, a repair done based on the timelines that were reported. And anytime your player is over 30 is going to be out for an extended period of time with, a cartilage meniscus issue, you do worry about how they're going to come back. I mean, you look at baseball players, you look at basketball players. For the most part, when they have meniscus procedures, they have a high likelihood of returning. But you already have a 30-year-old player who probably has a lot of wear and tear on his knee, and then he's getting this other procedure and he's taking time off. It's very unpredictable how they're going to play. So I think given his age, given his injury history and the time he's missed, probably from a long-term standpoint, makes sense for the 49ers to release him, hoping that he's able to come back and perform very well, but that obviously has to be a consideration at age 30.
Dr. Pandya with us here on Cleared to Play on 95.7 The Game. Doc, you're talking about Armstead and his injury history. Meanwhile, the Niners have made 3 signings, I guess more than that, but 3 guys from outside the organization that are coming in. I want to focus on Leonard Floyd for a minute. He's basically been healthy every season that he's played in nearly every possible game in his career. How much perhaps are the 49ers banking on his lack of injury history, and is that an indicator that this guy is just simply able to play through things, and maybe he's a guy who can continue that? How much does a player's history in relation to that affect what is maybe expected or what he's capable of moving forward?
I think it plays a huge role, and if you look at players when they come into the league at the NFL Combine, the number one risk factor for them having injuries when they're in the NFL is prior injury history. So if you have someone who's played a couple of years in the NFL, has shown to hold up, you're not necessarily worried as much about these soft tissue injuries, these kind of muscle pulls and strains that kind of happen from wear and tear. Potentially how he's running, how he's built prevents him from getting that. Now, obviously, the traumatic freak things can always happen to a player, but if you have an NFL player who's played as many games as he had at a position that takes a lot of impact, I think that bodes very well for him being a consistent every week player for the 49ers.
Turning to baseball quickly, Doc, Alex Cobb got a little bit of a bullpen session in his first time throwing since he had hip surgery to address the labrum issue back in October. How slowly would you expect a 36-year-old pitcher to be able to return to play coming off of that kind of surgery back in October?
Yeah, in general, when you look at people who get kind of hip arthroscopy done and get their labrum, repaired and deal with impingement, you usually look somewhere between 6 to 8 months in terms of return. That being said, he clearly is ahead of the timeline. Usually people aren't, pitching this early on and kind of rotating around their hip. I think the good thing for him is that I think it was his left hip, which is his lead leg, which takes a lot less stress than the back leg does. And I think the key with all of this is how much can you throw during that period of time you're rehabbing from your hip surgery? Because a lot of times the hip's ready for impact at 3 to 4 months. But if you're somehow able to maintain your throwing program so that you don't have to wait another 3 to 4 months to go back and throw, you're not worried about that elbow and shoulder injuries. I think signs are pointing to him potentially being back a lot sooner than mid-season is what they initially reported.
Yeah, good news for the Giants, although I hope it doesn't take them out of the running for another starter, Doc, because I think they still do need it. But we will see. Good news there, certainly, for Alex Cobb. Thanks so much, Doc. Good stuff as always, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good. Take care, guys. Yep.
All right. Thanks. That's Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health. Cleared to play. The proceeding was, of course, sponsored by UCSF Health. So you checked out, Dibs.
Yeah.
Good job.
Whew, man.
Good job.
Thankfully.
He used a little bit more fancy language, but
of course
the point got across.
Showy doctor using that fancy
Check
language.
one for the dibber.
Yeah, I like that. And it's been rough with you and thank you, and I'll take that, Kevin Dana, because you're usually back there where Lucas is on the board, and I'll say something that I think is either funny or insightful, and I'll shoot you a glance, and you'll either shake your head slowly side to side like you're an idiot, or I get a straight up buzzer. So,
or sometimes I just ignore you too.
Totally, it's nice to get one right, and in front of you too, Grandy. Because as I've said on the drop, I don't particularly like you, but I do respect you.
There's a number of those back there.
There's so many.
I'm not sure Lucas will be able to find them.
Nah.
I could bring them up. Nah, it's
all
too
right.
much
It's
work.
all right.
It's too much
No,
work.
you're doing great.
There's like a whole section on my drops page where it's just Dibs talking about me, and there's like 8 of them. So
yeah, I should focus on content more, but I'm in here having a great time. And that's good news about Alex Cobb, and I hadn't even thought about lead leg, trail leg, but the way Doc was describing it makes a lot of sense that and he already had hip surgery on his right hip, which is the push-off leg, about 4 years ago. So the fact that it's now on the lead leg, which makes sense, is under less stress when it's just going to be the one that lands as opposed to the push-off leg.
Yeah, I mean, like he's far ahead of schedule. He could be throwing in a game as soon as this weekend, potentially.
Yeah, and I don't know if it will affect their pursuit of another starter, but it sure has gotten quiet on the Blake Snell front, hasn't it?
For everybody.
Right.
Yeah. Not just for the Warriors or for the Giants. Yeah, but for everybody. But it better not impact their pursuit. Maybe even just Jordan Montgomery. You need somebody.
Yeah.
You need somebody because you don't have a ton of other options. Even if Alex Cobb is healthy, you don't have a ton of guys beyond him. All right. Time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today. So Dibs and Grandy with you. We've been talking a lot about the Warriors, a little bit there on the Giants, but we got to get to some football. The 49ers haven't been one of the busiest teams in the NFL so far. When the legal tampering period opened yesterday morning, free agency officially opens tomorrow, which means these Niners signings, there are 3 of them, a couple of defensive ends and a D tackle. Those can all become official tomorrow when the new league year begins. We'll talk about those signings. We'll talk about some of the other big movers and a whole lot more as Willard and Dibs continues. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, you can check out a couple of good interviews with the Morning Roast today. If you need that football fix, Baldy on with Bonte and Shasky today. Also, as we talked about earlier, Trace Jackson Davis on with the Morning Roast as well. It's all available for you wherever you get your podcast. You can also find Willard and Dibs there as well. All right, more coming up on the other side as Willard and Dibs continues right here on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Mark Randy in for Mark Willard today. So it's Dibbs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibbs on this Tuesday on 95.7 The Game. We chatted with Steve Kerr earlier. If you want to check that conversation out, it is available for you on our YouTube page, youtube.com/957 The Game, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can also stay tuned right here because we are going to play at least a big portion of that back in about an hour or so here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure you're locked in at the 5 o'clock hour. You'll hear from Steve Kerr once again here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. But let's get to a little bit of Niners talk here, Dibbs, because the legal tampering period is still open. It opened yesterday morning. The official league year does not begin until tomorrow, so none of these signings are official just yet. The 49ers have made a handful of signings, including some guys that were already on their team last year, such as Brandon Allen, who might be the QB2 coming up this year. They re-signed Colton McKivitz, who was the starting right tackle this past season. Earlier today, they signed special teams ace George Odom as well, so he's coming back. But in terms of guys that were not Niners last year, the only additions the Niners have made is on the defensive line. A couple of defensive ends, Leonard Floyd from the Bills, previously on the Rams, won a Super Bowl with the Rams and was good against the 49ers, if memory serves, in that NFC Championship game. A 2-year, $20 million deal for Leonard Floyd. As it stands now, I would be surprised if he's not the starter opposite Nick Bosa come week 1. They get a little bit of defensive end depth as well with Yetur Gross-Matos, 2 years, $18 million. He was previously with the Panthers. He's more of a depth piece, but he's going to come in, as the Niners love to do, to move their guys around. And then earlier today, they signed Jordan Elliott, a defensive tackle, previously with the Browns. We talked to Dr. Nirav Pandya last segment about Leonard Floyd's injury history or lack thereof. Same can be said for Jordan Elliott, who has played in the vast majority of games since he came into the NFL. Played all 17 last year for the Browns, started 14 of them. 2 years, $10 million for him. So you add 2 defensive ends, you add 1 defensive tackle, you get rid of 1 defensive tackle, in all likelihood, an Eric Armstead. It's a step in the right direction, but there's still probably room for more for the Niners.
For sure, and more depth pieces as far as what you might look to add. And you mentioned the 3 signings, and the 3 numbers in terms of salary this upcoming year equals about what you would have paid Eric Armstead had you not made any moves with Armstead between the 3 contracts of the 3 guys you signed. And that tells you in large part why you made the move that you did. I know it's not official until the league year starts tomorrow, but Eric Armstead will officially be cut, and he has already had the opportunity to go out there and negotiate with other teams. And I don't know if his deal could be announced early because he still is technically under contract, but he's been out there talking to other teams, and I wonder what he might get on the open market. And the Niners won't have the ability to keep everyone. And I don't know if you saw the details on the Sam Darnold contract with Minnesota.
I didn't.
He got $10 million. He got 1 year and $10 million, and I think 8.75 of that is guaranteed. So he's getting starter-ish money. Not real starter money, but he's getting...
Come in and compete money.
Exactly. Yeah, starter-ish or starter-light, however you want to put it. The Niners weren't going to pay him that. And, you've got Brandon Allen and I think he will be QB2, and they probably will use one of their later picks of their 11 and take another flyer on a quarterback. It's just good business to always stay ahead of the quarterback market.
The Niners quarterback rehabilitation program is still kicking. Because Sam Darnold comes in, doesn't really do anything. A couple of garbage time drives when the Niners were blowing teams out. I guess more than a couple, more like 8 of them because the Niners were so dominant
game
in the
week 18.
Season. You're right.
He got the full game.
But didn't really do anything that, I don't know, that notable.
Right.
I mean, he lost that game to the Rams, and the Rams didn't really care that much either. And he gets a nice little upgrade, a nice little increase in pay, $10 million. So.
Jimmy Garoppolo is a guy who went out and got big money elsewhere, and now his career looks like it might be coming to a close.
Immediately regretted by the Raiders.
Right, and he's still out there, and he's suspended for the first 2 games, and we don't know if he'll land anywhere based on his suspension, but also the fact that he turns out he's not great. CJ Beathard is still out there getting work. Nick Mullins is a guy. Jeff Driscoll, they actually drafted. Yeah.
Just won a ring.
Yeah, good call.
A second ring.
Good call in Kansas City.
Backed up Tom Brady in Tampa and now backed up Mahomes in Kansas City.
It's like the Patrick McCaw of the NFL, a guy who's got a couple rings of his own. One in Golden State and one in Toronto. He's got 3.
2 with the Warriors, right?
Yeah, he's got 3 total because he did get the next one in Toronto. But, the Niners quarterback.
Where's Brian Hoyer when you need him?
Yeah, I think
former Niner.
Did he actually retire finally?
Was he a Raiders backup as well?
I think he was. Yeah, this past year. He was a Raiders, if memory serves. But
there are former Niner quarterbacks everywhere in the NFL.
Well, and if you're Brandon Allen, in all seriousness, you're hoping for a Sam Darnold-like year this year where you back up Brock Purdy, you get some mop-up. If you're QB2, then maybe you get a chance to go out there and get a spot to compete to be a starter.
Yeah, I agree with you. But about the Niners on the defensive line, the biggest signing of that trio, again, it's Leonard Floyd, previously of the Bills, Yetur Gross-Matos of the Panthers. Those are both defensive ends or pass rushers for the most part. Jordan Elliott looks like he might slot in and be the starter opposite Javon Hargrave unless something drastic, maybe relatively surprising happens for the 49ers. Maybe they draft someone who absolutely blows everyone away in camp and he potentially becomes a starter. But as it seems right now, Jordan Elliott would be the favorite for that job. But if you're not sold on Leonard Floyd, we talked about Baldy on with the Morning Roast earlier today. Here is what Baldy had to say about the Niners' addition of Leonard Floyd, who will likely start opposite Nick Bosa on the opposite defensive end.
I mean, it's a big upgrade over Cleveland Farrell and Chase Young. And, it's been a while since they had a guy, that could really, win one-on-ones and keep the quarterback kind of hurried and affect the quarterback. I mean, Leonard's, he's a rangy guy. He's won in the postseason. He's a guy that you got to pay attention to. So I think it's a big upgrade over what they put out there on the field a year ago.
I don't know how you feel, but I agree with Baldy. I really love this addition. If you weren't going to get a legit star at the position like a Danielle Hunter, who we talked about last segment, who has now agreed to a major deal, 2 years, $49 million with the Texans, the vast majority, 48 of those $49 million fully guaranteed. If you weren't going to get a star on a level of Danielle Hunter, who's one of the best pass rushers in the league, and you're going to spread it out a little bit more, Leonard Floyd is at the top of my list as not necessarily bargain bin, but a tier below the stars. I mean, you look at what, say, the trio of defensive ends that the Niners used opposite Nick Bosa last year. Right. Generally, it was Randy Gregory, Chase Young, and Cleveland Farrell. That was kind of the 3 that they would turn to a lot. They got 8.5 sacks in total for the 49ers
combined,
this most recent year. Combined, yeah. Floyd is generally right around 10 every season and hasn't had as few as 8.5 since 2019. So right there, you're replacing the production of 3 guys. Chase Young is still out there. Randy Gregory is still out there. Cleveland Farrell, I believe, did sign, yes, with the Commanders. So he's not able to come back. The others technically are still possible. I would suppose that Randy Gregory is more likely to return than Chase Young is. But right there, you've got a replacement for 3 guys who kind of were subbed in and out for a lot of the season with just one guy. Now, you need a little bit more depth behind those guys. Right. But with that one in Leonard Floyd, you got a guy who replaces what 3 guys did for you in terms of getting the quarterback on the ground.
Yeah, and I think that Gross-Matos is going to be used more in the base package and in run-stopping situations, a guy who can set the edge, and then you let Floyd go in there and be more of a true pass rusher. But if you look at the way Chris Kasarik, the D-line coach, likes to employ his guys, last year, Bosa played 75%, Hargrave 58%, and then you get to Armstead 47%. You go down to Kinlaw 44%, Farrell 43%, Givens 36%. I know injuries are a part of the story for some of these guys, Armstead and Farrell as well, but it comes down to a rotation with these D linemen. Even Nick Bosa, who is going to be your ace guy and you want him out there as much as possible, he only played 3 of every 4 defensive snaps, 75%. And that is his sweet spot. You keep these guys fresh and you have a deep team up front and then you can get after people. So you've signed 3 already. You lost 1 at least. You signed 3. You're going to lose more. Certainly, you're going to lose Chase Young, it looks like. I don't think that Randy Gregory will be back. And in the interior, you're going to lose guys as well. So you're taking your group of 9 or 10, and you're almost completely turning it over other than Hargrave and Bosa.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on those two guys to come out and perform. And, I mean, you already knew that with Bosa. I mean, the conversation was early in this season, I'm sure you remember it, when Bosa wasn't getting the sack numbers, and it was just after he got paid record-breaking money. It was, I know, Nick, that, your PFF grade is still great, but at some point you got to sack the quarterback. If he has a start like that where maybe he's not getting to the quarterback and Floyd isn't, sacking quarterbacks often, like there's a comment here on our YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Beard says, Floyd, his last 8 games, 1 sack and 6 tackles. I don't have the stats in front of me, the game log, to corroborate that, so I'm trusting you here, Beard. Hopefully you're not making me look bad. But if he has a stretch like that and Nick Bosa isn't playing like a madman and getting 2 sacks a game, suddenly your 2 guys who you have a ton of money being paid to on the ends, the Niners aren't going to have a ton of places to turn to. So the pressure is on those guys to produce. Otherwise, the pass rush might look pretty ugly.
Yeah, and you have to, I think, now look at another drafted player in terms of expectation, and that's Drake Jackson. Now, Javon Kinlaw was drafted, and now he's gone, and people want to use the B word on him. Yeah, people want to say he's a bust. Well, we'll see if he goes on and plays well with the Jets. If he does, well, then he was a bust in your system. Maybe he goes on and he isn't any better with the Jets than he was here. Then you can say the guy's a bust. But I look at Drake Jackson, 2 years in so far, hasn't really made that big of an impact as a second round, a day 2 draft pick. And now you look at a team where there's been a lot of turnover and he's still here and he's a drafted piece. So this becomes your year, Drake Jackson, to come in and step into the breach and fill the void for all these guys who have left.
He had 2 sacks week 1, I think, right? Drake Jackson did a couple of sacks week 1 in Pittsburgh.
And 3 for the year.
And then, when was the third? I think it was relatively early in the season, because then he got hurt and he missed the vast majority of the season after that. He underwent surgery and did not play the rest of the season. So maybe he's a guy who's kind of overlooked at this point, and if he comes back and gets healthy, maybe he's able to put together a nice third season. But remember, when he was drafted, it was 2 years ago now. The Niners did not have a first-round pick. He was their first overall selection, just happened to be in the second round out of USC, and the conversation was, well, he really slipped. He's a physical freak. He's a specimen. He's quick. He's fast. He's athletic. He can get around the end. He's got great balance. He can get low to the ground like Nick Bosa does to get under the blocks of a tackle, whether it's a left or a right tackle, and he can get to the quarterback. He's been an afterthought for most of his NFL career, so maybe the 49ers are also betting on that pick finally paying off, because you're right, up to this point, it really hasn't, but they are going to need to fortify more. And then your point about Yetur Gross-Matos is correct. He's not the same kind of pass rusher as Leonard Floyd is. Leonard Floyd is more of the prototypical pass rusher and will play nearly every passing down. He'll be in there on third downs. He'll be in there on second and long and that sort of thing. Yetur Gross-Matos is a little bit more of a hybrid. Jordan Elliott, however, the defensive tackle they signed from the Browns for 2 years and $10 million, he's just a run stopper up the middle. Like Javon Hargrave, who he will be playing next to, is one of the best pass rushing D tackles in the NFL. Jordan Elliott, do not expect that many sacks from him. He's just there to busy up the middle part of the line of scrimmage and not allow Kyron Williams of the Rams to run wild down the middle. That's his job. And Brian Baldinger was asked about him as well on the Morning Roast, and here's what Baldy had to say about the addition. This is on Gross-Matos, the defensive end from the Panthers, what he brings to the 49ers defense this year. Here's Baldy from the Morning Roast.
He was part of the draft when Matt Rule was the head coach of Carolina, coming out of Penn State, and then they had a draft where it was just all defensive players. And I don't know if he's ever... Brian Burns has been there. He's been sort of the guy. Derek Brown has been the guy. I think he was the second-round pick coming out of Penn State. He's been a rotational player. at Carolina. And, nobody pays attention to the Carolina Panthers. So nobody really has studied him very hard. But, he's got length. He plays hard. He's been in this league now for 4 years. So I think he's at this stage, I think he's a rotational player that can give you, 20 to 30 snaps. And if he's got to start, he's capable of doing that. But he's going to give you 20, 30 snaps a game right now. And that's what they need. They need to upgrade the rotation over what they had a year ago.
Yeah, I think Baldy's right. It's about the rotation at this stage for the 49ers because you got your two starters, you're locked in, you're going to go how those two go, but you're going to need some help here and there from the others.
And as I laid out the play percentages on the defensive line, nobody's going to play more than Nick Bosa, and he only played 75%. Drake Jackson actually had 3 sacks in that game against Pittsburgh. He was credited for 3, so his entire season total came
They all were in week 1.
Came in the opener, and he only played 8 games. As you mentioned, he got hurt, and that was it for his season. So I don't know if the Niners look at him as even a viable option, but you're going to have a number of different bodies this year. And the one thing we saw in the playoffs where they became so susceptible was runs in the interior, which we had never seen all year, and we don't normally see that. Now, was it the scheme of Steve Wilks? Because we all want to blame Steve Wilks and his scheme, because that's what some of the defensive players have intimated, that they didn't know exactly what they were doing and what they were running. Well, you got another defensive coordinator in now this year, somebody from in-house, Coach Sorensen. So now you have a chance to see if these players can all play better under a scheme that should be more comfortable.
Do you think the Niners are making the right move at, it seems like, prioritizing defensive end and pass rushers as opposed to defensive tackles? Because you look at their D tackle group right now. You got Javon Hargrave, who's paid handsomely and is one of the better D tackles in the NFL, was the prize of last year's NFL free agent class. And the Niners kind of surprised a lot of people by going and getting him, and they found a way to make the money work, and they did it. You got Hargrave, you've got Jordan Elliott, who they just signed today, previously with the Browns again, 2 years, $10 million. Besides those two, you've got Kalia Davis and T.Y. McGill. If you don't really know who those guys are, it's because you're not Larry Krueger and don't know the entire roster and the entire practice squad and all of that. I mean, you've probably heard the names before, but those aren't guys that play often, and in danger of taking a shot at those guys, they probably shouldn't play all that often. If they do, you might not have a very good defense. You've got Javon Hargrave, this guy, Jordan Elliott from the Browns, and then a couple of guys who are very deep rotational pieces. Is that the right strategy for the Niners to put the vast majority of their money, their salary cap, rushing the passer as opposed to guys dedicated to stopping the run?
I think so. And, you want to spend your money early on the top guys that you can get. And I think edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa was absolutely a priority. And now you feel like you've got that taken care of with Floyd, and Gross Matos can play there. Maybe he has an ability to come inside at times, and you've seen different players move into different spots. You saw Chase Young kick inside at times and play on the defensive line. So you want to find some D linemen with some versatility to where you can maybe play Gross Matos and Floyd and Bosa all at the same time, depending on if it's a clear passing down and whatnot. But that's going to be one thing that they have to still shore up, I think, is find a real interior defensive lineman, a guy who can absorb a double team, a guy who's going to demand or command a double team from the offensive line, which is going to free up Fred Warner and whatever other linebacker you have playing alongside Fred Warner. So those guys have a clear path to come in and stop the run.
That's the other thing. They need a linebacker.
Yeah, in theory. And you mentioned the two guys yesterday that they had drafted last year.
Yeah, D. Winters and Jalen Graham.
Neither one of them played at all on defense. I think they played a little bit on special teams, but they were drafted for a purpose, and this is the purpose. And Oren Burks, I know, is gone, and Flanagan Fowles is going to be gone, and Dre Greenlaw is going to be out until who knows how long with the torn Achilles.
And Azeez has been signed by the Texans.
There was rumors that Azeez might be coming back, but
probably was going to be too expensive anyway.
I think so. Yeah, so this is why you spent draft capital on linebackers, and I also think this is why you spent draft capital on tight ends, because I know that you lost Charlie Warner here in the early period. So you might be looking for a tight end, but you drafted a couple of tight ends last year too. So
yeah, Braden Willis from Oklahoma and Cam Latu from Bama.
Cam Latu.
He was on IR all season.
Right.
Latu
So
was.
you bring these guys in for a reason, and you obviously didn't draft them to play them last year because neither one of them broke camp and really was a part of the team.
And Latu, you probably remember from all the drops in preseason.
Correct.
That's the only thing Niner fans know him for at this stage. But
So now you have these guys in the system. You've got young linebackers, and you build your team through the draft for this reason. When you lose players to free agency or season-ending injury, you look internally first. So if you don't feel like you have a solution at linebacker or at tight end, then you're going to have to go out and find somebody in the draft again.
So if you were to handicap it right now, the 49ers have the 31st pick in the NFL draft. What position do they go with in the first round? Is it as simple as just right tackle, offensive line?
I think so. Yeah. I think you find a tackle, and you find a right tackle, but maybe you find a guy who could eventually be the left tackle, because I do think that they like McKivitz, at least for this year. You signed him 1 year. Not a huge deal. And there was some talk among some of the experts that McKivitz possibly could be moved in and play guard. So if you drafted a tackle that you love, could you kick McKivitz in and put him in at guard? If you don't re-sign Feliciano, you're going to have a need there. That's a possibility. Or you go out and you draft a guard. Although I don't know if you're going to use the 31st pick on a guard. And you've drafted some guards in the past. You drafted Burford, you drafted Banks, and so you feel like you've got some good young players there. The one offensive line need I think you have going forward is going to be tackle.
Yeah.
Because Trent Williams is getting older, and you always want to be a year ahead of the need. So if there's a tackle that you like there, and I'm told this is a tackle-rich draft in the first round.
It is.
So
really throughout the draft.
Yeah, so if there's a tackle you like in the first round, then you want to take him because then you get that fifth-year option. And Trent probably is going to play 2 more years. So if you draft a tackle that you like, maybe he doesn't play a ton this year, and McKivitz is on a 1-year deal. You get to the end of next year, and maybe McKivitz goes elsewhere, and you bring in this drafted tackle, and then you start him.
It's also a pretty good defensive tackle draft as well.
Right.
I would be relatively surprised if 2 of their first 4 draft picks were not an offensive tackle and a defensive tackle. I think those are 2 of the biggest needs, and you look at the offensive tackle guys, there's a number of targets you could get at 31. Don't want to go too deep into just draft season stuff. You're talking about defensive tackles. I know a guy who I've seen on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and this is a guy watching the bowl season and watching Michigan win a national championship. Who was he? Jackson out of Michigan Jenkins. Chris Jenkins out of Michigan is a hell of a tackle as well, and that might be a 49ers target. We'll see if he continues to rise up draft boards. But I think I'm with you that it is offensive tackle and it is defensive tackle, and specifically on the right side of that offensive line. But you are right. They're going to have to plan for the future without Trent Williams at some point.
Right.
And you talk about linebackers, and they've got a couple of guys waiting in the wakes, and D. Winters and Jalen Graham. You don't really have a ton of options to turn to on the offensive line. I mean, a couple of years ago, your offensive line depth was McKivitz. He was your swing tackle. He was the guy who would play whenever Trent Williams was out, like in that postseason run a couple of years ago when Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners went into Los Angeles to take on the Rams at the end of the regular season and again in the NFC Championship game. McKivitz was playing a lot of snaps that year because of injuries. And Trent Williams has since said, I probably should not have played in that NFC Championship game because I was playing on one leg. Maybe I should have allowed McKivitz to play. He was your depth. Now he's potentially a starter.
Right.
And you don't really have a ton of young guys to turn to. Your young guys are playing generally in Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford.
Yeah.
So that's an area where they definitely have to get ahead of it and address it now, because otherwise you're going to be scrambling when the regular season comes around.
And you've got Jalen Moore, but I don't know how much they love Jalen Moore as a tackle, and he's been backing up Trent Williams at left tackle when he gets hurt. And you've got a little bit of depth on the interior, but I look at the tackle of the future as a spot. And the other area I think is somewhat glaring is corner. You need another corner. You need another nickel corner, because right now when you have Ambry Thomas out there, Niner fans, you get a little bit worried. And that's when everybody's healthy. And you got Demo, who's been great. Charvarius Ward is elite. but I think you're one corner shy of being a really good secondary. You like your safeties with what Jair Brown did. Hufanga likely to come back, and if he's healthy, he's a really good safety. I still think you're one corner shy of where you want to be defensively.
And the good thing with Lenore is he kind of allows you to target whatever kind of corner you want, whether it is an outside or a slot corner, because he can play on either spot as well. So he gives you the flexibility to draft maybe the best available corner, whether they're a good outside corner or a slot corner. All right, we're getting close to draft season. It's going to be a lot of fun for the Niners. The official league year starts tomorrow. These 3 signings for the Niners can become official. Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos, and Jordan Elliott, 3 defensive linemen for the Niners. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today, so Dibs and Grandy with you. We've got more coming up on the other side. Also, Steve Kerr, we're going to run part of that past you once again. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs continues on 95.7 The Game.
And thank you, Mark. Dan Dibley here for Golden.
10-7 Spurs. A lob inside, knocked away by Draymond Green, intended for Wembanyama, picked up by Kuminga. To Thompson, above the break three, right side. You can hear the crowd groan even before he shot it. He ties the game at 10. The crowd saw Klay Thompson wide open, and they groaned.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, he does, Draymond, or yes, he did. He was on with us a couple of hours ago in the 3 o'clock hour, but we're going to run a portion of it, a big chunk of it back in a little bit, a little more than 10 minutes from now.
Run it back.
Run it back. It was a good conversation with Steve Kerr.
Always good, yes.
He's always very open with you guys.
He's great.
Pleasure to sit in on the conversation today.
And glad to have you, Grandy. You're welcome anytime.
Yeah, sitting in for Mark Willard today on Willard and Dibbs. So it's Grandy and Dibbs with you on this Tuesday on 95.7 The Game. The Klay Thompson 3-point highlight there. From Tim Roy. Good to have Tim Roy back on the road broadcast. Do love hearing from Kevin Dana from time to time, filling in for the great Tim Roy. But Tim Roy back doing road games for the Warriors, which is great. And Klay Thompson scored 21 points for the Warriors in that win last night. Kuminga, though, a game-high 22. We'll get back to a little bit more on the Warriors, and we'll get set up for that Steve Kerr interview that we will run back past you in just a little bit. And the big news of the day for the Warriors is, of course, that Steph Curry injury update, which said that there's a chance that Steph Curry could play on Saturday. I guess Steve Kerr told us that. The update the Warriors announced was that he has been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay Area and is expected to join the team for practice in L.A. on Friday ahead of the team's game against the Lakers on Saturday. So good news there. Steve Kerr, as you will hear coming up in a little bit, said, quote, there's definitely a chance that Steph plays on Saturday. Even if he doesn't, still good news there for the Warriors. One thing, though, Dibbs, before we do get back to the basketball and get back to the Warriors and Steve Kerr and all that, a little bit of news out of the NFL continues to trickle out as NFL free agency nears its official open. This is just the legal tampering period yesterday and today, when the new league year officially kicks off tomorrow. But Patrick Mahomes is taking one for the team, for the Kansas City Chiefs. He is restructuring his contract to free up an additional $21.6 million of cap space for the Kansas City Chiefs. They're planning something, Dibbs, with that money.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're planning, but they're planning something.
And I wonder what the Mahomes restructure will be like, because it's not like he's giving money back, but he's restructuring to clear 21.6 in additional space, which sets him up to make $208 million between 2023 and 2026. This, according to Adam Schefter.
Is that all? Only 200 and how?
208. 208 would be the number, yeah.
Between 23 and 26. And that's still considered a bargain, considering what he does.
Well, I don't know what he actually would be worth if you think about the brand and the winning and all the rest of it. He's worth more than $50 million a year, which is about what he makes. So his extension was 10 years, $450 million that he signed back in 2020. So now he doesn't give any of that money back. They just stretch it out over more years and tax him on at the end.
He also restructured last year around this time. I'm looking at his transaction log. March 15th of last year converted $12 million of a $34 million roster bonus into a signing bonus. So he cleared nearly $10 million of cap space last year. Chiefs certainly had their problems during the regular season, but it ultimately ended in another Super Bowl, and now he's doing it again, saving even more space. I mean, the first thought that popped into my mind, Dibbs, was, they got to go after a wide receiver. I mean, you know how much they struggled catching the ball this year. Travis Kelce is getting up there as well. Didn't have as good of a season this past year. His brother just retired. Maybe he's close to retirement. In fact, he probably is close to retirement. And there's a couple of wide receivers out there, some big name wide receivers who aren't necessarily extremely happy in their current places. You talked about Sam Darnold, former Niner quarterback, signing with the Vikings. What are the Vikings going to do with Justin Jefferson?
Right.
Tibbs?
That would be a bummer if you're Sam Darnold and you sign in Minnesota and you're thinking, all right, I got JJ.
But what is JJ thinking right now?
He's probably thinking
Sam
what he thought
Darnold
last
and Nick
year.
Mullins and who? Jaron Hall, I think, is their third.
Yeah, he was thinking, get me out of here is what he was thinking, no doubt. And, wide receiver-wise, Kansas City didn't have really a one and they won the Super Bowl. They had Rashee Rice and MVS and Mecole Hardman.
And they got him midseason from the Jets.
Right. And you look at who they had, and still it wasn't great, but we're thinking about fantasy football, and in real life football, you have the best player in the game, and he obviously made your wide receivers look pretty good. Rashee Rice was on my fantasy team, and I rode him most of the year, and he was terrific.
Nice little pickup for you.
Great pickup, yeah. Wasn't enough. Too little, too late for your boy.
Same with me.
I dug quite a hole. And when you beat me by like 2, that basically was it for me.
Yeah.
I needed to run the table.
Final nail in the coffin.
That was the final nail. I think I was 1-8 at that point. And I think I won 5 of my last 6 or something, but it was too little, too late.
Yeah, classic team that only plays well when you're out of the race. Huh?
Totally.
Yeah.
Or, classic team that, and I lost like the Warriors, a lot of clutch games, Randy.
Yeah, down the wire. You just,
you lost by 1 and 2.
You needed the De'Aaron Fox Clutch Player of the Year award. You didn't have the clutch gene on your team this past year.
I'm looking at free agent receivers, and you got Calvin Ridley out there. I don't know what he does for the Chiefs. He
would immediately become their best wide receiver by a mile.
Gabe Davis, I think, is still out there.
No, Gabe Davis
signed with Jacksonville. Yep.
I think day one of free agency, only 2 wide receivers signed. The wide receiver market is actually really interesting.
Yeah.
But they both were signed by the Jaguars. Those are the only 2 wide receivers that signed, both by the Jags.
And not a lot of huge names out there. I saw Kendrick Bourne is signing with the Patriots, 3 years and $19.5 million.
Yeah.
So former Niner comes off the board, but you've got Tyler Boyd, you've got Odell Beckham Jr., Curtis Samuel. So not huge names, but maybe it's somebody who desires a different destination, like you're mentioning, Justin Jefferson or T.
Higgins is a name because I think he got tagged by the Bengals.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, right? He got tagged. And I mean, they're kind of getting to a point with what they're paying Joe Burrow and what they're going to pay Jamar Chase. They might not have room for another second star receiver who's going to make upwards of $20 million a year. So he might be a target for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's always an interesting thing to look at in terms of the Niners, because if Brandon Ayuk gets his contract extension that he wants, then the Niners would be one of those teams paying 2 wide receivers more than $20 million a year. And
the only difference is they don't have a quarterback making $40+ million a year.
That's true.
Currently.
And also, they wouldn't have that contract kick in until next year. So you might, at that point, move off of Deebo Samuel. And so you'll never get to a spot where you actually are paying 2 guys 20 or more million.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly what the Chiefs are planning. Maybe this is to fortify other spots, but if you were to find a weakness of Kansas City, one of the first ones that comes to mind, and one of the few that comes to mind, is pass catchers. And the pass catcher market, the wide receiver market, it's really interesting right now. Maybe that ultimately helps what Brandon Ayuk's number becomes later on this offseason, but there hasn't been a lot of movement in the wide receiver market. And this is kind of opposite of what happened just a couple of years ago, Dibs. Remember the conversation about speaking of the Jaguars, who have signed 2 receivers already in free agency, at least unofficially. Remember Christian Kirk breaking the bank and kind of resetting the wide receiver market. And he's a fine receiver, but he's not a star wide receiver. And it felt like, it was part of, Deebo Samuel was part of this, continuing to reset the wide receiver market. It's kind of in a little bit of a down period at this very second. Maybe the Chiefs are able to capitalize on that and get a really good receiver in for perhaps less than you originally thought. But maybe that helps out the Niners with Brandon Ayuk as well.
Perhaps. I just don't think that the level of receiver that's available this year is setting the market in any particular spot. So if you're Brandon Ayuk, you're not looking at any of the comps from this year's free agency.
Yeah.
You're looking more at last year as, the guys who you'd like to.
And you're looking maybe specifically at Deebo.
Right. You look at Deebo for sure. Well, and you look at Deebo and you probably think, I'm better than Deebo. And it's an argument based on how the Niners use Deebo. It's different than how they use Ayuk. But Brandon Ayuk was certainly more available than Deebo again last year, and he put up better receiver numbers. Is he more important than Deebo? Well, that's debatable. I think he is, but the way the Niners use Deebo, in motions, as a ball carrier, you can put him in the backfield. You can give him the ball in the jet sweep. You don't usually do that with Ayuk, if at all. The only other jet sweep that we saw this year was Jawan Jennings, and he wasn't even supposed to get the ball, remember?
Oh, man.
On that mix-up.
That was the NFC Championship game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Against the Lions. Right out of the halftime break.
First play.
Because Deebo was that the Lions or was that the Packers?
I thought it was the Lions.
because Debo was out, and I don't remember. Debo was out, and it was supposed to be Debo taking the handoff, as is normal. But Kyle Shanahan forgot that Debo was out, and it was too late to change the play or change whoever was getting the ball.
Yeah.
So Juwan Jennings took the handoff and got tackled for a loss of 4 yards.
Something like
suddenly
that.
they're behind the chains when the first half was already disastrous. We all know that story. They came back and they won, but they still found a way to lose the Super Bowl. I know we're still trying to get over it now. Almost exactly a month later. It's now the 12th of March. The Super Bowl was on the 11th. So, just not exactly a month.
30 days. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's rough.
It is rough. And it's one of those ones that I don't know if it ever gets all the way better. Maybe when they win a Lombardi, but once we get back into the swing of things in July and August and all the questions pop up again, and Mark and I have our debate about is it Super Bowl or bust, or is it Super Bowl or try again? What is it when we get into the fall? We're all going to be excited about them making another deep run.
We are, but as you try to read the tea leaves with what's happening with the Chiefs, and I guess first, before I get into that, I should let you know that you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. On our YouTube chat, speaking of, again, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Pierce does say that T. Higgins, we're speaking of T. Higgins, the Bengals tagged him, and T. Higgins is making $21.8 million on the franchise tag for this coming season. 21.8. That's a pretty similar number to the amount of cap space the Chiefs just cleared with Patrick Mahomes' restructure. 21.8 for T. Higgins. 21.6 is what they just cleared with the Mahomes restructure. So I'm not predicting anything.
Right.
But maybe they're making a run at him. And if they're doing that, that Chiefs team with that defense, with that quarterback, with a legit top 15 receiver in the NFL.
Right. Watch out.
Niners might have missed their chance a month ago.
Well, you just never know in this crazy game of football, but that certainly would make them a lot better. It'd make their offense more dynamic. Now, he's not Tyreek Hill, but he's better than anything that they currently have. You put him opposite Rashee Rice, and we talk a lot about personnel groupings, and Kansas City's a team that they'll go 11 personnel, and they'll go empty with 4 wide receivers and let Patrick Mahomes just sling it with the tight end and, just no running back and the 1 tight end and the 3 wide receivers, or 4 wide receivers and a tight end. And if you've got he and Rashee Rice, as well as, the other younger weapons they have, Kansas City's going to be nasty.
Good luck.
Yeah, if they get it. It is interesting that the numbers all but line up right there. And I wonder what the trade package would be for T. Higgins, because
I don't know.
He is tagged, which means it's just a 1-year deal, right? Playing on the franchise tag.
It might have to work where you agree to a deal and you have an extension lined up and ready for him as well.
Yeah. And I wonder if Kansas City would look to do that, because they've done pretty well without high-priced talent at wide receiver. So would you want to bring in...
ever since they traded Tyreek Hill, they've won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, so, what are we trying to do here if you're Kansas City? It's not like you're lusting after a top receiver because you've won back-to-back without one.
Yeah, I don't know. Just interesting. You're right. Those numbers are so close to each other. 21.8 is what T. Higgins is making on the tag. And if you missed it, Patrick Mahomes has restructured his contract, saving the Chiefs $21.6 million worth of salary cap space, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. I don't know. We'll see how it all plays out. But the Chiefs, with that salary cap room, certainly a team to keep an eye on as the offseason and as free agency continues in the NFL. The new league year officially gets underway tomorrow. We're still currently in the legal tampering period for the NFL that began yesterday and into today. The Niners have made 3 moves. I'm sure there is more coming, but if you're holding out hope for another star added to this team, a la Javon Hargrave from last free agency, I would not expect it at this stage. The one big name, Danielle Hunter, the Niners had been linked to, a star pass rusher. He has signed with the Houston Texans for a crazy 2-year, $49 million deal, 48 of them fully guaranteed. So he's off the table. He was already off the table once the Niners brought in a couple of other defensive ends. They seem to be
using the limited money that they do have to build depth as opposed to go for broke and bring in one more star and lack depth. That might be the right decision for the 49ers, but we will see what they do the rest of the offseason, and we get ready for the draft as well, where the Niners seemingly, as always, will have a number of draft picks. I think the league might have taken away one comp pick. They might be down to 10 official draft picks for this coming year, but they do have a first-round pick for the first time in a while as they get their first-round pick back after trading a number of those away for the Trey Lance pick. It should be a fun offseason for the 49ers. But let's transition back to the hardwood, back to the Warriors as we get ready to revisit our conversation with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. If you missed it earlier this afternoon, the Golden State Warriors did announce an injury update for Stephen Curry. The reevaluation of Curry indicated, quote, that Curry is making good progress. He has been cleared to resume on-court workouts in the Bay Area and is expected to join the team for practice in Los Angeles on Friday. He will be reevaluated again following Friday's practice. So good news there for the Warriors, who might get Stephen Curry back as soon as Saturday when they're in LA to take on the Lakers. It does officially mean, though, he is out tomorrow against the Mavericks, which, while you always expected that, it is unfortunate, Dibs, because as we talked about earlier, that game tomorrow, Wednesday, in Dallas against the Mavericks, the team 2 spots ahead of you in the Western Conference, it is hugely important if the Warriors want to get at least to the top half of the play-in. Because if they lose this game, you lose a whole extra game to the Mavericks. You might end up losing a tie-in or a tiebreaker against them as well, and you're certainly going to hurt your chances at maybe getting a home game in the play-in if that's something that you're aiming for.
No doubt, and it becomes a game that is somewhat of a tiebreaker because you would go to 0-2 against Dallas, and you have them 2 more times.
So
you would need both of those in order to avoid the head-to-head loss in the tiebreaker. Then it comes down to
conference record.
Yes,
maybe?
I think conference record, then record among common opponents above the tie. I'd have to look at all the tiebreakers, but first and foremost, it is the head-to-head, and you lose to Dallas, so then you'd be 0-2 against Dallas. And like you said, you fall an additional game behind them, so even if you caught them, you would be up against it as far as the tiebreaker goes. But you saw last night, no Steph Curry, and the team played much better. And then the game previous, no Steph Curry, they played awful. So I don't think that you can draw a straight line between any circumstance in this team and come to a result.
Yeah, it's also just the Spurs last night.
It is.
Have what, 14 wins on the year?
It was the Spurs on Saturday night too, and you were at home. So there's no reason why you played poorly on Saturday and then you came out and played better on Monday. You should have played the good game at home and then the bad game on the road. So I guess my point with this Warrior team is, Mark, there's no rhyme or reason to just about anything that they do. You look at no Steph and you figure, oh, you'll struggle. And then they struggled and then they didn't. And when Steph comes back, we'll all expect them to suddenly play great. And it's just not that simple.
Well, I wonder what the line is for tomorrow's game. Warriors-Mavericks, the Warriors without Stephen Curry. Warriors on the road in Dallas. I would imagine the Mavericks got to be at least, like a 5?
I'd say 4 or 5.
I would say 5-point favorite, something like that. But you're right. When it comes to the Warriors this year, like last year was a stay away, don't touch it. That's kind of what it is for the Warriors this whole season. It's like, be careful. You don't want to... You feel good about them, and then suddenly they pull out a loss to the Bulls, which is what happened just last week.
Yeah.
And I did get from Lucas into my ear, 7.5 points, apparently, is the line for tomorrow night.
Okay. And the Mavericks come in off an easy win at Chicago. They won by 35 last night.
Well, they beat the Bulls. The Warriors couldn't do that.
That's right. And so they travel back today, and then you wind up looking at a team that, Luka played 34 minutes, but Kyrie only 27, and Washington played 23. So they should be fairly well rested once they get back to Dallas.
Yep, that's coming up tomorrow. 5:30 is the tip-off. We'll have you with Warriors Live at 4:30. But right now, let's revisit our conversation with head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Plenty to react to after this. We got a Steph Curry update from him, got a whole lot more about some of the positives coming out of that win in San Antonio for the Warriors last night. Without further ado, here on Willard and Dibs, it's Grandy in for Willard today, so Dibs and Grandy with you. Here is our conversation from earlier today with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Coach, pleasure to have you on Willard and Dibbs as always. Again, it's Mark Grandy sitting in for Mark Willard today, so Dibbs and Grandy with you. Congratulations on the win last night. Steve, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well. The Warriors, your franchise, released an update on Stephen Curry a couple of hours ago. I wanted to start there. He has been cleared for on-court activity back here in the Bay Area, and he will join the team in L.A. On Friday, and he'll be reevaluated after Friday's practice ahead of the game against the Lakers on Saturday. So I wanted to ask, is there a possibility that he might play on Saturday, and what does he need to show you and the medical staff during that practice on Friday to get the go-ahead?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. I mean, we wouldn't send him to L.A. If we didn't think that there was. So, all in all, everything's been very positive. He's responded well to treatment. He stayed back in the Bay, and because he's doing well, he'll get back on the court, and we're hopeful that everything clicks and that he's able to play Saturday. But he's got to go through a couple of the days of practice and see how he responds, and we'll go from there.
And what's the schedule like, not only for the Steph time when he's going to be back on Friday, but between now and then? I know you've got Dallas tomorrow. Is there a time Thursday when you'll come back and practice, or is it really all about Friday for Steph and his availability potentially for Saturday?
Yeah, Thursday's probably a day off for us, so it's really about Friday. But he's getting work in the Bay, and so he'll be able to do a little bit before Friday's practice and kind of ramp up to get to that point, and then if everything goes smoothly, then he's got a shot to play Saturday.
I know ever since you saw the results of the MRI after he rolled that ankle against the Bulls last week, there was kind of a sense that you guys dodged a bullet. Is there still a sense of relief around the organization right now that it might only be 3 games missed by Steph?
Yeah, I mean that was probably best case scenario if that's what it ends up being. So there's always a fear when a guy rolls an ankle that it could be really bad, and you just hope for the best. And it seems like we're getting the best, and it's also not bad for our team to have to play without him. And you see how guys stepped up last night, and we had a great effort from multiple players. And in the meantime, Steph has played almost every game this year, and in the end, if this week of resting his body actually helps him, as he heals his ankle, the rest of the body is also getting a little bit of a break. He might need that right about now. So this could all turn out, well in the long run. But of course, we got to go play Dallas without him tomorrow, which will be really tough the way they're playing.
Yeah, and before we get to the tough Dallas opponent coming up tomorrow, let's look back real quick at last night. And the big picture is obviously a good performance and a good effort in a game you really needed to win. But let's just micro-focus on the TJD dunk over Victor Wembanyama. He's had some welcome to the NBA moments before, but watching him dunk on a guy who's probably 9 feet tall right in front of you, that had to be a pretty great moment for all you guys.
Oh, my gosh, it was stunning. I mean, I didn't think it was possible to get a dunk over the top of Wembanyama, but Trace had a great game, and that was kind of the culmination. And you saw the response from everybody on the bench, players and coaches. It was amazing, and I'm really happy for Trace. He's such a great young guy. I'm also so impressed with Kevon Looney and how he's mentored him and how he's handled these last few games, not playing himself, but continuing to cheer on Trace and help him and give him advice. I mean, it's really what it's all about when you see the players cheering for each other and looking after each other. And that's one of the things I love about this group is I really see them constantly doing that, really supporting one another. And that's crucial if you want to have a winning team.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr with us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs. Coach, you talk about maybe Steph's absence. If it is only a 3-game absence, maybe it helps teach some of your guys some important lessons playing without Steph and maybe makes them better going forward. But just bottom line, how important was it to get a win last night, and how big is every win for you at this stage of the season? Because the couple losses to the Bulls and the first game against the Spurs, you've slid back to the 10th spot, and it's I know the stated goal was getting up to the 6. It's a little bit more difficult with every passing game. You got a bunch of teams you got to jump. So how important and how big does every win feel at this stage?
Yeah, it really is important. I mean, I think we've won 16 of our last 21, and in that stretch, we've barely moved in the standings because everybody else is playing well also. So it's just tough. The West is loaded this year. Up and down the conference, you see talented, well-coached teams, and we just have to keep plugging away. I have no doubt that we can finish this season really strong, and you never know how things break. A year ago we were in the play-in at this point, and we finished strong. I think we won our last 5 or 6 games and broke through and got to 6, and that made a difference for us. The year before, I think we were kind of in that 3, 4, 5, 6 range, and finished strong and got all the way to 3, and it set up a favorable matchup that helped us win a championship. So I just feel like, the season it's long. It really is a marathon, and you're going to have stretches in both directions. So, during the season, things either go well or they don't. And I feel really strongly that our team is primed if we can, really stay healthy here down the stretch, get Steph back and stay healthy from there. I feel like we can make a really good run, and you never know what happens. If you do that, you could end up in a good spot and set you up for a good playoff run.
Yeah, and you mentioned the run you guys had been on and a couple of unfortunate losses at home, and we talked last week with Mark Willard about, why haven't you been better at home, and then you lost to Chicago and San Antonio, and now back out on the road, winning again, not playing tonight. And you mentioned the tight group of teams in the Western Conference. Will you have the league pass heated up, Steve? Are you into scoreboard watching mode yet, or are you more just focused on the club?
No, I watch the scoreboard every day. I look at the standings. I watch games, on off nights, and that's all part of it. But we, with that said, we are more focused on our own team than our opponent. I think it's really important that we find our groove, which we've been doing, and but with the injuries, we've had to shuffle the deck a little bit and find some different combinations, and so it's much more important to pay attention to all that than it is to the standings. But of course, we keep our eye on it all the time.
Coach, you talked about what Trayce Jackson-Davis did last night, but I wanted to focus on a trio of your youngsters, Trayce Jackson-Davis included, along with Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga. If I told you at the beginning of the season that those 3 guys, 2 of them are 21, another is a 24-year-old rookie, all 3 of those guys playing at least 20-plus minutes, some of them into the 30-minute mark relatively consistently for you, and you were still competing for a playoff spot, would you believe me? How rare is that to have 3 positive pieces from guys so young and inexperienced?
I definitely would not have believed you because, I didn't know anything about Brandon or Trayce, So when the season started, we didn't plan on them contributing. Usually rookies, aren't ready for this. But both guys have proven to be ready. You see how advanced they are with their understanding of the game, their awareness, kind of their knowledge of who they are as players and how they can make the team better. So those are rare qualities for rookies, and so to see that, to see them coming along, to see J.K. and how he's progressed, Moses too. It's really been fun just to see all the young guys start to blossom and help us win a lot of games.
And the precocious nature of Brandon Pajemski. We were talking earlier with the previous show about the moxie and the confidence he shows when he gives the twirl, twirl, twirl last night. Basically all but demanding that the play be reviewed. Have you ever seen a rookie in your tenure show that much self-confidence? And he was right last night, but he seems to play with the moxie of a 12-year veteran.
Yeah, he's got great feel for the game. He just he sees it before it happens, and that's pretty rare. So But my favorite quality of his though is just his confidence. He just bounces back after tough nights really quickly, and that's real confidence and self-assurance, and I love that. It drives some of the veterans crazy sometimes, because a rookie isn't supposed to behave that way. But Draymond said it to me years ago. He said, rookies have to go take it. They've got to go. Young players have to go carve out their spot, and whatever that means, you've got to do. And for Brandon, that means doing what he's doing all year. Connecting the game for our guys with the right cut, the right pass, leading the league in charges drawn, making a ton of gritty loose ball recoveries, offensive rebounds. The guy's a gamer, and there's a reason he plays as much as he does.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. Coach, you're talking about rookies having to go out there and take it and take everything that they are getting during a rookie season. Is Trayce Jackson-Davis doing enough and taking enough that he might be forcing your hand into the starting lineup? I know he started on Saturday when you were hosting the Spurs. Maybe that was more so matchup based and you're playing without Steph. You got to move things around. Is there a possibility that Trayce Jackson-Davis finds his way into your starting lineup moving forward?
Well, he's going to play a lot. I mean, I think the thing to think about is the combinations, and we tried that combination Friday night of Draymond, Trayce, and J.K. at the on the front line, and we knew we wouldn't have great spacing with that group, but we really did it for the defensive side of the ball. We wanted to get off to a good start defensively and set a tone. But it's not a great combination offensively, and so chances are more that we stay with the starting lineup that's been really successful for us the last 20 games. Once Steph gets back, and bring Trayce off the bench. But there's no question he's earning more and more minutes, and he was, I thought, the player of the game last night. I mean, he was just so good at both ends, and he and Chris Paul really form a great combination too on the pick and roll. So it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch when Chris has it and TJD's diving toward the rim, and you wait for the inevitable lob and watch the young kid out of Indiana go up and finish on the dunk where he posterizes Wembanyama. Mark and I were just laughing at the fact that the first one on the scene was GP2, who somehow came from underneath the basket to congratulate, it's so perfect for GP2 to be in that spot. But he had a wrap on his shoulder. Is that indicative of maybe why he's not getting the minutes that he normally would, or is it just a matchup thing?
No, his shoulder's fine. It's funny because you can ask that question about a lot of guys. There's only so many minutes to go around. So. Gary is best suited to play, bursts, 4 or 5 minute burst where he just plays with great energy, come out and get him back in. But I've been asked that question, how come so-and-so hasn't played more minutes? Dozens of times this year involving multiple players. And I keep getting back to, there's 240 minutes, and there's 10 people. Like, I can only play people so much, but we're just constantly trying to find the right combinations that fit together the best. And I think we've found a lot of them these last few weeks, and that's why we've been playing better overall.
And just the follow-up to the first part of that, where was that man to where he was able to be under the basket in the first one on the scene? Was he in the second row, like eating popcorn?
I was dying laughing when I saw it on tape. I watched it on my computer. I see Gary come out of nowhere. Like, where the hell was he? In the stands? Right. I mean, that was bizarre.
We're catching up with head coach Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors, talking about that Trayce Jackson-Davis poster jam on Victor Wembanyama. Obviously, that was the highlight of the night, maybe the highlight of your season so far, and he's going to get a lot of credit for what he's doing offensively because of that highlight. I wanted to ask you, though, what was more impressive in Trayce Jackson-Davis's game to you last night? What he was doing defensively, grabbing rebounds, affecting Victor Wembanyama down low, or was it what he was doing offensively? Because he was good on both ends, as you said.
Yeah, he was. He was great at both ends. That's what makes him such an intriguing young player. He impacts both sides of the ball, and I really liked his poise. You know, he had several plays on offense where he got the ball in the paint, and Wembanyama was in good position. And he didn't try to jump over him when he didn't have the advantage. He just patiently dribbled the ball back out and swung it, and got the ball into a more advantageous position. So he recognizes the game well. He sees where the advantages are, where they aren't, and doesn't try to force anything. He's really, I think, beyond his years in terms of his feel for the game.
It's second time for you going up against Victor Wembanyama. What impressed you on just how much he's gotten better from the first time you faced him back in November to now?
Well, he's clearly getting more comfortable on the floor, just with the speed of the game and the pace and finding areas to score. I thought he scored inside more last night than he did against us back in November when we saw him. So he's probably figuring out leverage and angles and that sort of thing. But he really is an incredible talent, at that size and with that length to be that skilled. It's remarkable.
Coach, I feel like we're getting to a point where we almost expect 20 points every night from Jonathan Kuminga because that's how well and consistent he's been playing for the most part. But at least from my point of view, he's kind of getting it in different ways. Even when his shot isn't falling, he's getting to the line over and over and over again, and he's hitting his free throws at a much higher rate recently than he was in the past, even though he has been relatively consistent scoring-wise for a number of months now. Have you seen his game continue to develop, and specifically offensively getting to the rim and therefore getting to the line a lot more often than almost any other player on your team?
Yeah, JK's gotten a lot better and continues to grow, and it's exciting because he has such a high ceiling. There's so many things that he still has to learn, and that's a good thing. That means he can get that much better. But what we're really trying to just get across to him is the more time he can spend near the basket, the better. The more he can cut behind the defense for backdoor passes, for offensive rebounds. The more he can sprint ahead of the defense, in transition. Anything at the rim, he is absolutely elite. From an NBA standpoint, he's one of the most efficient scorers at the rim in the league. So the more time spent at the rim, the better. And he's still learning about watching where the defense is, moving behind them, cutting past them, that sort of thing. But as he grows and as he does that more consistently, he's just going to get better and better.
How nice is it to be able to rely on a player like Klay Thompson to step into the breach left by Steph Curry's absence and be able to get back in the starting lineup without any ego wounds and go out there and shoot it and try to score at the level that he's used to scoring at?
Clay's been great. I think ever since he went to the bench, we had the All-Star break. He came back, and since then he's sort of been in and out of the starting lineup based on injuries and that kind of thing. But his approach, his attitude, his shot selection, his energy, everything has been fantastic. And I couldn't be happier with Klay and for him, just because he seems to be at peace now. Whereas earlier in the season, I just felt like he was feeling pressure. He was forcing things. He didn't look happy sometimes, and he just looks much more at ease right now. And it's not a coincidence that he's playing so well. So Klay is, as we know, he's a champion. He's a Hall of Famer, one of the great shooters of all time. And, we're going to need him down the stretch here as we try to make this run.
You got a really important game coming up tomorrow in Dallas. They're 2 spots ahead of you in the Western Conference standings right now. They're 8th, you're in 10th. The 9th place team, the Lakers, you have coming up on Saturday. You've seen them before this season, but it has been a while because one of the postponed games was against the Mavericks. You go from one unique European player to another, from Victor to Luka Doncic. Not to give away your game plan or anything, but how do you plan on trying to defend Luka Doncic? Because the guy has been like a 35-point triple-double machine lately. What's the challenge in trying to slow him down?
Yeah, the challenge is that he has an answer for everything. He's a brilliant passer. He sees over the top. of defenses. So, if you want to commit to him and blitz him or trap him, he'll make you pay with the pass. If you play him one-on-one, he's so big and strong, he can, muscle his way to the rim or shoot that step back three. So he's got an answer for everything, and you just have to do the best you can to try to make him uncomfortable, but he just does not get uncomfortable very often, so just a huge challenge.
All right, Steve. Good stuff. Appreciate your time as always, and best of luck in Dallas tomorrow night.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
That's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on with us earlier today. Always appreciate Steve taking some time out and joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Willard out today, though, so it's Grandy sitting in for him. Dibs and Grandy with you. A lot of interesting things there from Steve Kerr earlier today. Most notable, most newsworthy, that he says, quote, definitely a chance that Steph Curry plays on Saturday against the Lakers. With the update that the Warriors gave out today, we knew that he was not going to play tomorrow, so no surprise there. He will miss at least 3 games with his sprained right ankle, but could return as early as Saturday against the Lakers, which would be very important and impressive considering how bad the ankle sprain did look. But when you look at the standings, Dibs, the Lakers are the team right ahead of the Warriors, and if they get their best player back for that game, maybe it's the difference between them jumping the Lakers and maybe getting a home game in the play-in or not.
Possibly, yeah. It could be a battle for the 9. Still a long way to go for both. The Lakers have 16 more games. The Warriors have 18. So currently tied in the loss column, the all-important loss column. I'm not so focused or fixated on the 9-10 where that game would be. I want to see them get to 8 because I don't trust this Warrior team home or away.
Just give them 2 shots.
In a one-and-done scenario. I need 2 games from the Warriors, and I know they were there before. I think they were the 7 in the play-in a couple of years ago. The first year of the play-in, and they lost twice.
They were the 8. They lost to the Lakers in L.A., and then they lost to the Grizzlies at home.
Okay, so they were the 8. Yeah, I forgot they lost on the road and then at home. I knew they lost 2 in a row.
That was the game where LeBron got poked in the eye, and his eye was all red, and he hit the clutch 3 down at the end. And if you remember the post-game interview, and this is seared into my brain because it's such a kind of a funny line. I got to give LeBron credit. He said, "I was seeing 3 rims.
That's
so
right.
I just aimed for the middle one."
That's right. LeBron. Leave it to LeBron to hype up the smallest of incidents or of injuries. I remember when they played against the Cavs the last time in the NBA Finals. That's when J.R. Smith went the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
And he reportedly punched a whiteboard in the locker room and broke his hand.
So he came out with a cast on
at the very end of the series.
Or the post-game presser.
Right.
Yeah.
He came out with a wrap. And so when we had the parade float, and I was on the 95.7 The Game float, I wrapped my hand up like it was LeBron, and I was hamming it up.
That's probably a fan favorite.
It was.
Move.
The crowd loved it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
because I was hamming it. I took some painter's tape, that blue tape, because that's what LeBron had. He had the blue tape on it, and none of you realized that I played through a broken hand. And that's why you got swept.
He got a lot of heat for that.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. What LeBron does.
Yeah.
Whatever. Steve Kerr also admitted that, they're scoreboard watching. Quote, he said, "We watch the scoreboard every day. If you are looking at the NBA scoreboard right now, there's really only one game that impacts the Warriors right now. You're keeping an eye on the Bucks and Kings. That game tips off in an hour and a half at 7 in Sacramento. Warrior fans should be big Bucks fans in that game. The Warriors are, 2.5 behind the Kings for the 7th spot in the Western Conference right now. So a loss for the Kings would go the Warriors' way. But that's really the only game that the Warriors have any interest in this one. Everybody else is either in the East or too far ahead or behind the Warriors to really care about.
Yeah, Memphis is taking on Washington. Jordan Poole with an early 3 as we
coming off the bench again
around the association. Yeah, he's played 3 minutes, and he's hit a triple, and they're down 22-19 to Memphis.
He's actually quietly been a little bit better lately.
He's been a lot better, yeah. And if you look at his last, 6 or 7 games since he started coming off the bench, he's averaging about 23 a night. Yeah. I think maybe the pressure's off. And
good stretch for him.
He can just come off the bench and just play a little bit more under control. And I think the Wizards starters are probably happy too because they don't have to worry about not getting the ball when he's on the floor.
Yeah. So Steve Kerr admitting to scoreboard watching, but really, again, that Bucks-Kings game is the only one that matters. There is a really interesting, fun matchup in the West tonight, though. It is the Timberwolves and the Clippers from L.A. That should be a fun one, although the T-Wolves, again, are without, at least for the time being, Karl-Anthony Towns because of that meniscus tear, but who knows, maybe he's back by the end of the regular season. Something interesting that Steve Kerr did say as well about Steph Curry's injury, and we did not touch on this right after we had Steve Kerr on originally, but he said, hey, playing without Steph, whether it's a short period of time or a long period of time, it actually could be a good thing for the team as a whole. I want to play that portion for you one more time really quickly, and then we can react to it. But maybe there's a little bit of a silver lining to Steph Curry missing a little bit of time.
It's also not bad for our team to have to play without him, and you see how guys stepped up last night, and we had a great effort from multiple players. And you know, in the meantime, Steph has played almost every game this year, and in the end, if this week of resting his body actually helps him, you know, as he heals his ankle, the rest of the body is also getting a little bit of a break. He might need that right about now. So this could all turn out, you know, well in the long run, but of course we got to go play Dallas without him tomorrow, which will be really tough the way they're playing.
When Steve Kerr told us that, my mind immediately went to what happened at the end of the 2022 regular season when Steph missed the final 10 or 15
13
games,
or so, yeah,
13, whatever it was, something like that. Obviously, that was a larger stretch, and it was a question whether or not he was even going to play to begin the postseason. And then Steph Curry came back round one against the Nuggets, did not miss a game, but did not start early on. And he came back and played well and got back up to speed and eventually was starting once again. Now, we look back on that in a positive light because the Warriors went on to win that series and went on to win the finals and win their fourth ring. But if this allows, maybe forces Steph to get a little bit of rest in, comes back, is a little bit rejuvenated. Maybe the youngsters learned a little bit during this stretch. Maybe they have a good performance against the Mavericks tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe you look back on this and say, hey, that Steph injury, it wasn't major. He only missed a handful of games at the most. The youngsters learned something that they can apply come the postseason or the end of the regular season, and maybe Steve Kerr's onto something. Maybe it could ultimately be a positive.
Well, it's a necessity, and a lot of times these opportunities are born out of necessity, and Brandon Podziemski probably wouldn't be playing this many minutes if he was drafted as a rookie 2 years ago. Steiny and Evan were making this case earlier on Steiny and Guru. If he was drafted 2 years ago and you were in more of a championship window, Pods isn't going to average 27 minutes a night, and he's not going to be playing as much as he has because they didn't need a rookie at that time to do what he's doing this year. But this year they've needed it, and now you need TJD to come in and play a lot, and you've needed Kuminga to take that big third-year leap, and he has, because he had Draymond, who's only played 40 games. Draymond's played 40 of your 64 games. That's it. And Steph's been available, and Clay has, but Chris Paul's only played 40 games. So you've had a big need, especially with Chris Paul and Draymond Green missing games. You've needed these guys to step up, and not to mention the bench was already a little bit thin, and you traded Corey Joseph, a guy you were counting on to at least play minutes, and he didn't really play himself into the rotation. And now Saric is out of it, and Kevon Looney's out of it. So you turn around, and the only guys you have are these youngsters.
It would be wild to remember how the Warriors season started and the rotation they were using, and Kevon Looney was starting, and you're right, Saric was in the rotation. He was one of your first guys off the bench alongside Chris Paul, and that duo was working really well together, and you were starting Klay Thompson, and you had, of course, Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins, and you were rarely seeing Podziemski. In fact, you were almost never seeing Podziemski. You were rarely seeing Moody. You were seeing Kuminga sporadically, but not a ton. And then you blink and you fast forward to now, and you're starting Podziemski regularly. You're starting Kuminga regularly. You are playing Trace Jackson-Davis generally around 20 minutes a night now, relatively consistently. Kevon Looney's consecutive games played streak has come to an end. Saric is the last guy off the bench, only playing in garbage time, unless something really, really crazy happens, like really early foul trouble to a couple of your big guys. It is wild how drastic the Warriors team has changed, and really the only outside move they've made is trade Corey Joseph.
Yeah.
But the team is entirely different from beginning of the year.
I'm looking at Game 6, which was the in-season tournament game against OKC. Warriors 141, OKC 139.
That was the Steph game winner down the stretch.
Yeah, he had 30. And you mentioned the starting five, Clay, Steph, Draymond, Andrew, and Kevon. That's the starting five we expected.
The championship five from 2 years ago.
That's right. And we expected that to be the starting five unless there was injury. And now Steph is out, but even when he comes back, Clay likely won't be in that group. Kevon for sure won't. And Andrew kind of has lost his starting spot.
Yeah.
It feels like he has. Off the bench, you mentioned it. It was Chris Paul, GP2, Kuminga. Saric had 20 points. Moses Moody played 17 minutes. There was no Pods and no TJD. They're not even listed in the box score. I think they might have both been in Santa Cruz at that time.
You know what I think they were?
Yeah, and this is November 3rd. So you talk about 4 months ago, and 4 months later, now Pods is going to be on the all-rookie team. TJD is a must-play, and he might be a guy who starts now, depending on, when Steph comes back, how you want to work it. And you mentioned Saric and Kevon. They don't play at all anymore. So it is totally a different team now. And, I kind of like where the team is now as opposed to this team. And we didn't know that Saric would go so cold so as to be unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he hasn't made a three since early January.
Yeah.
He's really struggled from the field, and I think a lot of us just assumed, well, when Chris Paul comes back, Saric will start playing better. And I think to Steve Kerr's credit, he gave that a chance. Once Chris Paul came back, he continued to play Saric a little bit here and there, but he had a pretty quick hook on him. Yeah. He didn't give him too long of an opportunity once Chris Paul came back. It was a couple of stints in a couple of games, and then he pulled him.
Yeah.
And it's obviously been the right decision because it's allowed you to kind of unlock Trayce Jackson-Davis.
He played 3 minutes against the Spurs the other night. He played 4 minutes against Milwaukee in a 35-point win. And before that, it was 12, 6, 10, 13. And the last time he hit a three, he hit one against Washington. And other than that, he hit one against Utah on February 15th. 2 threes in the last month.
Not good.
So, yeah, I know you were using hyperbole.
Definitely.
But your
he was
hyperbole
shooting
is
like
not that
40% from deep to begin the year.
He was on fire, and he was shooting a ton, too.
Yeah.
And then he got cold, he lost confidence, and now he just doesn't play.
Yeah. Interesting. This is an entirely different Warrior team from the beginning of the season, and there's no doubt they're a better team now than they were back then, and they were about 5 games under 500 when this shift happened, and right now they're 4 games over 500. All right, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard today, so Dibs and Grandy with you. One more segment to get to. There is one more piece of sound from Steve Kerr I did want to run past you one more time. An interesting comment from Steve Kerr. That's coming up on the other side before we say goodbye. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Ever since we got
haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. If you do that right now, you'll be able to find our conversation with Steve Kerr from earlier today, which we ran past you a little bit ago here on 95.7 The Game as well. And I think you're going to hear it again coming up in the 6 o'clock hour for Best of the Game. Lucas Alexander behind the glass will be running that. He has a lot to choose from because the Morning Roast also had on Brian Baldinger for a rare offseason Baldy to react to some of the moves for the 49ers, and I'm sure some of the NFL-wide moves as well. The Morning Roast also had on the Warriors' own Trace Jackson Davis, who, as we talked about earlier, is becoming a regular on 95.7 The Game. Maybe he has a great performance tomorrow and comes on again later in the week.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Maybe he pops on with Steiny and Goo, which would be appropriate.
The trifecta.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Complete complete that trifecta on 95.7 The Game. But it's fun listening to the boys interview him and ask their questions. And at the end, they're doing kind of a this or that thing and talking about video games and Call of Duty and Xbox or PS5 and all the rest of it. It's fun to hear Joe and Bonte talking to TJD and have them all kind of get excited over video games.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Apparently, TJD plays a lot of FIFA.
Yeah.
Which
Real
I'm
Madrid.
here for.
Yeah.
I'm not here for the Real Madrid part.
That's his team.
Yeah.
I was listening this morning and he talked about Real Madrid. I was out there.
He's a big fan of Vinicius Jr.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was running errands with my baby girl, and so I popped on the roast and heard TJD, and we got to where we needed to go, and I said, honey, we're going to have to sit in the car for a little bit. Uncle Bonte and Uncle Joe, they're interviewing TJD. We got to hear this.
We got to get a FIFA tournament going and get TJD in on it. I'm sure Lucas is probably the best FIFA player here, would be my guess.
Thank you. Also, you just told me he will kick off Best of the Game at 6 o'clock.
There we go. So TJD.
What platform do you play on?
Xbox.
Xbox. Yeah. Okay.
I think he said he plays on PlayStation 5 is what TJD said. We'll check it out
he
coming
has
up at
both,
6.
and you can listen to it, and he'll talk about how he has both. But I think
Hashtag how rich.
I mean, he was a second-round pick. How can he afford both of those, right?
Hashtag NBA salary. I think
57th overall pick. That's like half of his paycheck right there going to game systems.
I don't want to spoil the best of, but I think he was asked which one he prefers, and I think it is PS5.
Yeah,
but
he did say that.
Tune in to
heard
find
that part
out.
as well.
I can't believe we're already up to 5 on the PSs. I remember the original, you whippersnappers. PlayStation.
One of the best days of my childhood was when I unwrapped the PlayStation 2 Christmas one year.
It's good parenting.
Oh.
How old were you?
Oh, I must have been
like 10?
I was going to say like 8.
Oh, wow.
Something like that.
Okay. Because that's always, and you'll find when you have kids, if ever, it becomes a bit of a slippery slope as to when you introduce video games into the kids. Because once you do, you know that it's pretty
Never
much
go
over.
back.
Yeah, you never go back. I never actually got my kids a console per se. We had a Wii, and the Wii came out in probably about 2007. More of a fun, cartoonish video game setup.
Yeah.
And I've never been into
Wii's
the shoot 'em up, blow 'em up, blood games. So the Wii actually kind of fit my profile as a non-hardcore video game.
Yeah, I've always been more into the sports games myself as well. But that PS2, man, I wore that thing into the ground.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. A great gift from my parents. So if you're listening, thank you still for that Christmas gift. The PS2 was great. But yeah, you can hear Trace Jackson Davis coming up. Best of the Game. He was on with Bonte and Joe on the Morning Roast earlier today. That will lead off coming up in a little more than 10 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. If you can't wait that long, it is also available for you, again, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts. Also on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. Before we do get on out of here today, though, Dibs, I did want to run one more thing that Steve Kerr told us past us. I was asking him about how important every single win is at this stage of the regular season, considering that they are in 10th place in the Western Conference and you've only got 18 games left. And as you laid out earlier, it's not just how far back of the 6th seed you are. It's the fact that you have to jump a handful of teams to get to that spot. So you need to play well. You need everybody ahead of you to struggle just a little bit to get in. Despite all of that, which Steve Kerr agreed with, by the way, he said he feels like his team can still put a run together. Here is Warriors head coach Steve Kerr.
I just feel like, the season it's long. It really is a marathon, and you're going to have stretches in both directions, during the season. Things either go well or they don't, and I feel really strongly that our team is primed if we can, really stay healthy here down the stretch, get Steph back and stay healthy from there. I feel like we can make a really good run, and you never know what happens. If you do that, you could end up in a good spot and set you up for a good playoff run.
So if this team is healthy, he still strongly believes that the team is primed to make a good run. And when he first said that, I thought, oh, wow, you feel like you could do that out of the play-in. But there at the end, he said you could set yourself up for a nice playoff run. So he's talking about a run to close the regular season to improve their seeding.
Improve your seeding, and you get to 6th, and you don't have to worry about the play-in. You get to 7 or 8, and you've got a little bit of a cushion. You sit at 9 or 10. Well, now you definitely need to go on a run. Back-to-back one-and-done scenarios, and then get in to a series against the number 1 seed in the West. And it's no guarantee that it's going to be OKC. Denver, only a half game back right now. And I don't know how badly Denver wants to push for the 1. They're right there. Minnesota has drooped to 3. They don't have the kitty cat right now, so that hurts their chance of getting after OKC. The only thing I'd be afraid of if I was in the 9-10 play-in is you win the 9-10 and then you beat the 8 coming down, and you got to play Denver in that first round.
Yeah.
That's the team to avoid.
Yeah.
And I do think that Denver's going to wind up the top seed.
They're playing great basketball right now. They've won 9 of 10. They're winners of 3 in a row. It does seem like they're kicking into high gear at this stage of the regular season. And as you talked about, I think they're the team that I would want to play the least if I was the Warriors. And just so everyone knows how the play-in does work, I know it can be a little bit confusing. So you have 4 play-in teams, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in each conference are in the play-in. 7 plays 8. So let's just pretend like the standings do turn out as they currently are. So if the season were to end today, I know that's a phrase that you absolutely love, Dibs.
Yeah.
But if the season were to end today and the standings were Kings 7, Mavericks 8, Lakers 9, Warriors 10. The Warriors and the Lakers would play in LA. The loser of that game, their season is over. The winner of that game advances to play the winner of Kings Mavericks, which is the 7 and 8 game. The winner of that Kings Mavericks game is the 7 seed. The loser of that Kings Mavericks games takes on the winner of the Lakers Warriors. The winner of that game then is the 8 seed. So if you're in the 7 or the 8, you just got to win 1 and you're in. If you're the 9 or the 10, you got to win both. And if you're the 10, where the Warriors currently are, both of those wins would have to come on the road.
Yes.
So you're digging yourselves out of a pretty big hole. And if that happens and you're able to get through it only to get drawn with the Nuggets to begin, it might be season over for the Warriors.
It's difficult. Certainly that would be the most difficult path, would be road. Now you get Denver.
Yeah.
So if you can get to the 8.
And against quality, these are all quality teams of the play-in. There's no slouches.
No
There's
slouches.
A ton of star
anywhere.
power.
And
there.
if you look at what you have remaining on your schedule, though, you do have 5 head-to-heads with Dallas and the Lakers. So those are the games that you circle. First one coming up tomorrow, no Steph Curry. Saturday at LA against the Lakers, don't know about Steph Curry, but you might have to play 2 of those 5 head-to-head, not elimination games, but seeding games.
Yeah.
You may have to play those without the chef. And so you want to get to the 8 if you can. It'd be great to be the 8, beat the 7, and then draw OKC or Minnesota in that 2-7 matchup.
And you have a ton of road games coming up as well.
Yeah.
Now, as we've kind of joked throughout the show, maybe that is actually a good thing.
Yeah, no joke.
The Warriors are 4 games over 500 on the road and 500 at home. But after Dallas tomorrow and the Lakers both on the road on Saturday, they have a 3-game homestand. And then after that, Dibs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of your next 11 after the upcoming 3-game homestand are on the road. 9 of 11.
That's a stretch. And, you look at, I think, more the opponent than you do being on the road now for this team, because they have been better on the road. And, the Miami game is tough. Orlando, second half of back-to-back, not easy either. You got Charlotte and San Antonio, should be cupcakes. But with this team, you can throw the records out, Mark.
You got Minnesota on the road, who will be without Karl Anthony Towns at that point. That's coming up soon, March 24th, 12 days from now, a week from this coming weekend. The Warriors will be in Minnesota. Miami on the road is not easy. You've got New Orleans at home just before the end of the regular season. You do have a handful of tough games on the horizon. But for the most part, the Warriors do have a relatively soft schedule. And we've been talking about the Lakers. The Lakers have a really tough schedule, but they've been mowing them down lately.
Yeah.
They haven't been fazed by their tough schedule. So at some point, you need the Lakers to lose a couple of games. Maybe the Warriors can give them an L on Saturday, and maybe Steph Curry will be back for that game as well. All right, that's all we got today, Dibs. It's been fun sitting in with you.
Yep.
Thanks for having me.
Always fun, Grandy. Maybe we'll do it again tomorrow. Only time will tell.
Yeah, we'll see. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Best of the Game, hosted by Lucas Alexander. And as we heard earlier, it will be Trace Jackson Davis with Bonte and Shasky on the morning roast leading off. So don't go anywhere. Best of the Game with Lucas Alexander is coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Want more speed? Then you're in luck, because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. Plus, with super fast internet and